off a graveyard shift. Good morning to YouTube and Twitch. Good morning to Lubman and Curly. Good morning to you, Joe Shasky. Niners win. Niners win. We're going to the Tundra, baby. We're going to the Tundra. We're going to the Tundra.
It's one of the greatest games. One of the greatest games of all time in 49er lore. There have been so many great ones. Road wins in the playoffs are nearly impossible to come by. There's been 6, okay? 6 in the history of 75 years of 49er football. Bonte, 6. All right? I don't care how ugly. I don't care how controversial. I don't care how frustrated you were. I lost 15 years of my life yesterday watching that team in the final 2 minutes. Just the final 2 minutes. Deebo Samuel elevating himself to a 49er Hall of Famer. I'm talking about a Ring of Honor, Deebo Samuel. Get it ready. It's coming. One of the great installments of 49er football yesterday. The 8th edition Niners-Cowboys lived up to everything. Single second.
Everything. Shasky, I'm running off at 3 hours of sleep.
I got you today.
Oh, I'm fine. Trust me, when the light comes on, I perform. And the light is on, baby. And we got almost 3 hours to discuss this game from yesterday down at Jerry's World in Arlington, Texas. 49ers win 23-17. We're going to talk about everything in this football game. Deebo Samuel. Hold on.
Ridiculous. He's ridiculous, Bonte.
Hold on. Let me get through this.
He is ridiculous.
Let me get through this.
I'm sorry. I just love Deebo.
We know that. I love Deebo, too.
Did you see his elbow?
I saw the elbow.
Did you see the elbow?
I saw the elbow. The minute I laid eyes on this guy in the Senior Bowl.
You've been on him.
Shasky.
You've been on him.
Dude.
You've been on him.
This is my guy.
I know.
But I'm going to lay low today off of Deebo. Deebo, we know Deebo's great. All right?
We all
know. Listen.
That run was so sick.
Dude, from my vantage.
He cut back, and he went straight to the house.
My vantage point in my seats yesterday down in Jerry's World, when he cut it back, I looked away at the 5-yard line and went into straight trash talk mode. All right? I didn't even see what happened in the end zone because the cutback was so sweet.
It was so sick.
It opened up like the Red Sea, baby. It opened up. Deebo. They won this game without Nick Bosa in the second half.
No Fred Warner in the majority of the fourth quarter.
No Fred Warner after the Cowboys, or 3 plays basically before the Cowboys cut it to 23-17. All right? Nick Bosa, no second half.
He was dominant in the first half, though. He was everywhere. You know what?
This defensive line stepped up without Nick Bosa.
That's how they won the game.
DJ Jones, Eric Armstead.
Ridiculous.
Willis made plays.
How about Charles Omenihu, the guy you traded for in season?
Dude, he made plays. Drake Greenlaw made plays. Al Shire made plays. Again, I used the word last week, resiliency. That's what I saw again in the second half. Everything when it gets this football team, Shasky, they could do nothing on offense in the second half.
Doubt.
They played scared at times. Jimmy Garoppolo, we're going to get into Jimmy Garoppolo.
I don't care. I don't even care today.
49er football.
They survived.
In 2021/2022 is basically a roller coaster ride. It's all it is. And when they went up 23-7, God bless my soul for putting up a video on Twitter knowing damn well that game was going to come down to the last play.
Bro.
Knowing damn well it was going to come down to the last play. But you know what? It makes it that much sweeter, Joe Shasky, this morning. Because you know what? We had a simulcast on Friday, and I thought about those damn clowns from 105.3 The Fan all show long, all game long. I thought about them. RJ and Sean. Look, Sean spelled S-H-A-N because his damn mama's a dummy and don't know how to spell. Those guys talked the big game on Friday. Hey, we're willing to bet. What's your Venmo? I've heard crickets. Those guys, I DM'd them. I did everything. Nothing. I did a
little research. One of them dudes is from New Jersey. I don't know where the other guys. Can't find anything on them. I knew they weren't from Texas.
They're clouds.
But forget them. Let's talk about the game.
Bunch of bums.
3rd and 10. 3rd and 10, and you're thinking, oh God, you're gonna get stuffed for 2 yards here. You're gonna punt it back to them. You're gonna give them like a minute of time. I'm thinking Green Bay all over again. I don't know about you, but that's what Niner fans are thinking.
I didn't know what Shanahan was gonna do on that play.
That might be the greatest play call in Shanahan's entire career. I'm not kidding.
It was magic. It was magic.
It was an unreal play design. And then for Deebo to continue to fight. First off, Juszczyk fought early in the game. There was a play. Not the first drive was a clinic, an absolute clinic. They marched right up and down the field. Clinic, 7 points, boom. Then they're like 3rd and forever, and he throws a little check down to Juszczyk, and Juszczyk's fighting for those extra 3-4 yards to put Robbie Gould in position to hit a field goal. And that to me was the microcosm for the whole game. Fighting for an inch. huge.
Robbie Gould making those last.
He was money.
He was money yesterday. He was good as gold.
Special teams, dear God, Josh Norman.
Hold on.
Josh Norman.
Hold on. It's not even that. It's not even just Josh Norman. It's the roughing the punter right out of halftime.
Guys.
Listen, you get a 3 and out right out of halftime.
Don't even.
And the crowd is quiet.
I know.
We just coming back from the bathroom, getting your beers. Roughing the punter after a 3 and out. Okay, but you still stall out the Dallas Cowboys. You stall them out to a punt.
Yeah.
Boom. Josh Norman, I swear to God, I sat next to a guy.
The whole team was in defensive punt. Like they're going to fake punt it. I knew it. Everyone knew it.
I sat next to my guy, Carlos Santana, and he's yelling as soon as they run off the offense, runs off the field on third down, because it's a situation where Dallas has to make a play.
I know.
They have to make a play.
Water.
They're dead. The crowd's dead. And they run on the field, and Santana's like, they're going to run the fake. What did we discuss on Friday,
Everyone saw it.
What did we discuss on Friday?
That Bones, is it good?
Yes. John Bones Fossil is the special teams coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys. He has tricks up his sleeve left and right. Well, that play right there, I said, oh, it's so obvious. And everybody but Josh Norman knew they get a first down. They get 3 points. And then Jimmy Garoppolo, of course, throws the interception where he overthrows Trent Sherfield high, 3 yards behind him. And I said, oh, boy, we got problems. We got problems. We got problems. But you know what? As we sit here at 6:13 in the morning, and I'm looking at the Comcast Business Text line at 888-957-9570, and I'm looking at YouTube, and I'm looking at Twitch, all I keep thinking is said, we get another crack at Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams.
Can we talk about them tomorrow?
We're going to talk about them.
Because I want to talk about this game.
We're not diving into the Packers right now, but all I'm saying is, after everything that happened yesterday, they're going to the frozen tundra on Saturday because they shut up everybody in Jerry's world. And let me tell you what a scene it was, Shasky. You want to say road playoff victories. I've never been to a road playoff game. Heck, I've never been to a road 49er game.
Not in Oakland, not once?
Not once.
Huh.
Preseason, that don't count.
Yeah, I've been to 2 regular season games in Oakland.
Nah, never been to a regular season road game for the 49ers. That was next level. That was next level. From flying into Dallas and you see that big old stadium. You see that big old AT&T stadium, right? And I'm looking at Instagram. I'm looking at all the videos of people partying. And I chilled in the room. To me, I felt like a player. I'm watching 30 for 30s. I'm watching the Joe Montana doc. I'm just revving myself up. And for some reason, I like to have pain going into sleep. When I go to bed Saturday night into big games.
So what did you watch?
I watched a 1992 NFC Championship game with Troy Aikman, Emmitt Smith, Michael Irvin, Alvin Harper came to Candlestick Park and made a 12-year-old or 10-year-old Bonte Hill cry.
Did they show the replay of that hold from Guy McIntyre? Because I still haven't seen it.
Oh yes, they show it. It's a terrible call. Madden said it. Everybody says it. It was a phantom call. So I went to bed with pain on my mind, and I said we need to rectify 1992. I still haven't gotten over it. And when I woke up that morning, it was a slow wake up, Shasky. It was a slow build, and I got on that tour bus going to AT&T Stadium, and my God, let me just say, walking down that strip mall. And you see all those Cowboy fans. You see all that red and gold. I said, this just ain't a wild card game. This is bigger. This is bigger.
It's life and death.
This is the rebirth of the rivalry. And if any kid out there under 30 said, I don't feel it. Well, do you feel it now? Shasky, do you feel it now? Because that yesterday, it wasn't just Bloods and Crips. It wasn't just the Hatfields and McCoys. It was something bigger than that. It was personal. It was personal. And there was carnage left on that football field. There was carnage left in the stands. And let me tell you, walking out of that stadium with a victory, and walking out to that flight with a victory, and walking through that terminal with a victory, and getting off that tour bus with a victory, it was bang, Niner gang. And you cannot turn me down all week long. I am on a 15 right now. If you got a Richter scale of a 10, 1 to 10, I am on a goddamn I am on a 15. I am on 15, Shasky. You cannot turn me down right now. That's how big that game was yesterday.
Curly, I shouldn't even have showed up today. I mean, this guy's ready to do this show solo. I should have took MLK Day off.
I'm sorry.
No, I love it.
Shout out to Martin Luther King Jr.
Look, I want to get into the specifics of the game. I'm loving that you're sharing your experience, and I want anyone who went to the game to share their experience. I watched the game with some family members yesterday. My wife's birthday. We had like a little pseudo, little party, I don't even know how you pronounce that. my God, everyone and their moms knew that fake punt was coming, and everybody, the Jimmy Garoppolo interception, we'll get to it, but
the Jimmy no throw, it's going to happen.
The defensive line was out of their minds yesterday.
Defensive line was
but
great.
It's not just them. I thought the combination of D'Amico Ryans mixing it up, blitzing off the edges, blitzing from the interior, the defensive front, the best coverage all year long. Emmanuel Mosley and Aubrey Thomas were outstanding.
Hey, how about that rookie? Hey, I don't want to hear.
Outstanding.
I don't want to hear anybody ridicule this kid, Aubrey Thomas.
He played great.
This guy's been thrust into the lineup. And I remember it wasn't pretty the first couple weeks.
He's played great, Bonte.
He's gotten better and better and better.
Did CD do
and
anything?
Better. CD did nothing.
Okay, what about Amari Cooper?
Nothing.
Thank you.
What
Dak
happened?
was throwing the ball wide. He was hitting guys in the ankles. Like, he had nowhere to go all day. Coverage was outstanding. The rush was outstanding. And then I just want to talk about the offensive line for the 49ers. Elijah Mitchell, this kid. I told you I love this kid. You know what? I've come to say it. You know who he reminds me of? And I know this is going to sound like sacrilegious, but I want everyone to. He's Frank Gore 2.0. He's small. He's got patience. He's way tougher than you think he is. He's not going to run anyone over in terms of, like, you look at him on the depth chart, you're like, I don't know, 5'9", 210. He doesn't really look that imposing. And yet he had 85 yards after contact. 85 playoff level contact. Micah Parsons, how did he come back into that game?
Well, dude,
how did he come back there? He got concussed.
Dude,
it was obvious.
So, a couple things we discussed
and
last
Diggs
week.
got destroyed on double moves by my man Ayuk. Destroyed.
What we say?
Destroyed.
What do we say? Listen.
If Jimmy just hits Ayuk on that one play, they're up. They scored 30. That game's over.
I know. But listen.
But playoff games are different.
Listen. Thursday and Friday, things came down to what I thought it would come down to. And all it took was one rewatch of the Arizona Cowboys game. What we say last Thursday, the Cowboys are undisciplined. They lead the league in offensive holding calls. Guess how many penalties they had yesterday?
14.
14 penalties.
I know.
They led the league, second to last in the league, right behind the Raiders, or right ahead of the Raiders when it comes to penalties per game. It played out perfect. I said, this team is too sloppy.
Bonte, first play of the game, DeMarcus Lawrence lined up.
Jumps offsides.
Yeah, and he was offsides all game.
He was offsides all game.
And then Alex Mack is lucky to have a neck and a head today. I can't tell you how many hands to the face. That's the thing. I don't want to hear any crying from the Cowboy fans. Niners got job. When have you ever seen a spot of ball reversed with no conclusive evidence? Gene Salvatore was on the take last night on the broadcast. I'm saying there's no way you can overturn. There is no data. There's no video. There's no evidence to overturn that 3rd and 10 first down, and yet they do. And then what do the Niners do? They run a quarterback sneak, and they got a little fancy there, moving Trent Williams over, and Jimmy can't wait the 1 second to let not even the millisecond. And
no, focus on the positive.
God.
We're gonna get to that.
I know, but Bonte almost died.
But listen.
And also, they ruined the clock on that play. Debo was knocked down at 1:13. They basically stole 10 seconds off the clock. Somebody from the Cowboy fans need to Google that. I have the whole screenshotted scene, play by play. We got screwed out of 13 seconds.
Well, you know what? It is what it is. It makes it that much sweeter. Look, you're on the road. You're in Texas. It's Jerry's World.
Great win.
You're not getting any calls. But the two things that I spotted out with this Cowboys team. First of all, 6-0 in the NFC East. They're now 6-6 outside of the NFC East. They average 40 points a game against the NFC East. They average 25 against the rest of the league. They are undisciplined. Again, penalties, offensive holdings, jumping off sides, pre-snap penalties, all that stuff. That is a sloppy football team. Number 2, they don't like physicality.
No.
When the Niners came down in the opening drive, 7 plays, 75 yards, and have 4 straight plays of 10-plus yards, and sitting there watching those Cowboy fans cower in their seats saying, oh, they are physical. Oh, they are a bully. Oh, I don't think we really want to tackle these guys.
No.
We don't want to tackle these guys. It played out like I thought it would play out. The Cowboys are frauds. They're fraudulent. And let them go into the offseason thinking about who's going to coach their little football team, who's going to quarterback their little football team, whether or not Zeke is out of shape or not. Who gives a damn? Who cares about the Cowboys anymore? They're done. They're finished.
When they ran...
Stick a fork in the Cowboys and everybody in Dallas, Texas. I'm telling you, Texas, I'm laughing at you. All year long, you're done. You're has-beens, you're wannabes, and you still don't know what the third round tastes like. You don't know what the third round. Wild card weekend is your weekend. Let's just call it the Cowboy Invitational. And after that, you're done. You're done. You don't know what NFC Championships, because I'm so sick of them. They talked so much trash last week. I was trying to just be cool in my seats. Guy sitting behind me said, hey, what's your name, buddy? Nice to meet you. I'm going to talk all day long. What guy? I'm going to be talking to you all night long. Then there's a Pakistani guy with his family at 4. He said, hey, buddy, you from California? We're a second-half team. You better get up big. I said, oh, okay. That's what we're doing? So turn me up then. Turn me up. 888-957-9570. I'm on a high right now. Bang, bang, Niner gang. I don't even know who I am right now. I'm on 3 hours of sleep, Niner fans, but I had to make it for you guys today. This is appointment radio today.
When they ran a hook and ladder in the first half, I said they are so desperate.
Oh, desperate.
So desperate. I knew right then and there. Also, Nick Bosa, let's hope he's okay. Seeing his dad celebrate with everyone was awesome in the tunnel. When I seen Nick Bosa dominating Lyle Collins and Tyron Smith early on, I was like, we got him. We got him. He was caving in the offensive line. Arden Key literally was being tackled on multiple 6 pressures from Eric Armstead. Are you kidding me?
Eric Armstead maybe had his best game as a 49er.
I'm telling you right now, this defense and DeMeco Ryans and his mixing it up. How about DeMeco Ryans like chest bumping dudes on the sidelines? His inner Robert Saleh coming out.
It was great.
Bonte, I'm telling you, that is an all-time type of a win for the 49ers. It's one of those ones, Jed tweeted it out, for Dwight Clark, for my Uncle Eddie.
D.
You know what? That was for the generations of Niner fans that have had to suffer through the misery of looking at Cowboy fans stunting their face. And for all the people raising young 49er fans right now, how sweet was that for your kids and for young people like John Curley to get a taste of Cowboys Niners? Just a little taste.
Shasky.
And the whining, the crying.
Who cares about the whining?
No, I love it.
Whine.
I love it. I want to lick their tears today.
I wish you were there with me.
I didn't need to be. I was
down there solo bolo. I wish you were there with me.
And your jersey looked hard, though.
Thanks for the custom jersey.
Come on.
With the hill on it.
Come on, dog.
Dude, I went out there and I was feeling myself.
How many compliments?
Oh, I was feeling myself. It was the jacket and the jersey. It's like, where'd you get that jacket? Nobody had that jacket in the stands. Nobody had that jacket. I had to make a game time decision. And then the lucky gold hat. I noticed my lucky gold 49er hat. Yeah. I've been rocking that during victories.
Yeah.
I looked at it. I had the trucker. I had a couple other hats.
I've been wearing this lid lately.
And I said, you know what? I'm going with the gold. I'm going with the gold. And I went out there solo bolo, and it was nothing but roasters. It was nothing but Niner fans. I'm looking at people from the section. They're pointing. Is that Hill? Hey, Bonte, 6 in the morning, baby. They're like literally pointing at me during the game. And I was turned up, Shasky. It was turn up time. I'm telling you. The experience, if you're at Jerry's World yesterday, give me a call. 888-957-9570. If you're on your couch screaming like Shasky, give me a call.
Hold on. Was that the longest final minute of a game in the history of games?
It was the longest fourth quarter. It was the longest fourth quarter. It was the longest fourth quarter.
My heart almost stopped. I thought we won the game 5 times.
Well,
I thought we were going to lose the game 5 times.
Dude, when Jimmy threw the pick,
oh my God, when
Jimmy threw the pick, I said, we'll get to the video today. We'll get to all that coming up here on the morning roast.
You just can't throw that pick. Dude, you just can't throw that pick. I love them, but God.
Y'all know the drill on Mondays.
Where are they?
Oh, they're lining up.
Okay.
They're lining up. The roasters are lining up. The bat signal's out. 888-957-9570. Niner Nick right now in Dallas. He's still in Dallas. He's tweeting. He's listening to the roast at DFW, Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. I'm telling you, it's lit right now. You cannot turn me down. You cannot turn me down right now, Shasky. I'm so fired up. 888-957-9570. Oh, we gonna talk that talk all morning long, and it's gonna be so sweet. We gonna get into everything. We blowing through breaks. I don't care today. I don't care today, Lutman. We're blowing through breaks. 888-957-9570. Turn us up. I see everybody. The lines are lit up. Text lines booming. Roasters on YouTube and Twitch. You cannot turn me down. You cannot turn Shasky down today. It's going to be high energy all show long. Then I'll sleep for 15 hours afterwards. All right, what's coming up on the game brought to you by MB Jesse Painting. Are you a commercial property owner or manager working on 2022 painting plans? MB Jesse Painting offers full repaints, maintenance painting, carpentry, wood rot repairs. Why wait?
Do they do curtains?
I don't know.
Because they need curtains at Jerry's World.
No, they need a lot. Call 855 MB Jesse today or online at mbjesse.com.
I'm Trista Crick with BetQL. You want to beat the books?
It's pretty bad.
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind. Babbel's conversation-based method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
No matter your learning style or experience level, Babbel has lessons designed for you that will get you speaking quickly and confidently.
I tried learning Spanish before, but I couldn't stick with it until I found Babbel.
There's no easier way to learn another language.
Ahora hablamos español.
He just said, now we speak Spanish.
I can't wait to use our new language skills on our upcoming adventures.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
The game's over as they keep him in bounds. Dak has to get this out of bounds or he's taking a shot to the end zone. This is scary because I would take a shot to the end zone here when they're in the sideline defense because you actually can hold on to the ball. You need someone, San Francisco, to get to the quarterback here.
Prescott takes off running the football. Whoa, I don't think this is going to work out.
It will. They'll be able to clock this. They would plan for it. It's down. Oh, my gosh.
The official gets in the way. The game's over. The game is over.
Oh, he did.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
And just like that, the game is over. Niners win 23-17. They'll advance to take on the Green Bay Packers Saturday night. Kickoff at 5:15 West Coast time. The Niners go down to Jerry's World. And the Cowboys here at the end of the game. Interesting play call. 14 seconds left.
Interesting.
14 seconds left, and they run a quarterback draw with no timeouts. No timeouts. They run a quarterback draw, try to get closer. Dak slides. Look, you can't count on the official to get there.
You have to calculate the official.
Hold on, Chasky, let me finish. The official has to get there, spot the ball. You cannot calculate saying, okay, we're going to be able to spike it or down it here, and the official's going to be there right on time.
Look, that's my point. You have to calculate that there's going to be human error of the official. All game they had problems spotting the ball.
It's not even a human error. That's what the officials do. I see that all the time.
Clunky.
And
it's clunky.
If you don't head the ball to the referee, that's what's going to happen.
Yes.
You can't count on that. So for Cowboys like Dak Prescott, like Mike McCarthy, for all those Cowboy fans, including Tony Romo, who's in the booth, and we'll get to him in a little bit, it shouldn't have come down to that. You shouldn't have run that play. You can't count on the official being there right on time to down the ball. We see that all the time. That's on you guys for running the quarterback draw in the middle of the field with no timeouts and 14 seconds left.
It's exactly
you outsmarted yourself.
It's exactly it. And I actually think Alshire deserves credit for hitting Dak Prescott there and getting on him a little. Again, every little tiny second you have to calculate for. If Peyton Manning and Eli Manning were doing the Manning cast, do you think that they would have been mad at the official? Yes, but they also would have said, you in your brain have to understand, hey, if the official doesn't get here in time, I'm not going to be able to spike this ball. Like, to me, you cannot run that play in that situation.
No.
I like the idea, but the fact that you kept running, you should have got down earlier, number one. And number two, like, you can't run that in the middle of the field.
No, that was silly. That's silly. Let's get to the lines.
I'm sorry. I have zero empathy for
957. No, I do too. The fact that people are saying that they got jobbed for one more play.
Shut up.
You're lucky that the game came down to one more play. You're lucky to get your asses blown out of the stadium. If we're keeping it a buck, the Niners should have been up 17-0 off the rip. Too much Robbie Gold for my taste yesterday. Too much Robbie Gold. Let's go to Akil in Dublin. Akil, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast here on 85.7 The Game.
Yo, man. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Happy win, man. I almost had a heartbreak last night, dude.
That's unreal.
The two things I want to say. Number one, looking at Twitter and everything, people wondering where's George Kittle. George Kittle was there. Some of the blocks he was laying out on the Cowboys was sick. George Kittle is a better blocker than 99% of offensive linemen in the league, hands down.
Yep.
Love the guy. If he's not going to be open in the receiving game, he's going to be laying dudes out. And second, Cowboy fans, what you should be worried about right now is why did Mike McCarthy get hired as your head coach?
Thank you.
He only won one Super Bowl because Aaron Rodgers and that Packers defense that year were playing out of their mind. That's the only reason. After the Packers regressed a little bit, Mike McCarthy, as much as talent as the Cowboys have, he can't do anything with them. He plays in a weak division. The NFC East sucks. And the Cowboys losing proves that the NFC East as a whole, they don't belong in the playoffs. So I'm pumped up on to Green Bay. I think we can beat Green Bay in Lambeau, guys.
No doubt. No doubt. Thanks for the call, Akil. We'll get to Green Bay because I believe it could be Aaron Rodgers' last game in a Green Bay Packer uniform too, but we'll get there. We'll get there. We're a long way away from that. Let's celebrate this victory from yesterday. Look, he brought up George Kittle about the run blocks, and that was great. But I need more George Kittle in the passing game. I need more targets for George Kittle. I can notice the Cowboys are shadowing him. Yeah. There's a couple plays that they wanted to go to George Kittle. Wasn't there. I need more George Kittle in the pass game.
I'm with you on that one, 100%. I just need him to touch the ball early and run someone over just to kind of like set the tone. I will say this. Him and Juszczyk, it's not just like a pancake block. Their ability to get out in space and just get in front of a guy, I call it setting a screen, where you're literally just in front of him and you don't even have to pancake him. You just make that guy move just enough to open the window up for Elijah and Deebo Samuel. They did a great job on the outside, on the edges. They weren't running for big efficiency, but then when they would cut back to the inside on the traps and some of the inside stuff, they were gashing them. Gashing them between the tackles.
Even on the first touchdown run with Elijah Mitchell, you saw Brandon Ayuk with a nice block on Micah Parsons. To what you talk about, you don't need to pancake him, but you get just enough of him to create a lane for your running back to get yards. So you saw a lot of that yesterday on the edges. Warner, Kittle, Juszczyk, even the wide receivers of the 49ers.
I thought Alex Mack maybe the game of his life.
Alex Mack was incredible. He was incredible yesterday. Let's go to Jay in Tahoe. Jay in Tahoe. You're on the morning roast. What's up, Jay? Jay, what's happening? Come on, Lubman. Let's go. Jay in Tahoe.
Happy MLK Day. You guys rock.
What's up, baby? How you doing? You're on the morning roast.
Yeah, hopefully I'm coming through. I'm up in Tahoe.
What do you got?
I can't believe Tony Romo's commentary.
Oh, this is the worst.
Tony Romo commentary. It was horrible.
Hey, well, what did you expect? That's why I wanted Buck and Aikman. Thanks for the call, Jay. Thanks for the call.
He was crying at the end of that game. Crying.
Hey, let him keep crying. Cruiser to San Jose. Cruiser, what's happening? You're on the morning roast here on 95.7 The Game.
My brothers, good morning. I woke up to be with y'all. I got to be part of this. Jeez. Such a great game. Oh, rivalry renewed. Love it. Hey, Jay and Tahoe stole my thunder, but yeah, man. You know, Tony Romo was pretty much the one thing that ruined it for me because, I mean, at first you start off okay, but towards the end you could tell he was just trying to talk something into existence. I understand if you're going to offer different scenarios, but come on, he was basically trying to whisper the game into a win for the Cowboys, and that was so annoying. You know, Aikman should have been there. He was directly involved in the rivalry back in the day. He's part of what made it so great and frustrating. But you know what? If that's the worst of it, I'll take it because, we got that W. Cowboys-Niners in the playoffs is the best game for the league. Let's be real. Let's just savor this, guys. Let's just savor this. I love it. Go Niners all the way.
Bonte, I got to say that that game, the ending was absolutely iconic. From a Niner perspective, I don't want to hear anything about Cowboy fans crying about the officials. That was a first down. There was no video conclusive evidence when you grind.
Debo?
It was a first down.
No, but you know what? His knee was down.
Bonte,
that was short. He was short.
Was no. You did not see where the tip of the ball was. Once you say on the field, that's a first down. To overturn it, it has to be inconclusive. That's the word. That is the definition.
I thought they got it right.
I don't think they did.
Got it right. I thought they got it right. 4th and inches, you got to convert the quarterback sneak and get set. It looked like his knee was down.
It looked like the middle of the ball. It looked like the tip of the ball was crossed the line where that little arrow was. To me, you cannot move it back.
I can't agree with you there. It looks short. Excuse me, Jesse in Richmond. Jesse, what's happening?
How many times did they overturn that in the history of the NFL?
A lot.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Good.
Go Niners. Hey, I just want to talk about Garoppolo. I'm a Jimmy fan. I mean, I support him, but we need a perfect game out of him. We need 100% of a game and not 75 throwing that pick.
That pick was just you just can't turn it over right there on that spot of the field. But the other part of this is, guys, the playoffs are hard. Like, you're going to turn the ball over, unfortunately.
No, you're not. The best teams don't turn it over.
Bonte.
Best teams don't turn it over. I get it.
In playoff games, it just you do turn it over, unfortunately. Like, that's what happens. I'm with you. The quarterback can't just airmail one into the middle of the field. We were lucky there wasn't 4 or 5 picks. How many deflections and bounce-ups were there on both sides?
I thought for the most part, Jimmy played a clean game. I thought
first half was really good.
I thought for the most
part.
We'll get to Jimmy in a little bit. What's coming up here, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, more of your phone calls, 888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. What's your big takeaway from yesterday? Niners beat the Cowboys 23-17. They move on to take on the Green Bay Packers.
Robert Johnson, Veritas Funding in Walnut Creek, California, talking about mortgage.
Johnson.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Jim Nance, Tony Romo on the call for CBS Sports. That was on the Cowboys' second to last possession. 4th and 11. Niners had declined the penalty. Remember,
it would have been 4th and 25. 3rd and 25.
3rd and 25, 3rd and 22, something like that. But they declined the penalty, so it's 4th and 11, and Dak Prescott facing a zero blitz. You saw Jimmy Ward blitz there.
Loved it.
It was great. He throws it up. Cedric Wilson had shot at it, but it falls incomplete. Niners win. They advance in what was a wild card game. It played out. I mean, I thought the game would be close. I thought it'd be a classic, but not in that fashion. It was unbelievable theater. If you're at Jerry's World, give us a call. If you're back here in the Bay Area watching, how did it feel? Because I tell you right now, my seat, Shasky, I had a heart attack 5 different times in the fourth quarter. I was stressed out. I was stressing.
Everyone was.
I was thinking to myself, why did I post a video on Twitter? Why was I talking trash? I jinxed myself. I said, I'm wearing a Cowboys jersey to Chase Center on Tuesday. I lost my voice for this, to go out like this. But the Niners hold on strong. And look, resiliency and roller coasters. Yeah. There's an amusement park about 5 minutes away from Jerry's World, just like Levi Stadium. You got Great America.
Yeah.
They got their own little amusement park. But that's the 49er way this year, Sasky. It's going to be a roller coaster ride. Nothing's going to be easy, but they found a way to win 8 of their last 10 games, and the last 2 in such dramatic fashion.
This segment is presented by Golden State Lumber and Building Materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Jimmy Garoppolo. I thought Jimmy was really good in the first half. There was a couple of plays that were blown dead, false starts and stuff. It looked like he was going to scramble, move around. He made a throw early in the game on 3rd down to the out to Jennings. Jennings, by the way, has been, I mean, we can't talk enough about Jennings. He has 27 catches this year. 23 have been a touchdown or a first down. Jennings has been outstanding. He made a catch along the sidelines. It was Jimmy's best throw of the game. Just absolute.
It was early in the game.
Absolute dime on 3rd down to get them in position to get a field goal. I know everyone's like, yeah, he should be up 21-0. They scored the first possession. It was a clinical drive. Boom, get on down.
7 plays, 75 yards.
Some of their own infractions cost them and kind of negated their drive and just stalled them out. But I got to give the team credit. 3rd and long, they chip away and they get themselves in position to kick a long field goal. And Robbie Gould came through. I mean, you're up 16-7, I think at halftime.
16-7.
And I don't know about you guys. I'm thinking to myself, like, I'll take it. I know everyone's like, I want 24. You're not going to score touchdowns on every possessions in the playoffs. Yes, I would like to punch in more of them, but like when you have self-inflicted wounds, a holding, a false start, we got to clean those things up. You got to clean them up. And I know that the atmosphere was absolutely ruckus. I just go back to what they did in the trenches: defensive line, offensive line, and to me, that was where the game was won and lost. It was incredible performance by both lines of the Niners.
Yeah, it should have been up 17-0. It's all good. We could be picky if we want to, but and this is again, when you break down the Dallas Cowboys this year, warned you all week. They don't like physicality. Number one, the Cowboys don't like physicality. Niners are the more physical football team, which is why Michael Irvin was moaning and groaning about this matchup. All right?
I've been moaning and groaning.
That's why, because the Niners are a bully. And that's why Michael Parsons was out there talking out of character saying, in Harrisburg, PA, bullies get bullied. Well, not this bully. Number 2, I told you how sloppy the Cowboys are. Not just sloppy when it comes to passing the football, but pre-snap penalties. They had 6 pre-snap penalties yesterday.
Could have been more.
Should have been more.
I thought they lined up offsides on multiple occasions in the fourth quarter that weren't called.
Pre-snap penalties, offensive holdings. They led the league in offensive holding penalties.
The play Bosa got hurt. He's getting tackled around the neck to the ground, and they don't call it.
Don't call it.
I mean, he's getting held and choked out as he's falling to the ground.
Don't call it. And then Shanahan. I thought Shanahan, he was in his bag yesterday. Shanahan was in his bag yesterday.
It wasn't a perfect performance.
It wasn't
and I know,
perfect.
I know people want the 3rd and short. Like
third and short to Debo.
I didn't like that at all.
I liked it if you're going for it on fourth down.
See, I agree with you there.
You didn't go for it on 4th down.
Yes.
Then I didn't like the call.
Yes.
There's a 3rd and 2 call where Jimmy rolls out to the left, and Jawad Jennings and Ayuk is in the same vicinity.
Across his body.
I did not like that play call at all either.
It did look like Ayuk opened up a little late and was going to be open because Diggs followed the other receiver to the sidelines. Jimmy's strength is not going to be throwing across his body to a short-sided field. Like, that's just not who he is athletically.
Yep, no doubt.
I'm with you on that. I did not like that play either.
Let's go out to the phone lines here,
But that Debo
man.
sweep?
The Debo sweep was great. And look,
his patience.
His patience was great. And you got quarterback sneak, 4th and inches. It's 4th and inches, win the game. You don't. Trent Williams just wait a second to let him get set.
I actually like that call to move Trent Williams over because it made the D-line for Dallas move just ever so subtly, and then boom, you hit him. You can't mess that up.
No, you can't mess that up. Let's go out to the lines, man. We got the heavy hitters on here.
Give it to me.
We got Robbie, we got Dre, we got Tony, we got Shaka, we got Javon. Man, we got the lineup here. 888-957-9570.
Hey, the toughness from Jimmy too. Before we go to the lines, he had blood coming all over the jersey, blood on the hand. He took some shots yesterday. I thought Jimmy wasn't perfect. The pick drove everyone nuts. You won the game on the road. You got 6 road victories as a franchise.
But
give him his love today.
Listen, they got this big win on the road. They're inventing in Green Bay.
They got to clean it up.
The Niners have yet to put together 4 quarters in a football game. I'm still waiting on that football game. Give me 4 quarters here. 4 quarters. By the way,
some dimes,
Curly, find out if we can simulcast with those clouds down in Dallas.
I don't even want to hear them today.
I want to simulcast with those clouds in Dallas. Hey, let's see if they got the kahunas to or the moxie to call us and talk, because they talked a big game last week.
Yeah.
They came in with mama jokes 2 minutes in because they had no material. And that's, you know what? Those guys at 105.3 The Fan, that's just what Texas is. They're a bunch of frauds. Texans are frauds. Listen, those guys in Texas, they cannot talk trash. They came to me, I'm telling you, Shasky, Leah, the lady who was flipping me off in the video, and her husband, we're going to talk all day long, you ugly Niner fans. Oh, that red is so ugly. We're going to talk all day long. And I said, man, that's all you got. You don't even know who you're talking to. You're barking up the wrong tree. I'm from Fillmore, California. We learn how to trash talk. It's embedded in us. It's embedded in us, Shasky. The hell?
You are on one.
Oh, man. I want to hear from those clouds. I want to through the fan. Let's go to the lines. Tony in the city. Tony, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, Bonte, I'm glad you had a good time out there, man. But no matter what and how bad the broadcast was, when we walk away with a win, I'm happy. So I don't even care.
But
let's talk about how and let's talk about how we ended up on the right side of the ref's hustle, because we were on the wrong side of that when they were trying to spot the ball for Aaron Rodgers.
Unreal.
But look, this is how it is, man. It was unreal, right? And Dak needs to know better. And that's just conducive of who Mike McCarthy is. Bad clock management, and it happened to kill them in the playoffs. But this was a cardio game for me. Like 15 times, for goodness sake. We should have won it. We cleaned up the details. We played for no Jimmy O-Nos, and we got this. Our type of football is conducive and travels perfectly for a playoff game. So let's go. Let's go. And how about them Cowboys?
I love it.
How about them Cowboys? Niners dominating clock. Time of possession.
Oh, they were killing it early.
Very early in the first half. They were killing it.
10 minutes to 10 and a half to 4.5.
Well, it was like 16, I thought.
Well, I don't know. That was what the end of the first quarter was.
And then 34 minutes overall for the Niners, 26 for the Cowboys. The first downs, rushing. Elijah Mitchell almost gets to 100 yards rushing.
That was a playoff performance of running, because he had 84 yards after the first contact. Bonte, the down the stretch, they got the hands to the face for automatic first down. On the third down throw, the third throw, first off, Jimmy threw a seed in the middle of the field. I thought it was pass interference on Deebo Samuel, that they could have called either one of them. They called the hands to the face, and it was a clear hands to the face. Alex Mack's helmet was up over his head on 6 straight plays. I mean, the Cowboys were so undisciplined.
No doubt. No, they're so undisciplined. You watch their games, and I'm like, okay, they're 12-5. They're scoring all these. Wait a minute. Look when they played the big boys. And that's why those clowns, when they said, our signature wins are against the Chargers, a team who didn't make the playoffs, and the Patriots, a team who's starting a rookie quarterback who got blasted and gave up a touchdown or a score on every single possession Saturday night. They told you who the Cowboys were. They're an average football team. And that's why the Cowboy Invitational every wild card weekend is going to be here to stay. They don't know what title games taste like. They don't know what Super Bowls taste like anymore. They're a has-been. They're a thing of the past. They're almost like the Celtics in the 50s and 60s, right? Going to all those NBA finals and winning all those championships. Cowboys are an afterthought. They're an afterthought. They've got 1 Super Bowl since the late 70s. They're an afterthought. They're not America's team.
And think of the way the Niners won. You did have a Jimmy no throw, okay? Then you had the turnover. You also did have special teams blunders.
Yep.
Like, let's be real. Two big blunders.
Can I say this?
And then you had Bosa get hurt and Fred Warner get hurt. You played a whole half football. So it wasn't like the Niners played a perfect game.
Let me say this. Tim Hightower might be out of a job in a few weeks.
That's on Josh Norman. It's not him. The whole team knew that was on Josh Norman. I'm not mad at Hightower.
You know what? Somebody's got to take. It's been
Josh Norman.
No, but you know what, Shasky? It's been all season long with special teams. All season long. All season long. Somebody's got to die on the sword.
I know.
Somebody's got to die on the sword. You got the roughing the passer, roughing the punter penalty right out of
I don't know what they're doing.
In Chosa. And he just came back off the whatever his name is.
I don't know what they're doing.
Dude. Tim Hightower's got to fall on the sword. I'm sorry. Somebody's got to do it. Roughing the punter, you got to tell guys, they got to know this stuff.
They should
How
have
many
already done
times
it.
are we going to see this with the special teams every single week? Tim Hightower may not have a job. He may not have a job.
See, I'm not advocating for people. Josh Norman on that play, to me, Mike Florio even said on the sidelines, they showed it over and over. They're like, every single guy knew it was a fake punt, but Josh Norman. He was one guy, and that was the one guy you could not stay with the gunner on that play. Like, it was on Josh Norman. Like, I'm not here to say that Hightower's been great all year. He has not.
Shasky,
he has not been great.
Josh
I'm not
Norman's
here to
right next to the Niners sideline.
I know.
Somebody's going to be yelling at Josh Norman.
It's Josh Norman. He's in his own world.
Get him off the damn field.
I'm with you.
Shouldn't be on the field.
I'm with you.
That's on Hightower, man.
See him again.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy Simplified. Niners beat the Cowboys 23-17. Let's go to Javon in the city. Javon,
what up, Javon?
We're going to get the Robin and Shaka in just a second. Javon, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, man? What's going on with y'all? Hey, Vontae, you look good out there at Jerry World. You know what I'm saying? With that takeover, man. I was loving seeing you out there talking your mess, dude.
Hey, we gonna talk that talk. That's what we do.
I want. You already know. I want to talk a little bit about Juwan Jennings, man. We got to get that dude his flowers now, man. He is exactly what we thought Jalen Hurd was gonna be for us.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
It's a clutch dude.
Yeah,
I'm excited about Jennings and Thomas, man. Ambry Thomas, he's been getting better every game.
Yep.
I just wanted to call him and say that, man. Juwan Jennings he gonna be a nice red zone threat for us. And you know, one more thing, I want to give a shout out to all the Dallas fans who from San Francisco who flew to Dallas to watch their favorite team get beat by their home team.
Hey, the secondary, I thought this was the best game for the secondary all year. Now, did they have good front four pressure? Absolutely. But in terms of coverage downfield,
it was great.
I thought that they had their best game. Jimmy Ward, although I wanted him to catch that pick.
That deep pass, but it was great coverage.
Tart was great. I thought Mosley was outstanding. I thought that Ambry Thomas played his heart out yesterday. I was so impressed with the coverage yesterday. How many times can you say that, Bonte? Last 2 years. The coverage was great yesterday.
The coverage was great.
God,
yesterday.
Emmanuel's back.
The coverage was great yesterday. Ambry Thomas. Look, I remember Chassis. I was like, let this kid play. The kid just needs to play. You got nothing else to lose. Let him play. Right. And the guy has gotten better with reps. And you got to get the coaching staff. You got to give John Lynch. You got to give this personnel department credit for finding this guy and developing him. And he's played in these big games. These, you're going against A.J. Brown and Julio Jones. You're going against Odell Beckham Jr. and Cooper Kupp. You're going against Amari Cooper and CeeDee Lamb and Cedric Wilson. And the guy, Ambry Thomas, is holding his own. He locked him up deep. And then he forced Amari Cooper early in that football game. You know what I love? Those tone setters for the quarterback position.
You do.
When they throw it out to the flat and the corner comes up and boom!
Tart had a couple good hits.
Tart had a good hit. But Ambry Thomas had a good hit early on. And then Amari Cooper, he alligator armed him a pass later. And I told you, he taps out. When it's a tough physical football game, Amari Cooper goes bye-bye.
Yeah.
He goes bye-bye. He don't want no part of that.
I thought Jordan Schultz was by far their most dynamic player outside of Wilson on offense. Yeah. Zeke did nothing.
Zeke was washed.
But he did have a sick block where he took out 249ers.
Well, you know what? They said Zeke has a partially torn or sprayed piece there. I don't know what excuse they made for Ezekiel Elliott. Look, Cowboy fans behind me, I said, y'all need to put Pollard in. They goes, we know. Pollard's more explosive.
He had some great kick returns. We haven't talked about the George Kittle pass to the side. Jimmy underthrows him. He has to pick it up off the ground, then fumbles, and now they blew it dead because he was an incomplete. My heart stopped 6 times on that one play.
Dude.
Jimmy, just throw it to him in the numbers.
Dude.
He short hops him, and then Kittle gets blasted. He fumbles on I was like 2 consecutive turnovers, short-sided field.
Dude.
I don't know
That
about you, but
crowd
all I kept thinking as a Niner fan, we're adults. My entire adult life, this team has let me down. They have broken my heart. That's all I kept thinking. They're going to lose this game in horrific fashion, and it's going to break my heart, and we're going to be memes.
You know what I thought?
Instead, the Cowboys became memes.
No, you know what? I thought it was going to come down to another Jimmy drive to win the game, just like last week. That's how I was thinking. Hey, it looked like a fumble. Let's go to my main man, Shaka, and then we get to Robin. Shaka first. Shaka, let's go to Shaka in Berkeley, then we get to Robin right after this. Shaka, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey man, I saw you on social media out there. You was out there talking big smack, man.
Hey, I had to do what I had to do, man. They tested me out there. They brought out the dog.
You and Shasky, I know y'all happy because y'all real San Francisco faithful, man. So I'm happy for y'all, man. I think that Bobby Thomas, he's going to be tested next week because they're playing a guy named Aaron Rodgers. I'm still riding with y'all, hoping y'all win, man. Man, but I don't know about today or tomorrow. But this morning, Monte, you was off the hook, man, when you got on the radio, bro. I'm getting off doing a night shift, but I was about to go in the house, take the garbage in. I heard you on the radio. You was going crazy, man.
Hey, man, I'm turned up right now, Shaka. I'm turned up, and you can't turn me down. You can't turn Shasky down. This is a game we've been waiting on. Shaka, you grew up. You know what this rivalry is all about. Thanks for the call, man. Thanks for the call. Hopefully you stay up with us until 9 o'clock. Look, it's big time. It's big time. Niners, Cowboys, it's big time. And the lady who's about to come on the airways knows all about it. It's Robin in the city. Robin, you're on the roast. Good morning, sweetie.
Hey, you guys. Good morning, sugars. A couple of points real quick. Bonte, that commercial with you missing the basketball rim is hilarious. I crack up every time. You got goggles on? Anyway, Shasky.
Yo.
I want to commend you and Bonte both. Yes, we can pick Jimmy G apart, but you guys really are not going there because it'll take the shine away from the win.
Exactly.
It'll set the stage for the rest of the callers to come in and get on that page. So I really like the way you guys are trying to move in a more positive direction. I know I get on you a lot, so I wanted to say that to you. I respect that. I can hear it. That's what you're trying to do. Having said that, he shouldn't have thrown that damn ball. And then second of all,
you sound like my dad.
And then I want to say this. I know, Shasky, you were so glad for the first time in your life that Jimmy actually underthrew a damn ball.
Yes.
Otherwise, it would have been a turnover. And I want to say this. Bonte, look at Kyle Shanahan when he thought Kittle fumbled that ball. He was pissed at George Kittle. Kittle came up to Shanahan. Shanahan said something to him and turned his damn head. He gave Kittle the Jimmy G treatment. Check it out. Peace out, you guys. Keep doing the good work this morning.
Thank you, Robin. Hey, Richard Hightower, excuse me, not Tim Hightower. Richard Hightower, the special teams coordinator. Thanks, 408
was
on the
Tim
Comcast
Hightower
Business text line. Yeah, for the Arizona Cardinals. Remember that?
Yeah.
Old G, Tim Hightower.
That's what he was. Well, George Kittle, look, the reality is this. He's a great blocker. But he still needs to get 2 or 3 targets every single half. I mean, like, at minimum. Like
quarter.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, in a playoff game, I understand there's probably going to be less possessions because you're going to suck the air out of the ball. But, like, man, it's just, I'd like to see him get involved because he is a matchup nightmare. And Shanahan yesterday, I mean, he had no patience for anybody. No. And I don't blame him.
You know
when
what?
it was 4th and 1 and he punted it away, I know a lot of 49ers like, go for it. They're like screaming and yelling.
No.
I understand after almost turning it over with George Kittle, actually, you did turn it over with the Jimmy Garoppolo interception. I kind of felt it. And here's the other thing. You got to understand that your defense right now is humming.
Yep.
The defense is, at that point in the game, how the game was swinging and going back and forth. I had more faith in the defense stopping Dak and them than the Niners getting 1 yard. And I know they're built to get 1 yard, but they weren't in that moment of that game. So I'm not mad at Shanahan for that.
888-957-9570. Give us your thoughts on yesterday's game. And to reply to you and what you just had to say, Shasky, I'm not mad at Shanahan about that either. He had to do what he had to do yesterday.
And he won.
He had to do what he had to do yesterday. I thought he was in that. Shanahan, when I was watching that game, he was the least of my worries. There's a couple nitpicks. The 3rd and 2 Anquan Bolden run.
Yeah,
you don't go for it, but you got the points.
Yeah.
All right, you got the points. I'm cool with that. Couple calls here and there. Wasn't thrilled with. But you know what? When Jimmy threw that pick, I get it. You got to dial it down because Jimmy all of a sudden, hair's on fire.
Yeah.
Crowd's going crazy. White towels getting waved.
Missed Ayuk, it was like,
oh, Shasky.
Just take a little off of it.
Dude. Oh.
He's wide open.
Oh.
They were killing Diggs with double moves.
What we say.
Killing
Diggs. We say
Diggs.
last week.
Ayuk, by the way, Ayuk had some big boy plays.
So,
how about the one on the sideline where he stretches out and gets the first down?
And he showed all hands.
So
sick. It was
sick.
all hands. Diggs has 11 interceptions. Gave up the most yards all season and the most yak yards at quarterback. He got hit with that double move. I thought one of the best plays of the game was when Jimmy rolled out right on the play action pass. Ayuk was coming across on the cross, on the crosser. Actually, it was second quarter. Second quarter because Cowboys had just scored with Amari Cooper. It was 10-7.
Yeah.
Niners get the ball. First play action pass. Jimmy boots out to the right. Ayuk is coming on a crosser. He recognizes that, hey, I'm not open here. I'm going to turn it up. I'm going to turn the route up.
And found
he turns
a little
it up,
open spot.
And Garoppolo threw it to Ayuk, boy, and it settled everybody down. That was a huge play to get back in field goal range. They go at 16-7, and I thought it was cool to just shut down the momentum of the Cowboys because you know what the Cowboys should have done all game, which really worked for them? Was the up-tempo offense.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
Which concerns me next Saturday with the Green Bay Packers. If they go no huddle and they go up-tempo, we'll get there. But
how about when they were going to go, they'd run the fake punt, and then McCarthy is doing this song and dance where we're going to keep the formation out there. And I'm saying, Shanahan, do not call timeout. You have the right team out there. Right. It's okay. Just do not call timeout. Shanahan doesn't call timeout. They get a delay of game penalty.
Unbelievable.
What was Mike McCarthy doing? I think they got a field goal on that drive.
You know what? I think the Niners ended up calling a timeout.
No, they did not. They did not call a timeout. They got a delay of game penalty and went back. The Niners ran out their different defense.
All right.
Yeah.
I thought they called a timeout there.
They just wasted 45 seconds.
All right, what's coming up on the game brought to you by Whole Foods Market. Dre and Lamar will get you on the other side.
What a game.
888-957-9570. Give us your thoughts. The Morning Roast presented by Timeless Coffee. And boy, do I need me some Timeless today. I'm off 3 hours of sleep. What's your excuse, Roasters? 888-957-9570.
18 hours.
We're really doing this.
24 hours.
When used as directed, one spray of Microban keeps killing 99.9% of bacteria touch after touch for, up to 24 hours.
Wow.
Microban 24. The sanitizer 4 out of 5 doctors would use in their own homes. So why aren't you?
Welcome to Allstate, where you can save just by being you. DriveWise in the Allstate mobile app gives you personalized driving feedback, and by adding it to your policy, you can save for driving safe just by being yourself. Allstate. Here, better protection costs a whole lot less. You're in good hands with Allstate. Click, call, or visit allstate.com to save today.
Not available in every state. Savings based on DriveWise and other safe driving discounts. Savings vary. Subject to terms and conditions. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Juszczyk, the fullback. Mitchell, the running back. They toss it to him. Juszczyk out in front. Throws the block. Mitchell to the corner. And the 49ers take it the distance on the opening drive for the touchdown.
Wow, what an opening drive. And you're nervous right now if you're a Cowboy fan.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Nervous after the first drive, Robo? Really?
They went through him like a hot knife through butter.
It was too easy.
Clinical.
Oh, it was too easy. And that drive had me turned up. 7 plays, 75 yards.
They threw it. 4
straight plays of 10-plus yards. The wide receiver screen to Deebo Samuel. Brendan Ayuk had a big slant on that play. Jawan Jennings with the big third down catch.
That was a dime.
Dime. It was surgical. Well, and it was a Toad Center type of drive.
There's no doubt about it. I want to talk about Deebo for a second and line them up 888-957-9570. Cowboys-Niners, instant classic. Roger Craig is considered like kind of a part of the evolution of the position, right, when it comes to running back.
Yeah, first 1,000-yard rusher, first 1,000-yard receiver.
Yeah, he was a running back who could run routes like a wide receiver and had great hands. And obviously started as a fullback and then evolved into the running back position. I look at Deebo as like the reverse Roger Craig, right? He's a wide receiver who's damn good. I mean, an elite wide receiver. But they're using him, and he has the skill set of a running back. He's the reverse Roger Craig. And what he did yesterday on that sweep, where he just kind of, boom, and then turns on the R2 turbo button jets to get to the end zone. Is there a more fun player since Jerry Rice in the open field?
Well, let's hear that play. This came after K.Y. Williams' interception. It was 16-7 in the third quarter. Cowboys trying to find their way. Dak Prescott looking for Cedric Wilson. Cedric Wilson goes in. Dak Prescott throws it out. K.Y. Williams makes a hell of a play on the ball. Interception. And on the first play of that ensuing drive, here's what Deebo did.
Deebo follows his blockers and takes off. Inside the 10. What a run. Touchdown, San Francisco.
Jim Nantz on the call for CBS Sports. Deebo Samuel, from my vantage point in the seats, Shasky, Deebo got the sweep. I'm like, man, there's going to be nothing there. But that lane, and he cut it back, and I said, ooh, that lane is wide open. And the thing is, he doesn't look like he's the fastest, like Jerry Rice.
Exactly.
But once he gets into the open field, it is bye-bye, I'm gone. And he was gone in the end zone.
And think about how many wide receivers who are 5'11", who go across the middle, and a Van Der Esch middle linebacker, outside linebacker type has them completely stifled and still can't take them down.
They can't take him down.
Because he's as strong as an ox. The guy is just a monster. When you're like, oh, that's a 1-yard gain. Boom, 3, 4 yards, because he keeps churning and he goes forward. The guy is unreal. He's unreal.
How fitting is the name Deebo?
It's one of the great names of all time. His elbow, Bonte, when I saw the gash on his elbow, I said, that man right there was born to play football.
You know why?
Deebo.
That was a grown man game.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Nash Solomon was texting me yesterday. Our buddy Nash, former producer here at 95.7 The Game. He said, Bonte, this is a man's game.
Yes.
This ain't for the kids. This is a man's game. This is grown man football. You know what Deebo does? He plays grown man football. What a run that was to go up 23-7 and really quiet the crowd. The fans behind me, they left after that. I did not see them the rest of the game.
Oh.
Couple Cowboy fans started going for the exits.
Why? Okay, when they showed it at the beginning, when they opened the Jerry's World, everyone's like running. Is there like a standing room only section?
So let me
Why
tell
is
you.
everyone running?
So this is how they do it at Jerry's World. So they have these barricades, right? You're walking through these barricades, and then you go through the metal detectors, and they scan the ticket. Boom, you scan the ticket. So right there where you saw everybody running, there's like this big party lot out each side of the stadium.
Gotcha.
So they got the fake field, they got the Miller Lights they're selling.
It's inside?
They got music. So it's like inside of where you do your tickets. So when you rush inside, when you're standing right there outside where you're about to walk up, your ticket's already scanned. You're already good. So then people were just waiting. So I'm sitting there, right? And people were just waiting for the doors to open. They open the doors and people just start sprinting in there. They just start sprinting. I'm like, that's dangerous as hell.
Yeah, but why?
Why do they do that?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Is there a standing room only section?
There is standing room only section.
Because that's what I was thinking in my brain.
People are running to the seats, though, too.
Oh, they're
running to their seats as well.
It reminded me of like when Walmart releases PS5s and people are fighting in the streets.
Right.
Over like you said, it looked very dangerous.
No, it was dangerous. It's very dangerous. It's like, and Jerry Jones will give, I guess he doesn't care about his people, but it was like, wait, this happens every single game? So I asked fans who were there, I was like, yo, do they let people just rush in like that? I was like, yeah, both sides of the stadium. Why?
Yeah, it looks insane.
I would rather have people right there at those doors scanning the tickets to control the traffic. Instead, people were just waiting. So I thought that's what it was.
Are they serving beer outside?
They're serving beer. They got food. It's kind of like a Levi Stadium tailgate, or like the Hilton Hotel.
Yeah,
it's like the Hilton.
I was going to say that, or what they have down at AT&T Park across the street. But imagine if that was enclosed, and you scan your ticket before you go in.
Right.
So it's like a beer garden.
Right. Exactly.
Gotcha.
So it's pretty cool. I thought like, okay, this process is cool. We're all standing right there. I don't have to worry about walking in and showing my ticket. But it was, man, when I touched down Saturday night, it was 31 degrees.
Oh.
And cold.
Oh.
That wind was howling.
Yeah.
I was like, oh boy.
So you underdressed?
No, I had my jacket on. I was warm. Okay. But I kind of like that cold air to hit me, especially when you get off a flight. Yeah. I'm like, I need that cold air.
And you're hotter than steam?
Look at you. I got to bring up something, too. I think my girlfriend's listening right now, so don't hate me for this.
Just get to it. I want to hear it. I can't wait.
But it was about 55 degrees yesterday. About 55 degrees.
Perfect.
So let me say.
Weather.
So I'm in the stadium, right? I get in the stadium about an hour early.
Yeah, you got a personalized custom jersey that you had to come by and swoop up, and it looks so hard.
It looks so hard.
Come on, admit it looks so hard.
It felt so hard. It felt fresh, right? So I'm in there watching, and I'm watching the pregame warm-ups, and we're watching the Tampa Bay Philly game. By the way, Philly got stomped.
They had opportunities. They just didn't capitalize on any of them.
Yeah, they weren't going to win that game. So next thing you know, it's about 30 minutes, right? Dak's getting fired up. You see the Niners run off the field, so you're like, okay, it's about to be kickoff, man. The game's finally here. JB and the boys about to send it to Arlington. Romo dancing, sold and popping. I got to say, man, the Cowboy cheerleaders, let me say this about them. It is next level.
How?
Their dance routine when they got out there.
Thank you, Janet.
I'm telling you, I'm a sucker for all that. Are they on beat?
Yeah.
Do they have the right steps?
Did you bring binoculars?
No, I did not bring binoculars. I did not. No, it wasn't even about that. I love good choreography. I love that stuff.
Yeah?
You know what I'm saying?
Step Team Bonte.
Dude, I'm serious, man. They set a tone that I was like, oh, yeah, everything's bigger in Texas, right? Dude, it was the beat, the music, the way they waved the pom-poms, the step-throughs, the leg kicks, everything. I said, oh, no wonder they're so hyped up. And I was like, I'm looking around, and people were just like into it. So, look, there's the Raiderettes, and there's the Cowboy cheerleaders.
And the Laker girls.
The Laker girls. I've never seen the Laker girls.
Well, aren't they like, the gold standard?
I don't know. I thought the Cowboy cheerleaders were the gold standards.
You're probably right. I thought for some reason in my mind the Laker girls were higher on the hierarchy.
But what I've seen, the Cowboy cheerleaders and the Raiderettes, they're the best in the business.
Okay.
Hands down.
Okay.
Hands down.
All right.
They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing out there. Yeah. They practice, obviously, really, really well.
Sam
they practice hard. So let's just move on here.
This is where you got to hit me with, you don't got to watch the film. I watched the film, Shasky.
Dude, I'm telling you.
All on the cheerleaders.
Dude, I'm telling you. They obviously practice 5 days a week. I mean, I was like, damn, they're good. They're really, really good. Beyonce would be proud.
A lot of FaceTime calls from me yesterday from people at the venue. One from you, got one from Niner Nick. Nothing from Guru. So I don't know if he's calling in sick today or what.
I FaceTimed Guru 4 times yesterday. And then finally he picked up after the game.
Yeah? Did he have sunglasses on?
No, he did not have sunglasses on, but the light wasn't on. He was sitting next to me, his lovely wife. And, he was just saying, man, Dak got to go. McCarthy got to go.
He has like 4 Dak jerseys.
I know. How about can we flip his video and play it for the folks?
Oh, yeah, please.
Can you get that sound?
Please. That was like a WWE Cup promo. He waited till Friday, 5 o'clock. What a news dump, by the way. I mean, prototype
got
news
off
dump.
the air.
Yeah, tell people what happened.
Yeah, so Guru, to duck all the drive-bys he would have gotten had he released his video on Monday. The playmaker Michael overjoyed Steiny Guru 12:30 Friday. It was great.
Yeah.
Guru was ecstatic.
Yeah.
He was happy. It's his favorite cowboy. So he waits till about 3 o'clock Friday.
Big shocker that Michael Irvin's his favorite cowboy.
Yeah, right. It's no shot. So Michael Irvin comes on.
I love Guru.
3 o'clock Friday afternoon. I get alerts on Twitter. And it's Guru and the camera calling out Shasky and I.
It was
I've held it long enough.
Yes.
I held it long enough. So when we roll that sound in, we're gonna play it for everybody. And it was just like, oh, I can't even be mad at it.
But everybody has that one cowboy fan in their life who is Guru and like is just flamboyantly annoying. Right? They just shove the Cowboys down your throat.
No doubt.
Right? If you have a big house party, it could be the Niners and the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. Isn't there always one Cowboy fan who shows up?
Always one.
Always.
It's always one.
It's why yesterday was so sweet. The 8th installment, they're now 3-5 against the Cowboys in the playoffs. We're getting closer, baby. Let's go.
Closer. We're getting closer. All right, let's I'm getting in trouble for the cheerleader, sir. I'm serious, man. Like what's wrong with me saying that? What's wrong with me saying that?
You're
People got a problem
talent
with
assessor.
I am a talent assessor.
Yeah.
That's what I do. I scout. I have opinions.
So they kept showing Jerry Jones in the booth last night. Not much John Lynch. I don't know if I saw
He was
him.
on the field, though. I saw John Lynch on the field.
Because I didn't see him during the broadcast.
Yeah.
Jerry looks really old.
Yeah,
He's getting up there.
He is getting up there.
He's getting up there, man.
He is.
And boy, to see them lose.
I told you, I love watching Jerry Jones lose.
It was
and then
great.
I love hearing Jerry Jones after the game said, this is a really talented team, and you just can't waste talent like that. This is a massively.
Yeah, that's when he's licking Scott Tenorman's face right there.
Dude, he was just talking about how disappointing the loss was.
Because you know what it reminded me of? It was like he was the king in Gladiator, and he was going to go either thumbs up or thumbs down on Mike McCarthy and his staff. Clearly, it's thumbs down.
Thumbs down. Let's go to Trey Lamore.
Cowboys, 11 straight playoff appearances, yet to meet the conference finals.
What was that? The Cowboy Invitational.
How about them boys?
How about them?
How about the boys?
Losers.
How about them boys? How about them boys?
How about the
thing I
boys?
did was turn on my phone, and I heard you, Bonte, going off on a rant about them boys and the punks that they are, and their fans, and the punks, and the losers that we've known all along. And welcome to the club. I've seen 2 NFC Championship games myself. Thank you for going, Bonte, and representing. I love it, my man.
I had to do what I had to do. Now,
did you almost have a heart attack like me, Dre? I had like 7 heart attacks in the final 3 minutes.
The final 3 minutes lasted an eternity. I do not believe the calls they were making. But I got to tell you guys one thing. I was at the 92 NFC Championship game, January 93, where they called some BS calls. And the first drive where Mitchell got that touchdown, last week they called a holding on Ayuk on the same way. He was grabbing the wide receiver's pads. And when they let it go, I knew they were going to call it down the middle.
Yep.
They could call whatever they want at the end of the game, but as long as they called it down the middle, the rest of the game, the Niners are the better team. The better team won. I'm listening to my favorite guys on the radio. I'm smiling. I'm happy. Thank you guys for bringing the love into my heart and all our Niner fans.
No doubt.
You guys rock. Our Niners rock.
Thanks, Dre. Thanks, Dre. And before we get to the lines again, Nick, Cade, Antonio, I see you guys. We'll get to you in just a second here. 888-957-9570. Niners beat the Cowboys. What's your big takeaway from yesterday? Who's the MVP?
I'll tell you.
If you had a game ball to give one, if you had 2, I'll give you 2 game balls.
Yeah, good.
Who's your game balls?
Number 1, Emmanuel Mosley. Okay. Emmanuel Mosley's not going to get a lot of love this week. I thought he played outstanding football yesterday against a dynamic wide receiver core. Number 2, it's Deebo Samuel. He had one 26-yard run. One. He ran for 76. Also caught a couple of passes. Zeke Elliott had 31 rushing yards on 12 carries, okay? So Deebo had one 26-yard run, and Zeke had 31 yards rushing all game. I'm going to say that again. The wide receiver had 26-yard run, one of them, just one of those of his 76 yards on the ground. and Zeke had 31. Deebo Samuel's been an absolute monster. The real game balls, though, like, because you're going to individuals, units, offensive, defensive line. That's where this game was won, in the trenches.
So my 2 game balls would go to, one would go to Eric Armstead.
He was awesome.
I think Eric Armstead maybe had his best game as a 49er. I want to give DJ Jones
He played out of his mind. He was getting held all game.
DJ Jones should be getting all pro votes. That's how dominant he's been this year in the middle.
Yes.
He's stepped up big time for Javon Kinlaw. But Eric Armstead, I'm going to give him a game ball. I've been really hard on Eric Armstead over the years. I have.
6 pressures yesterday.
The guy has been unbelievable down the stretch.
With no Bosa.
No Bosa. He was unbelievable. He stepped up without Bosa.
Agreed.
That was grown man football by Eric Armstead yesterday. So I'm going to give him a game ball. I'm also going to give Elijah Mitchell a game ball.
Oh, I love that kid.
He ran with physicality.
My guy.
And he did not fumble.
85 yards after contact.
Did not fumble.
Of the
yesterday.
97.
Did not fumble at all. So I'm going to give Elijah Mitchell, Eric Armstead game balls there. But you're right. The game's one of the trenches, and we know the Cowboys are punks. They don't like physical football. That's not how they roll. They like the finesse game. And when you make them one-dimensional, these are the results you get. 23 and 43 for Dak Prescott. They were one-dimensional. You can't win like that in the playoffs.
How many times did he just throw it? I don't even know if it was Aaron. I thought it was on purpose because the coverage was so good and the pressure was coming. He threw short. He threw long. He was off all day. Yeah. That, to me, is a byproduct of pressure and coverage.
Pressure.
I thought DeMeco Ryans had his finest game of the year in terms of mixing up the coverages.
Yep, no doubt. Here's Daryl the Guru Johnson, because a lot of people are asking about the clouds for 105.3 The Fan. I'm like, should I call them clouds, jabronis?
I don't even care about them. They're irrelevant in my life.
Well, they talked that money game, and I was waiting for the Venmo. They weren't about that life.
Yeah,
they were all that. They were
when
all
you're from
chirping.
New Jersey, then you move to Texas, you probably don't have loyalty in the soil.
So forget those Cowboy fans. Here's Guru Friday. Friday after the show.
Yeah, 4
when he knew he had no
news dump.
airtime.
Yep.
Yeah. Here's what Guru said Friday, taking a shot at Shasky and I.
I've been holding it in all week, guys. Bonte, I hope you have a great flight, but I also hope you have the worst experience of your life in Dallas. So you know what that means. You see what I'm wearing. You see the star. Shasky, I want to go back to the playoffs. Well, guess what, my friend? You are in the playoffs. I hope it's short-lived, and I hope by Sunday night you two are hurt like it ain't no tomorrow. I talked to my guy, Michael, the playmaker, Irvin. I'm fired up. So let's go, Dallas. Let's go. It starts now, Dak. Let's go.
It starts now, and it ends now.
The best part about that whole thing is I wanted him at the end to be like, I'll see you, brother, in WrestleMania in 3 weeks. It was such a good promo.
It was.
I love Guru.
Shasky, I want to go back to the playoffs. It was so
I also
good.
hope you have the worst trip of your life.
How about his wife just sitting at the kitchen table in the background like nothing's happening?
Hey, I love his wife.
Happening.
When me and my dad went up there to shoot Elevate Your Tailgate, she made the best sweet tea we've ever had. My dad loves his sweet tea.
Dude, it was great.
Love Mia.
It was great. By the way, your pops, how's he feeling right now?
Oh, I got to read some of his texts. I gave my phone to Curly because we ordered burritos.
All right.
My dad losing his mind. No, Jimmy, no. And then the fake punt. I knew the fake punt was coming.
Everybody
we all
did.
knew the fake punt was coming. He was losing his mind. And then at the end, thank God. That's it. Just thank God.
Oh, man. You know what? I'm off 3 hours of sleep, and it felt like I got 10. I feel so good right now. 888-957-957.
But when Jimmy floated that pass, Bonte, everyone in 49er country was like, "Oh my God!"
So let me.
Oh my God!
Let me set the scene.
23-10, I think was the score.
Can I set the scene inside the stadium? So McCarthy,
I almost threw up.
McCarthy kicks the field goal, right?
Yes.
Which Cowboy fans were booing. They were booing. We still need 2 possessions. So Jimmy on that play, Trent Sherfield actually is kind of open.
Mm-hmm.
And he airmails him, he throws the pick. I instantly duck my head and go, oh no. Because I just sent out the video because Nahegan, our program director, Bonte, I don't hear you. So I'm already 4 or 5 beers deep. I'm loaded. I'm feeling good. I said, you know what? Let me do it right now.
You got to wait till double zeros, bro.
I know. I usually do. I'm usually good about that stuff. I had to flex. I had to flex, right?
Was that the Xfinity flex moment of Sunday?
It may have been. It was. That was good. It was a flex. I had to flex, Shasky.
You are part as white as I am and part as red as the 49er jersey right now. You are working on fumes right now.
No, I'm fired up, man. I got a full tank of gas,
burrito's going to breathe life back into you.
I got a full tank of gas,
By the way, what's the over-under on Curly actually getting this burrito?
Dude, yeah, I know, right? He's already got him.
Oh, my God, he's got him!
I've got the Gatorade. I've got the water. I bought a Monster Energy drink. I haven't drank a Monster Energy drink in 10 years.
Ed Orgeron?
I haven't even cracked it yet. It's like the last resort.
Where'd
it's
you
like
go,
the last
7-Eleven
resort.
this morning?
No, I went to our kitchen.
Oh,
our
you went to
kitchen
the
has
kitchen.
liquids, yeah.
Oh.
Company kitchen, baby.
Oh, they restocked it.
They restocked.
It's been so long since I went in there.
When Jimmy threw that pick.
Oh, dude.
The towel started waving. It got loud. And then, boom, Dak to CD. It was boom, Dak to Cooper. And then it was to CD to get inside the 10-yard line. And then Dak runs it in, and it's 23-17. And I'm thinking to myself, oh, no.
That's all I kept thinking about. We're gonna lose this in heartbreaking fashion because all my adult life, all the Niners do is break my heart at the altar. That's what they do.
Honestly, I thought it was going to be a sad flight. I thought right then and there, I said, it's going to be a sad flight. I'm going to cry.
What did I text
might have cried.
What did I text you?
I don't remember what you texted me. The texts were coming in. What you texted me?
I texted like, I cannot believe Jimmy threw that pass in that moment right there.
My guy Carlos Santana sitting next to me. I kept saying, I said, why did he do that?
I did. And then you got 4th and 1 coming up, and everyone's like, go for it. I'm like, no. Do not go for it. Punt it and play defense. Do not go for it.
Don't do that.
On that drive preceding that 4th and 1, he threw low to Kittle. Kittle's open. If he hits him in stride, maybe you get 5 or 6 yards. It's a first down. Instead, he throws low. Kittle fumbles. I'm thinking, oh my God, back-to-back possessions with turnovers. Short-sided field.
When we saw the replay and it was incomplete,
it was like, thank
the
God.
heavens.
Thank God.
Thank the heavens. The one time Jimmy underthrows a pass.
Thank God.
Thank the heavens.
Thank God.
And, dude, they got the benefit of doubt, too. They got the hands to the face penalty on Alex Mack, which was the right call. It was the right call.
They literally were throwing the helmet up and over the head over and over and over again. 72, 97, 94, all the decal boys.
Man, in person, and even on television, when I watched the game back on the flight, because I barely slept on the flight.
They were so undisciplined.
They are so sloppy.
It's on them.
It's so sloppy.
Yeah.
I can't believe how sloppy they are. Hands to the face. You could have called that all day long.
The whole game.
To get that first down, automatic first down on 3rd and 12 was quietly a big moment in that fourth
I thought
quarter.
it was also a pass interference on Debo. I thought again, they didn't show the replay in real time, but it looked like a bang, bang, where Debo was getting to the ball. The DB hit him prior. I thought Jimmy threw a dime.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's get back out to the lines. I want to hear from the faithful here. 888-957-9570. Let's rat-a-tat-tat them,
Let's go.
Nick and Berkeley, who set the tone Friday.
On, Nick.
As a matter of fact, Nick and Berkeley had the flex moment of the day on Friday.
What's up, y'all?
Nick, what's up, baby?
Hey, man, I'm so sparked up right now. I barely even slept, man. And let me tell you something. They were done after the first quarter, dude. The fans are quiet. Cowboy fan, don't ever talk bad about a Niner fan. And don't talk bad when you're talking smack. Leave somebody's moms out of it, first of all. You guys are so ancient. You're like stuck in 1980s. And let me tell you, man, you ever see, this may sound crazy, but have you ever seen a pack of mongoose run through a pack of meerkats because they be squatting, right? They were flying around, get tossed in there like little meerkats when the mongoose run through there. And let me tell you, man, I love my boy G.J. Jones, boy. He was feasting. And what I'm really pissed about more than anything is the fact that these referees are not giving Bosa the respect. And he gets tackled from behind and takes a knee to the chin.
No respect.
And they've been doing that all year, man. They're going to get him hurt. But I'm going to tell you this right now. We told them what we was going to do. They already knew. They knew that we knew what we was going to do, and we did it. And we're about to go up to Green Bay, and we're going to be melting cheese spots all day long. We're going to smash Rodgers. We're going to smash them right up out of there, man. Then we're going to go to Tampa Bay and smash them. But yesterday, I was like this. I just thought to myself, Guru, I know Guru's a Cowboy fan. I didn't say nothing all week. And I knew what you were alluding to on Friday. But I was like, remember Dice Clay? I was thinking to myself, when they was whipping on us. I was dying laughing. And then all my boys was calling up trying to hoorah. I said, when he fumbled and late in the game, I wasn't even worried. I wasn't even tripping because our boys are out there thugging right now.
Yeah, they are.
We have taken over the streets, and we are straight thugging.
Straight thugging. I love it.
We don't talk about. They made a trade during the middle of the season. It was like a ho-hum trade for Charles Omenihu.
It happened during our show. Remember,
I know.
we're like, they
and we
traded
kind of
for
laughed
something.
at it.
We laughed at it.
And
we didn't know who he was.
He wasn't perfect yesterday, but boy, thank God they made those acquisitions.
Oh, my
Arden
gosh.
Key in the offseason. What a great acquisition, because the depth to be able to withstand the Nick Bosa not playing for the whole second half, we can't talk about it enough.
So how about Willis? Another subtle move they made last year.
He made a great play.
The same thing like
You're right.
Omenihu. Remember
Good
last
call.
year? Like, we got
Really
this
good call.
Willis guy.
He had a
from
sack.
Well, remember, he's from Kansas State,
Yep.
Big 12 Defensive Player of the
Jets.
Year from New York Jets, Defensive Player of the Year to Big 12 out of Kansas State. We're like, Willis, this is Jordan Willis. You know what? They were solid yesterday.
I know.
And for the most part yesterday, I thought they contained Dak Prescott and kept him in the pocket. And when he thought about leaving the pocket and run it out, they were on him.
Yes.
They were on him. So I thought it was a great defensive game plan yesterday by D'Amico Ryan.
And then Fred Warner comes out of the game, and you're thinking, not the knee. And they're like, ankle. I'm like, I'll take the ankle.
Somebody said ACL, and I just like,
the way he was going on the ground, I thought his knee was shredded. I'm thinking, all I could think was, great, Bowman again. We paid a linebacker, and he got hurt.
Well, let me just tell you, like, at that point, I was crestfallen. I was
Everyone
dead.
was.
I was just like, just go ahead. Why has it got to go down like this?
Morale was at an all-time low.
It was just,
I don't care what anyone says.
I was just thinking to myself, I can't believe I talked all this mess for this to happen to me. I said, the sports gods really are cruel. The sports guys will really bite you in the ass by talking too early. Let's go to my guy Kane in Oakland. Kane, what's happening? You're on the roast. Kane, what's up, baby?
Hey, Shafty, what's Gucci?
What's up, man?
Oh, man, I'm good. I know one thing, though. That front four went down to the Atlanta Cowboy boots and hats and brought that smoke. They did not want it. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
My boy Debo out there snatching chains, taking bikes. He got that boy in the backfield looking like Denzel Washington, a.k.a. Booker Eli, running for 100.
Let's go.
The whole team did their thing. You know, Jimmy G was Jimmy G. But all around the way, that was a good win, man. Love it for my Niners. Bang, bang, Niners gang. We in the building. It's your boy, 4TF Infamous. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go to Antonio real quick.
Let's go.
Antonio, what's happening?
Debo.
You're on the roast.
Devo.
Yeah, man, Debo Samuel, man. He's like Marshawn Lynch mixed with Frank Gore, mixed with T.O., mixed with Hines Ward. You know, he's a fabulous player. And Eric Armstead, he's making me forget about DeForest Buckner. DeForest Buckner who? But, yeah, man, we hitting these corners swerving. Yo, Guru, Jerry Rice is better than Michael Irvin. And y'all couldn't stop Debo. Where's your season at? Oh, it got repoed. Yeah, baby. On to the next one.
I love it.
Jones, he was looking like Warren Sapp out there at times. You know, I was getting Warren Sapp vibes. But, hey, you guys, on that 4th and 11 play, when Dak scrambled and threw it, I was getting Eli Manning to David Tyree vibes. I was scared.
Yeah, everyone did.
Everybody. It was cover zero blitz.
Everyone
Thanks
did.
for the call, Antonio.
My heart
It was cover
dropped.
zero blitz, and when Jimmy Ward couldn't quite get the Dak, and he threw it up, and I saw CeeDee Lamb and Cedric Wilson down there, I almost closed my eyes.
Bro.
And it went incomplete, and I see a text from my mom, the great Becky Tyndall. She said, Bonte, I turned the game off 5 minutes ago. My nerves were too bad. And I said...
She sent it right then and there.
She like 5 minutes before. I looked down at it right after that play, and I said, damn, Mom checked out of this game 5 minutes ago.
Dude.
She was done. And I wanted to check out the stadium.
Bro.
Quietly, I wanted to just leave the stadium.
I had a repeat of 2016. So Father's Day 2016, I got banished to the basement.
Oh, yeah.
Right? During the Warrior game, Game 7.
Game 7.
We had the whole family. So we had some of the family over yesterday, and I had to go upstairs. I was cussing up a storm. Your boy was jumping around.
Yesterday?
I was bad yesterday. I was
You got
screaming.
sit by yourself?
Well, I took myself and gave myself a timeout. I took a TV 20 upstairs.
You have to.
And then when Debo on that 3rd and 10, Debo got that first down, I came running, almost did a full header down my stairs. I came running down and was celebrating with everyone thinking game over. I thought game over 5 different times in that game. And boy, I was wrong. Until the end when he goes, end of game. And everyone was like, is it really the end of the game? Are they really? It was unbelievable the way that finished.
So... the rivalry, it's back.
Oh, 1,000%.
It's back.
1,000%.
Let's hear from Kyle Shanahan on this rivalry.
But I ended up showing some of the guys Friday, and it's just kind of cool because you think back to those days, and
those are my heroes, and they became my heroes by watching those games like most people from our generation. I just tried to remind our guys that, Dion and Michael, they were 25 then. They're just like you guys, and, showing them plays of Ricky Waters. And guys, these guys become everyone heroes because of what you do in the playoffs, not what you do in the season. And I don't think our guys totally know the rivalry. They got an idea now, but they knew the moment, and they were ready for it. And it was a tough game, and give a lot of credit to Dallas. It's a real good team. I'm real proud of our guys.
The rivalry, it's back. And 100%. I told you what I did the night before, Shasky. I like to feel pain going to a game for some reason. I'm a sick individual. It's like a disease I have. I don't know what it is. But I got to watch the heartbreaking losses before a game day. And I watched the 92 game. I watched the 92 game the night before, and watching Emmitt Smith and Moose Johnson and Alvin Harper make plays, it drove me crazy. And it gave me that edge walking into that stadium Sunday, where it was just like, the Kyle Madsons of the world, he was talking Friday with Willard and Dibs saying, I don't feel anything. And I get it. The Niners and Cowboys haven't had any big games together since 95. But you know what? I guarantee you that young man feels it now. You better feel it now. Cowboys-Niners mean something. Like, we've been having the Green Bay series, beating up on the Green Bay Packers in the playoffs, and we'll see them Saturday. The Rams, I think that rivalry maybe had a rebirth last Sunday at SoFi Stadium. But Niners-Cowboys, after not meeting each other since 1995 in the playoffs, during a wild card weekend that didn't feel like a wild card game, that did not feel like a wild card game, it's back. The rivalry's back. And I can't stand the Cowboys anymore. We own them. Like Jimmy Garoppolo walking off that field saying, this is our house.
It was great.
It was great. It felt great, baby.
You know what the best part of yesterday was? The instantaneous memes of Dallas Cowboy fans being sad in the stands. When they showed the black lady just chilling there. When they showed the lady just chilling there with just utter disgust on her face, I was like, here we go. Here we go. Then there was the couple, and then you had the woman crying. Hey. I mean, I was loving every minute of it.
The real life memes, those memes you saw on the internet, that's how they were.
Yeah, were you high-fiving them?
Oh no! So I get on the bus.
I would have been double finger gunning.
I get on the shuttle bus and get back to the hotel. Right, this big old charter bus. Right, and there's nothing but Cowboy fans on there. And I'm sitting in the front. This big boy. I don't know why he wanted to sit next to me. He was about 300, but hey, it was all good. He wore a Steve Young jersey. He had a Steve Young jersey on. And man, I must have said 1,000,000 times on the way to the hotel. It was only a 10-minute ride. Bang, bang, Niner game. I can't believe my boys did that. And I would look back, and the faces they were making at me, it felt so good to make Cowboy fans look that sad. It felt because they were so confident before the game. Oh, they were feeling it. They were loud. They thought they were feeling it. They thought this was their year.
Bonte, there's things that happen. You don't have to win a Super Bowl for a play or a game to be immortalized, right? The T.O. catch. Did they win the Super Bowl that year?
Nope.
Is it still iconic?
Absolutely.
You bring it up, people get goosebumps.
Yep.
How about the Alex Smith play? Did they win the Super Bowl that year?
Nope.
So, I know I want to win the Super Bowl. We got a long way to go. But, that's an iconic standalone game. The way that whole thing unfolded, and Deebo Samuel, I'm just telling you, man, Deebo Samuel is becoming an all-time 49er in front of our eyes. It's the most incredible thing.
Deebo follows his blockers and takes off inside the 10. What a run! Touchdown, San Francisco.
Jim Nantz on the call.
And John Curley, you're young. You didn't feel or witness the 49ers Super Bowl. You don't know anything about Cowboys-Niners. Fourth quarter, do you hate the Dallas Cowboys? Are you losing your mind? Are you ready to throw up?
Joe, my heart stopped about 10 different times watching that. Do you know what this game reminded me of, fellas?
What?
It was the Saints playoff game. That's
Yes.
that's the game I point to as the best game that I can remember from Niners history other than the T.O. catch.
Yeah.
That's what it comes to. This reminded me. I have flashbacks of the Saints game.
How did you watch this game? Were you standing and pacing like I was, screaming and yelling?
Absolutely. It was like one of your guys' line was down. I was absolutely freaking out.
Like one of your guys' line was out. Full disclosure, this morning I woke up and I was supposed to be working from home, and the next thing you know, that we are having technical difficulties, and I'm like,
nobody needs to know.
I screamed at Curly. I'm like, on the biggest day of Niner history, I am driving in.
Of course you screamed at him.
I was losing my mind.
I get a call from Curly.
I was losing my mind.
I'm off 2.5.
I love you, Curly. I'm sorry.
I'm off 2.5, 3 hours of sleep. Curly calls me. I'm like, bud, I'll be outside in 5 minutes. No, Shasky's coming in, and his line is off, and dude, relax. It's okay. The show writes itself today.
I pulled a Tom Brady. I was screaming on the sidelines.
I'm like, dude, I knew you had gotten to him.
Yes,
because he was shook.
I did 110 on 280,
and I was like, Curly, calm down. It's a victory Monday. We're gonna be fine. It's gonna be all good.
How sweet of a win for the Niners.
He's worried about the rundown on the Monday.
I mean, I told him we don't need no paper.
We don't need no paper.
What is this?
What the hell am I holding?
Here's the rundown. Debo.
Or how about this?
Let's go! It's our house, baby. Let's go!
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Let's go.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
He took a couple shots in this game.
Dude, he's tough.
He is.
He's tough.
He is.
One thing about him, you want to knock him. Everybody's knocking him. Oh, Jimmy Garoppolo did this in the second half. I get it.
Haters.
It's the playoffs. It's not
perfect.
It's not going to be
win
beautiful.
And move on.
Dude, the win is beautiful.
It is.
The win is beautiful.
Anybody that's sour this morning isn't a real fan.
No,
it's just that
should
simple.
Not be sour.
You cannot be angry when you win a playoff game.
Nope. Let's go to Cameron in Antioch. Cameron, what's happening?
Purple Haze.
Almost with Cameron on him. Cameron, what's happening?
Bang, bang, Niner gang, man. How y'all doing this morning?
I'm so happy.
Okay, I feel y'all. Before I get in on my glorious Niners, man, I want to give a shout-out to a Bay Area legend, Tywan Jones, man. He got drafted by the Raiders, but now he with the Bills. He been going hard, 11 years strong, so I want to give a shout-out to that Bay Area legend.
No doubt.
Good call.
Best gunner in the league. We need him to get on the Niners next year. I need y'all to talk about that, man. Shanahan with him would be crazy.
Yeah.
But, yeah, man, let's get into these Niners, though. They did their thing. Debo Samuel go crazy. He should be in a running for MVP of the league, what he doing for this team right now. But Jimmy G keep making rookie mistakes. Well, we could give the rookie a chance to make rookie mistakes. He is truly holding us back. He did good for most of the game, but we knew it was coming with that weak interception, threw the ball over his head about 3 yards. Like, we always win in spite of Jimmy. Everybody say Jimmy is winner. No, he is not. He's only winning because the Niners are in a system and they go crazy.
Yeah, I can't.
Trey Lance could
not
do
today,
the same
Cam.
handoff
Cam, I love you. I love you, Cameron. Call us back. Not today, though. You play winning football for the most part. He made a mistake. How many mistakes did Dak Prescott make? He makes $40 million a year.
Yeah.
And people consider Dak Prescott a great quarterback. All right? He made mistake after mistake, and he was very inaccurate yesterday.
I think Jimmy has more quote-unquote arm talent than Dak. And arm talent isn't just how far you throw it.
Quick release.
Yes,
accuracy
and the
at
accuracy,
times.
the ability to teardrop one in. I don't know. And not that Jimmy's a perfect quarterback. I'll take Jimmy at his price point over Dak Prescott. I'm sorry.
Hey, Jimmy's won more big games than Dak has in his
100%.
career. And Dak gets talked about every single day.
Every day.
Every single day.
What does he hang his, sincere question, what does Dak hang his hat on? Leadership? Is that the quality?
That's basically it. Jimmy's a leader.
I agree.
You hear Juszczyk and Kittle and Shetty and Trey Williams.
Dak's tough, too. I'm not here to say that he's not
We're
tough.
not slandering Dak.
No.
But Jimmy did his thing yesterday. You played tough. The guy's playing with torn UCL.
Come on.
All right? I'm not saying he's Joe Montana. But if it wasn't, but to Cameron's point, talking about, they win in spite of Jimmy.
No.
You don't win that game in L.A. without Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, on that first drive, he was pinpoint. I mean, go back and watch. The first drive, he was pinpoint.
He won in overtime in SoFi Stadium and gets you into the playoffs.
Today's not the day.
It's not
we
the
celebrate.
Day. Let's go to Mike in San Carlos before we hit the break. Mike, what's happening, Mike?
Carlos?
Hey, what's going on, fellas, man? That was an excellent game yesterday, regardless of the mistakes. I do want to have a quick couple of words for the dearly departed, such as Guru and the Cowboys. All that smack he talked on Friday, I feel sorry for that dude. And then all the memes that are coming out on Twitter, it's ridiculous. The funniest one I've seen was Pentagon, Hexagon, Octagon, season gone. It's got a star. And then the nachos, I tweeted the nachos one. It's got a blue Doritos.
I seen that
nacho year.
Yeah,
got a picture of Dak, a crying Jordan. It's just hilarious. I'm so glad the 49ers finally pulled it off. But I got a little nervous when that INT, because what happens when that INT happens, the mood of the team starts to oh man, what's going to happen?
Hey,
you know what I mean? and subconsciously, you know, it affects a team. And I told my son, I go, damn, that mistakes in the playoffs kill you. But we pulled it out, man, and good old Dak slid in 0 time, and can't blame the refs for that. That's dumb playing, dumb football right there.
No doubt. Thank you so much for that call. Great call, Mike. Mike in Detroit. We're going to go to Motown right after the break. Then we'll go down to Phoenix. Delori, Dave said, hey, Ricky, get Mike on hold. Mike on hold. We'll save him for after the break. After the break,
Today's
Mike in
about
Detroit.
the fans.
It's about the fans. 888-957-9570. You know how we roll on Mondays, especially on Victory Mondays. It's all about you, the roasters, the audience. 888-957-9570. I see you on the Comcast business text line. It's always open at 888-957-9570. YouTube, Twitch. It is humming right now. More coming up on the roast as we talk about the Niners advancing to the divisional round. They beat up on the Dallas Cowboys yesterday, 23-17. And it feels so good.
It was a wild win on Wild Card Weekend.
Mitchell to the corner, and the 49ers take it the distance on the opening drive for the touchdown. Pressure, and Bosa's there. Nick Bosa got to him back at the
of Morning Roast. Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
The game's over if they keep him in bounds. Dak has to get this out of bounds or he's taking a shot to the end zone. This is scary because I would take a shot to the end zone here when they're in the sideline defense because you actually can hold on to the ball. You need someone, San Francisco, to get to the quarterback here.
Prescott takes off running the football. Whoa, I don't think this is going to work out.
It will. They'll be able to clock this. They were planning for it. It's down. Oh, my gosh.
The official gets in the way. The game's over. The game is over.
Oh, he did.
Jim Nets, Tony Romo on a call for CBS Sports. And oh, baby. Niners beat the boys 23-17. Dak Prescott, quarterback keeper with 14 seconds left. Great call, Kellen Moore. Great call, Mike McCarthy. Great slide, Dak Prescott. Game over. Game over. Don't blame the officials. Game over. You committed 14 penalties. Niners move on to play the Green Bay Packers Saturday night at Lambeau Field. As we say, good morning to everybody out there on the roadways. Good morning to everybody getting off your graveyard shifts. Good morning to all the roasters on Twitch, all the roasters on YouTube, all the roasters on the Comcast Business Text line, Lumpman and Curly behind the glass. And good morning to you, Joe Shasky, one of the biggest Niner fans I know. Cowboys, Niners, the rivalry is back. It lived up to the hype. And oh, baby, the Niners win. They survive in advance. How you feeling, my man?
I mean, I'm feeling unbelievable this morning. First off, playoff games are hard. And they're few and far between. But how many times in John Curley's life have the Niners been to the playoffs, for crying out loud? Like 4 or 5 times in his life. He's our producer, all right? He's in his 30s, all right? And I just look at this now, not just playoff games, road playoff games. In 75 years, the Niners have 6 of them. 6 wins. Yesterday was one of them. 6 road victories. That's the whole golden era of the 80s and into the 90s. 6 road victories. Now, part of that is they played a lot of home games.
A lot of home field advantage,
But Bonte, the home teams usually win for a reason.
No
They're
doubt.
the better team. They've got built-in advantages.
Yep.
You don't have to travel every single week. For the Niners to play the game they played last Sunday, and then to come back into this week and play that game yesterday and to just hang on for dear life in advance, so it's an all-time win. I'm telling you, man, it's an all-time win. There are kids that were running around in their family room yesterday, in their living room, that are going to be talking about that game when they're 30, 40, 50 years old.
I saw this young Kaepernick, young 49er fan with a Kaepernick shirt on. The girl had to be about 8 years old, and she's sitting there living through it all.
Incredible.
Chanting defense, doing the first down sign with us. She was locked in. I said, damn, she gets to sit here and watch this game as an 8-year-old.
Hell yeah.
And soak in this environment. Hell, our boy Donnie Ecker, former Giants hitting instructor.
It's so random.
So random. He's now with the Texas Rangers. So I posted a picture of the stadium yesterday like, this thing is massive.
Yeah.
He's like, DM me. So he's blowing me up in the DMs. He comes over, his beautiful girlfriend, Morgan, comes over, says, what's up? Says, hey, appreciate everything you and Shasky did for me on the roast, man. You guys are awesome. I just had to come by and say what's up. I said, Donnie Ecker, out of all the people in Niners Cowboys, Donnie Ecker. But I remembered, I said, you know what? You flipped it on us when we had you on the airways.
Yes.
You were talking football.
Wasn't he from the Peninsula?
He's from the Peninsula, yeah, no doubt.
So was he rooting for the Niners?
Oh, of course he was. And, he always talked about home plate, being the line of scrimmage, and using these football philosophies. He was awesome. It was a who's who. I noticed E40 was down there.
Yeah?
Stunner Man was down there, huh?
I did, yeah. He put out a video quickly. I love that guy.
He was on
Give
with
me
Joe
some
Mixon.
big stepping this morning.
He was on with Joe Mixon. His IG Live on Saturday night. Big stepping as Joe Mixon has a big cigar after the Bengals beat the Raiders.
How about Diggs' brother traveling all the way from Buffalo back to Texas?
It must be nice to be a millionaire.
He should go out there and work on them double routes with him.
Brandon Ayuk is a baller.
Hey,
he's ready to go.
He had a big game yesterday.
Big game. And you know what? We'll get there with the Green Bay Packers. They're facing a different Brandon Ayuk this time around.
100%.
They're facing a different Brandon Ayuk. So, Niners win. Elijah Mitchell, 27 carries, 96 yards.
You bring up Elijah for just a second.
Yep.
You know what I was thinking about in the fourth quarter?
What's
like, man, I really thought Raheem Mostert was going to be that dude this year. Like, that's what we banked on heading into this year, right? We all thought, like...
You thought about Mostert yesterday?
I did. For a split second, and I was thinking, they haven't skipped a beat.
Yeah.
I mean, they haven't skipped a beat. Bonte, he was the guy that set a record in the NFC Championship game for yardage, and he's been hurt the last 2 years. He was the guy you were hoping, like, even if he got 15 to 18 carries, I thought he'd be there, quote-unquote, number one.
No,
Elijah Mitchell was a 6th-round pick who didn't even get on the field when we went to training camp.
Haven't thought about Mostert in a long time.
What a game from the kid.
I hope Mostert's family okay. I know his son had COVID.
Yeah.
They had to rush him to the hospital.
I was thinking about him yesterday.
But at the game, I was just thinking about how physical Elijah Mitchell was running. How this young man does not fumble the football. How he just breaks through tackles and gets extra yardage.
That's
all I was thinking about.
Great patience.
Oh, that's all I was thinking about. I was like, man, Bobby Turner and Kyle Shanahan has found another running back.
23.
I just hope he's the bell cow that I've been waiting for. Let's go back out to the lines. Lines are packed.
He's the toughest 5'9", 210 guy on the team. He is a monster.
Chambry out there in Arizona, 480 Comcast Business Text. Hey, fellas, Chambry here, trying to get through, but the lines is packed. People want to talk. Niners, Cowboys. Might be bigger than the Hatfields and McCoys, as Shasky always likes to say. Might be bigger than Bloods and Crips, as Shasky likes to say. That was massive
Romeo
yesterday.
and Juliet's family?
Oh, it was massive yesterday, and it feels so good. I'm out here on 3 hours of sleep. Shasky probably didn't sleep.
Yeah.
I landed literally at SFO at 12:30.
How'd that burrito hit during the break?
It hit like a champ, baby.
That thing was a beast.
It hit like a winner chicken dinner. Look, I got to the house. I got to Anna's parents' house at 2 in the morning. 2 in the morning. 2 in the morning. Woke up, the alarm went off at 4:30. I said, I'm going to get 30 more minutes. 5 o'clock, took a hot shower, threw on the sweater. I don't even have an undershirt on right now, Shasky.
Nice.
No undershirt on. I'm going straight deodorant,
Commando.
sweater, straight commando style.
I like it.
Got in the car.
Attaboy, Schwarzenegger.
Dude, got in the car, and Curly's calling me freaking out about you. I said, dude, not right now.
Yeah.
Not right now.
Yeah.
I'm trying to gear up. All right? Just let me get my rest. And when the light comes on, we'll be ready to perform.
Who was faster? When Debo saw the sea split open and he scored for a touchdown, or me going down 280 ready to come to work today?
Oh, you probably going 120.
At
not
least.
280.
You know when you hit 280?
Getting out of King.
Yes.
Oh, 280 by Betrayal Hill.
Yeah, and it's like you're on a boat because the whole car starts going up and down.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
And then you got the dip getting off the freeway.
I was playing nothing but Stun a Man the whole way in.
Dude, I couldn't even think.
When Debo hit the touchdown, I started doing the big stepping.
Dude, when Debo scored that touchdown.
Guys, I love Debo Samuel so much.
After K.Y. Williams, here, let's set the scene up real quick.
Yes.
K.Y. Williams picks off Dak Prescott.
They were sitting on Dak.
Hold on,
they were sitting on it.
Prescott hit when he threw it, and it's intercepted. K.Y. Williams able to jump in front.
They were sitting on that route. Dak threw it to the outside shoulder. Should have been to the inside shoulder to Cedric Wilson. K.Y. right there. That's good to have K.Y. Williams back. And then on the next play, Debo Samuel looked at Kyle Shanahan, said, give me the ball. Jimmy Garoppolo heard Debo, and Debo said, give me the ball. And when Debo got the ball, here's what he did.
Debo follows his blockers and takes off inside the 10. What a run! Touchdown, San Francisco.
Shasky, from my seat.
Yeah.
When Debo got to the 5-yard line, because I saw the cutback, I was like, oh, he's gone.
Yeah.
And the crowd started roaring.
Yeah.
Niner fans started roaring. We were standing up basically the entire game. It was not a sit-down game.
Yeah,
you know
it felt very bowl game-like.
It was very bowl game. And I always talk about the Fiesta Bowl.
Yeah.
I always discuss the scene.
Can we put the Fiesta Bowl away?
Dude. That was up there with the Fiesta Bowl, man.
Yeah.
When I travel, I go to
the
big
tall
games.
tales of tag.
Dude, you stand up the whole time. Yesterday was a stand-up game. It was a stand-up game. You're standing up basically the whole game. When Debo got to the 5-yard line, I had already turned around and started my high fives and started chirping. I already started chirping. I even seen Debo get into the blue end zone.
So you pulled a Steph Curry.
I pulled a Steph Curry.
You let the shot go and then just started celebrating.
I looked around and was just talking.
Yeah.
Touchdown. And I told the guy, I told the guy behind me, I said, what did I tell you in the first quarter? His name is Debo Samuel, and he ain't no punk.
Did you tell him to download the Odyssey app?
I didn't. I should have done that. I should have slipped it in.
Hey, hit YouTube right now. Subscribe to 95.7 The Game.
But what I did say, because one of the Uber drivers Saturday night had 105.3 The Fan on, I was like, you like this station? Yeah, I always listen to it. I was like, yeah, y'all got some clowns in the morning. I made sure to drop that one. What's her name? Sean and RJ?
Let it go.
I'm never letting it go.
Let me give you.
I'm never letting because we're going to get
brother.
those bums on next year, and they're going to come talking and then make the excuses about the last play of the
I don't
game.
want to hear that.
You
Who
committed
cares?
14 penalties because you're an undisciplined football team. You're sloppy, and you play against no competition in the NFC East. And we told you you're 6-5 outside the division. We told you you're a fraud.
Yeah, that's a fact.
And then you told us your signature win was week 2 against the LA Chargers, a team that didn't even make the playoffs. So you know what, RJ and Sean, and everybody at 103 The Fan, and everybody in the great state of Texas, yeah, frauds. The Cowboys are soft, and now the Cowboy Invitational, which will take place next wildcard weekend, where they go host a football game, and they go lose in the first round because y'all don't know what the third round tastes like anymore. You're jokes. The Cowboys are jokes.
Wow. Let me give you some facts from my brother. This is a new meme. I love it. I love the memes. Playoff wins the last 25 years. All right? The Dallas Cowboys have 3 playoff wins in the last 25 years. Jake Delhomme, who's been retired since 2011, has 5. Trent Dilfer, been retired since 2007, has 5. Mark Sanchez, not in the NFL since 2018, has 4. Brad Johnson, retired in 2008, has 4. Colin Kaepernick hasn't been in the NFL for 5 full seasons. Cap has 4. The Cowboys have 3 playoff wins in the last 25 years.
John Curley, Sam Lutman, I got a homework assignment for you guys. Yes, we're going back to school. I need you guys to clip something from 105.3 The Morning Show tomorrow, and I need it tomorrow. I need to just hear how depressed they were down in Dallas, Texas today. I want to hear the excuses. I want to hear the nonsense that they're spewing out of their garbage mouths today down in Dallas, Texas. Cowboys lose, and it feels so good. Oh, baby, let's go to Mike in Detroit.
I love
Mike in Detroit.
the
What's happening?
Still photo of Mike McCarthy.
Oh,
What do we
Mike.
got,
Guys,
Mike?
Thanks for taking my call. Appreciate
What's up,
it.
Mike? What's happening?
Not much, man. Thanks for taking my call. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
No problem.
What you got?
I listen to you guys. I listen to you guys on the Odyssey app all the time. Being from Detroit, it's a breath of fresh air because by week 1 in Detroit, they're talking about next year's draft and what coach they need to fire. And so we got it made here in San Francisco. So I've been a lifelong fan, and I appreciate you taking my call. One thing I wanted to let you guys talk about that's been underlooked is, Javon Kinlaw went out early in the year. We drafted him early. We put a lot of stock into him. And then when Nick Bosa went down yesterday, our midseason acquisition of Charles Imenu, man, did he step up yesterday. He had 6 pressures and 1.5 sacks versus Dallas. That guy needs to start, man. He's a stud. He's an animal. We're going to have depth next year on the D-line more than you think, and that's what got us to the Super Bowl the first run with Jimmy Garoppolo was that defensive line, and it's playing just like it did with different names this year.
No doubt. No doubt.
That's a great call.
Great call, Mike, in Motown. And Chris Kosaric, the defensive line coach, who we always discuss.
Yeah.
Another fantastic job for the position coach of the 49ers, Chris Kosaric, coaching up that defensive line. Bosa doesn't play the entire second half. Doesn't play the entire second half.
I was scared that he was more injured than just a head injury.
Not only that.
Bonte, I thought he maybe broke a vertebrae or something.
Yeah, not
That's
only
a
that.
dangerous hit.
Not only that, but when he got up and walked it off, and I saw him walk into the locker room.
They didn't show us that.
Yeah, see, I was watching
They
the whole
kept calling
time.
him Joey Bosa
that's
on
what
the
I heard.
broadcast.
Tracy Wilson, yeah, she's usually good about that stuff. But he walked into the blue tent, walked out. I said, okay, he's going to be fine. I thought he was coming back. Concussion, okay, cool. Hopefully he clears concussion protocols this week.
Here's my
and plays
question on this. So, Micah Parsons clearly was concussed. Clearly. And yet he gets to go back into the game.
Well, you know why he comes back into the game? He plays for that scoundrel, Jerry Jones.
Well,
you don't think Jerry Jones? Oh, son, you're gonna be okay. It's just a little hit. Not good. Get on back out there. That's Jerry Jones. He don't care. He don't care. That's how you knew he was coming back into the game.
I don't know. Anyway, we were very lucky to survive yesterday. The one thing that we noticed early on, when we went to training camp, what was the biggest mismatch on the field?
Defensive line versus offensive line.
And I like our offensive line, but it was a mismatch. Everyone was winning their one-on-one battles. Yesterday, with a bunch of backups, Jordan Willis was a backup. Charles Omenihu, a backup. DJ Jones started the year technically, I guess, as a backup because Kinlaw, they slid Armstead to a second position because he started on the outside. Now he's on the inside. I mean, I'm blown away with what they've done yesterday. Ibukam didn't necessarily have the numbers yesterday. I thought he was flying around giving me effort. I loved what that D-line did. And I also think complimentary on the back end, their corners, Aubrey Thomas and Emmanuel Mosley were outstanding yesterday.
Outstanding. Very outstanding. They were really good. Defensively, they were really good.
They're wrapping up.
They're going to have to be even better against Green Bay on Saturday.
How
but
about
they were wrapping
D'Amico?
up.
celebrating on the sidelines when they stuffed Dak on third down on that run.
D'Amico was great. D'Amico was awesome yesterday. The defensive line was awesome. DJ Jones was awesome. Shout out to DJ Jones and his barbecue sauce. Let's go to Lori of Phoenix. Lori, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. So, Bonte, congratulations for being up this morning. I was up till like 2 a.m. and I'm looking and I'm on Twitter and all of a sudden I saw your post that I said something back and then you're answering me right back and I'm thinking, my gosh, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. How in the world is he going to be up?
I don't know. There's a will, there's a way. Hey, Lori, the word I keep using, resiliency. That's what I'm displaying this morning, resiliency.
I would say lunacy, but that's fine.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both, guys. I do. I guess I've just come to peace with the fact that this team is just not going to make it easy.
Totally.
It is just going to be one of those things that they're going to shoot themselves in the foot at least a couple times a game. They're going to come back. They're going to, my heart stopped at least 6 times in that last 2 minutes of the game. Like, I just can't even believe. And I got people during the game, they're messaging me, oh, congratulations. Oh, you got it. And I'm like, you guys have not watched fourth quarter 49er football.
No.
Like, all year. Like, stop. Don't even talk to me. I took my phone and I put it away. I didn't want to hear from anybody. I don't want to talk to anybody. Drives me crazy. But I will say, the thing is with this team, I mean, Debo is just a force to be reckoned with. Like, this guy is just, I just can't even get over the season he's having. And with all the times, if you guys remember last year, how many times did they say, we'd rather have DK Metcalf? We should have took DK Metcalf. We should have took DK Metcalf.
We're all guilty of that.
Sometimes patience is key, though. Sometimes patience is key. Look at what this guy is turning into. So that's the first thing. The other thing is that, yes, the D-line, you've got to give him props. I mean, when Bosa went out, DJ Jones having a year, they got to get him back next year. I mean, these guys are just playing their best football.
No doubt.
Secondary, holding it down, getting in there. Now, all the rest of it, I think, I think Jimmy G is going to go out as a quarterback that's going to drive other fan bases crazy. He's probably driving your own fan base more crazy than he does anybody else.
Yeah.
So we're just going to have to understand that that's just the way it's going to be. Proud of the guy, though, for holding it together, coming back in. I mean, obviously, he makes a lot of mistakes, so he knows how to hold it together after mistake. You got to give him that. So
you know what?
Huge win, Lori.
Lori, thanks for the phone call. Huge win. Jimmy Garoppolo did something Jeff Garcia never did. Let's win a road playoff game.
It's very few.
And I'm not knocking Jeff Garcia. I love Jeff Garcia.
It's hard.
I love our boy.
6 in 75 years.
He helped you win a road playoff game. No matter what. He helped you win a road playoff game. That's what matters, by the way. I love our roasters here at Comcast Business Text Line 510. Just checked in on Dallas, the fan radio station. They're talking about firing McCarthy and promoting Kellen Moore. Go ahead and promote Kellen Moore. Have fun with that. But when they hired Mike McCarthy, what did we both say?
We all laughed.
You idiots.
This is what I want to know. He's got the laminated sheet, and he's holding it right here. I'm like, you don't call plays.
Dude, he's the worst.
What do you do?
I mean, that's their fault. They hire Mike McCarthy.
I know.
And then they hire Mike Nolan to coach their defense.
And then you contrast that with what they've done with Deebo Samuel, the 49ers. Shanahan and Deebo. Deebo gets a ton of credit. So does Shanahan, Bonte. He's making this guy an unguardable weapon. You can't guard him.
Kyle Shanahan yesterday
was unreal.
During the game, I had a couple nitpicks.
Of course.
The 3rd and 2 run with Deebo Samuel, where you don't go for it and you kick the field goal.
It's not just the third down call. It's the fact that you weren't going to go for it on 4th.
I was just like, all right, if you call that, you're going for it.
I didn't like the rollout left for Jimmy.
No, when you had Jennings and Ayuk in the same vicinity. A couple point calls I would like to have back.
The quarterback
but for
sneak,
the most part,
people lost their minds on. You nail it if Jimmy just waits 1 split second for Trent to get down.
Right.
You nail that.
Nailed that. But you know what? Shanahan was an absolute wizard yesterday.
Totally.
He was in his bag. And I said, you know what? That guy's going to be a damn good head coach. He was in his bag. Kyle Shanahan, you're winning me over, man. You're winning me over.
Guy.
You're winning me over.
What a year, by the way.
What a year.
We get into the playoffs in the final game of the year, and you beat the Dallas Cowboys.
And
then just thump them.
So, James, Dave, Shabry, give me a second here. Because we got some sound from 105.3 The Fan in Dallas.
You got to go behind enemy lines and call them, I think.
I think I need to call them.
And then send the audio to us.
I want to do that. But let's listen to how sad they are.
Let's hear it.
This morning.
Hear it.
Who are they blaming? Are they blaming the refs? They blaming Dak? Let's hear from these little whiners. RJ and Sean.
You ever have like those radio days? Like, I don't want to be here. I don't want.
Oh my God!
I don't want to do this,
dude.
But I feel like I could talk for like 6 straight. I could talk for 6 more hours.
I am not joking. When that game ended yesterday, I thought to myself, you know what? We probably should take that vacation day tomorrow because you know it's MLK Day. We were supposed to be off anyway, and then about 2 hours later, I thought, F it, we need to be on, and I don't mind if we're on for like 12 hours.
Well, let's not get crazy.
Is that a little crazy?
Wait, we can do 6 straight hours.
Have our own pizza-thon.
We can do 4.5. 4.5. I was like, just get the commercials out of here. Like, I don't want to do this. I don't even know about like last night. I didn't even want to watch other teams. I rewatched this garbage in the fourth. Like, what are those people who like to torture themselves? Is a masochist?
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yep. I know something quite about them.
Or even tonight, like, I don't know. I'm lost. I don't know where to go as a sports and a football fan.
Lost.
Wait,
Story of his life.
They called us homers, number one. And number two, I called them out and I said, well, at least we're actually from the area that we're covering. Right. Where are y'all from? And I did a little Google search. Yeah, RJ, you're from New Jersey, bud. So I'm sure you didn't grow up a Cowboy fan in New Jersey. Let's just set the record straight. I'm sad this morning my team lost. We knew you were going to lose. Everyone knew you were going to lose, except for ESPN and Fox.
Well, I mean, Colin Cowherd, too. Colin Cowherd.
I was all over that, was I not?
But you listen to Colin. That's your guy,
Phil
Colin Cowherd.
Sims picked us, my boy, Phil Sims.
By the way, we need Phil Sims on this week.
Yes, get Phil Sims on. He was crusty yesterday.
Phil Sims. I need Phil Sims on this week. RJ Shaw, 105.3 The Fan.
Get the ambulance.
Suckers. I thought about calling in. I didn't want to come to work. Oh, the fourth quarter. Oh, this and that. They were so bad. That simulcast was the worst simulcast of all time. They were so bad. They were so rattled 2 minutes into the simulcast. They worked all week to get up the game material, and the guy said, let me get your mom's number. Really? So I tweeted at him last night, and I was feeling myself. I said, hey, my mama don't date losers. Sorry, RJ. Sorry, Sean, spelled S-H-A-N. Imagine your name being Sean and it's spelled S-H-A-N.
I'd rather be spelled Shawan, like Dunstan.
I'd rather not have a name. Well, how about that? All right.
By the way.
David San Antonio, real quick.
Yeah,
David
and then we got
San
my dad. You got to hold on. My dad's going to call after that.
Oh, we got a break? All right. Dave in San Antonio, hang on tight.
Homie.
Oh, we got the consultant on.
Yeah.
We got Dave. We got James. We got Shabry. The hard hitters are calling. If you can't get through, text us. 888-957-9570. The Comcast business text line is wide open. YouTube and Twitch roasters are representing. It is humming right now as the Niners in the Dallas Cowboys season yesterday, 23-17. We're going to wrap up the show coming up here on 95.7 The Game.
It's another Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game.
I guess right now we should start the show.
The game's over as they keep him in bounds. Dak has to get this out of bounds or he's taking a shot to the end zone. This is scary because I would take a shot to the end zone here when they're in the sideline defense because you actually can hold on to the ball. You need someone, San Francisco, to get to the quarterback here.
Prescott takes off running the football. Whoa, I don't think this is going to work out.
It will. They'll be able to clock this. They would plan for it. It's downtown. Oh, my gosh.
The official gets in the way. The game's over. The game is over.
Oh, he did.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Oh, baby. That's how the game ends, and Cowboy fans, Cowboy players, they're making excuses. 888-957-9570. We'll get to the lines in just a second. Real quick, Dak Prescott on that final play, and the fans throwing trash. They were throwing trash on the field at the end of the game.
Classless.
And here's what Dak Prescott had to say about all that.
No, I didn't see that. It's sad. I mean, you're talking about a team, you're talking about men that come out each and every day of their lives and give everything to the sport, give everything to this game of football. Nobody wants to succeed more than we want to succeed. I understand fans and the word fan for fanatic. I get that. But to know everything that we put into this day in and day out, try our hardest. Nobody comes in the game wanting or expecting to lose. And for people to react that way when you're supposed to be a supporter and be with us through thick and thin, that's tough.
They were aiming at the referees.
Yeah. They were at the referees. Shit, credit to them then.
That's what
yeah.
They weren't doing anything.
Oh, credit to them.
That just, I mean, I don't even need to respond to that.
It's trash.
It just shows you where their minds are at.
What are you doing?
Oh, credit to them for throwing things at the referees. Referees did nothing wrong. Your team jumped off sides numerous times. Your team committed numerous offensive holdings. Numerous heads to the faces. You committed 14 penalties, Dak. Your team committed 14 penalties. Clean it up. You're the second worst team when it comes to penalties per game all year long. You led the league in offensive holding penalties.
Could have been more in that
Could
game.
have been more.
I thought there could have been more.
Should have been more. You went 23 for 43. You were inaccurate all day long. And yet you want to credit the fans for throwing things at the refs because you guys caught a quarterback draw with 14 seconds left and no timeouts because the official, the linesman, he bumped and got in the way. Where is he supposed to go?
Yeah.
If he doesn't run, think about this.
He has to touch the ball.
Not only does he have to touch the ball, think about this, Shasky. They're like, he bumped into Dak and that took extra time. Where was he supposed to go?
Exactly.
You want him to run around the lineman? Well, the game would have really been over, and there would be no controversy. So stop blaming things on the wrong people. How about take accountability?
That's my biggest issue.
Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys and their fan base is a product of today's society. Nobody wants to take accountability. Nobody wants to they want to point fingers.
Always.
Finger pointing.
Always.
All Cowboy fans do. All Cowboy players do. Jerry Jones from the top down. All they do is point fingers. Well, you know what? Point the fingers at yourselves all season. I don't care. They're done. After this week, we're done talking Cowboys. They're done.
Forget them for a second. Is this the best 2-week stretch in Shanahan's era?
Oh, absolutely.
In terms of like the way the team has won, if this is not like one of the great moments in time. I don't know if they're going to win next week, but just for right now, the Rams to win the way they did on Week 18 and to win that way against your rival, and then to come back and win in the wild card the way they did yesterday. I want to hear from the fans today. 888-957-9570.
It's unbelievable. It's an unbelievable stretch. Hey, Shanahan, go keep flexing, keep strutting.
He's awesome.
He's holding players accountable. He's yelling at people. He's barking up and down the sideline. His sideline demeanor yesterday, I was looking at him the whole time because I was behind the Niners
He was locked
bench.
in.
He was focused.
Yeah.
He was focused.
When Bosa went down, he was like, I could see he was
a
like.
little shook.
Yeah.
He was a little shook.
Who wouldn't be?
He was a little shook.
When your best player's on the floor like that and he's writhing in pain?
All right. We're going to get let me get the consultant on here first, and then we got a special caller. I see a special caller on hold here. Let's get to him in just a second. By the way, we were talking about flexing and all that stuff, flexing, this and that. Our flex moment of the day is coming up in 15 minutes. We'll bring you the Xfinity flex moment of the show. Stay tuned to find out what we pick as the flex moment of the show. Consultant in Walnut Creek. Then we'll get to Dave in San Antonio. What's happening, consultant?
Oh, man, what's happening? I'm still on a high. I had to hop on the Peloton this morning just to work some energy out. I love listening to two amazing 49er fans starting off this morning. So I know you guys have got a job to do, but I love how you guys are 49er fans first just this morning, and then just keeping us going. Here's what I think. I think we can put 3 myths to bed, right? It was a weird season.
Yep.
But I think we can put 3 myths to bed right now. Number 1, Shanahan not only is a good offensive or great offensive coordinator, but he gets people to play for him.
Absolutely.
That team played hard.
Absolutely.
That team played hard. So let's put everything out that Shanahan doesn't know how to get people to play.
Hey, to your point, consultant, they could have quit on him after the Arizona game when they lost to Colt McCoy. Instead, they won 8 of 10. That's a credit to Shanahan. He did not lose that locker room. He gets all the flowers.
Lots of career years.
Number two, as I am enemy number 1 when I saw Garoppolo throw that pick. I'm like, oh no, not again.
I know.
Last week I had my boys who were Rams fans call me. This week or this morning and last night I had my boys that were Dallas fans call me, and they're like, you guys have got a squad. So as much as we might complain about Jimmy, the point is he made the plays that needed to be made at that time, and we won the game.
Yes.
It is the NFL. It is the playoffs, and it's going to be ugly. And you know what? If you're going to keep on comparing him to Patrick Mahomes and Aaron Rodgers, you're going to be sad.
Yeah, you
know what? If those teams compare their D lines to us and their running games to us, they're going to be sad. For the next 1 to 3 games, 1 to 3, it's going to come down to the last play every time because that's how this squad is, man. And I am pumped. Last myth that I think we can just put aside, just put it away, is that we belong here in the playoffs. It wasn't a fluke.
Yes.
This team fought hard. This team is for real, and we did it a different way than any other team. And I am just pumped. And just one last thing. I know you guys have got to go, but I'm telling you, games like yesterday is how fans are made. I'm telling you, I'm 44.
Thank you.
I've been a Niner fan my whole life.
Yeah.
And we're all playing outside. We wanted to get the sun in, so we were watching on our sofas in the sun. My 7-year-old, my 5-year-old, my 8-week-old are all in the backyard running around.
Awesome.
And when they're seeing all of us jumping up and down, screaming, they're like, what's going on? What's going on? And then they're running around with their Debo shirts. Man, this is how fans are born, man.
Hey, did you get in trouble?
Go Niners.
Consultant, did you get in trouble for swearing? Because my wife was ready to disown
Oh, my gosh, yes. My 8-year-old who just turned 8 this week, she's like, who said that? Who said that? It was right after the Jimmy pick. I'm like, I yelled something that sounded like luck at the top of my lungs. And they're like, who said that? I'm like, that's me. My bad. I call it. Sometimes Poppy does that.
Hey.
I love
and but man, it was worth it at the end.
Let's
it was
go.
Worth it at the end.
Call again, consultant. I love it.
The flight, the price I paid for the ticket.
YouTube is humming right now.
I know. The price I paid for the ticket, the money I spent inside the stadium, the money I spent outside the stadium, it was worth every last penny. The flight home last night, 3 hours of sleep, it's worth it all.
Yeah.
This weekend was worth it. That win was worth it all. Let's go to Dave real quick in San Antonio. Dave, down in the Alamo City. Dave in San Antonio, Live 4, Chambry. Or, not Chambry. Lubbock, Live 4. There we go.
Joe, Bonte, what's going on, guys?
Big Dave, I got a
Eric
FaceTime
Torrey.
call from you yesterday. What up?
Dude, it's so great to see you, man. Dude, the rivalry is back. But in San Antonio, I've been here for 20 years now. The rivalries never went away. This was, even though it was a wild card game for us in San Antonio, the Niner faithful out here, man, this was our Super Bowl. To get to laugh at these bums now for the next couple years was worth it. I mean, it was incredible. And then Bonte, man, you went full legend coming up for the game. Your videos, dude, that was legendary type of stuff, man.
I had to do
San
it.
Antonio, for my kids to finally truly witness what this game means to us. You know, like the last call, I'm 44 years old. You know, I've seen all the Niner rivalry games against the Cowboys. But for them to finally go through this game and to have the stress and now be able to go to school, my 9-year-old after the game was like, Dad, all my buddies, none of them could talk crap to me anymore.
Let's go.
My 16-year-old, you know, with the Niners hype video that they put out the day before, the entire game he's bumping that little Bam song. Like, it's a game that these kids are going to be able to live with forever, man. And so it was great. The defense balled last night. They were hitting. That pick was just filthy. And then Debo, Mitchell, Ayuk, Jennings, that block that Jennings put
Thank you.
on freaking Diggs
was
big. Just filthy. I mean, you could just feel it. You could feel it. It was great. Now, I'm so glad my boys got to witness it and live through it with me and my family. I wanted to come up for the game, but for us out in San Antonio, there's nothing better than us just being together as a family with all of us that came out in San Francisco. And it's just, it was incredible, man. So
hey, Dave, I love you guys. Give Renee a big hug for me. I'm so glad. Remember we used to go to games in the back of your Explorer candlestick?
Yeah, man. Hell yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. They moved to Texas 20 years ago. They've been behind enemy lines for 20 years.
Oh, I follow
He's the
him.
homie.
I follow
the
him.
whole family.
Lobo real quick at Fairfield. Then we got a special guest. Lobo, what's happening, Lobo? Long time no talk.
What up?
Long time no talk. Thanks for taking my call. You know I'm up early for this one. Great game yesterday. I work with Raiders fans, Eagles fans, and Cowboys fans. It's so nice that we're the only ones that were happy and celebrating this morning.
Let's go!
Best part about the end of that game is when he slid and Tony Romo goes, oh my gosh, because they knew.
He knew
There's
it.
nothing they could do about it, baby. Bang, bang, Niner gang, let's go!
Let's go.
Bang, bang, Niner King. And with that said, we got the one and only Papa Shasky on the line.
Itching.
He's itching to get on here. I knew I was going to hear from him. I knew I was going to do it. Papa Shasky, oh, baby, how good does it feel this morning? How good does it feel?
You know what? Everything is right with the world when the 49ers win on Sunday, I got to tell you. and so there's a lot to digest here, fellas. I got a whole sheetload of stuff. I just need to touch on a couple of things real quick. Now, at the end of the game, when I saw the Niner fans in the hallways of the stadium, reminded me of me and my dad back in the Detroit airport after the Super Bowl, the first Super Bowl 16. It was incredible just listening and watching the fans. I got goosebumps. And for us old-timers that were around in 70, 71, 72, when we lost to the Cowboys, this is total redemption, getting that win yesterday. That and the catch make up for those 3 years that we lost in a row to Dallas. Now, to move on, a couple of things I want to touch. The other thing is you can see the desperation in the Cowboys fans and the players. The desperation toss. That was a high school play.
Yeah.
You pulling that out in the first quarter?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? and then the whole time I'm looking at McCarthy on the sideline. They got a referee standing right next to him. Referee hat. He's in the guy's ear the whole time. And then the last thing I got to say is I would rather listen to Troy Aikman, who is not a homer.
Yep.
Tony Romo is a total homer the whole time. And then Jim Nantz jumped on that bandwagon.
Yep.
I didn't think Jim Nantz was a bandwagon, but he jumped on that Tony Romo train. It was incredible.
Pops.
And Jim Nantz lives down in Pebble Beach.
I know. Pops, what about Debo?
Oh, my God. When he made the cutback, you knew he was sniffing the end zone. He was sniffing that end zone. And then the play at the end of the game when Kyle drew up the play to toss it back to Debo, and he was smelling that first down, and he comes up 2 inches short. Are you freaking kidding me? I mean, how about
the false start?
He knew where that first down was, and he just couldn't stretch his arm out fast enough. That guy's a beast.
Hey, what did you think when Jimmy threw that pick, though? Keep it real.
Oh, my God. Just like the guy, the two callers before, you yelled up, and I'm yelling, Luck, no. Are you kidding me? You knew it was going to happen, just not at that time. And then he misses Ayuk wide freaking open again. He misses Ayuk. We could steal that game. And then again, somebody mentioned if Jimmy takes another half second and lets Trent Williams, who never moves from the left side to the right side, you got to give that big boy a second to get that big body down there.
Hey, Pops, let me just say, you brought up 70, 71, 72. I saw Jet York's tweet yesterday saying that's for Dwight Clark and Eddie D, Uncle Eddie. And when I left that stadium yesterday, I thought about all you guys. You, Butch, all Niner fans from all over the place getting that win. Feeling how this season has been such a roller coaster to walk out of that stadium with the win over the freaking Dallas Cowboys. I thought about you, man. I thought about you. And it felt so damn good. It felt like it made up for 92 as well. It really did.
Right, and then nobody wants to face us. And now you know that Aaron Rodgers knows that we played them hella tough when they came out here. So
they don't want to see us.
They're not going to take us lightly.
Hey, don't worry, Pops. I got something for Green Bay's ass later in the week. Trust me.
The only nitpicking here that I got to get Bosa healthy, obviously. And can we get Kittle the ball down the field just a little?
Please.
I mean, we won. I'm not here to touch at all. But you got to get Kittle involved.
Yeah. He only had one. He had 2 looks and 1 catch, and that's not enough. He's got to touch the ball 5 times minimum, 5 times a game.
Pops, thanks for the call.
Love you,
we
dude.
Need you back on Friday.
Hey, Bonto, this is for you. Ooh, baby.
I love it. Oh, baby.
You guys have a great day.
You too.
What
you
a
too.
day.
Let's try to tat these
Let's
calls
go.
before the flex moment of the
Look
day.
at Pops.
James just dropped off,
Look at
so let's
Pops.
go to Dave in the city. Dave in the city, real quick. He's been on hold for a while. Dave, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, this is Neighbor Dave, guys.
Neighbor Dave. What's happening?
Guy who I asked that man for advice for raising my kids. That's the relationship we have. A couple of things. Being an Eagles fan, I can't believe how many Eagles fans on Facebook were happy yesterday. That's what we have in common with San Francisco. We hate the Cowboys, we hate the Lakers, we hate the Dodgers.
I love it.
And he mentioned Romo being a homer. That if I'm a Cowboys fan today, I am praying that Kellen Moore takes a job somewhere else, because to me, I know he's been the offensive coordinator since 2019. He just played scared yesterday, and I'm sure Jerry Jones today is looking and thinking of Norv's son over there at Washington, saying, "Oh my God, I wish we had him." Last thing, guys, out of respect for the Shasky family, I would like to see 95.7. Vontae got to go to Dallas. Let's send I call them the Four Horsemen: Grandpa Shasky, Joe's brother, and Joe's dad. Let's send them to Green Bay. Let's send these guys. They can cover the morning shows for Joe this week. Let's send them.
The minute the game was over, I turned to my wife. I was like, "Lambeau?" And she's like, "Absolutely not." And I was like, "What if?" And then she said, "Shut up."
Hey, neighbor Dave, let me just put this out there. 95.7 The Cave didn't pay for me to go. All right. Well, so if they're sitting the Four Horsemen, neighbor Dave, my ass better be in Lambeau too. I'm hitchhiking.
Hey. And he goes.
Doing a great job.
Love you, buddy.
Dave.
Love hearing from him.
Let's go to Duke in the city. Duke is back. Duke is
What's
back.
up, y'all, man? Come on, man. Y'all already know, man. Y'all already know. Like I told Curly, ain't gonna be no riddles, but what it is, man, is that we are the ones, the Niners. You Shasky, Bonte, first of all, man, you was out there with the number 7 on, with the throwback on, turned around with the heel on, representing in a way like how we get out, man. And the Niners with that D-line, they crushed it. They crushed it on the first play. When I seen the D-line come out and do like they did, I was like, the Cowboys is in trouble, man. You seen it all on their face, man, from the beginning of the game. Yeah. I don't know what everybody was tripping and worried for, thinking Jimmy G was about to go bad. Jimmy G was throwing laser darts on that first drive, and Robbie G was solid gold, you know what I mean? And we on our way to the playoffs, man, in Green Bay. So I'm going to tell y'all like this one thing. They shouldn't have never let us in.
Thank you.
Listen to what I'm telling y'all, man.
Thank
Been
you.
watching football for a long time, man. They should have never let us in.
Nope.
They beat it up. We do not throw garbage at our players. We don't throw garbage at the refs. We're a classy organization. We come and we just give it to you like you're going to get it. They jumped outside 19 times. I was wondering how many times they jumped outside.
Thank you.
19 times with 14 penalties, man.
Thank you.
That's trying to tell you something, man.
Sloppy
we
football
bringing
team.
heat, man. We not playing, man. We about to bring it to them, man. Whoever stepped up against us about to get bone rushed and Peter roll the Niner way, and stop putting blame on Jimmy G's name, man. We gonna be mad. Jimmy G finna come and win the Super Bowl, and then he gonna scat on us, and we gonna be like with our hands up, like what? So all I'm telling y'all, man, is I love y'all, Bonte, Shasky. Y'all keep doing what y'all doing. We about to bum rush anybody that step up. That's how we gonna do it. Frisco, the Skull way, man.
Let's go.
Do it, Duke.
Gang, bang, bang.
Bang, Niner gang. Flex moment of the day coming up here in just a second. By the way, you know I remember names, Shasky. I remember a lot of names. Vincent called us last week. Green Bay Packer fan said, "I want the Niners."
Yeah, he hit me on Insta.
Oh yeah, he tagged me on Instagram or something. Hey Vincent, you'll be hearing from us soon. Very
My
soon.
people will be calling your people.
Well, very soon, buddy. You got your wish. We granted you your wish.
Hey, I came through with the custom jersey. Did that hit the spot?
Hey, dude,
Keep
I threw
it
it
real.
all. I threw it all, man. I threw it all with my jacket, and I went out there with the 7 with the chain over
And
it.
you were feeling so good.
Dude, I was floating, dog. I don't know who I was yesterday. I threw on the khaki pants. No one of my Niners are wearing
You
the
gotta
khaki
wear
pants.
khaki with the
You wear
Niners jerseys, yes.
Khaki
I agree.
Levi's.
I agree.
And I had the J's on, the black and reds.
Oh, yeah?
The ones. And I was feeling myself.
You
with
and
the gold
Bosa,
hat. With the gold hat. With the gold Niner
Yes,
hat.
yes.
I was feeling myself yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I haven't come down yet.
Yeah.
I haven't come down. I'm off 2.5 hours sleep. So my day.
So who was right next to you? A Cowboy fan or two Niner fans?
So To my
I saw some Niner fans.
To my right, there was 4 Cowboy fans.
Okay.
All right. And he was trying to crack jokes. Guy from Pakistan. Oh, I used to go to Bay Area for Hewitt Packard. You know, you guys are all smart guys. You guys all come down to Texas and want to come here and root for your football team. You came down there for a loss. You know, very
He was
casual.
talking smack.
He was talking smack, right? So I said, oh, come on,
Good
boss.
for him.
And his son had the Zeke jersey on. And so I was calling him Zeke the whole game. I said, hey, Zeke. Hey, Zeke. You see Elijah? I was doing this to him. He's eating.
Did he have a bull ring and the nose ring like Zeke?
No, he did not. I don't think it's possible.
There's a lot going on with Zeke.
There's a lot going on with Zeke. So he looks borderline washed. To the right, my guy Carlos Santana, Niner fan, his lovely girlfriend, name is slipping me, but she was wearing a Amari Cooper jersey.
His real name's Carlos Santana?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
it's a hell of a name.
C Santana 2003 on Twitter.
That's dope.
His girl was sitting next. She had the Amari Cooper jersey on, and she was talking early. She's like, "Oh, I'm gonna be talking all game."
His girl's a Cowboy fan.
Yes, and they're from Oakland.
Oh my
Oakland
goodness.
/ San Leandro. She was talking. She didn't talk again until like the middle of the fourth quarter. She said, "I can't believe," because their ticket the ticket I bought was their boys, but he got sick, and so I paid for it. And I was like, man, that was supposed to be our boy, but he's a Niner fan, but he's happy. He's happy. He's cool that you're a Niner fan or whatnot. And then the people behind me, the one who flipped me off in the camera,
we
Leah,
all saw them,
and her husband, and they were chirping, and the other 2 guys.
She looked like she was ready to stab you, to be totally honest.
They were, because I started talking.
Yeah.
They opened it up. They started talking at kickoff, and I said, they don't realize who they want to. They're asking to smoke. They want to smoke for me.
I know.
Come on.
I'm the Warrior pre and post guy. I'm on TV.
I never dropped that. I was incognito, baby. I never dropped that. I was just like, look, man, I'm from the Bay, man. This is how we get
Incognito
down.
in a custom jersey with his last name on the back of it. But he's incognito. Posting videos on social media with his thousands and thousands and thousands of followers.
I got like 2,000
talking
followers.
that smack.
2,000 followers. Look,
Nice.
Look. I was talking that talk. And I walked out of that stadium. I was on a high. I basically went from the stadium right into Niner Nick out there at AT&T Stadium. We did about 5 chest bumps. I'm too old for that. I can't be jumping up and down like that anymore. But 5 chest bumps.
He's got about 15 years on us.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, bro, I'm about to blow a hammy. Anyway, I get on the shuttle. I'll talk even more talk. And then the shuttle stops for a second. And I'm sitting in the front. And there's police escorts, and it's the Niner team buses driving by. And I'm like, bang, bang, Niner gang. Look at the team buses driving by. Let's go. And I'm standing up on the Turner bus, and I said, we came down here, and we got a dub. That's all I kept saying. Bang, bang. My boys went out there and got a dub. And I talked that talk on a bus full of Cowboy fans, and all they did was just look at me saying, damn, damn, damn. The Niners got us. The Niners got us. And I got off that shuttle bus, Shasky, and I walked into the hotel lobby strutting. I was strutting like it was Ric Flair, baby. And the guy at the front desk, Alfonso, who saw me Saturday night, and he was talking that talk. Alfonso saw me and said, anybody but you. Out of all the Niner fans, I was not looking forward to seeing you. I ordered the Uber. I got my stuff. I got in the Uber. Lady was talking my ear off. I don't care. I was tweeting. I got the DFW airport, Dallas Fort Worth, baby.
First in my phone.
I walked through that terminal, took off my shoes and my watch and my chain and my phone, and I said, bang, bang, Niner gang. We on the way to Frozen Tundra at Lambeau Field. We on our way to Lambeau. And there were some Niner fans behind me saying, winners only. I looked back and I said, winners only through this line. Winners only. I got through there. I walked in there and I talked. And I ran into a couple people and I said, we heard you 50 feet away yelling bang, bang. I was in that airport stunting all the way till I got to my seat. Then I flipped the game on and I was talking even more, Shasky. And I ain't stopped talking
With
since.
the neck roll? Did you have one of those sleeping neck roll thingies?
No neck roll. And I had the middle seat too. It was very uncomfortable.
Oh, yeah.
But
You're too big for the middle seat.
It's all good though. Bang, bang.
Carry
Niner
on
gang.
only?
Bang, bang, Niner gang. Oh, we got to get the flex moment of the day. Flex moment of the day. Let's go. Xfinity flex moment of the day. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Our boy Donnie Ecker, former Giants hitting instructor.
It's so random.
So random. He's now with the Texas Rangers. So I posted a picture of the stadium yesterday like, this thing is massive.
Yeah.
He's like, DM me. So he's blowing me up in the DMs. He comes over. His beautiful girlfriend, Morgan, comes over, says what's up, says, hey, appreciate everything you and Shasky did for me on the roast, man. You guys are awesome. I just had to come by and say what's up. I said, Donnie Ecker, out of all the people in Niners Cowboys, Donnie Ecker. But I remember, and I said, you know what? You flipped it on us when we had you on the airways.
Yes.
You were talking football.
Wasn't he from the Peninsula?
He's from the Peninsula. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
So was he rooting for the Niners?
Oh, of course he was.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
Shout out Donnie Ecker. Shout out Donnie Ecker. Shout out to the 49er faithful for making their way to Jerry's World. Shout out to the faithful here in the Bay Area who watch it on their couches, at the bars. Way to represent. Bang, bang, Niner game. You can't tell me nothing all week. Cowboy fans, all the Cowboy, where all the Cowboy fans who called Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You got the rest of the week to call.
There was Zeke
Show your face.
on a milk carton.
Oh, you're in Mexico with Zeke shooting tequila shots?
For real.
That's what we're doing right now?
By the way,
Cowboy fans, where you at?
Can you grant me
I didn't
this?
hear from you all day.
I didn't hear the name Dan Quinn once during that game. Can you give me this? Like, their coordinators are so overrated.
Their defense played all right, though.
Michael Parsons did nothing.
No, he was. You know what?
He did nothing.
No, he was making some plays. I saw 11
down the
everywhere.
field.
I saw 11 everywhere. Dallas Morning Radio. I may have to listen to that. All right, Curly, what do you want? You keep bugging
Is
me, Curly.
Guru out
I'm on
today?
one right now.
Is he in?
Is there any crosstalk?
Oh, it's crosstalk.
Dan Dibby's not here.
No, he is not here.
Took MLK day off.
He is not.
He's got a dream to take days off after a 49ers win over the Cowboys.
I had a dream last night. Yeah, I had a dream last night. It was about Chelsea Handler. We'll tell you about that later on in the show because it was super weird. But yeah, man.
Are you dating her like 50 Cent? Or like what's going on here?
I don't know. I woke up, so I'm going to have to go back to sleep to get to episode 2. It's a really weird dream.
I hate to leave the roasters on hold. Call us back, James, Rich G, Shabry. Sorry we couldn't get to you. Ran out of time. Say a hole for Willard and
Bonte was
Whitey
flexing about
Gleason
his
and
trip
Willard.
to Dallas.
Hey, I gotta flex. You gotta flex. When you go down there to enemy territory, hostile environment, and the crowd is booing you when you walk into the stadium, they're saying, take off that gear, Bonte. Take off that gear. Who are you? Niner fans, you're ugly. Your colors are ugly. You suck. You're gonna lose. You got to talk that talk, Whitey. You got to talk that talk. You got to structure stuff, man, when you fly back to the Bay Area.
Well done.
And all week long, hey, look, Whitey, I'm waiting for Cowboy fans to call me. You got tomorrow, Wednesday, to call me before we move on to Green Bay. I need to hear from Cowboy fans.
Yeah, Bonte, you know this better than we do because you were there, but those Cowboy fans, I was telling Mark earlier, a lot of those Cowboy fans, you could see it on their faces, even on TV. Until the fourth quarter, they thought, we can't lose this game because we are the Dallas Cowboys. And then that's why that woman who was crying on TV with 5 minutes to go, they're down 6, and they had the ball, and she's crying because it's like, we might lose this game. No.
She was hammered, right?
I think so.
Who knows? Maybe she just got a text and a family member was sick or something. Who knows? But first of all, Whitey, I give you a 3 for your Brian Kelly LSU accent.
Yes.
That was very well done. And Bonte, you had tickets, right? You weren't part of that group that was running in when they opened the doors that went viral yesterday, were you?
I'm too old for that. I'm too old for that.
Yeah, he was getting a PlayStation 5 as he was running in. I don't know if you noticed, half Walmart, half AT&T Stadium.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a very weird setup they have going on. So you walk through the gates, right? They have a gate to get into that section of the stadium, and like they don't take the tickets right there at the doors. They take your tickets a little outside the stadium. So you go to this plaza and you're all scanned up. You're all ready to go, which is really weird. I've never seen a stadium have that setup. And so it's just a free-for-all. And people are running to their seats. They're running to the standing room only section. It's just mayhem. And people are getting, it's just unbelievable. But, I mean, that's what they do in Texas. They don't really use their brains.
No, it's a terrible idea. Like, it's absolutely terrible idea when you watch something like that.
Totally, Mark.
The first time you see it, you're like, oh, how cool. And then 10 seconds later, I'm like, this is a really bad idea.
Mark, if I was taking my wife or my grandfather or our kids, would you imagine? You just huddle up and you'd be like, let them get through. You're like going through the buffalo in Lion King at the beginning of the movie.
Seriously, I mean, it would feel like what you would do if you were stuck in an avalanche.
Exactly.
Just grab on.
Exactly.
And just be like, just count to 10 and hopefully it'll be over. Like really, really weird. But It's Texas, so I guess it's not weird at all.
All right, so let's get into the game, guys. I cannot get over it. You lose Nick Bosa for a whole half. A whole half, and they found a way. Yeah. No D Ford, no Javon Kinlaw. You lose Fred Warner at the end of that game as well, and yet this front four and the back end of this secondary, covering those receivers, complimentary football across the board. I know we're going to talk Debo. I know Jimmy Garoppolo's a hot topic for a lot of people. The offensive line, this defense, and DeMeco Ryans, they couldn't have asked for a better game.
It was impressive. Obviously, it was impressive, but we also this is not to pass off what those individuals have done. So many of them have gotten so much better, and shout out to the executive staff who brought in Omenihu and who brought in Arden Key, and then look at people like Ambry Thomas who now suddenly look like football players when 6 weeks ago we're like, you can't even play in the sandlot. And now you're in the playoffs, looking like you belong against a really good receiving core. What did CeeDee Lamb have? A catch?
Yeah.
One catch? Is that right?
5 dances. 5 dances, 1 catch.
So good, but the unsung hero of that defense is the frauds that are the Dallas Cowboys offense. Yesterday showed the division they play in. It showed it showed how undisciplined they are. It shows they are just collectively, they were ill-prepared. They were uneducated with the way they played football. They had penalties in big moments every single time. And that was the 12th man in the game.
Well, it's not surprising. Go ahead, Whitey. Sorry about that.
I'm sorry. I was going to say, as far as a defensive line, it's almost Warrior-esque, the strength in numbers, right? Like, who are these guys? And I thought that really showed last week the way the Rams' vaunted defensive line, they kind of wore down, and the 49ers have so much depth that they got stronger and stronger. In the secondary, other than, the fake punt yesterday, whatever, the secondary, they're playing their best football, right? The secondary is as good as they've been all year.
All right, guys, the memes. Can we just talk about the memes?
Good.
The internet's undefeated. All right, now I don't know. I don't even know if I should say this one out loud, but I'm gonna do it anyway. You've seen the Mexican word of the day, right? They have these memes, Mexican word of the day.
Be careful.
Dallas. This is the last game that the playoffs are going to have with the Cowboys in them.
That's a good.
Come on, that's pretty funny.
That's pretty
funny.
I mean, the couple that was on there.
Trace for that.
Yeah, I think it's like a 1, but I had to get in there. The memes are absolutely great. When Jimmy throws the interception, guys, I texted. I'm losing my mind. Bonte and I are texting back and forth. Jimmy throws the interception, and I thought he played a really good game up until that point. Obviously, I'm thinking they're going to lose this game. The heartbreak is all that I've ever experienced in my adult life with this team. They're going to find a way to get left at the altar, and somehow, some way, on 3rd and 10, when the game's on the line, they find a way to get it within inches. I can't believe the resiliency from this group. I thought they were going to lose the whole way. I did.
I didn't think the whole way. I'll tell you the moment that I felt terrible because we've now done this. We do this to the 49ers every week. You give up on them, and then 10 minutes later, you're like, sorry, never mind. I love you. You guys are amazing. I was ready to give up on the long pass to Dalton Schultz. This is the second to last possession for the Cowboys.
Schultz killed us.
Yep. Schultz goes to the 40-yard line in 49er territory. There's still 2.5 minutes to go. And I'm like, they're going to lose. They're going to lose this game. And as it turns out, they went backwards from that point. They never got another yard on that drive. Yep. And that is an incredible credit to the defense. DeMeco Ryans, it might be going too well. If he beats Green Bay, he might be gone.
He may get a job next season. You're right. He may get a job in a couple of weeks if the Niners find a way to beat Green Bay. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified, the 9 a.m. hour with Willard and Whitey, brought to you by our great friends at Timeless Coffee. Shout out to RJ, shout out to Paula. Willard, you brought up the penalties of the Cowboys, 14 penalties. Whitey, you brought up the sloppiness. This is something we discussed last week on this show. But to see it in person, it was like, wow, they really are undisciplined. Because I went back and watched the Arizona game. First of all, they led the league in offensive holding penalties. They were second to last when it came to penalties per game. But to see it in person, and they had 6 pre-snap penalties.
First play of the game.
Pre-snap,
Offside.
6 pre-snap. Like, what is going on here? How are you this sloppy?
Well, the beautiful one, and I'm forgetting, was it DeMarcus Lawrence? Who was it?
Hands to the face on
the
3rd and 12?
No, the defensive
hold.
Him.
He tackled him. And he had no business.
Right, you're on the defensive line in a situation where the 49ers have to run the ball.
Randy
Gregory, thank you. That's who it was. You have to run the ball.
I couldn't believe it.
It's predictable. You just have to make your tackles and use your timeouts. The running back is already by you.
It's unreal.
And he just flat tackled an offensive lineman. And so one of the things that I want to get to today, too, because Dak Prescott yesterday, worst day as an NFL professional because of what he said afterward.
What was that?
Oh, yeah.
What was that?
You know
the fact that anybody in Dallas thinks that they got jobbed yesterday.
It's ridiculous.
Here's something we never do in sports. We never pump up the refs. Every time there was a replay to show the penalty, it was even Romo was like, "Yep, that was a penalty." Like
Alex Mack's head almost came off.
They were right almost every single time. They deserve a credit, and the fact that Dallas is talking about officials today is crazy.
You know what?
Whiners.
But you knew it was going to happen. You knew it was going to happen. They're complaining about officials. Officials do that all the time, bumping into quarterbacks trying to spot the ball. You got to respot the ball. That's their job. They got to respot the ball
to the official. Hand the ball to the official.
But how about this? How about you just not call a quarterback draw with 14 seconds left and no timeouts in the middle of the field? You called a quarterback draw with your season on the line. That is a fireable offense. That's how Mike McCarthy, Kellen Moore.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off.
I've never seen anything like that.
The attention on the bad play call, but let's put the attention on the referees.
Thank you.
It's a joke.
0 to 10. Bonte, 0 to 10. The advantage the 49ers had in coaching yesterday, what was it, like 15?
At least.
It was 20.
At least.
At least 20.
The first drive was a clinic.
It was
They
clinic.
went right down the field like a hot knife through butter.
Each of you, what was the emotion that ran through you as a fan the second that Dak took off? The second he started running, I was like,
Thank you. That's exactly
well before everything that ended.
Don't get a penalty. Get off of him because that's
just
all.
Tackle him.
Just tackle him and get off of him.
It's over.
And we're good. No. And all I kept thinking was Manning cast. If the Manning cast was going on right now, they'd say, "What are you doing?" Like you have to account and calculate for the official making a human mistake. Like that's part of. That's why you throw to the sidelines. I don't know what you're doing.
The Romo cast was almost as good though.
Right.
I didn't get that deep into the play. I didn't get that deep into the play. I just said, oh, my God, they read a quarterback draw.
I couldn't believe it.
And I looked at the scoreboard to make sure, like, wait a minute, they have no timeouts. And I started laughing hysterically, and I started waving bye-bye to Cowboy fans. I didn't need the official to say the game is over. I started waving bye-bye because you're ready to – I've never seen a quarterback draw, 14 seconds left in the middle of the field. No timeouts.
You want to talk about outthinking yourself. Like, I would pay whatever I've got in my bank account to hear what was said between Kellen Moore, Mike McCarthy, right before this play call. You know what we're going to do? Here's what we're going to do. This will really surprise him. I would love to hear that conversation because what an awful idea, and thank you for doing it.
And then, Mark, you still would have had to connect downfield for 30 yards and get a touchdown. Like, we're acting like the final play was like at the 1, okay? Like, the Dre Greenlaw tackle was literally at the 1, okay? I'll listen to the argument of if the ball stretched. You had to execute another play.
T.O., the catch, too, is the one that went through my head. Dallas is acting like they got jobbed.
Exactly.
You would have needed, if you get that next play, you would have needed to pull off about a 1 in 50 type play that was essentially T.O., the catch, too, and you're not doing it.
It would have been the longest pass of the day,
You're not doing it.
Longest pass of the day, too.
You're not doing it. You're not doing it at all.
How about this kid, Elijah Mitchell? I mean, we're going to talk Debo, obviously. Elijah Mitchell, okay, we went to training camp. He wasn't even on the field. Guys, it was Raheem Mostert Trey Sermon, and look at JaMychal Hasty. Hey, when's Wilson coming back? This kid, 23 years old, 6th-round draft pick, 96 yards, 80-something after first contact. What an absolute stud they got here.
I mean, that's the thing, and Whitey and I are going to get into it here in a sec. Like, this 49er group It's not the best group, and I don't think they're going to win the Super Bowl, and I don't know if it's going to last more than another 6 days. But the story that is on it, like each week they're playing for another week, and all the individuals we're talking about, the fact that this is still going, and who knows where it's going to go next. I don't know. This is not the best 49er team, but this is the best soap opera that I've watched with this franchise in at least a generation.
Mark, you don't have to win it all to have memories. Alex Smith, did they win it all that year? No. It's 6 minutes that live forever, okay? When T.O. caught that ball that you referenced earlier, did they win the Super Bowl? No, they didn't. You could still have a great run here. I would like to win the Super Bowl. Believe me, it's on my list of things to do this year. But like this year, back-to-back weeks, I think these are the 2 finest weeks in the Shanahan era. I really do. That's how amazing it's been from a roller coaster standpoint.
If this sucker ends up at SoFi Stadium in 2 weeks with the 49ers and Stafford again, if that happens, I mean, I know they're
contract for Shanahan.
They're both going to be underdogs next week. I know, and I know I'm dismissing the Cardinals like they don't exist, but man, that scenario is on the table, and I mean,
man, hey, if they go play the Rams at SoFi Stadium, your boys
put them in the bowl. Put them in the bowl.
Your boys going to
49ers are like they're like the Giants, but not this year's Giants. They're like the 2010 Giants, right? Because these games last week is torture.
Yeah.
This is torture.
Torture too.
Should we bring Brian Wilson in for the quarterback sneak?
Absolutely.
You know, what do you guys think? Maybe load the bases and bring him in? What do you think? No, that's
no.
All right,
that's it for us.
Have a good one,
Have
guys.
A good show.
All right, boys.
We done, Spinone.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, Whitey, buckle up. This is going to be so much fun. 3 hours of fun. I got to think, and, you know, much respect, much love to not only the holiday we celebrate today and the great Martin Luther King, but the fact that Dibs wanted to spend some time with family today. Nothing but love, nothing but respect. But I have to wonder a little bit with the way it's played out, if he's not tuning in right now, a little jealous that you and I get to hang out for the next 3 hours instead of him. Because my gosh, they've gone and done it again.
Yeah, little FOMO action there, huh? For Dibs, who could blame him? I'm trying to think why I took so much delight in that win yesterday, and some of it, of course, is just it was such a dramatic win, and they've done it 2 weeks in a row, and there's so many great stories, which I know we'll get into. But for me, the core of my intense delight yesterday was because it's the stinking Dallas Cowboys, who, to me, they have exhibited more what I call organizational arrogance than probably any professional sports team ever. You could say maybe the Yankees, and okay, if you include, if you go way back to the 50s or whatever, maybe the Yankees. But the Cowboys, and that's it. I have nothing against people from Texas, but they felt like they were ordained by the football gods to win that game yesterday, and they were exposed for the frauds that they are.
It's fascinating that you saw the fan faces that way, because what I kept hearing from people who live out in the Dallas-Fort Worth area all week, Michael Irvin chiefly among them, was like, this was not the matchup they wanted. It was a scary matchup. And then when you get your seat warm and it's already 10-0 49ers, I thought the stadium kind of went into oh my gosh, like this, we're going to get run off of the field. And as usual with the 49ers, you should have run them off the field, and you didn't, because, boy, if the 49ers are good at anything, it is keeping the other team in the game, not having 4 clean quarters in a row. They just can't seem to do that. But they do some really good stuff in the quarters where they are clean, and it's just enough yet again. But, yeah, listen, it's the first time in my life I've ever woken up after a Dallas Cowboy experience, Whitey, and thought to myself, thank goodness for Jerry Jones, because he is the only member of the entire organization that has made any sense in the last 24 hours as he stepped forward and said, I am disappointed in us and we got outplayed. Now leave. Go home, because that's the end of the sentence. Everybody else, from Dak Prescott torching officials to Mike McCarthy, continue. How many times did Mike McCarthy look up at the big board? Oh, there it is. And then get mad, even though I'm like,
not 5, not 6, not 7.
The big board, Mike, shows that you were wrong. What are you? I mean, unbelievable. And then to come out afterward and be like, New York said we were going to get extra time. You blew it. You blew it. You blew this game 6 ways to Sunday, and thank goodness Jerry Jones is the only voice of reason.
Yeah.
And there's a statement I've never said before, and I'll never say it again.
I'm with you. I don't like to give him credit either, but yeah, he was the only one that made sense. As far as the 49ers yesterday, you know, when you're a fan of whatever team and whatever sport, the toughest losses are the ones that come after. In your mind, you've already assumed we've won the game. Sometimes that happens when you're way ahead. We've already won. Sometimes it happens like yesterday. Debo, first down. That's it. 49ers win. Oh, yes. Hold on. Oh, they're going to, all right, well, you know what? I don't know about that. Okay. Yeah, he's a little short. All right. Well, that's all right. Jimmy will pick this up, right? Little nervous, but here we go. First down, they have won. The 49ers won the game.
Won the game.
Yeah.
Nope. Actually, there's a flag on the play.
Not
so you
yet.
got to do it. Yeah, you got to do it
False
again.
Start. Oh,
you're right.
My goodness. So I didn't know what you asked him a few moments ago. What did you think when Dak took off? And I understand what you're saying is like, okay, they don't have time, but I didn't know. I was just at that point in such a fragile state. I didn't know what was going to happen because in my mind they'd already won twice and they actually hadn't won at all yet.
Well, no, that's absolutely correct. I was watching it with my sons, and when they actually won, it was the third time we did the celebration hug. Like, we got into victory formation in the living room 3 times yesterday. 3 times.
Where's Penny in the victory formation?
Penny is doing exactly what she's doing right now. If you can see her behind me, she is
good dog.
out. Yeah, she is out. Actually, I have a little confession to make to Penny, who's sitting right behind me. I don't know if she can speak English, but we put her in the crate in the first half. We put her in the crate, even though because I was like, she was like we put the food out and we were so intense. And Penny, when you get intense, the dog gets intense, and so the dog wants you to throw the ball or play with the little rope ball or whatever. And everyone was like, Penny, get out of here! We're trying to get this 49er Cowboy game into our blood. I had to put her in the other room. Why did I had to put her away?
That's a good call because our dog Moby, we maybe should have put him in the crate where he was safe because my wife Sheena was just going absolutely berserk.
Good
and
for
Moby
her.
doesn't like that. Happens during Warrior games too. And Moby comes up with his tail tucked like, hey, is everything, are we okay here? Are we okay? Is everything all right? Yeah, so we put him outside. So putting her in the crate, I think, was a good call because of the emotional roller coaster 49er fans went through yesterday. Unbelievable.
Well, the emotional roller coaster is the thing. And by the way, we mentioned taking a look at Penny. Hello to our Twitch and our YouTube audience, twitch.tv/957 The Game, youtube.com/957 The Game. You can always take a look at the show. In addition to listening to it, you're wide open welcome. We have absolutely no guest today. You are the guest because today is just too big and we want to hear from so many of you. So 888-957-9570 is the phone line. That is the exact same number we use for the Comcast business text line, which is always open, and you can fire away. That emotional roller coaster, Whitey, this guy, Jimmy Garoppolo, is the classic, you can't live with him and you can't live without him. Remember Norm at Cheers? Women, can't live with him, pass the beer nuts. Okay, that's one way to look at it. Now there's Jimmy. You truly finished the sentence. You can't live with him, and you can't live without him. Now, we're going to live without him next year, but for right now, the drama that goes into this, the inability for us to ever relax for one quarter. When it's going well, it gets messed up. When it's going bad, he's going to come save it. I cannot figure out what the cadence is with this team. I just know it's going to be so damn stressful, but embedded in the actual results of the football game are the soap opera that's going alongside of it. Because this isn't just the 49ers made it to next week. It's Jimmy made it to next week. He has turned 49er football into a reality show. And each week we're trying to find out if he's going to get voted off of the island. And somehow, some way, he puts together some sort of an alliance with somebody else in the world, and he makes it again to next week. And each time, look at the logos, the brands, the people who are on the other side, McVay and Stafford, followed by the revitalization of the rivalry with Dallas. Of course, Green Bay is waiting in the very next episode of the Jimmy G reality show. And if somehow he does that, it's either going to be back to SoFi or his old teammate Tom Brady waiting for me. I mean, or Kyler Murray, I guess. I keep dismissing the Cardinals. We'll see what happens tonight. But this isn't just 49er football, Whitey. It's a reality show, and we keep wondering if each week might be the season finale.
To me, and I know you have a wonderful Jimmy comp that's more interesting than mine, but to me, watching him last night, trying to figure out what the hell's going on here exactly. You know, to me, the 49ers, it's like they're trying to get across country, and they've already gotten further than we thought. And the ground game is the new tires, right? It's like, man, those are nice, sharp tires in great shape, expensive tires. And the defense is like the body of the vehicle you're in, and it's, man, this thing is rock solid. This is great, and they're well supplied, navigation system great. But Jimmy's like the electrical system, whereas you're driving, all of a sudden, everything just shut off. Nothing works. What happened? And the first time yesterday when he missed Ayuk, you know, when he had him wide open, it was like, the electrical system failed. What happened? And didn't you just have that feeling? Like, I just have that feeling that's going to come back. I know everything's going great now. And then after the interception, it was like, oh my goodness.
I mean,
no. We all know how does he not see this is coming and somehow avoid it?
And did he say something like he didn't get the right grip on the ball about the interception? I mean, like, we all had the same thought in the pick. Jimmy, you could throw that ball to the crying lady in the stands. You could throw it off Mike McCarthy's head. You could throw it into the ground. You could take a sack. In that moment, you could do anything but that.
Yes.
Anything but that. But that's what you chose to do. It's literally, wasn't it the sideline reporter on the TV broadcast that came on, and her name's escaping me. I forget who it was. It was Tracy Wolfson.
But I'm going to call her Tony because she kept calling Nick Bosa Joey.
Joey
Bosa. I'm going to call her Tony Wolfson. Yeah,
Joey Bosa.
Tony Wolfson.
Well, no, that was nice of her because Joey being a Charger, he'll never actually be in the playoffs. So that was his first and final appearance in the playoffs. Yeah, good for you. Tracy Wolfson comes out and goes, boy, what the Cowboys would really love on this drive is a turnover. Pretty much this game's over unless the Cowboys can get a turnover here. And you're sitting here going, yeah, exactly. Like, all they've got to do is not turn it over. 2 plays later, Jimmy's like, wait, let's just hug them. I'm like, oh my God, dude, the only thing you can't do is that. And that's why, yes, you had the wonderful family-friendly electrical system. I liken Jimmy to our sex lives. I mean, they are an unbelievable, emotional, just endorphin rush at their high, the highest highs that you could possibly imagine. But they also mess with your brain sometimes. They can depress you when it's not going well. There's angst there. It's the ultimate emotional roller coaster of highs and lows, and it's all embedded within our own mind, body, and spirit. And that is Jimmy. Like, you can get so mad, you can have fights about it, and then 10 minutes later, you're hugging each other. And I mean, Jimmy, what he did in LA, that was makeup sex. What he did in LA, like, he made you so angry for 3.5 quarters, and then you went, I love you, and I want to spend the rest of my life with you. And he just does it over and over. It goes back and forth, and it's crazy that we don't expect it. We should have known at halftime that this was going to end this way.
Here's the problem. And this is frank talk here, obviously, but Jimmy is like, the 49ers like your sex life, and Jimmy has interception dysfunction, all right? And it's something that you have to be, honest about, and you have to deal with it. And as 49er fans right now,
I think that's where we are, right? It's like, yeah, this is great, but we got this issue here, so it's going to cause some problems. We're just going to have to find a way to power through, because that's who Jimmy is right now. We've got a little interception dysfunction that we're dealing with.
Yeah, we do, and but he keeps luring you in. Like that first half, they were so clean, and you went to the locker room thinking, why are they only up 9? But by the same token, you're like, they're up 9. And at no point, as soon as Robbie Gould hits the first field goal, at no point were the Cowboys within 1 score. At no point until Jimmy throws the pick and they go right into the end zone. And now you got a 6-point game. And that's why I don't know why we get lured in. Like the whole game I sat there going, look, at least they're up 2 scores. They're up 2 scores. This is like they're not really in danger. Why do I not have the thought in my head? Mark, I know this is going to be stressful in the end. Why? The first half in Tennessee looked exactly like the first half yesterday. And then Jimmy came out and found a way to completely cough that game away. But at the same token, it's not lost on me that they're not even in Dallas yesterday, if not for his heroics last week. So we got to expect this. And so I'm coaching myself all week now, Whitey. That's what it's going to be like at Lambeau Field on Saturday night.
Yeah, that's the Jimmy experience. Some bad quarterbacks, it's like, he's a bad quarterback. He's going to be bad. Some are good. This guy's really good. And Jimmy, of course, he runs the whole gamut. And then the injury, which, credit to him, obviously, for playing through that. But I'm sure that only makes him more prone to these moments of, I couldn't grip the ball on that throw. And he's always been prone to those moments, right, where you don't know when he's going to throw a bad one. So it's even more of a roll of the dice on every single throw. And that's just where they are right now. How long can they continue with this? I don't know, but on to Green Bay, and isn't that wonderful in a very agonizing sort of way?
And of course it's Green Bay. Of course it's Green Bay. I haven't even done this yet. I'll do it live on the air coming up next. We will go straight to my weather app and find out what Lambeau Field is supposed to look like on Saturday night.
Excellent.
It's all sponsored by BioNTech and Pfizer, and we, Willard and Whitey today, Whitey's in for Dibs, as you can hear. We are wide open and ready for you. Would love to hear, as you got done with yesterday, was it an elation sensation, or are you walking? Thank you. Are you walking away from that at the same time thinking, I'm holding my temples? And as Kyle texted me one point during the game, right after the interception, get him off my team. Like, do you love Jimmy right now? Do you hate Jimmy right now? Where do you sit in between? 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Willard and Whitey today in for Dibs on Willard.
Or he's taking a shot to the end zone. This is scary because I would take a shot to the end zone here when they're in the sideline defense because you actually can hold on to the ball. You need someone, San Francisco, to get to the quarterback here.
Prescott takes off running the football. Whoa, I don't think this is going to work out.
It will. They'll be able to clock this. They would plan for it. It's down. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, the official gets in the way. The game's over. The game is over.
Oh, he did.
It's the 9 o'clock hour on Willard and Dibs, presented by Timeless Coffee on 95.7 The Game.
Tell me that you don't like a little bit better right now my analogy of the 49ers and a sex life. Listen to Tony Romo in that last call. It's almost, he sounds like he's having some sort of an experience in bed. Like, wait, what? Oh my gosh. I mean, it was fascinating that Romo was like, nope, this is going to work. And then they react, and this is somehow being made out to be the officials' fault because they bumped into each other. Look, if you've set up a play where it's reliant on officials not bumping into people as they run a 15-yard sprint to try to get to the ball, you know, the Cowboys handed the ball to each other rather than the ref. One thing was just so evident in watching this whole thing play out. The Cowboys had not thought this out. They played from beginning to end an uneducated, ill-prepared football game. There's no other way to present this. You could say, oh, they should have had 1 second on the clock, as if they're just going to dial up a touchdown from 25 yards out. No problem. Like, it was a very ill-conceived football game from beginning to end for Dallas.
Tony Romo pointed out something that I know Dak talked about after the game when they ran that play, and Jim Nantz says, this is not going to work. And Romo says, no, they practice this, and they do. And Dak said, we practice it. But I don't know if they didn't practice it very well because, to your point, Mark, you have to, when you're down, the official must touch the ball. So, everyone knows this who's paying attention to this, give the ball to the official. And somehow, the official bumped into Dak. That's not right. We had to try to get the ball because the Cowboys didn't give it to him. But I think that does get back to what you're talking about, the coaching. You know, the best coaches, they're so into the moment that they can almost, in any sport, they can almost anticipate what's going to happen. You see that with managers, right? It's like, wow, he knew what the other team was going to do. And the worst coaches, and I think maybe Mike McCarthy's one of these guys, not only does he not know what's going to happen, I don't think he knows what already happened.
Well,
he's looking up there, what's going on here? Where are we?
Listen, people in Wisconsin today are not surprised. Let's put it that way. They're not surprised that the 49ers are on their way to Wisconsin because they've watched Mike McCarthy for years, who has never not had an elite quarterback in his entire career. He has never not had Brett Favre or Aaron Rodgers or Dak Prescott. And what does he have to show for it? Sure, there's a Super Bowl. There's a Super Bowl. That's what he's got. And outside of that, it's usual disappointment. And I thought yesterday was not only a bad day for him, but Whitey, my gosh, as I said earlier, this was the worst day in the professional career of Dak Prescott for a number of reasons, more so after the game than during it. He wasn't bad in the game. He wasn't great either. He was just kind of there. But after the game, I thought the whole thing fell apart. Few things we want to let you hear. First of all, it was fun to do the crossover with Bonte and Joe, but let's be honest, we're a little bit more looking forward to the crossover at the end of the show. Guru officially has his name back. We're not going to call him Who. We're going to call him Goo. He is now allowed back into the fraternity, and all is well, especially because his tail will be firmly planted between his legs.
Lay off.
For those of you who do not follow all of us and Goo and the station and all of that on social media, if you're not a social media person, let's bring everybody into the fold in terms of what Guru posted on social media platforms Friday after his show. He had 5 days of doing a show where he had to kind of hold in his Cowboy fandom. And then after the show Friday afternoon, he let it out.
I've been holding it in all week, guys. Bonte, I hope you have a great flight, but I also hope you have the worst experience of your life in Dallas. So you know what that means. You see what I'm wearing. You see the star. Shasky, I want to go back to the playoffs. Well, guess what, my friend? You are in the playoffs. I hope it's short-lived, and I hope by Sunday night you two are hurt like it ain't no tomorrow. I talked to my guy, Michael, the playmaker, Irvin. I'm fired up. So let's go, Dallas. Let's go. It starts now, Dak. Let's go.
Oh my God. It's so good. That is just a man in his living room. That's all that is. It starts now, Dak. No, it ends now. And for me, Dak Prescott will never be the same again. I don't hate Dak Prescott. He's a good player. He won me my fantasy league this year. He's been good in the community. But what he did after the game yesterday, Whitey, I just, and we'll play it for you in a second, but essentially throwing the officials under the bus after a game like that where you were thoroughly outplayed from beginning to end, to me, that's the weakest thing that a player can go do in a public space.
I agree. It was, I hope he will take advantage of the opportunity to really seriously and strongly walk this back. I don't know that he will. I think what was going on there to a degree, and not that in any way, shape, or form excuses what he said, I don't think he was having a really hard time processing that they lost and how they lost. And, when you're in denial there, you're going through denial is one of the forms of grief, right? I think you and Dibs have talked about that. One of the stages, I should say, one of the stages of grief. That's what he was having a hard time processing. And I think he even said that. It's a quote, processing that they lost. So he was looking for explanations. And so he's clinging to this. We didn't really lose. It was the officials. But it was, to excuse the throwing of the trash was just, it was inexcusable and embarrassing and very disappointing.
For so many of you who may not have seen the video, but it has gone viral, so Cowboys fans after the game throwing trash in the direction of the officials. Now, the players were walking off the field as well, so they had to deflect, and I'm talking about Cowboy players, had to deflect debris that was being thrown at them. So this question sort of came at Dak from two different angles. The first one is when they ask him about stuff being thrown in the direction of players, but then you'll hear a reporter after his initial answer say, no, Dak, they were actually targeting the officials, and listen to the about face in the tone of the whole thing. Here's Dak after the game.
No, I didn't see that. It's sad. I mean, you're talking about a team, you're talking about men that come out each and every day of their lives and give everything to the sport, give everything to this game of football. Nobody wants to succeed more than we want to succeed. I understand fans and the word fan for fanatic. I get that. But to know everything that we put into this day in and day out, try our hardest. Nobody comes in the game wanting or expecting to lose. And for people to react that way when you're supposed to be a supporter and be with us through thick and thin, that's tough.
I think they were aiming at the referees. Yeah. They were
Well, shit, credit to them then.
That's what
Yeah.
they were doing it.
Oh, credit to them.
It's such a bad look. I mean, for two reasons. Number one, as we just detailed, I cannot for the life of me think, and I get that he's biased because he's on the damn team. He's the leader of the damn team. I get it. I've been through disappointment in my life as well, haven't we all? But to get thoroughly outplayed like that and then even think, like it bothers me that Dak even thinks that that's why they lost. To think that you lost because of the officials when you were so thoroughly outplayed is a character flaw. But then furthermore, Whitey, listen to what he just said. We should not be criticized because we work hard. We put everything we have into this and we try. We try really hard. This is our job and we're doing our best, so therefore we shouldn't be criticized. Oh, the refs? Yeah, you can criticize them. I'm sorry, they don't work hard. They don't put everything that they have into this. Dak, are they not trying? And if you want to go play-by-play of this football game yesterday and take reviews and replays of what each person did with their job, the officials did a hell of a lot better job than you did yesterday. That's for sure.
Amen. And there's a third branch of this disappointing, disgusting Dak Prescott tree, which is, wait a minute, he's saying that if fans were throwing garbage and bottles and if players had to dodge it or it was hitting players, well, it's okay if they were throwing garbage that hit the players if they were throwing it at the referees, which again is like, wait, what? I mean, even if they were throwing it at the referees, the players were in the crossfire. That's just so wrong. So hopefully the league will, not that it matters to us if the league takes action, but something like this, I mean, that's frightening in this day and age when you're advocating, throwing things at anybody, but, the referee, credit to you because they cost us a game. That's abominable, and the league has to take action.
Yeah, and I actually care even a little bit less about league action, although I'm in your corner, but I think that this needs to be addressed by Dak, much more so than the league. I mean, this is not going to. It's not gone well for him. It's sort of an easy thing, I think, for him to come out and do, which is that, look, this was a very emotional loss. I was very, very upset. And no, I do not advocate anybody throwing anything out of the stands, especially directed at people who don't have helmets and pads on, who might get hit by something. I mean, I think that that's probably going to have to happen. Maybe not today. I don't think the world wants to hear from Dak today. But the bottom line is this is a very bad look. And to flash it back to who's playing on the other side, he throws at least one pick a game that makes you want to put your hand through the wall. Every time you're ready to say, this is our quarterback, he does something that makes you go, I don't ever want to see him throw another pass for us again. We get the Jimmy G experience. But in the end, what is a quarterback? He's somebody who's going to throw the ball, but he's also the leader of your team. And I would like to point out that leadership shows up when you are in your challenging moments. You saw what Dak did yesterday in his challenging moment. Take a look once again at how Jimmy Garoppolo has handled what has to have been an embarrassing season-long scenario. We don't want you anymore. We're going to mortgage our entire future to replace you. But oh, by the way, go have body parts ripped off from each other and go play for us, buddy, one more time. He's throwing a no-hitter. He is playing perfect leadership ball all year long. And you wonder why the players, his teammates, love him more than we fans do? That's why. Jimmy is a leader, and Dak is not.
No question. I thought Kyle even threw Jimmy under the bus a little bit unnecessarily yesterday, on the sneak that picked up apparently the first down that would have clinched the game, and Trent Williams was called for a false start. And,
also Jimmy's fault, by the way. Also Jimmy's fault. Like Jimmy snapped it too soon.
Yeah, it was, but I mean, Kyle wasn't shy about pointing that out. And they went to Jimmy and said, Kyle says you were a little over anxious. And Jimmy said, Kyle said that? And it wasn't true. Yeah, that's absolutely true. It is, but it's interesting that the coach was not shy about pointing that out. Yeah, that was Jimmy's fault. That was the quarterback's fault. But that's the deal that with the devil that the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan have made this year, right? All right, here's your quarterback. He's pretty good sometimes, but you know what? He always throws the ball every so often on the wrong team. Now he's got the bad thumb, too, which makes it more likely that's going to happen. But you guys don't know when, okay? You on board with that? And you see how far you go? All right, go get him. This is going to be fun. That's where you are as a 49er fan.
It's absolutely unbelievable. Like Jimmy's got to be sitting there like going, what was it? Oh, Kyle threw me under the bus again? That's the 48th time this year. Yeah, no problem. I got this. We'll see you in Wisconsin on Saturday. It's
I might as well just stay under the bus. I might as well just roll under the bus and stay under there for
listen.
What did I do wrong?
You know what? Everything. At least once a game, you do everything wrong, but you're still here. I mean, that's this dynamic with Jimmy. It's so crazy. He's driven us nuts for years. He's already been replaced, but he's still here, and he's going to go play Green Bay. And Whitey, what if he wins this one? I mean, what do we do with this guy? What do we do with him?
Well, you ride it as long as you can, but I don't, and then you hope that Jimmy go win a Super Bowl so we can get more for you when we trade you, because that's definitely definitely going to happen. That's our best case scenario right now, right? It's just hard for me to imagine him keeping this thing on the rails all the way through, but who knows? I didn't think they'd necessarily get this far. But last time they played Green Bay, we know how that went. Jimmy almost led them all the way back. And you're right, the leadership that he's shown, there's a lot of talk now about Jimmy and how's he going to be remembered as 49er quarterback and where's he going to go and how's he going to play. Who knows? But one of the things I'll never forget about him, I'll always remember when I look back at his time as a 49er quarterback, is the way he's handled this year. I mean, really, some people have said, well, what choice does he have? But he's gone above and beyond in terms of dealing with all of the noise and having a coaching staff and a coach that's not all the way behind him. Yeah, we're going to replace you, but go out and win some games for us now. And the way he's done that, it's been among the most impressive things I think I've seen, frankly, from any athlete in any sport.
All right, we're going to the phones here in just a second. I got your Green Bay Saturday weather report here in just a second. But, Whitey, it's Song of the Day time. And because of everything that Jimmy has dealt with and we as fans have had to deal with, I figured this might be a little therapeutic. Guys, let's go ahead and hit it.
Just like everybody else. Pressure.
Oh, yeah. You're going to have to deal with it, 49er fans. Pressure. I wish there was a way for each and every one of us to quantify what's happened to us in the last 8 days. Like, how many years got shaved off of our lives? How many hairs are now gray? How many hairs are now gone for good? How many relationships have been soured? Like, who yelled at a family member for no good reason because of what was happening on the TV? Like, that it's happened. Who's yelled at a dog? Who stuck a dog in a crate because they just couldn't deal with it anymore? That's me. I'll raise my hand. This isn't football. It's an emotional experience is what it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What do the 49ers have to get on Aaron Rodgers next week? Pressure.
Pressure.
That song. Yeah, because Dak addressed the whole pressure issue last week when he said, pressure? No, it's just an opportunity here. But clearly the Cowboys could not handle that pressure yesterday.
Jonathan in San Francisco with Willard and Whitey in for Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Jonathan, what are you doing? What's going on?
Hey, happy victory MLK Day. Just sitting in the bed, and just still basking in the moment. And the 49ers gave us another blockbuster hit, man. Those action-packed, the emotional roller coaster is there, or we wouldn't appreciate this as much. I just feel like, as I told you guys, before the playoffs started, their good is going to overcome whatever bad comes, because this team, everybody, all facets of the game is coming together. You now have a legitimate passing threat in a trio of Jennings, Ayuk, and, of course, Debo to go along with that power running game with Elijah Mitchell, and then the front seven is now complementing the back end. The back end's getting healthier. We're just good in the trenches, man. We got physicality all over the place. What a lovely day, and we're on Green Bay. Let's go!
Let's go. Did Jonathan say he was still in bed? That's an elite move. Like, I do, right? Like, I know it's a holiday for many, and we honor Dr. King in our hearts and in every possible way. Yes. And among them, I guess, is the fact that he's created a day off for some people when they need it, because holy hell, that was a lot for everybody to process yesterday.
Yeah, I think any 49er fan, that would have been a valid excuse today, calling in if you did have to work. I know it's a holiday, but hey, boss, 49er game yesterday? Yeah, you're good. Just, if you need Tuesday also, let me know. But yeah, you got it. No worries.
Sleep this one off. Matador Mike in Austin, to the scene, or at least close to the scene of the crime. Matador Mike, hey, what are you doing?
Hey, man, thanks for having me on, fellas. I just want to talk about, like, the Cowboy fans. I know the media's going to pay a lot of attention to the bad apple stores and stuff with the fans and the players, but we're on our way back to awesome from the game, and the Cowboy fans was nothing but awesome, man. The sportsmanship, the camaraderie, that Southern charm, they're just congratulating, showing love throughout the whole game. They're awesome. I mean, I can't say enough about Cowboy fans. Probably the nicest fans of the experience I had in opposing game. Being away team, and they're phenomenal. Proud of our Niners fans taking off. I mean, doing an excellent job. I know Jimmy's going to take a lot of heat, but he showed up in a lot of those big third down conversions. So playing hurt. I'm usually the first guy to give a lot of hell, but it's a typical 49er game, you know, where we can't just finish games if it goes down to the wire. So I'm ready for next week. Our defense looks elite. Our secondary's finally showing out. And I can't wait, man. I appreciate y'all having me on.
Mike, thank you. I appreciate that. By the way, let me just officially say I'm not ready for next week. Mike's like, I'm ready for no. I need some time. Like we're RELAX. Wow. Like let's we got time for Aaron Rodgers and his immunization card and all of this crap that we're going to be dealing with Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. I'm not ready for this at all. Still processing this one. But that's interesting what he said. Like I love hearing that. He loved the way he was treated by Cowboy fans. You know, if there's one thing you and I may not see the same here, Whitey. You thought the fans looked like they were entitled to the victory. I thought the Cowboy fans, from what I heard all week, and even just the looks on their faces in the stands, I didn't think there was belief. I think they knew they were going to get it yesterday. I really do.
Yeah, you may be right. I just thought what we saw in their faces early on was them beginning to have to face the reality of you're not just going to win this game because you're the stinking Dallas Cowboys. I know there are a number of fans, you know, just like you had some fans that were throwing things. To Matador Mike's point, there were other fans that were very gracious. I just think there was a large contingent of Dallas fans that just felt like this is our year and we got Dak and we're young and we're home and these 49ers, they've been up and down, their quarterback's thumb is coming off and we're going to win this game. And, of course, they were frauds. The team revealed yesterday as the frauds that they are.
Well, look up and down. Super Wild Card weekend. Obviously, the 49ers, the only road team to have won. The Raiders were the only other one that was even close. We'll see what happens tonight at SoFi Stadium, but the rule has been that the home teams have dominated this weekend. Except for that one game. All right, more of your phone calls coming up, and wait until you hear the conversation that took place between Kyle Shanahan and Deebo Samuel right before Deebo went out and got his touchdown following the interception from K'Wan Williams. Wait until you hear this conversation. It's fantastic. All of that is around the corner. It's Willard and Dibs with Whitey in for Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's another.
for free. It's that simple. Take back your privacy online with DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse, president of MB Jesse Painting, here with Megan. Are you ready to refresh and repaint your commercial property? Why wait?
We can help with all your painting needs, including planning ahead. Do you have a project that needs to be done quickly? We've got you covered, and we have the credentials and experience you're looking for.
So why wait? Call 855-MB-JESSE today or visit us online at mbjesse.com.
MB Jesse.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Whitey, it's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises. Okay? No compromises,
no
Cowboys.
Compromises.
None. No, we're not giving you one more second so that you can huck the ball into the end zone, which you should have done on the previous play so that you had two chances to throw the ball in the end zone. We're not going to do that at all.
Choke artist.
Thank you very much. We are going to continue to take your phone calls throughout. 888-957-9570. Comcast Business Text Line, always open, 888-957-9570. Few people are using the text line to sort of get some stuff off of their chest this morning, maybe even make some apologies for their behavior yesterday. 925, my dog hates Sundays. I'm too passionate. Let's see. 510, I unintentionally yelled at my son yesterday because I was so emotional. I felt horrible, so I'm making him French toast while he's still asleep. Go Niners.
That's nice.
I don't know.
Very
That's
nice.
Yeah. I would let somebody yell at me if they would then if French toast would show up a few hours later. I think it's a good trade.
Yeah, fan amnesty today, right? What'd you do yesterday? It's all right. We can grant you fan amnesty. Of course, you may have to be responsible for some acts of contrition. Just real quick, Mark, and I know we got to get to the phones. Talk about this denial that I thought the Cowboys exhibited. We touched on this earlier, but the first play, 49ers' first play from scrimmage, the first play, I'm sitting there watching with my wife, and I noticed, I think it was Gregory, and you can see it. It's like, hey, he's in the neutral zone. He's offside. Right. I mean, you could just see it. It's like, wow, that guy's offside. So they call, neutral zone infraction, 94, and then they show him, and he's mouthing. You can see him going, wow, you're going to call that? It's like, dude, you were offside.
Yes.
I can see it in my living room. Come on.
This is how it works, Cowboys. When you break the rules, we're actually gonna call them. Like, we're gonna call you out for breaking the rules. And so that's what we're gonna do here. Yes, and it was weird. I mean, you want to talk about the entitlement generation. Yeah, it was like the Cowboys were like, well, yeah, I broke the rule, but close enough. I mean, I was just like, no. Oh, my gosh. And then McCarthy looking up at the big screen. I now had a physical, angry reaction every time McCarthy would look up because I'm like, bro, we can already see the replay that you're looking at. You were wrong, and you're going to look at it and then start yelling at the ref again. I'm like, oh, you're such a jerk. You're one of these people. You're wrong, and you're still yelling at other people because of it. Oh, my gosh, it was crazy.
Yeah, some Cowboy fans have fallen into that fan trap of assuming that in any game, you see this a lot in basketball, that the foul calls are supposed to be even. And so, wait, the 17 penalties on the Cowboys? Well, that's not fair. Well, there's no rule. You can't assume that teams are going to commit the same number of penalties. That doesn't mean the officials were biased. It means your team played like a bunch of morons. That's why they were flagged for so many infractions.
It's Willard and Whitey, and later on this week, the 49ers will visit the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field in Green Bay, Wisconsin. You want the weather? You want the weather report? You ready for the weather report? All right. It's not quite. I don't think it's going to be frozen because it does not look like a precipitation sensation. Now, this is a 6-day or 5-day in advance weather report. I usually don't give that too much credence. Like my mom has some app that will tell her things that are going to happen 3 weeks in advance. If I'm going to visit mom on Christmas, I'll get a text on December 7th. They're saying it's going to rain. It's going to bring clothes, bring a jacket. It's going to be awful down here. I'm like, thanks, Mom, that's 17 days from now. Nobody knows if we're even going to be alive. So I don't know if I put too much stock into this, but the high on Saturday, the 22nd, in Green Bay, Wisconsin, is 23 degrees with no precipitation. However, as we also know, this is a night game. This is not going to go until 7:15 local time in Green Bay. So by the time you get tonight, it's going to drop down to 7 degrees Fahrenheit, a few clouds, winds west out of the northwest at 5 to 10 miles an hour. You know what they call that, Whitey? They call that football weather. That's what that is.
Yeah, and you know what works in football weather is running the damn football.
Run the ball.
It's funny, isn't it? Kyle Shanahan, offensive genius, which is true, but when it comes down to it, how do the 49ers win? And why do they win on the road? Because they rush the other team's passer and they run the football, right? It's so basic. You know, Green Bay gives up like 4.7 yards a rush this year, which is like next to last in the league. So I know we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but they give up a lot of yards on the ground. So a lot of favorable factors for the 49ers already. I know it's very early in the week, but cold, freezing, what do? You run the freaking football, which is 49er football.
Yeah, it is. No, like I've said this all along. I don't think I was almost surprised at how many blowouts there were this weekend because I just didn't think there were any dominant teams in the NFL. I think everybody's beatable, but Tampa Bay showed out better than I thought they would. Yeah. I was not surprised at all. Kansas City gave Pittsburgh a quarter and a half and 7 points, and they still torched them off the field. That didn't surprise me. Buffalo, I thought Buffalo was definitely going to cover, but to blow New England out to that level, I did not see that coming. But when you get to the second weekend, I think you're going to have 8 teams left that are all proven to be at some sort of a high level, and I think the games are going to get a lot closer. And so, this is. I mean, Green Bay's the 1 seed, but they're not on some other planet. They're not like overly dominant. This will be a game. Yeah. But I mean, all eyes on Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. I don't like the 49ers in this game if those guys don't play.
Right. Yeah, they're not on another planet, but it sounds like Green Bay is going to be kind of like the planet Hoth this week. Very, very cold. I think the thing about the 49ers is they're going to run the ball down your throat, right? It's been proven, so you have to try to stop that, and good luck with that. And that was what the Cowboys couldn't stop yesterday. 49er football.
Listen, the fact that they took CeeDee Lamb out of this game, I've already seen a bunch of texts from 49er fans that say I have a new idea in terms of how to play the Packers. This time, cover Devontae Adams. So that's the new idea. They're actually going to try to cover Devontae Adams this time. We'll see if that works. Good luck to everybody. Let's go to Christian in San Rafael. Hey, Christian, you're on with Willard and Whitey on 95.7 The Game. What are you doing?
Hey, I'm just driving to work, but I just want to say real quick. The thing is this, about that ref call, every team, every NFL, every coach, everything would be complaining. If you were in the exact same issue, you would be complaining. You would not complain as bad probably, but everyone would be disappointed and say, I thought we clocked it. Oh, this happened. So don't want to hear from any Niners fans that, oh, you just got to do it. They would be complaining too. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, I don't agree, Christian. I don't agree at all.
Incorrect.
Like, yes, it is the nature of sport to be upset with the referees when you're done, but you have to work. Like, okay, let me take you to the same fan base. Most 49er fans are Giants fans if you like baseball, correct? Okay, Let's go to the end of the Giants-Dodgers game. Was it a check swing? Should Wilmer Flores have been called out? No,
and no.
He should not have. Okay.
It
now,
was a check swing and no, yeah.
Did that ruin the series? If they didn't call that, does that mean the Giants are going to win? No. You're still looking at a 2-strike count against Max Scherzer with absolutely no one in scoring position. It's not like what the Giants had waiting for them was a good shot. They didn't. They were probably going to lose anyway. And I give you the Dallas Cowboys. First of all, the refs didn't mess up. Get that out of your head. They did not mess up. They ran to the ball. The ball was not handed to them. He's trying to squeeze his way through multiple 300-pound people, and he clipped one of them, and then he got to the ball and respotted it and got out of the way. The refs did not mess up. But even if they did, you're still left with a 1 in 50 shot of a 25-yard pass downfield when the defense knows you have to throw it to the end zone. Get the refs out of your mouth. They did nothing wrong. It was actually one of the better games I've seen officiated in a long time. If you want to yell about refs today, you better be a Raider fan. I don't want to hear from anybody else. That's the only game where we can question the refs.
Yeah, and there is no question that Dak failed to get the snap off before the clock expired. I mean, I know Dak himself said, see, again, he's in denial. I know we snapped it before the clock ran. I know it. It's like, no, you didn't. You did not. So that's not even really that controversial, right? But Mark, I mean, sure, Cowboys fans are all this. By the way, you look at it, it's like, that was pretty clear what happened there, and it was really a dumb play by them to run the draw there.
Why do you also, it doesn't matter if you snapped it before the clock expired, which you didn't. You have to spike it prior to the clock expiring. You have to run that whole play and still have time left on the clock. It wasn't even close. Every time they reviewed and replayed something the officials did in this game, it looked good. And by the way, you want me to, I'll throw myself on the sword as a 49er fan. That re-spot of the ball that took away Debo's quote-unquote ending of the game, I can support it. Like, I didn't want that, but I looked at what the officials did, and even though it was a little herky-jerky where he's like, I'm going to re-spot and we're going to remeasure, and it came down to 2 links on the chain, that's frustrating as a 49er fan, but in slow-mo, watching what they did, I'm like, yeah, I think you guys got it right. I thought the officials did a great job yesterday, and I'm not saying that because the 49ers won. I'm saying that because every replay showed that they were right.
I think they also did a great job at the very end, bringing some order to the chaos. The game is over. We're not going to stand out of here, right? We're not going to go to New York. We're not going to talk about it because you know why? Because we saw what happened. Great wild finish, but the game is over. Good night, everybody. Even that was a really good job by the officials.
I mean, can you imagine? Oh, go ahead, Kyle. Go ahead.
Dan Orlovsky did a really good breakdown today of what the Cowboys did wrong. And there's a million little things they did wrong, but basically he was saying that in that moment, the Cowboys need to have a play called. Like, get to the line and run the play, because they did snap it with time on the clock, but it's required in the NFL 2 seconds after run off the clock anytime a ball is snapped. And they snapped it with 1. So you have to have the awareness in that moment to go, hey, if we're running this play up the middle, we just got to run a play. Like, we're not going to get to the ball and be able to grab it and snap it in the 11 seconds they would have had to do so.
It
was just a horribly coached team. Really bad job.
The whole thing was terribly ill-conceived, and when you have moments like that from professionals and their response is to blame someone else, it comes off even worse. I mean, listen, if you had one stat in your favor in this game, then maybe we'd listen to you. There's not one thing that the Cowboys did better than the 49ers yesterday. Give me one thing. One thing that the Cowboys did better than the 49ers yesterday. I'm listening.
Maybe they ran a fake punt. Which was well done. And I'm reaching, but that's all I got. Yeah.
By the way, Josh Norman, can you please not be on the team anymore? I don't want to be negative. Can you please just not be on the team anymore? Like, now that there's young corners who are starting to be serviceable, can we stop the Josh Norman experience?
Yes.
Norman He's headed for AJ Pierzynski'ville. Like, please, this is Kelly Oubre. Just don't be here anymore. I don't want you here anymore. My gosh, I hate saying that about a player, but please, no more Josh Norman, please.
Dude, anytime Fossil is the special teams coach on the other side, you're always aware that, hey, they could fake it at any time. And so the 49ers, I think that's why Josh Norman was supposed to be there, because they could fake it. And he got turned around or lost or something, and it was wide open.
The Josh Norman tenure in San Francisco will be defined by the fact that he took the field and the Cowboys said, we're going after him with the punter.
With the punter, exactly. Let's target Josh Norman. I think we got this.
Brutal.
And they were right. They were right. Murphy in the city. Next up with Willard and Whitey. Dibs out today. Hey, Murphy, what are you doing? What's cooking?
Dude, I'm celebrating right now, man. Like, the Cowboys lost. Like, America won. That's the good news about the world right now. Like, the sun is a little bit shinier out here in the Bay Area. It is a beautiful day the Cowboys lost.
It does feel right, doesn't it? It does feel. And by the way, let's talk network television for a second. Like, when you look at the way this is shaping up, and I'm going to say, especially if the Rams win tonight, I don't know about Tennessee and Cincinnati. That feels like, as far as television is concerned next week, that one's like, all right. So the Bengals and the Titans are going to the AFC
That's
title
a Thursday night game. That's an old Thursday night game streaming on Amazon or something.
But with the way Buffalo looked, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes injected into my veins, and this NFC, Stafford versus Brady and the Niners at Lambeau against Aaron Rodgers. I mean, this. Yes, I know Dallas is a big brand, but no. Goodbye. The NFC is going to be just fine without you.
It's interesting that it's clear that you are giving Arizona virtually no chance tonight. Maybe you're right, but the way you're talking, it's pretty clear.
It's not that I'm giving him no chance. It's that I'm trying to speak it into existence.
I gotcha.
I'll just be honest, because I'm not a Rams fan by any stretch. I have a wee bit of a, shall we say, a nice little parlay. A nice little parlay that over the weekend went check, and now we're waiting on. Now we're waiting on LA, and if the Rams can cover their 4 tonight, then I'll be able to pay for the liquidation sensation that we keep. Thank you. That keeps filling up this jar over here, which remains mythical at this hour, but will be produced at some point.
All right, good luck. I just hope that Rams fans are listening to Kelly Stafford's plea to not sell their tickets.
Oh my gosh.
to Arizona fans, because that could be key tonight, right?
You know what tonight's game is going to be, Whitey. No matter what happens, tonight is going to be crazy. Oh my gosh, it's going to be so crazy out there.
It was crazy.
It's going to be crazy. There's going to be a game, and people are going to yell, and there'll be food, and people are going to have to snap the ball. It's crazy. So anyway, I always feel, and I think I'm right to do this, I feel 25% bad when we do that to Kelly Stafford's voice. I really do. I don't want to make fun of the Valley Girl type sound of Kelly's voice. Kelly and Matt Stafford. I'm sure they're a wonderful couple. I'm sure they've done wonderful things in the community. I do know that a few years ago in Detroit, she was complaining about not being able to resell her tickets, which did not go over well in the community. I really do. I feel bad, but it's just too much fun. It's just like that podcast from Kelly Stafford is my favorite thing of the playoffs so far.
It was crazy.
Dallas, obviously the evil empire for the 49ers, and I think it's so cool that Kyle Shanahan couldn't sleep Thursday, so what's he do? He gets up and then he watches film of the 94 NFC title game, then shows it to the team like, this game is bigger than any of us. Yeah. You guys have to understand. That's so cool. But how about the Packers on the scale of 49er villains and Aaron Rodgers himself, the guy that they could have taken, and he's made them pay for not taking him before? Where are the Packers and Aaron Rodgers on? Packers, another one of those they've been in the league longer than the 49ers, a long time rival, not to the extent of the Seahawks or the Cowboys, but where are they on that 49er rival villain list?
I mean, they're up there just because of their success. I've always had a hard time hating Green Bay. Part of it is that I took a trip there with Bruno one time, and the people there are just the nicest human beings on the face of God's green earth. It's just unbelievable the way that, and we went to a football game, Eagles, Packers, within minutes. They had given me a Favre jersey, and by the way, if you haven't been to Green Bay, don't tell me that you've tailgated in your life, because you haven't. You just don't know. What they do out there is so next level. Like, oh, yeah, we put our barbecue out there and the tailgate down. And no, you have no clue. These people have mobile cities that they put at Lambeau Field before those games. If that game's going to be at 7:15 at night local time, they'll be there Friday, Whitey. They're not going to be there Saturday. They'll be there Friday. There are restrooms at everybody's cars. It's insane what's happening there. I've never been fuller in my life. There was so much food, I couldn't even deal with it. So I have this hard time rooting against Green Bay. Aaron Rodgers is doing everything he can this year to turn himself into that villain. But they're people running around with cheese on their heads. I don't know. It's hard for me to be like, I don't like you. Like, you're just a moderately overweight man with cheese on your head. It's hard. I'm sorry. I can't. Well, how am I supposed to dislike this guy, you know?
But you find that endearing somehow? Oh, that guy's got cheese in his head. Oh, wow.
It's certainly better than being in Dallas, having a star on your chest and yelling at me with your southern accent, how about them Cowboys? And Jerry Jones and his fake face running around saying that we run this league when you haven't been to a Super Bowl since puberty. I mean, it's just like that is way easier for me to hate than people with cheese on their heads in the freezing cold.
I know, but I think you look at the history of these games. And by the way, speaking of the history of these games, what's Colin Kaepernick doing? Can we get him and bring him back for the game this week, and maybe have him run some read option stuff?
A little read option at Lambeau action, I mean, he did own Green Bay. I mean, and by and large, the 49ers have owned Green Bay in the playoffs too. I know it's gone the other way a few times, but no, listen, and that might be the other reason I'm sort of dismissing the Cardinals tonight. There's just something that feels right about the Final Four. If you think about this in terms of the storylines, the matchups that'll be created, there's something beautiful no matter what matchup you end up getting. Your two matchups would be Stafford and all of the Super Bowl favorite Rams in SoFi Stadium, which is going to host the game, and the big trade for Matt Stafford going against the defending champs and the supposed GOAT in Tom Brady. And then on the other side, you have such a historical matchup between the 49ers and the Packers, the reigning MVP and his immunization story going against the reality show that is Jimmy Garoppolo. Is he going to finally get voted off the island this week? And in no way, either team who wins both of those games, it's a sexy matchup waiting for everybody in the NFC title game. So the Cardinals, to me, are the party crashers right now. They don't belong.
Yeah, this weekend coming up to me, and I know you touched on this earlier, this to me, and it's been this way since I was a kid, watching football on TV, best football weekend of the year. You can have Super Bowl weekend. That's, as I said yesterday with Kyle, football fans to the Super Bowl, it's kind of like people who drink on St. Patrick's Day. It's like, amateur hour in a way, right? But this weekend, you've got some of the riffraff out of the way, which we had in the wild card round, and now you've got 2 games Saturday, 2 games Sunday. It has always been my very favorite football weekend of the whole year coming up this week.
It's so good. And by the way, you're so right about St. Patty's Day. I've always felt like there should be someone at the door of every bar. And when people come in and they got hats on and stuff, dealy boppers, they should be like, you're allowed to come in if you can tell me what we're celebrating. Yeah. And if you can answer that question, you can come in and drink your face off. But if you have no idea what we're doing on St. Patrick's Day, I'm sorry. Turn around and go home. You are not welcome at this bar.
Yeah, you're right. No dealy boppers. And on the Super Bowl Sunday, how many dealy boppers do you see? I'm a fan of, what team is it again? I love them. They're my dealy bopper, that's my team.
It's all brought to you by the Exergen Corporation. It's Willard and Whitey. Whitey in for Dibs, and we're straight back to the phones at 888-957-9570. Coming up next, stay right where you are and keep firing off those texts to the Comcast Business text line as well. On 95.7 The Game.
Exergen agrees with a just-released study by the FDA confirming that
right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Street Strider, the world's first 2-in-1 indoor and outdoor elliptical, will change the way you exercise forever. You get the combined benefits of jogging, skiing, and cycling, but without the physical stress on your joints and body. Take the Street Strider outdoors for a fun, full-body workout. And when the weather is bad outside, simply attach it to the indoor trainer stand for a stationary workout in your own home. Order online at streetstrider.com. We ship to your front door. Go online now. That's streetstrider.com.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
Hey, Santa Clara County. For the new year, give your COVID-19 vaccine a boost. The COVID-19 vaccines continue to work very well at preventing severe illness. A booster shot is an extra dose that helps keep up your protection, especially against the new variants. Everyone 12 and older can get boosted. You are eligible 5 months after your second dose of Pfizer or Moderna, or 2 months after a single dose with Johnson & Johnson. Visit sccfreevax.org or call 211 to find a vaccination site near you.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
888-957-9570. Today's crazy. And tonight is going to be crazy. And next weekend's going to be really crazy. So, yeah, I mean,
it was crazy.
The other thing about the Cardinals, it's just like, who are you? You know, this idea, don't sell to Cardinals fans. There are no Cardinals fans, and it's Monday. It's Monday night. I know it's a holiday. Nobody's traveling to SoFi. I mean, like, what a weird matchup tonight is. But anyway, I'm here for it. Super Wild Card Weekend continues on. Willard and Whitey. Whitey is in for Dibs on a monster Monday after the 49ers. As they said, my very sort of like sadistic side, liking the movie Seven. You remember John Doe, played by Kevin Spacey in the movie Seven, says, "Detective, I've gone and done it again." That is that's Jimmy Garoppolo and the 49ers. They've gone.
What's in the box?
And done it again. Probably an interception. That's probably what's in the box. It's probably an interception. So anyway, I want everybody to hear this before we get back to the phones. Before Deebo Samuel's touchdown, okay, which was obviously in the end the play that won the game for the 49ers, one play right after K'Wan Williams makes an unbelievable interception. I don't know how he caught that bullet, but he does. And right as the 49ers offense is getting ready to take the field, there's an exchange between Deebo and Kyle Shanahan. And listening to the two of them talk about it after the game was really interesting. Start with Deebo. Here's what he said.
Deebo's been a stud all year, as everyone knows. And right before he went out there, he just mouthed something to me, which I kind of guessed it was, "Give me the ball." And he was... When I look at him talking that way, it's extremely motivating, and he makes it a lot easier to call plays.
All right, so that's what Kyle says. Yeah, he said he mouthed something.
Yes,
like give me the damned ball or something like that.
It's like Shakespeare. He mouthed to me at this time. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Well, Deebo confirmed it. We'll see if we can get the sound of Deebo. But Deebo said, "I told Kyle, just give me the ball, and that'll be the end of that." Something along those lines. I'm paraphrasing, but he was absolutely right. And if you spotlight, someone did this on the internet. It was pretty fun. Deebo goes around the right end, and there's a moment where it looks like, there's nothing. He's going to go for no game. He stops. I don't know how he found his way through it, but somebody sort of spotlighted that moment, like took a screenshot of the moment where it looks like Debo's going into a mass of humanity and wrote, Debo somehow scored on this play. He is, has anybody from beginning of this NFL season to now, has anybody changed the way we view him more than Debo Samuel? Like, he's now one of the elite players in the NFL.
Right. He's a hybrid. He's inventing a new position, or at least reinventing a position that's pretty unusual. He's a wide receiver, running back. He's a wide back. That play, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I remember watching the touchdown run, and it was such a beautiful run the way he read the blocking, and that speaks to why some people are really good in Shanahan's zone blocking scheme, and some are not as good, because for some players, it's like they have to know, well, where's the hole going to be? You know, that's the more traditional downhill. The hole's going to be right here. You run in the hole, and then but with the zone blocking, sometimes you have to wait to see where it develops, and it's harder for some guys than others. Debo, obviously there, and receivers maybe in some ways are better at it than running backs, but to see him come out there, it's like, here's the hole. I got to crack this back, and look, I'm running to daylight. That was an amazing play, but Debo talking to Shanahan and telling him, give me the ball, it reminded me of the old Michael Jordan story, where Michael Jordan's first game with Doug Collins as his coach, which would have been like 86. I know we're going way back here, but it's Michael Jordan, and Doug Collins is so frantic and drawing up a play. It's a close game, and Michael Jordan says, hey, I'm not going to let you lose your first game here. Don't worry about it. And then he makes a big shot and they win. So Debo, give me the ball. To me, that was Michael Jordan-esque.
Well, it's also like the movie Hoosiers, which let's go back a little bit on that one as well. But remember when Gene Hackman is like trying to furiously draw up the final play, and he's like, we're going to fake him out. We're going to use you, his star player, as a decoy. And the team all looks at each other like, no, coach, no. Like, this is the moment. Let's go with our bread and butter, and I got you. Like, I'll make it. He looks at Gene Hackman and just goes, I'll make it. And this was that to a certain degree. Now here's Debo's rendition of the conversation.
When K1 got the interception, I looked at Kyle. I was like, "Hey, let's give me the ball. I got you." And so I just went out there, and the next play I scored.
That's that easy. Yeah, I mean, I got you. Like, give me the ball. I got you. We're gonna get this done. And man, when he went in, my feet went up. And that's now as a 49er fan, the moment where I get mad at myself looking back on this, because I should have known better. They go up 23-7, and I'm like, we're good here. Let's find a pillow, put your feet on it. We're going to cruise to the end. I should have known they'd find a way to make it stressful, because in that moment, thank God for that touchdown, because you're thinking it's over, and in the end it was, but without that touchdown, they lose that game.
Yeah, you mentioned Gene Hackman. Wasn't he the football coach, the coach in the movie The Replacements? And I mentioned that because I'm starting to think Jimmy has a little Shane Falco in him, maybe. I don't know. I'm starting to see a little Shane Falco in Jimmy. But that's the 49ers system. Yeah. They grind and grind and grind, and they wear you down, and then you have the boom. Like, remember Mostert last year when they were back east, is like 80 yards untouched. And Debo, like interception, Debo, 25 yards, boom. How about that? What do you got now, Cowboys? So they're very methodical, but then when things are working, quick strike. That was an amazing run. That was a great play. Debo, there's nobody quite like him in the league.
I think Jimmy looked right at Dak yesterday as Shane Falco and said, you've got to go down. It's got to be that way. Now, I know that's another Keanu character. Just okay. Come on, give me a 3. Vaya con Dios. All right, let's go to
you're losing yards.
Kung Fu. Let's go to Dre in Oakland. Dre, what are you doing?
Hey, guys, happy MLK Day.
Yes, to you as well.
For positivity. So I'm thinking, what an improbable run. 2 steps into this with historically the rivals, right? You got the Rams, you got the Cowboys, and now Green Bay coming up. So this is just a great run. And I called up, what's his name, Devone yesterday, and I told him, I said, because he was taking predictions right before the game, like an hour, and I said, hey, the Cowboys are going to have the ball with less than 4 minutes to go, and the Niners are going to be up by 6, but the Cowboys are going to have a bonehead play, and they're going to screw it up. So
wow.
I told him that, and he was Yeah, he was fired up. You can check the tape. But and a couple things. Let's get the positivity going because it is MLK Day. Let's get behind Jimmy. I mean, any talk of, the negativity around him, this is our quarterback now. We're going forward. Big game against Green Bay. So, this is the next step. And I think we got to rally around him. And hopefully Guru comes in today and gives the Niners his flowers because, how about them Cowboys? You guys have a great day. Appreciate it.
All right, you too, Dre. Yeah, I think he will. I think Goo will do his thing, and he'll be ready for today. No, we're not going to lay off. We're gonna lay on is what we're going to do. But to Dre's point about okay, let's just stay positive about Jimmy. This is really funny because this is the thing I've noticed, especially this year about 49er fans. You sort of have to pick a side. You're either I know he messes up sometimes, but boy, I love him, and isn't this fun? Or you're the other side, which is, damn it, we're good, but we'd be amazing if we didn't have this Momo making weird throws in the second half of games. You have to be one or the other. Here's what's interesting, though. If you're on the side of, gosh, we need a better quarterback, if that's where you are, we've never seen anything like this in the history of the NFL, in my opinion, which is the 49ers agree with you. The replacement has already been made. It's done. You can't yell at your television, get him off my team. They already did. They've already made the move. Yet, here we are having this one-off experience. It's almost like we're watching ourselves be fans for a second. This isn't our team. This isn't what we're going to do next year. This isn't what we're going to do for the next 10 years. We're just doing it now. We're having a fling. We're having a fling with Jimmy G. And I know a lot of the female fans would love to do that. We're having a fling with Jimmy G.
Porn star Jimmy.
And we're going to see how long it goes. And it keeps going a little bit longer than we thought. Oh, gosh, that was a great weekend in Vegas. But now let's go back to reality. Oh, wait, what? Wait a minute. Wait, she followed me home? Okay, let's go to Tahoe this weekend. It keeps going. But if you're mad at Jimmy, you don't really have anything to say. The organization heard you. They agree with you. They've moved on. But we still have this. And this, let's be honest, is wildly entertaining, even though it frustrates the heck out of you.
That speaks to something that I really think works in the 49ers' favor. And I think it did yesterday. And maybe I'm overstating it, sitting there watching the game from my couch. But the 49ers, to a degree right now, they're playing with house money. The Cowboys yesterday were home. They're ordained by the football gods to win. And they had to win that game, and they didn't. And the 49ers, this isn't even really our quarterback. I mean, he is right now, and we're going on the road, and we almost didn't even get here. And what do we do now? Well, we get to play Green Bay. All right, and Green Bay, a really good team, I know, but they're going to be home, and there's going to be pressure there against this team. Again, this team that barely made the playoffs with their broken quarterback. We got this. But if the 49ers can run the ball effectively and it gets into the third quarter, fourth quarter, and it's close or the 49ers are ahead like we saw yesterday, then the other team starts gripping a little bit because the 49ers are like, this is great. We get to play Green Bay. All right, bring him on. Because, again, this isn't really our guy. He's not really our quarterback, so this is fun.
Well, Debo thinks that it's going to go much beyond this weekend, which came to light on a Nickelodeon interview. Some of you may have even watched the Nickelodeon broadcast. The 49ers out-slimed the Cowboys 23-17 if you missed that. So more on the Nickelodeon broadcast in a second. But let's go to Bob in the city. Bob, you're on with Willard and Whitey on 95.7 The Game. What is it that you're doing today?
Great show. I'll just, doing some stuff. Different stuff.
All right.
Anyway.
Yeah, that's mysterious. All right, I know. I get it.
Whoa. I feel good. I feel good about the win, but I didn't like the way it ended. I think we should have got that first down. When have they ever shifted a tackle over on a sneak? I mean, he could have just stayed where he was. Anyway, so that kind of messed us up a little bit. Otherwise, everything else is a moot point, right? We don't need that. I just want to warn everybody that there's either going to be a phantom call or a no call next week, because that seems to be in the history of playing in Green Bay. That seems to always happen. So let's keep an eye on that. But I think the Niners' chances are really good. Another thing that bugged me was when Dak Prescott started hitting the receivers on the sideline. And what's up with our defense or the defensive coordinator? He had nobody protecting the sideline. Romo kept pointing that out.
I was screaming the same thing, and I'm sure all of us were, Bob, but I think what the 49ers were doing is while the ball was on the other end of the field, so while they were still in Cowboys territory, what the 49er defensive backfield was doing was playing a game of, we're not going to let you go over our head. If you want 10 yards in the sideline, okay, but you're not going over our head. We could debate that because it did allow the Cowboys to get down into Hail Mary range or beyond, and then the Cowboys, of course, ended up giving it away. But with what we've seen this year with the 49er DBs, there was a piece of me that was mad at that, but I also understood it. It's like, you want the sideline for 8 yards? Okay, but you're not going over our head in this moment, especially since they seemingly, as you pointed out, Whitey, they had already won the game 2 times, and it had been taken away. It had been taken away from us.
Yeah, and then they give Dallas credit. They ran that hook and lateral. The first time they tried it, it was like, what was that? As a receiver caught the pass and flung it out of bounds.
Just
but
threw
they
it
didn't
away.
run that effectively. Yeah, I was like, oh my goodness. And here's Draymond, and he throws it out of bounds. That was incredible. I just want to say quickly, DeMeco Ryans, one of the things that I think we saw him learn yesterday. You go back to that Tennessee game, that terrible Tennessee game, and Tennessee was 9 for 16 on third downs, and late in the game, and the 49ers needed to stop, and they couldn't get one. And yesterday, DeMeco Ryans on 4th and 11, he brought a cover 0 blitz, which is like nobody's over the top, man-to-man coverage, blitz, and it worked. And I think part of it is he learned, wow, what we tried against Tennessee, it didn't work. So that's what I love about the 49er coaching staff, and they've proved it this year. Things were going terribly, and Kyle Shanahan and his staff looked at it and said, all right, we need to do some things better. And I think they figured it out. And DeMeco Ryans is not going to be here long. I don't know if he's going to get hired this year. Maybe next year he'll be around, but he's going to be a head coach really soon somewhere else.
Oh, he's going to be a head coach really soon, and probably deserves it. And by the way, there's a piece of me who would love to see it, especially with what's gone on in diversity at the NFL head coaching position. Brian Flores being fired is sort of the lead story on that, but the coaching ranks need more diversity. And so from that perspective, I hope that DeMeco Ryans gets his chance at some point. The other side of me, the 49er fan in me, would love to see him stay because I think he's really rounded in, after a tough start to the year, he's rounded into doing a good job and rounding into the role in his very first year. Okay, we'll get to the Nickelodeon thing in a second, but we have some pretty good breaking news.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
All right, the head bob has slowed down a little bit as we have our new sounder for breaking news, but the positivity remains as this comes straight from the horse's mouth in the form of a tweet from Fred Warner, Whitey. He says 5 minutes ago on Twitter, sorry for the scare yesterday, everyone. I appreciate everyone showing love and support for me and the fellas. Prayer emoji. We'll be good to go. Huge win. On to the next.
Nice. I know you had said earlier, if there's no Bosa, no Warner, I don't know. It looks like the 49ers will have both. Do we know what happened? It was a sprained ankle, right? But initially it looked like he was grabbing his knee. So
I know.
That's great. But do we know what happened to Fred Warner yesterday?
No, we don't. And so that's news that I think, may or may not come out. I mean, as we know, they don't go into detail.
Fine,
yeah, they don't go into detail on injuries. But my son had the same question when it came out after the game that it was an ankle. He goes, how? He goes, he was literally holding his knee in a non-contact way. There is nothing scarier on a football field than watching one of your best players on the ground, having not been touched, holding his knee. But I don't know if it was something sort of in the high ankle area or what have you. But whatever it was, it seems to be something they'll have to deal with for sure. I'm not saying they're out of the woods, but nowhere near as bad as what we as fans thought. And then on the Nick Bosa front, you only feel good because he gave thumbs up walking off the field. the independent neurologist clearly found something while they were in the locker room, but it would seem, based on the way Nick is acting, you never know, but the way he's acting, it would seem likely that he gets clearance prior to Saturday. But remember, Wisnowski only got it 24 hours in advance. This game's on Saturday, not Sunday. So quicker turnaround, 24 hours less for them to get ready. But yeah, I think there's hope at least. Fingers crossed they've got both those guys back.
There's also this. I know the great Matt Mayoko reported yesterday on NBC Sports Authentics postgame show that he had talked right after the game, I think, to Bosa's father. Bosa's dad said, yeah, he's good to go. He's going to be good to go next week. I know that's the league doesn't check with a player's father.
Yeah,
is he good to go? Is he going to play? But all signs are very positive on that front.
I really feel like if I had $5 for every time a family member or even the player himself was like, I'm fine, I'll be ready to go, I'll play. Nah, I'm gonna
Never
wait
tell
for
me the odds.
I'm gonna wait for the neurologist to say that. But I do feel like it's better than 50-50, so it sounds, on both players. And so that's certainly better than what we would have thought at the end of the game yesterday.
Green Bay also, by the way, they have 3 of their best defenders who've been out much of the year, and they've been practicing. You know, they had the bye, so their defense may be a little formidable this week than it's been through the end of the year. They gave up a lot of yards on the ground yesterday, and I think they recognize that, wow, we need to fortify against the 49er ground attack this week.
I wonder, I think we're going to have a rest versus rust conversation in this game. Mm-hmm. You know, now there's only one team on each side that gets the bye, and while I would always advocate for rest late in an NFL season, if the 49ers do get Warner and Bosa back, as they said going into Dallas, this is the healthiest they've been all year and so battle-tested over the last week and a half. So, I mean, what scenario have they not faced? And Green Bay is just kind of hanging out, and they were not a dominant defense either. Look, I think the 49ers are going to have their problems slowing down Aaron Rodgers, but I do think their offense can have a really good game, and they may be a little bit more like, you know, they've got their sweat going already, while Green Bay is going to have to walk out there in 7-degree weather and be warmed up right away after 2 weeks on the shelf. That could be a thing.
I know there was a time, and this goes back a ways, where Green Bay Packers, good teams at home there, they didn't lose. That's not true anymore, and the 49ers have had a lot to do with that. And I'm not saying, you know, it's not a bit of an advantage, but the Packers, there was a time when they were unbeatable at home in big games. That's not the case anymore, and I really like the 49ers' chances this week. I don't know that I'd pick them, but I think they got a really good shot. I wouldn't be stunned if they win this game.
By the way, I have not looked at the number yet. We can play with that a little bit coming up. But I want you all to hear this, too. For those of you who did not watch the Nickelodeon broadcast, some of you are telling us you did because you wanted to get the hell away from Tony Romo, which is funny. But if you didn't hear the Nickelodeon broadcast, let's check out the final call Nickelodeon style.
What's a Hail Mary?
Well, basically, it's throwing it as far as you can and hoping.
Prescott got to go down. He does.
But they have to spike the ball, though.
6 seconds, 5 seconds.
Got to clock it.
4 seconds. Got to get out of the way. 2 seconds. They're not going to get it off. And San Francisco survives on the road.
Wait. The ref was in the way. So the Cowboys might be able to make a case that they couldn't clock it because the ref caused a little bit of a hesitation when Dak Prescott. Oh!
Wow.
Oh!
Wow.
That's it?
The 49ers have won.
Wow!
They have come into Jerry's world, and they have delivered a brutal blow to the Dallas Cowboys. 23-17 your final from the NFL Nickelodeon wildcard game. Pandemonium in Arlington.
Oh, man. Wow. San Francisco takes it home.
A little bit of a controversial ending.
Wow.
This game has had stuff we've never seen before. We have never seen some of that fourth quarter ever before, Gabby. This has been incredible stuff, per usual.
By the way,
I certainly haven't seen it before because I don't watch football. Yeah,
I love it on Nickelodeon. They're like, we've never seen this before, and here's slime falling on someone's head. It's like, yeah, that's what your broadcast is all about. That was Noah Eagle on the call. That's Ian Eagle's son,
you couldn't tell.
You could not tell the difference between the two. If you know who Ian Eagle is, that was his son, and they sound exactly alike. A little bit more on that coming up because Nickelodeon also interviewed Deebo Samuel after the game, so we'll have that for you coming up next. It's Willard and Whitey. Whitey's in for Dibs right here on 95.7 The Game.
CancerScreenQuiz.com now. CancerScreenQuiz.com.
Neuropathy can be a dark place with constant pain and suffering. Symptoms can include numbness, pain, tingling in your hands, legs, and feet, or balance issues. If not treated, neuropathy could result in confinement to a walker, wheelchair, or even amputation. Has your doctor prescribed Lyrica, Cymbalta, gabapentin, or even dangerous opioids, and told you to just live with the pain? These drugs only mask the pain. They never fix the problem. Finally, there is a solution. SF Bay Wellness, the leader in neuropathy reversal, uses FDA-cleared non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 90% success rate, and SF Bay Wellness has patients who drive from miles away for relief. The majority of your treatment can be done in the comfort of your home. Call today, 925-393-0100 to schedule your neuropathy evaluation. We conduct 8 unique tests to calculate your nerve damage. Call 925-393-0100. Only 25 appointments available. Call 925-393-0100 and enjoy life pain-free.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs.
How do your clients know that?
Because Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interests first.
So wait, you do it because you have to?
No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. Our clients trust us with their retirement savings, and we know how important that responsibility is. So we take the time to really get to know them.
Get to know them how?
We make sure we understand their unique goals, finances, health, family, and lifestyle, so we can tailor their portfolio to their specific needs. Our goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Sounds like a big responsibility. You must make big commissions then, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We have one single transparent fee that's structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Way to shut up.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah. I love it when you call me Dak Prescott. Throw your hands in the air. If you's a fake player, sorry, I had to do it. It's a no for you, Dak. It's a no from me. And it's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. And also, Willard and Dibs with Whitey in for Dibs today is sponsored by Mimecast. Safeguard your organization against phishing, business email compromise, and risks of ransomware. Visit mimecast.com. That's MIMECAST.com. Okay, we've got Nickelodeon interviewing Deebo Samuel in just a couple. However, I think it is time to play Guess That Number. Whitey, I have all 3 spreads in front of me for the games we know next week. We don't know who Tampa Bay is going to host, but we know the other 3 games. So, in order of importance, let's play Guess the Number. I'll give you a point in either direction, and then you're correct if you can nail it in a point in either direction. Let's start with the Bengals visiting the Titans. What's that number?
That'll be Tennessee giving 3.
That is correct.
Wow.
Tennessee right now minus 3.5. Minus 3.5.
Okay.
At home against the Bengals. Next, the Buffalo Bills visiting the Kansas City Chiefs. 2 high-powered offenses. Whitey, guess that number.
That'll be Kansas City giving, so Buffalo minus 4.
You've got Kansas City minus 4?
No.
Is that right?
Kansas City giving, so Buffalo. Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
Yeah.
Kansas City minus 4.
Minus
Buffalo,
4. Yeah. No, sorry. That is incorrect. The Kansas City Chiefs only laying 2.5 in this game. Okay. I mean, they're basically saying on a neutral field that the Bills are better, but right now, Chiefs minus 2.5, and then finally, the San Francisco 49ers, led by America's favorite reality game show contestant, Jimmy Garoppolo, going against the true unvaccination sensation known as Aaron Rodgers. Guess that number.
I'm going to say Green Bay is minus 4.5.
That is correct. We will accept that answer. However, it's a little low. The Packers 5.5. 5.5.
Okay.
Is the number for Saturday night at the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field.
Wow. Yeah,
there it is.
People, Aaron Rodgers is great, and the Packers are great, and they've been off, and the 49ers, their quarterbacks has a broken thumb, and they were lucky. The officials cheated the Cowboys out of that win yesterday, so the 49ers don't even belong here. So Green Bay's going to coast to victory. That's not the case.
No, I think
there.
I think the 49ers will be up 24-0 at halftime, and then they will win 26-24. That's my prediction.
That's the way of the Jimmy, right? It's the way of the Jimmy.
Stupid game. I mean, my gosh, it's just ridiculous out there. All right. We continue to be delighted by hearing from you at 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibs is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Comcast Business text line, keep them coming. 888-957-9570. Debo on Nickelodeon in a moment. But Dirty in Alum Rock is next up. Oh, disconnected. Never mind. Let's go straight to Debo on Nickelodeon then. So you heard the end of the Nickelodeon broadcast. And by the way, Kyle, you mentioned Noah Eagle on the play-by-play. Who was the color analyst who clearly wanted the Cowboys to get another play? Who was that?
Nate Burleson, yeah.
Nate Burleson.
Nate Burleson. Wow.
Very good. He did. Very good.
He's very good, but he did not like that. He did not like the referee, quote unquote, getting in the way, and just gave, how many wows did we get from all the broadcasters on Nickelodeon at the end of that game? The wow counter, I thought the over-under was set at about 6.5.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
Nate clearly wanted one more play. He wanted one more play.
Even Mr. Krabs, I think, got a wow in there on Nickelodeon. To me, Mark Willard, you have kids, so
I do.
Your kids probably wanted to watch the real broadcast, right? When I was a kid, we didn't have Nickelodeon, but I think back then when I was little, I would have wanted to watch the adult game with my dad. It kind of was one of the things that makes you feel like, wow, I'm kind of like my dad. I'm watching football. I don't think I would have wanted to watch the Nickelodeon version.
I've got two boys who were watching with me yesterday. One's 14 and one's 7, so you might have gotten two different answers. The 14-year-old definitely does not need SpongeBob SquarePants in the goalpost. However, they did, you noticed the main broadcast was showing clips of what was happening on Nickelodeon to sort of let people know you can go over there. They did find it amusing when Robbie Gould hit a field goal and SpongeBob's face changes. SpongeBob's face is kind of like, I'm not happy. And then when the field goal's good, he's like, wee! He makes a face. They thought that was funny. But nobody asked me to change the channel. If I had, I think the 7-year-old would have been fine with it. But nobody asked, and so I most certainly did not do it.
Okay, good for you. Yeah. That's, in my opinion, that's good parenting right there. The deal with Penny into your crate, Penny, that's borderline. I'll leave that decision up to somebody else. But as far as having your kids watch the real telecast, that's good parenting in my book.
Well, I appreciate it. Listen, if they're playing the Lions in the regular season, sure, let's have SpongeBob in the goalpost. I have very, very clear assignment yesterday. I have 2 children, and I need, if I'm going to be a good parent, to start to work on building a deep, bitter hatred for the Dallas Cowboys. They're only, as a dad, there's only about 4 things I got to do. Keep them alive, keep them fed, make them hate the Dodgers, and make them hate the Cowboys. Outside of that, I'll be there for your wedding day and to drop you off at college. That's pretty much it, isn't it?
Yeah, but are these teams going to face each other enough in big games going forward for the rivalry to be sustained? I mean, we're going back to the catch, right, in 92, 93, 94, and 3 years in a row, and even back to the, John Brody and Roger Staubach. So I just, it's different now, and I don't know if these two teams are going to be playing in enough big games. It was great yesterday, but I don't have the feeling like, this is the beginning. They'll be going head-to-head in the postseason, hopefully on Nickelodeon for years to come.
Exactly. You know what it means when SpongeBob SquarePants shows up. It must be the Cowboys and the Niners again. No, I agree with you. I don't trust Dallas to be there, and we have no idea what the next generation of the 49ers are going to be. Is Trey good or is Trey not? Like, that's going to have a lot to say about the whole thing. It is interesting, though. We used last week as an invitation to bring back the glory days for a lot of us fans of a certain age. I wonder if we will do that this week to certain levels. Like, will Colin Kaepernick and Terrell Owens highlights be out there as much as Dwight Clark? Like, I'm not saying those highlights equaled the catch. They clearly didn't. And we talked about it last week. The catch wasn't just the catch. It wasn't just a touchdown. It wasn't just going to the Super Bowl. It was a collective city and fan base taking a monkey off of its back, like finally having something good happen. The whole city had been going through doldrums. The Cowboys had always beaten the 49ers. So that was like a coronation in many ways. The catch, too, was not. They didn't win the Super Bowl that year. All of those things. But I'd expect T.O. and Kaepernick to get a little pop this week because of this matchup. A little one.
Yeah, you're right. The catch was transformational. It changed the way 49er fans looked at their team and themselves, and even to a degree, the way people in San Francisco looked at their city. And so, there's never been a play quite like that. As far as the Packers go, it's funny that the thing about the catch, too, what I remember about that is a story that T.O. he was in tears after the catch, and Mariucci had to go over and was like, are you okay? The game's not over yet. Are you all right? But the interesting thing about this game, and we always focus on the quarterbacks, look at what we have here. Aaron Rodgers and Jimmy Garoppolo.
With
Dak. Yeah. Even with Dak, it was like both these guys, you're not sure. They got a lot to prove. But you got the pinnacle, Aaron Rodgers and Jimmy. Hey, Jimmy, can you stick around for a few more games? We need a quarterback, and then we're going to get somebody else. It's an amazing contrast.
Well, no doubt. And I'm sure we'll also get the clip 100 more times leading into this weekend of Aaron Rodgers on draft day. Are you disappointed? Are you disappointed that you fell down to number 25 or whatever it was? Not half as disappointed as the 49ers are going to be that they didn't take me. Yeah, well, but what if the 49ers win this game? Like, does that sort of shake the cobwebs of Aaron Rodgers, especially with the way that he's become a different figure this year? He's not he's a great quarterback, and the 49ers will never be right for not picking him. But he's lost a lot of fans. Like, Aaron's always been a really good player. He's sometimes prickly. There are a lot of people who now think he's like enemy number one in the whole NFL. That's a new role for him.
Yeah, and you got Aaron Rodgers, R-E-L-A-X, relax, and then you got Jimmy, R-E-L-A-T-C-H, relax, right?
Yes.
So it's quite a contrast. I'll tell you, to be honest, and Aaron Rodgers is a Northern California guy. I went to Cal, and I've always kind of rooted for him. I'm not a big fan of the way he handled all this, and we don't need to get into that. But to your point, I'll be rooting harder against him this week than I ever have before because of the way he handled all that. Plus, of course, it's the 49ers.
Well, speaking of T.O., so this year's T.O., the number one wide receiver for the 49ers, is none other than Deebo Samuel. And check out the interview that took place on Nickelodeon with him after the game. And by the way, who again is and how old, Kyle, do we know? The interviewer on Nickelodeon he's just a kid. He's a kid.
Yeah.
He looked by my eyes to be what, maybe 11 years old or so?
Yeah, he's a 12-year-old rapper from Maryland. Goes by the name of Young Dylan.
Oh, Young Dylan is 12 from Maryland and had this. He is, and he's a talented one. Interviewing, and so here he is talking to Deebo Tatis. Here it is after the game.
Deebo can do it all. Samuel, you had a crazy game. You was doing it all. 100 total yards and a touchdown. How does it feel being mentioned as a running back and a wide receiver?
It's just amazing, man. I don't second question anything Kyle asks me to do. I trust him just as well as he trusts me with the ball in my hands, and I just go out here and give him my all.
Yo, what was going on through your head when you guys knew you guys won?
Man, actually, I thought I got the first down, but I mean, you know what I'm saying? Kyle put the kicker out there to pin them back deep, so we didn't pin them back deep. So we got a lot of faith in our defense, and they went out here and got the job done.
So this is between me and you. Do you think it's 49ers year? Do you think the guys are going to the Super Bowl?
I think so. We got one at a time, though. One at a time.
I see you.
I see you. Young Dylan. Young Dylan is my new sideline reporter for every game. I don't need SpongeBob in the goalpost, but I need young Dylan after the game to talk to the player of the game every game.
I probably shouldn't go here. I would humbly suggest to Joe Spadoni that perhaps, if it's appropriate, maybe some young Dylan when we come back from the next break. I don't know what's available. I would love to hear some of his jams if that's a possibility.
Or at least young MC. If we're not going to get young Dylan, let's at least bust a move. I mean, let's go retro. I mean, come on. That's because you don't, Kyle. That's a 3 because again, I'm betting you don't even know who that is. Am I right?
No, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, because there's the bit from Scrubs where they run into old young MC and all he says is bust a move.
Wow.
That was my introduction to that song. So, look, I don't want to rain on parades here. Like, young Dylan did fine. Debo had 110 total yards.
Accuracy matters in journalism, young Dylan.
Learn it now.
Wow.
Bad day for sideline reporters yesterday. Tony Woodson couldn't even get the names right.
Very tough for young Dylan.
He's an idiot.
Tony Woodson.
Joking. Young Dylan did a great job.
All right, well, wait. Now, in young Dylan's defense, is it fair when you go over 100 yards to just be like you had 100 yards? Like that's a marker, in other words. Like, yes, you are a 100-yard receiver in this game, even though you were a little bit over. Is that a fair rebuttal?
Yeah, that's what he did. But I wanted to do a bit where I was mean to a child.
Oh, okay. You did that. And I
it's
hope
funnier
you
now that I've explained it.
You slimed him, is what you did, Kyle.
He got slimed big time.
Debo made that work because he was not like Kyle. Debo went out of his way, like, who's this guy? He's 12. All right. Debo actually he set the guy up, right? Made it sound like, hey, I'm on with young Dylan here. Debo did a great job. And then afterwards, shaking hands with the guy. Debo carried that thing. It was really nice the way he, you think of some guys how they would have handled that. And I just thought, tip of the helmet to Debo, the way he dealt with that interview. And it was a fun interview.
Nice job saying tip of the helmet, number one. And can we project what that interview would have been like if it was Kyle Shanahan? Like, I think that would have been super, super awkward. Don't you think? It'd be like, Kyle.
Yeah, we're just, Debo's good and stuff. And, we're just, he's really good. And we, got to play Green Bay next week. So we'll get back to you on that.
Or what if it was Jimmy? Like, how does Jimmy handle that interview with young Dylan? You'd be like, Jimmy.
Jimmy would have done a great job.
Yeah, but young Dylan was super honest. So he'd be like, Jimmy, like, you guys won. You kind of stink sometimes when you play football, and then other times you don't. Like, what's up with that? That would have been my question.
You don't want to get me started, dude.
He goes, Jimmy, do a little bit Garoppolo. You had over 100 yards today. You were a 100-yard passer.
What's it like to go over 100 yards in a playoff game, Jimmy?
Take us through the moment where you guys were blowing him out and then your interception set him up for the touchdown that made it close. What was going through your mind?
What went through your mind when you snapped the ball way too early on that quarterback sneak that would have ended the game and made everybody lose their hair? What was that like, Jimmy?
Jimmy, what's it like knowing that you're gone in the offseason? Any game could be your last in a 49er uniform.
Jimmy, could you get me Trey Lance so I can talk to him?
That's right.
Can you go get him? Can you go get him, please, Jimmy?
Oh, my gosh. What's it like taking a team to the playoffs and they hate you?
Hey,
What's it like?
Jimmy G walks up to him and he goes, all right, I'm here with Robbie Gold. 3 field goals.
Hey, Robbie, what's it like to make SpongeBob smile 3 times? Oh, my gosh, that's so funny. Speaking of Jimmy, has to have been the most awkward tweet of the weekend, Whitey. The great Adam Schefter sent this out the day before the game, and I've never seen a tweet Like Adam the day before a game is big for like, this guy's going to play, this guy's not going to play. He's expected, like he's dialed in. So Adam is not there for opinion. Adam is there for facts. He is followed on Twitter for NFL facts. So when he sends this out, I'm like, oh my gosh. I feel like Don Yee, who's Jimmy Garoppolo and Tom Brady's agent, I feel like Don Yee ended up going over to Adam Schefter's house and holding a gun to his head and saying, Adam, open up your Twitter. Open up your Twitter right now, and you're going to type what I tell you to type word for word, and I'm taking this gun down as soon as you hit send, but not until then. Listen to this tweet. Quote, during the second half of this season, Jimmy Garoppolo simultaneously has raised his value to both the 49ers and to other teams in the offseason trade market. The 49ers would not be where they are today without him. End quote. That's a weird Adam Schefter tweet. Like, what? What led to that? Like, Don Yee and Adam Schefter, if this is the reality show we've been talking about, they just built an alliance. Like, something's going on there.
Does Penny like treats? Does Penny have any particular? I don't want to say anything because she could hear me, maybe. But she's like Milk Bone or any kind of biscuits or anything that you give her.
She loves treats. We've got these little bacon treats in the other room that she likes. There's some chicken sticks from Trader Joe's that we get that she really, really loves. That'll get her to wherever I want her to go. Can you see her?
What does she have to do?
Yeah, are you looking at me on Zoom right now? Do you see Penny right behind me?
Penny's out. Penny's exhausted from the game yesterday.
Out. Yeah. Penny is like, I'm so done listening to Jimmy Garoppolo talk. I can't take this guy anymore. I'm out. She is, she looks
what
like
does she have to do to get the bacon? What does she have to do? Does she have to do any tricks or anything?
No, we don't. Like, I use the bacon is to be like, Penny, it's time to go to the crate. Let's go. And you put the bacon in the crate and she'll go in the crate. But she's very good at sitting. She'll shake. Like, if the kids just want to play with her at some point, then you give her, like, don't make her be a show pony and then not give her a treat. That's what I always tell the kids. I'm like, stop making her shake and then you don't give her anything. Like, she's looking at you like, I'm shaking to get bacon. Yeah. I'm not just here to amuse you.
Shaking for the bacon, bro.
Shaking for bacon. Let's go. What am I? Am I here to just entertain you? Am I just here to amuse you? Come on.
Yeah.
So that's what Penny likes.
And Schefter relationship. And I've been on a couple shows where Schefter's been a regular guest, and he's a good guy, so don't get me wrong. But this is clearly, Don Yee's like, hey, sometimes I give you information, a little something. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll give you the biscuit, but now you have to roll over. This is what I need you to tweet. And Schefter's like, all right, according to sources, what do you need me to say? And it's like, whatever. Just text me, Don, and I will tweet it so that, down the road when Jimmy signs with wherever, you will give me the scoop. So that's the nature of it right there.
I'll give you a 3 for your Schefter, number 1. And I'm giving Spadona a 3 for putting a drop in, a little drop, because you once interviewed Adam Schefter. That's incredible. I've been on shows where, according to sources, you have. I have too. I've also interviewed.
I'm just saying,
Adam Schefter,
I don't want to make it sound like I'm running the guy down, but that's clearly the thing. You want the information, Adam? Roll over. Adam, sit, shake. Okay,
Seriously.
good. All right. Yeah, I'm not going to give it to you now, but your bacon bit is coming.
According to my sources, the 49ers are not going to be where they are today without Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm like, what? That's a weird comment to make right before a game. All right. Much more still to go, including the return of the great Goo. He's got his name back, but he does not root for a playoff team. That's still ahead. We also have Pick Your Battles. And by the way, Whitey, you probably don't even know this. You are at the center of a Pick Your Battles controversy that you don't even know about, and you have nothing to do with it. It is not your fault. You're like Goodwill Hunting. It is not your fault. But my gosh, you are at the center of this controversy. And you don't even know what I'm talking about right now, do you?
No, but I wouldn't have it any other way.
Oh, my gosh. I will unveil that for you coming up next, and then we'll get back to your calls at 888-957-9570. It is Willard and Dibs with Whitey in for Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Kelsey Messenger, helping.
And years ahead with Fidelity Income Planning. We'll look at what you've saved, what you'll need, and help you build a flexible plan for cash flow designed to last, so you can go from saving to living. Fidelity Brokerage Services, number NYSE SIPC.
If you were designing the next generation of luxury crossovers, you'd want it to have everything that's important to you. Not just an available 14-inch touchscreen, an interface designed to give you what you need where you need it. Not just an advanced safety system, one that's designed to help you protect others on the road. Not just a driver-centric cockpit, one with intuitive tech that actually gets you, so you can block out all the noise and focus on what matters. That's what you can get with the all-new 2022 Lexus NX. To discover more about this next-level crossover, visit Lexus.com/NX.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
You've dreamed about it. Now it's time to start living the RV lifestyle. At the RV Super Sale, you'll get super pricing on travel trailers, fifth wheels, van conversions, and truck campers, as well as Class A and Class C motorhomes. The RV Super Sale takes place at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, January 22nd through the 30th. Don't miss this opportunity. The RV Super Sale, January 22nd through the 30th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton.
Restrictions may apply. Plans and costs for coverage may vary. Call Protect My Car for details.
Look, money's tight for everyone right now. It's been a tough year, and you sure don't need to get hit with a big unexpected bill. Like, what if your car breaks down right now? How are you paying the bill? If it's your transmission, that's over $3,000. Your engine, up to $6,000. Even my minor repairs like your air conditioning can hit your wallet hard. Here's the good news. If you have a car, truck, or SUV that's $19.99 or newer, you can stop paying for repairs right now. That's right. With Protect My Car, when your car breaks down, we pay your repair bill for you. Just dial 800-279-2827 on your mobile phone now to get started. Protect My Car pays for repairs to your engine, transmission, air conditioning, suspension, and so much more. Dial 800-279-2827 and get your car protected before your next repair bill hits. Dial 800-279-2827 on your mobile phone right now and get free roadside assistance, free towing, free car rental, and free oil changes. Dial 800-279-2827 and never pay for car repairs again. Dial 800-279-2827.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I can only assume that this here is young Dylan getting it on.
Was the hint that at the beginning he said, "When I say young, you say Dylan"?
I wasn't listening yet. I wasn't listening yet at that point. Did he say that?
Yeah, he said
my
that.
bad. Okay, my bad.
Re-rack it. Okay, 3, 2,
Re-rack
and
that
1.
sucker. And go. Okay, never mind. Anyway, here we go. Willard and Dibs, Whitey in for Dibs. By the way, I know you're not supposed to do this. I'm not supposed to care about the listener texts about like what we're talking about and getting mad because it gets back and forth, and that's what being in the public and the media, that's what it's all about. I get it, Whitey, but there's one thing. Oh gosh, it just drives me nuts. This drives me nuts.
What's that?
You and I were just having only a little bit of fun at the expense of Jimmy Garoppolo for the way that game finished. His fourth quarter numbers in his 4 playoff games for the 49ers are dreadful. They're dreadful. His QB rating is below 45. Okay, he's never thrown a TD pass in the fourth quarter. He's turned it over. I think his completion percentage is 9 of 20. It's dreadful, but it's a very small sample. And in 2 of those 4 games, he wasn't asked to do anything because the 49ers had blown the Vikings and the Packers off of the field. So we have fun for 3 minutes after we have spent the better part, at least speaking for me, the better part of the last 2 years defending this guy and pointing out the positivity. I have a text thread to prove it. Kyle and I were texting at 11:30 last night. Kyle, you'll back me up on this. You're sitting there going, I'm sorry, the 49ers should not have to, they should not have to survive their own quarterback. And my biggest comeback was, but except for, isn't it always it's also a great point to say the 49ers aren't even in Dallas if it weren't for Jimmy's fourth quarter heroics the previous week. So we all understand the positives and the negatives and the existence of both, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. 510 just texted us. Bay Area radio's hate of Jimmy Garoppolo shades every take of anything having to do with the 49ers. Where would they be without him? Nothing against him. Do you really think Trey would have had the 49ers in a wild card game, much less advancing to the next? It's tiresome and disappointing to have to constantly listen to lazy local radio hosts who can't think of anything better to discuss on the radio. You guys can be better than this. Are you kidding me? We've sat here. Kyle, what's the percentage of positivity from me on Jimmy versus
disgusting.
Negativity? Thank you for calling me disgusting. I appreciate that.
Oh, you were talking about your Jimmy take. Yeah, it's fine. No. And I think that's the thing. Like, yeah, I was behind the idea of Garoppolo starting this year because you knew they could make a run like this. It's not anti-Jimmy this year. It's not anti-Jimmy. Like, he just wasn't very good. And when he's not very good or he makes the mistakes that he makes, it's like, oh, this is why they're moving on. And when I text you, like, get this guy, I don't mean tomorrow. I just mean, like, gosh, I can't wait to not have to. And maybe Trey Lance stinks, and maybe there will be a new exhausting conversation.
Right, I'm sure.
But it's like, we have seen the same mistakes over and over and over from this guy, and I'm just excited to see something different. But he's their best chance to win this year, and I don't think there's any debate there.
Pardon me, Kyle. I think what we're making fun of, Mark, is just the absurdity of the situation, right? And I was just on the radio yesterday with a guy, let's say his name was Miles Cadson, okay? And Miles Cadson was on the radio saying, you got to get rid of this guy, Jimmy. And so I had to make the case to Miles Cadson, why Jimmy could win the game. And they did kind of in spite of him, but they did win. So, yeah, it's not like we're piling on Jimmy, but it's just so bizarre that I don't remember anything like this, at least in the Bay Area. You've got the guy at one of the key positions, if not the key position, and they're ready to move off of him, and he keeps winning despite himself. And remember, he's broken right now, too. It's just such a unique situation.
Thank you.
I think part of it is a way of dealing with the anxiety it creates as a fan is to kind of make fun of it, right? Because it's like, oh my goodness, this thing can go sideways at any moment, and yet here they are getting ready for the Packers.
And it does go sideways at every moment. Now, he deserves credit. It goes sideways in both directions. There are moments, the first quarter yesterday was one of them, where you're like, this is the best team in the NFL. Like they're going to embarrass the Cowboys on their own field. And then the fourth quarter happens, and you can set your watch to it. So I understand all the emotions. It really has to do with each and every fan. I think each and every one of us can learn so much about ourselves, our own perspective, the way we look at things based on what your Jimmy opinion is. Either you're someone who, no matter what, is always focusing on the positive. That's you. You're always focusing on the positive. Or you're someone who's always focusing on the negative. Or you're someone who might have a little bit of a hard time making a commitment because you're in the middle going, gosh, I really like Jimmy is good. And then there's this other thing over here. And I don't know, don't go to the Cheesecake Factory with that person. They'll never be able to order. They're going to go through all 27 pages of the menu and just be like, I don't know. Are we doing chicken pesto pasta tonight? Or should I get Indian food? I don't know what to do with this menu. There's too many choices. So there's three kinds of people in this world. You're a positive person, you're a negative person, or you're a wishy-washy waffle. That's what you like, and you've got to pick one, and Jimmy makes you pick one, and it's super uncomfortable.
Yeah, Burrito Grande, by the way, I think is the right choice there, if I'm not mistaken.
Indian's the right move.
Yeah, if that's what it's called.
Just get the cheesecake.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't go wrong there. I'm definitely pro Jimmy, but even I recognize it's just like, all right, as you say yesterday, okay, they're up 23-7. You don't ask yourself what could go wrong. You know what could go wrong, and you know there's a really good chance it will, and you're just hoping they find a way to overcome it.
Okay, and real quick, not to cut you off.
Not to cut you off.
but Whitey, that's just it. And this is where no. We're gonna do the nuance thing. So you say you're pro Jimmy. You think they should trade Trey Lance and re-sign Garoppolo for 5 years at $35 million a year?
Of course not. I don't think that.
Okay, Whitey?
No.
No, I don't think they should do that.
Okay, and that's just it. So you're pro Jimmy now, right now, this year.
Yeah. Well, you don't have any. Yeah, we don't have any choice.
Right, and so that's right, and that's what I think. That's where I think the discussion is when people get upset with Garoppolo. I'm sure there are people who are like, Trey Lance should start the next game. That's insane and the wrong take. But I think it's like looking into the future. It's like, man, I just can't wait to get out from under this guy. But to your point, Mark, they're still underneath him because he keeps on winning.
Right. And so here's the other thing I want all of us to acknowledge, and therefore forgive yourself. Understand that, at least to my knowledge, I can't think of another time that this has ever happened in NFL history. And what I'm talking about is a high-priced quarterback who's already been replaced going on a playoff run and winning. Don't bring up Alex Smith. He lost in his first game. Okay? Patrick Mahomes had already replaced him, but Alex got the year. They won the division. They had a home playoff game against Tennessee, and they lost. That's it. Goodbye. Go home. This guy, Jimmy Garoppolo's 49ers career, had 89 seconds left at it 8 days ago at SoFi Stadium, and he's still ticking. okay? He takes a licking and keeps on ticking, just like the old watch commercial. This guy is still going. I can't think, can you think of another time in NFL history where a high-priced quarterback has already had the replacement named and then went on a winning run deep into the playoffs on the road against high-level teams? We've never had this before. You've never been presented with this. And so it's a complete mind scrambler because I'm sitting here going, I have no idea what it is. People don't know what they're supposed to root for. Within one game, he gives you great throws. He gives you awful throws. He's already been replaced, but he hasn't been replaced. And you might win the Super Bowl or miss the playoffs entirely. It's all there, and we're supposed to figure it out each Sunday. It's impossible.
I give Jimmy the most credit for the way he's dealt with it, but I do think you have to give Kyle credit too, because he was able to recognize this. Well, this isn't the way things are done. In fact, it's never been done, but it gives us our best chance to win. And the whole thing was hanging in the balance earlier in the year, and we'll see where it goes. But I think he was smart enough to recognize, Jimmy, this is, it's not an easy situation for him, but he's got to play well because he's trying to, get a job somewhere else next year. So that he's motivated to play well, and Trey's not ready yet. He will be. So I think a lot of people have had a hard time with it all season long because of what you just mentioned. It's like, no one's ever done that before. So again, a tip of the helmet, if I made it, Kyle, for recognizing his options and saying, this is a path never traveled before, but I still think it's our best path. And so far it appears that he was 100% right about that.
Pick Your Battles is next, and here's Whitey, embroiled in controversy and not even aware of it. Carlos in Concord says Jamaican black pepper shrimp when you go to Cheesecake Factory. However, 480 comes right back and says cashew chicken and strawberry cheesecake. I can't be mad at either. You make a choice for yourself. That's pro Jimmy, anti Jimmy, pepper shrimp, cashew chicken. I got no idea. Pick Your Battles next on 95.7 again.
Jerry Jones, the Cowboys.
thousands. Jackson Hewitt knows that. Discover thousands in tax credits and get your biggest refund guaranteed. Learn more at jacksonhewitt.com.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. So a friend told me about Mr. Clean Magic Eraser, and his exact words were, "It changed my life."
I used to spend a ridiculous amount of time trying to remove tomato sauce from inside our microwave and soap scum off the bathtub.
It's like seriously magic, and my secret weapon for cleaning the kitchen, bathroom, doors, and walls, and even keeping my sneakers clean.
Mr. Clean Magic Eraser.
Greatest invention ever.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Mr. Clean Magic Eraser, the unicorn of cleaning.
That dinner was delicious. What's next?
I'm thinking just the check.
Do you frequently have gas, bloating, diarrhea, stomach pain, or loose oily stools after eating? One or more of these symptoms could be a sign of exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI, and it may be time to talk to your doctor.
If you have EPI, Creon may be right for you. Creon, pancrelipase, is an oral prescription medication that treats EPI. Creon replaces enzymes you may be missing to help you break down food properly.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosis colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Do not chew capsules or contents as this may cause mouth irritation. Tell your doctor if you have unusual or severe stomach pain, bloating, trouble passing stool, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, worsening of painful swollen joints, or allergic reactions. Other side effects may include changes in blood sugars, gas, dizziness, or sore throat and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Talk to your doctor about Creon, the #1 prescribed EPI treatment, and visit gocreon.com. That's GOCREON.com. Or call 1-800-633-9110.
I want Iguodala. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
So it's all brought to you by Mimecast. Safeguard your organization against phishing, business email compromise, and risks of ransomware. Visit mimecast.com. It's MIMECAST.com. Whitey, you don't even know, do you? You don't even know.
I don't even know, but I'm ready for it. By the way, I see Penny is awake and ready to go as well, so I draw my inspiration from her.
Yeah, that's because 7-year-old Jude is just off screen, although now on screen, trying to play football with her, and so that woke her up. And so, we're going to have to finish this show soon, or else this is going to get really bad in here really fast. I just want to let you know. That's what's going to happen. So,
yeah.
Okay. So here's the controversy, brother. So when you're here, it is your responsibility, as you know, to make a selection on Pick Your Battles for the person you are in for.
Solemn responsibility, yes.
Right? So you did that. You did that for Dibs. Oh, Penny's got the football. She caught it. All right. That's a catch, according to Jude. All right. So, like I said, we got to finish this show quick. I only got a couple minutes left, clearly. Anyway, last time you were in for Dibs, you made a pick, and it was not correct.
Okay.
So Dibs was saddled with the loss. The last time you were in for me, you made a pick. However, I also texted in my own pick.
Yes.
Your pick was a loss. My pick was a win. I said, I'm taking the W. And Dibs, while he remained mostly quiet, didn't like it. He thought, no, you got to be saddled with whatever Whitey says, even though I took the time to text in my own pick. Now, I thought, wait a minute. We've all done this before. We've texted in our own picks. They play. That's a W. So I took the W. And I think Dibs quietly fumed. As you know, he is prone to do. So today, a little bit. Mm-hmm. So anyway, yesterday, a very passive-aggressive text was sent because he wasn't going to be in, and Pick Your Battle standings were sent out. And he simply said, I'll take whatever pick Whitey makes for me. Ooh. Again, I read it as passive-aggressive. He would probably deny it. Just know this is bubbling beneath the surface, and I'm really rooting for you today because I think a W from you would go a long way right now.
Okay. Can I make my selection then, or are we just setting that up? We getting to that?
No, because, we're not quite there yet. Okay? But I had to let you know what was riding on this. There's a little anger involved that has nothing to do with you, but is totally surrounding you.
You just did what Kyle Shanahan did, showing the team the 1994 NFC Championship game. That's kind of what you just did with me.
Yeah.
Same
Now
thing.
you know the history of the rivalry.
Yeah.
Now you know.
Yeah.
It has made you powerful.
All right. But before we do pick your battles, Kyle is chomping at the bit for the greatest trivia question in the history of mankind and creation.
I'm really
Let's go
excited.
live. Let's go live to Kyle, who is not.
Kyle.
We just had a texter say, "Are you wearing an astronaut suit?" No, Kyle is in studio and being a conscientious human being and wearing a mask. That's what he's doing. Am I right?
Yeah, that's correct, because Spadoni and I have to sit in relatively close proximity.
Right.
So I don't want to be spraying my germs unnecessarily. So
Perfect, Kyle.
that's why I have a mask on. I'm being a conscientious friend and member of society.
Don't be a mask hole. Good job.
Anyways, Elijah Mitchell, as you guys know, had a rushing touchdown for the 49ers on their opening drive yesterday, part of a 27-carry, 96-yard day for him. His 4-yard touchdown run was the first by a 49ers rookie in the postseason since whom?
Wait a minute. The first rushing touchdown by a 49er rookie in the postseason? Is that the rule?
Yep. Since who?
Oh my gosh. I have a name. I have a name in my mind, but I'm going to let go ahead, Whitey. You first.
Tom Rathman.
No.
William Floyd.
No.
How many guesses do we get?
I could have. Do you guys each one more? Get one more each.
Go ahead, Whitey.
You go ahead. I don't have one off the top of my head here.
Ricky
Jerry
Waters.
Rice.
Ricky
Jerry
Waters.
Rice.
No on both of those. The correct answer, we could have sat here all day.
All day.
I could have sat here all day if I was trying to answer this. LaMichael James. His 15-yard touchdown run against the Falcons in the 2012 NFC Championship game was the last rushing TD by a Niners rookie.
I never would have gotten that in 100 years. Although here's our text line had it. 707. That's easy. It's LaMichael James. How about that?
Shout out to them.
Lobo.
That's great.
Nice job.
Great knowledge.
Yeah.
Greatest
nice job,
trivia
Lobo.
question ever. I give Kyle a 2 on that.
I did not sell it as such. I just said a good trivia question. I might have said great.
You were excited about it.
I didn't say greatest
Just be
ever.
honest. You were excited
It was the Jimmy Garoppolo of trivia questions.
There it is. Yeah, it had good moments, it had bad moments, and then we moved on. Exactly right. Okay, let's move on to Pick Your Battle, shall we? Let's do it. Here we go. Broiled in controversy. Here are the standings. I am setting the pace at 7-3. Let's see, Spadone, you're at 6-4. Kyle, 5-5. He's battled his way back to 500. And then the Dibber Claus at 4-6 and handing his baton over to you, Whitey, for today's pick. Go ahead.
All right, a lot of pressure, so I'll stick with my personal bread and butter, the NBA. I really like this matchup for Charlotte. I'm going to take the Charlotte Hornets. They're getting 2.5. Visiting the Knicks. I think Miles Bridges is going to have a big day. So I'm taking, on behalf of Dan Dibley, the Charlotte Hornets getting 2.5, according to my information here, against the New York Knicks in the Garden.
We got a really good pick. There's a problem with it. There's just a small problem with your selection, Whitey.
I was hoping you wouldn't notice that. I was hoping you wouldn't notice that.
It was that in the fourth.
What did I do wrong?
In the fourth quarter right now, the Hornets lead by 18 against the Knicks as we speak.
I'm taking the Celtics minus 5 if that's the case.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was hoping you guys would be too busy to notice that. Yeah.
Game's
I
got 8
even had
minutes
Miles
left to
Bridges
go.
with a big game, and he's like 30, 12, and 5. I'll take the Cavs. They're giving 3 to the Nets tonight, okay? And I believe that, actually, I think that's tipping off in about 4 minutes, but it hasn't started yet. Cleveland -3 against Brooklyn.
The number is 4. The number is 4. We're gonna make you take it at 4. The number currently sits at 4. But yes,
but I can't have Charlotte, huh?
You can't have Charlotte, but you can have the Cavs -4. That's a fair one. We go live to Kyle. Kyle, only one rule. Please pick a game that has not started yet. Go ahead.
I've got the Celtics, who are home against the Pelicans. I got them to win by about 12 in that one, guys.
Right, okay.
Perfect.
Lock it
up. No, I'm going to, I'm looking also at the NBA. I'm looking at this Grizzlies-Bulls game. The Grizzlies coming off a blowout loss to the Dallas Mavericks, which you called, Willard. Great call on that one. The Chicago Bulls are going to be without Zach LaVine. Alex Caruso is coming back. from health and safety protocol, so not sure what his minutes are going to look like. But Memphis -8 at home against a banged-up Chicago Bulls team. I like the Grizz to get back on track in a big way.
Oh, my gosh. By the way, I'm okay with it, but the two of you, I love both of those picks. The Grizzlies pick was my pick. You just blocked me again, Kyle Madsen, but them's the rules, and that's okay. We go live to Spadonuts for his selection.
All right, I'm going back to the NFL. It was a bad beat for me yesterday with the Steelers plus 12.5. It was a close one, but it fell away from him at the end. So we're going to go over tonight's Monday Night Football action with the Cardinals and Rams over 49.5. I think it'll be high scoring.
Okay, all right, and I will just have to fall into the pick I did not want to make, even though I've already made it in real life. I wanted to be creative and give you something in the NBA. I love the Grizzlies, but since it's all off the table, just go ahead and give me the Rams. The Rams are minus 3.5 tonight. The home teams, unless you're a Cowboy, have been doing really well this weekend. It doesn't stop now. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be a crazy game, and the Rams are going to win by 4 or more. There it is.
It was crazy.
Now the moment that we've all been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get this out of the way first. Let me just tell you that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. It's brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified. Now let's clear the decks and welcome the man to the stage. He has re-received his name. The Steiny Guru Show is once again Steiny and Guru. He once yelled into an internet camera. He once yelled, "It starts now, Dak!" But actually, it doesn't. It ends. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello to Steiny and Guru, and better luck next year, Goo.
Yeah, the better team won. The better coach team won. So I give credit to the Niners, the coaching staff, and their fans. They got her done. And Whitey, I'm up here bleeding, and I'm bleeding because I root for a team that has talent but does not have the coaching to go with it, i.e. the last play of the game, which has become a national embarrassment, and 14 penalties. That tells me you are not afraid. And until they get that fixed, there's nothing to see here. That was embarrassing yesterday. And kudos to the Niners for winning that game, Willard, Steiny, and Whitey, in the first quarter. They did everything that you saw on tape in the first quarter, and Dallas had no answer until the fourth quarter when Jimmy played Santa Claus.
Goo, I just want you to know that I'm as disappointed as you are, and I feel that we understand your disappointment, and we'll do everything we can to get the Cowboys back to the lofty spot that they deserve in the National Football League. I feel your pain, sir, and I wanted to talk to you about perhaps joining our coaching staff.
How the hell did we just do 3 hours and you didn't pull Jerry out?
Larry Jones. How about Larry Jones, Willard? That's
Jera Jones. Oh, my God. That was fantastic.
Steiny, who was that?
Oh, gosh.
It was a pretty good impression.
Oh, that's amazing.
It was
not bad.
Pretty good.
Now,
you all right, Goo?
Yeah, I'm okay, but this is what I'm a little fearful of. I was sipping the Shanahan Kool-Aid so much I got drunk off it. God. And in the pre-show meeting, my partner asked me, I'm ready to get back in line and get another drink because this dude has weathered the storm, and the Jimmy Garoppolo experience, Willard, was on display yesterday, and they keep getting past it, and it's just interesting to see if this guy can go to Lambeau, beat Rodgers. And I know everybody's saying it's Lance's job. That's for another day. But I'm here with my popcorn to see you say sayonara to a guy that maybe could have you one game to the NFC Championship game.
Well, to me, this game this weekend is probably the decider as to whether or not this conversation is actually real or not. I don't think we're there yet. Defeating Dallas is not enough. Quite frankly, I don't even know if there's any scenario with what's been invested in Trey. And the fact that while Jimmy has these great moments, the bad ones are really bad. Like, they really are. Yeah. Like, that interception, interception was literally the only thing that you can't do in that moment. And the first half against the Rams and the the second half against the Titans, and all of those things are still there. So I don't think there's a scenario where they don't move on. But if this gets iconic, if you beat Rodgers and then you go beat Brady after beating Stafford, and then you go beat like Mahomes or Allen, yes, there's a scenario, we're not close to it yet, but there's a scenario where you go, wait a minute, what are we doing here? Like, this is the absolute murderer's row of quarterbacks that are going to be presented to Jimmy, from Stafford to Dak to Aaron Rodgers to potentially Brady, and then either Mahomes or Allen, or we'll see, if Tannehill or Burrow somehow ends up. But it is a total murderer's row of quarterbacks that are supposedly better than him. If he beats them all, I don't know. You got to sit down and have a conversation, don't you?
What do you got?
I
don't really know.
From that.
I don't know.
We're such a long way from that, though.
Yeah.
We're a long way.
We're one step closer, though, guys. One step closer, Steiny.
Yeah, whatever Jimmy G has, and they are almost certainly going to move on from him. But he does have that. I don't know, Jimmy Gascrapolo. Sometimes it's Jimmy Garcrapolo, but he has that ability, right, in the fourth quarter to lead the team. And whoever's the quarterback next year, probably Trey Lance, they're going to miss that. I mean, it wasn't really his best fourth quarter yesterday, and he is broken. But Jimmy does have that ability to lead, and they follow him. We saw it more against the Rams than yesterday. But whatever you say about Jimmy, I think that quality that he possesses, they are going to miss that next year.
Yeah, and Trey Lance is going to have to. I mean, Garoppolo's putting some pressure on him right now for next year, because if Garoppolo wins a couple playoff games, then I do think you start saying, what are they doing? Okay, well, we know what they have to do. They have to bring Lance in, but you're kicking aside a quarterback who's gone to the playoffs 2 out of 3 years, went to the Super Bowl 1 year. Who knows how it's going to end this year? So, I think we all know what's going to happen and what's got to happen. But it doesn't mean that Garoppolo can't go somewhere else and have success, too.
Well,
I mean, that's already done. Yeah,
that's that weird. I don't know if you guys were listening 20 minutes ago. The weird Adam Schefter tweet where Don Yee clearly said, "If you ever want me to text you any information ever again, you need to go to Twitter right now and compliment my quarterback," because that was the oddest Schefter tweet where he's like, "There's no doubt that Jimmy has raised his value for the 49ers. He's raised his value for the rest of the league, and the 49ers would not be where they are without him." I mean, I think it's all true, but it's a weird thing for him to say, and I wonder. I do believe Jimmy needs to end up in the right spot to be good. I don't think he's the guy that's just very good no matter where he is, but he's solid. He's solid. I'll forever support the idea of when you're good, you should still try to be great. But yeah, it's a risk. You are giving up someone who is at least passable in big moments in the NFL, and that doesn't grow on trees.
Yeah. You know what? Jimmy, inspirational in that he's playing hurt right now. And, Goo, that reminds me of you. Really, I know today, you're not feeling your best, but I'm sure in Jimmy Garoppolo fashion, you will carry on. And I know you don't want to say now, I can't wait to hear what you thought of the decision to run the quarterback draw there. I'm very anxious to hear what you as a Cowboy fan thought of that play. It's going to be very entertaining listening to you today, Goo. And, of course, Steiny as well.
Yeah, I'll just say this, guys. That play, Whitey, I already told you, was a national embarrassment, and it was a microcosm of the coaching staff that's intact in Dallas. But after the game is what really bothers me, and I've been consistent with this. I've been saying Dak Prescott is overrated and now overpaid for a few years, 1-3 in the playoffs now. But what he did at the podium, and I'm not Gandhi, so I know I'm not perfect, but if you guys saw the fans throwing real objects, not just at the refs, hit DeMarcus Lawrence. I mean, it was real stuff hitting the guys. Dak Prescott went up to the podium and condoned that. And the reporters gave him a chance to back out and kind of, hey, Dak, and he said, you know what, good for them. And he lost me. It's not just me, a whole lot of people, because I will, character-wise, guys, this dude I thought was Obama-like. I got Obama up on a high pedestal. But for you to condone that was the ultimate turnoff, man, because you had the ball with 2:40, 3 timeouts at the 40 of the Niners and went backwards. That's not clutch, Steiny. You get $100 million.
No, it's not.
Okay,
it's not clutch.
It's all out. Yeah,
it's not clutch.
It's all out. I'm ready. It's all Niners now.
By the way, let's get those phone lines cranked up at 888-957-9570 if you want to talk to Guru about this one.
Listen, do not, please, the two of you, don't take this the wrong way. I could sit here and talk to you forever, but I really feel like we should just get the hell out the way right now. I just feel like we
love you.
No, and we love you, and you were a good sport being called who all week long, and then you held it in and you let it out on social media, and so I'm now you're back to being Guru, and I look forward to listening to how you're handling this today, because so far you're handling it a lot better than your team is, and so good on you, but Whitey. Awesome to have you. Don't you ever hold that Jerry Jones impression from me that long ever again.
That's great, yeah.
And great to talk to you today, my friend.
Yes, and Goo, you said you're not Gandhi, but I'm sorry, your Cowboys are. They are Gandhi.
Oh!
Have a good show.
This dude's on fire. Yeah.
Have a good show.
Oh, Steiny and Guru. Next, 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Spadone.
The passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow.
Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, this will be the second consecutive Monday that I feel it's only right to start the show with Jimmy. All he does is win, baby. They go down to Dallas, beat the Cowboys 23-17. I don't care that he threw an interception in the fourth quarter. It doesn't matter. They're going to Green Bay. Nobody thought it was going to happen. And you know what? There are no buts on this show for me today. Oh, Jimmy Garoppolo, but no.
Huge butt.
Jimmy Garoppolo. One of what? 8 quarterbacks left now in the NFL?
Yeah.
Okay. Or 9, I guess we got to wait for that game tonight.
Oh, yeah, I forgot we had a game tonight. Steiny, I told you in the green room, this is called the yesterday was another chapter in the Jimmy Garoppolo experience. There'll be highs, there'll be lows, but if at the end it culminates with the W, Steiny, we talked about a run. My friend, they're 8 quarters away from that run. That run that would a Jimmy-led 49er team could be playing at SoFi. They came out and set the tone, and Jimmy, in the end, he made his error, the Jimmy, oh no, but Steiny, I'm with you. Ain't no buts. He went, got her done, and now they got a date with Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay, and to lose Bosa and Warner and have to basically stop Dallas to win the game, that made it extra special to me, because on the other side, I really thought Dallas was going down there to punch that thing in, Steiny. And the Niner D, scrappy all year, regardless of who's in, who's out, you got to tip your cap. And I'm tipping it to Kyle, D'Amico Ryan, everybody, Steiny. They all had a hand.
I didn't hear you tip it to Garoppolo.
Well, of course, I started with him.
Oh, okay.
Gave him his own ride.
By the way,
Jimmy Garoppolo experience.
You know what? And again, Jimmy Garoppolo, Jimmy O'Nut, they were up 2 scores when he threw the interception. 2 scores they were up. So,
and then what happened? They were up 1 score.
Right.
Then they got stopped.
And then he comes through. Okay.
Well, he almost threw an interception.
Like he always does. No, he did throw an interception.
No, he almost threw one after that. It was illegal hands to the face. Yeah. I'm with you. I ain't bleeding either. They won. They came up, Steiny. So my question to you is, and I know this for another day, maybe later this week, Kyle and John chose to bring another quarterback in here, and that's Trey. So they made this bed that's starting to get more layers of blankets. Like, where could this thing end up if if somehow they were to beat Green Bay. I don't think there's a comp in sports to where we've seen a team say bye-bye to said quarterback with as much success as when you talk about his record under center as Jimmy Garoppolo.
And let's not forget, there was a large segment of fans that didn't want Jimmy Garoppolo to be the quarterback this year. They didn't want him to start. They didn't want him to finish. They didn't want him to play in between. So 888-957-9570. We have Low Neal at 12:30. Jimmy Garoppolo just gets it done again. Goo, I had the Cowboys winning this game, but I was wrong. Yeah. But here's where I got to kind of – and we're going to talk a lot about the Packers in the upcoming week, obviously. But the next, what were we saying to each other the last 3 or 4 weeks? I think the Niners can make a run. I still don't think they can make a run. Okay. And so – I've been saying, I think they can go into the playoffs and win a game, but for them to win 3 games in a row against really good teams, I think that's a lot to ask. That having been said, they beat the Dallas Cowboys, and now they are headed to Green Bay for a Saturday game to see if they can keep this thing going. So I don't want to talk about what happens if they beat the Packers yet. I want to talk about what's happening right now with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Love it. I love it. And, Steiny, I know you and I are different. That's obvious. But listen, I told you the Ram game, in essence, to me, and that's what I'm sharing, my feelings, was a playoff game. So I think they are in a run. They're in the midst of a run right now. Now, the probability of it to keep going, hey, highly unlikely. Anything can happen. But to win that Ram game in the fashion that they did, and then to go to Dallas, and now no matter, this is to me, Steiny, and I mean this is the example of ultimate house money. You ask Dallas and their fans, or any team that lost on Wild Card Weekend, was a season of success when you don't win a postseason game? That's different than the Niners already have notched under their belt a win on the road. And to me, that means something already. And now you got, all week to get ready for it. But, Steiny, I think we're seeing a run now. And the one thing that I'll nitpick is the Niners – that game shouldn't have been that close. I'm not going to put that at the doorstep of Jimmy Garoppolo, Steiny, but I think in a perfect world, Shanahan's looking at it like, man, instead of being up 16-7, we could have been up 24-30-7 if Ayuk is hit with that Garoppolo pass and the game's never that close. Woulda, coulda, shoulda, but those are the little big things that I think maybe we're overlooking when people try to nitpick Jimmy, Steiny, because in the fourth quarter, that was a bad pick, and it gave Dallas life and the ball with a chance to go ahead 1 point with not too many minutes left in the fourth.
888-957-9570. Let's get to some calls. We got full lines. We're going to start with Vegas Rob. Lit. Vegas Rob wants to talk to the Goo. What's up, Vegas Rob?
What's up, Goo? What's up, Steiny? Top of the Monday to y'all.
Same to you.
I just got a quick question, though, because I've been watching the game. I got a question for y'all. So y'all saying Jimmy through this year and Trey is the next year. But what about this scenario? What if Aaron Rodgers don't win the Super Bowl? Do you trade Jimmy and Trey for him? Because you know he want to play for Cali. I'll take it off the air. Love y'all show, man.
I don't.
We ain't ready for that yet, right, Steiny? Right, no. I'm with you. But the reports yesterday, when I woke up to my hash browns and Jimmy Dean sausage, Garoppolo, this is it. There were reports. Now, we don't know if that's factual, but I was like, damn, they giving Jimmy no love before the game even kicks off. Could be facts. But again, Steiny, if I'm Jimmy, cut the noise and just keep going, man.
OB's in Brentwood. What's going on, OB? How you doing, man?
How's it going? I tell you what, the real MVP in this game, and in this team, it's Kyle. I mean, he needs a good quarterback to kind of execute his game plan. Because Jimmy G, he is good, but I'll be honest with you, I'm a big Jimmy G fan. But sometimes, he does little things that you just don't know what the hell's going on in his head. You know, it's like you got to have the little, you know, what's the big difference between like you know, mediocre quarterbacks and elite? It's just they have the little killer instincts. When they have these teams, they just step on them and they just finish them off. He doesn't have that. I mean, he has a quick release. I mean, when it comes down to it, certain games, he doesn't have it. I mean, like, you know, if you look at Brady, Rodgers, I mean, they're yelling at the other players and they're just getting everybody involved. I mean, sometimes it's cool to be cool under pressure, but you gotta have that little inner drive to kind of get things going and finish the teams. He doesn't have it. We need somebody who's
appreciate it.
Wow.
Appreciate it.
Steiny,
So,
wow, man.
Appreciate
Wow.
it. So you just went on the road. You won a playoff game against Dallas, and Jimmy Garoppolo, and the second caller's talking about how Jimmy Garoppolo's not Tom Brady, who's got 7 Super Bowls or whatever it is, and he's not Aaron Rodgers, who's considered maybe the best quarterback today, who's already won a Super Bowl. It's like, okay.
Wow. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, and you went on the road down 17-0, and he brought you back last week. Oh, by the way, just Steiny, that's like that. That's not reality. The guy got the W yesterday. I mean, nobody's perfect, but wow, that was just. I think that's one of the guys that would rather the team lose and have a different quarterback. Steiny, he's a candidate.
Yeah, I mean, no, Garoppolo's not Aaron Rodgers, and he's not Tom Brady.
Hello.
So
he's still playing.
he absolutely is still playing. Let's go to Steve in San Francisco. What's going on, Steve? How you doing?
Thanks, man. Thanks for taking my call, man. I rolled my eyes at the last caller, man. I couldn't be prouder to be a Niner fan today. Couldn't be prouder. But what I wanted to say is they need to stop doing one thing, and that's taking pictures in the end zone, celebrating before the game's over. In my opinion, that's why they lost the Super Bowl. And I just gotta say that, and I gotta get that out.
Wow.
So thanks for taking my call, and comment if you'd like. I'm off the air, man. Thanks.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
That is I hate it. Where they run all the way down there.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
To take the picture with the turnover. I know you don't like that. If I know my partner, I know you don't like that.
No, not at all. But I'll tell you what I do like. Jimmy Garoppolo, 3-1 now in the postseason. 3-1 in the postseason. So
wow.
I just think I love the one thing I do love is that people have just dismissed the 49ers, not dismissed them, but what I love is that it's a team game. And the quarterback may be the most important player on the team. And the 49ers have a quarterback that's competent. He ain't bad. He's not elite, but he's certainly better than half the league at least. And because they can run the football and because they play defense, they won a playoff game on the road. So Kyle Shanahan is making the best out of this situation. And I tell you what, we'll see about Trey Lance. We'll see about Trey Lance, but that's not coming till next year. Jimmy Garoppolo with some unfinished business. And the other thing is, listen, if you were clamoring for Trey Lance all season long, it's time to look in the mirror and say you were wrong. I mean, it's just time. I mean, there's absolutely no doubt that Garoppolo gave the 49ers their best chance to win. Shanahan said it. He was right. And now they're going to go play the Green Bay Packers in a divisional game. So, I mean, all the consternation this year, it was all for naught because it was never going to be Trey Lance's team this year unless Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt.
No doubt. And how about this, Steiny? Because I mentioned it to Whitey and Willard, but I didn't get your reaction. I'm back in line for Kyle. You know, I'm back in line. I'm back.
Okay, so
because if we're going to give Jimmy credit, Kyle Shanahan is part of this experience. So he's putting Jimmy in a position to be successful. And when he's bad, he ain't bad enough to where it's costing the team victories on this stage. We saw it backfire in Tennessee. So Steiny, his stock is going up. But what's so mesmerizing?
Is it back as high as the first year when you put him on a pedestal for no reason.
It is, Steiny, and let me tell you why. Because they came from Doodleville. People had doubted him. Nobody knew what was going on. Was he going to make the change at QB? And just like you mentioned, he stayed with the course of action, and it worked out. But my thing to you, why this is so mesmerizing to me, and maybe this is for months down the road, every bit of success and every win that they notch moving forward is putting pressure on Kyle next year if it is Trey Lance. Like, you got there with Steiny, now you're going with Guru. Why did you quit Steiny? So all that will be a part of what we're watching right now. And I'm saying, Steiny, to me, is a spectacular run, and it's not just one game, it's two games.
I'm not ready to call it a run.
I get that.
I'm not ready to call it a run. They won their last game of the season. They won a wild card game. They beat the Packers. Now they got action. Let's go to Mike. Mike's in Michigan. What's going on, Mike? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Guru, happy Victory Monday, buddy. How about them Cowboys?
Yeah.
Love it. I pictured you at home. With the Dak Prescott on, sitting on the couch, man, just looking like them Cowboy fans they were showing on TV, just jaw hung, surprised, not knowing what was happening, just shell-shocked. And can we not get Tony Romo to call a 49er game ever again? Because his homerism, that whole game, about Jerry Jones and the organization, about Dak, about how we draft this and how we draft that, and Dak's going to pull this out. Can they just ban Tony Romo from calling Cowboy games? I would have rather had Aikman and Buck. All right, guys. Have a good day.
Do you have any feeling on that,
Steiny? Yeah, I thought Romo, who was replaced by Dak, and he still has something left in the tank. Oh, Jim. Oh, Dak had an open receiver right here. Oh, he was open there. So there was a lot of that. And what about Troy Aikman, who kind of during his telecast said he wished he was broadcasting the Niners Dallas. So, I mean, Tony let it all out, Steiny. He didn't hide it, but his disappointment or second guessing in Dak could borderline unprofessional. But there were questions and yards. I can't wait to talk to Lowe that Dak left on the field, man.
I mean, the other thing is you didn't deserve to win a game. 14 penalties.
That's real talk, Steiny. That's real, man. And I'm with you. I'm with you.
I'm not the kind of guy who comes in and laughs at the Cowboys and, rakes you over the coals. But, I mean, 14, it's like the Warriors have 23 turnovers. And what's the point of really examining much further than that? 14 penalties is going to get you beat. I don't care
in a playoff game, Steiny.
I don't care if they ran a terrible last play or not. I mean,
who do you put that on? That's not on all the players. That's on coaching, right? That's part of coaching.
To me, it's on everybody. I don't know, if a guy false starting has anything to do with a coach. That sounds to me like it's a focus issue, but. I mean, the Cowboys, they didn't look like a real good football team yesterday. That was the thing that stuck out to me. And I get it. It's easy to say that now because they got beat. But, man.
Did you think they were in trouble, Steiny, at the end, honestly? Did you think,
the 49ers?
Yeah. When Dallas had the ball, they got to the 40 with Steiny at the tight end. I was like, oh, my goodness.
I actually didn't because, They needed a touchdown, and that was asking a lot at that point in the game, I thought. But, hey, the Cowboys had a shot, and they didn't get it done on that last drive. All right, Lorenzo Neal is going to be joining us on the other side. I see all the phone calls. Maybe we'll incorporate you guys with Lorenzo, and that's what's coming up, and it's all sponsored by Whole Foods Market.
It's another Monster Monday on 95.7 The Game. We're reacting to Niners.
game's over as they keep it in bounds. Dak has to get this out of bounds or he's taking a shot to the end zone. This is scary because I would take a shot to the end zone here when they're in the sideline defense because you actually can hold on to the ball. You need someone, San Francisco, to get to the quarterback here.
Prescott takes off running the football. Whoa, I don't think this is going to work out.
It will. They'll be able to clock this. They were planned for it. It's down. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, the official gets in the way. The game's over. The game is over.
Oh, he did.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, and that's how it ended. And with that, let's bring in Lorenzo Neal. We do it every Monday at 12:30. What's going on, Lo? How you doing, buddy?
How about them Cowboys? How about them?
Well, let's. Here's what I want to do, Lo, because I don't know if you heard this or not, but we got to play it. When Guru got off the air on Friday, apparently he felt so much anger from 49er fans that he felt the need to rip this off. Take a listen.
I've been holding it in all week, guys. Bonte, I hope you have a great flight, but I also hope you have the worst experience of your life in Dallas. So you know what that means. You see what I'm wearing. You see the star. Shasky, I want to go back to the playoffs. Well, guess what, my friend? You are in the playoffs. I hope it's short-lived, and I hope by Sunday night you two are hurt like it ain't no tomorrow. I talked to my guy, Michael, the playmaker, Irvin. I'm fired up. So let's go, Dallas! Let's go! It starts now, Dak! Let's go!
I love it, man. I love it, Goo.
I feel like crying. Why you do that?
No. Wow. Don't cry, Goo. Goo. You was representing. I think that it was great that you had emotion, you had passion. But Goo, last week we got off the show, and Steiny was there too. And Steiny, you guys kind of. I told you guys that Georgia was going to win a national title. Did I not? You asked me who's going to win the national title. I called Georgia. You asked, no, go back and go listen to it. I asked you guys talked about Dallas, and you guys said, yeah, I understand the Niners if they run the ball, but low, it can't work. I told you it can work. I told you how the Niners do it. Go listen to it, because here's the thing what you guys know. The Niners are the most physical team in the NFC. I'm just telling you. But here's the deal. They don't have the best quarterback. We know that. But we've all known that. But they're still able to win. Take away that Tennessee blunder when, didn't have the ball go over, sail over his head, all the different things that he did in Tennessee. But he still played well enough to get them back in position to win that game. Take yesterday. I know we're talking about the offense and I understand what they do. The offense didn't surprise me because that's what they do. What surprised me, and you guys, I'm surprised you guys aren't talking about it, is my God, what about this defensive coordinator? What about this defense? Because, Steiny, think about this, Guru, and think about this, Steiny. What was the score yesterday?
23-17.
What's that? 23-17.
Yep.
We talked about yesterday. I said the number's 24. Can they keep them under 24? They did it. But here's the thing. Let's talk about it, guys. Why aren't this whole show about, look at fake punt, 3 points. Turnover, Jimmy G led to 7 points. Think about what the defense did. Look at what the defense did that allowed the running game to keep running, that allowed them to get drives to continue. I'm going to tell you right now, this team is playing like a complete team. The biggest thing is secure special teams, keep getting better. Don't let special teams beat you because it almost beat you yesterday. And have your quarterback limit his mistakes. And this team can play with anybody. And guess what? You look at the next game, it's going to be Tampa Bay, I believe. It's going to be Tampa Bay and the Niners in the NFC Championship. I'm telling you right now, if Jimmy G plays just like he played yesterday and take away the intercept, because let me tell you, you're not going to stop the Niners running game. If you give them enough cracks at it, and it's 35, it's over 32 times. If it's 32 times or more, the Niners win this game, guys. They're that physical. And yes, Jimmy's not a great quarterback. I get it. Of course he's not. I'd rather have, if you look in L.A., what the Chargers have, I can name you 3 rookies that I would take over him right now. Of course, Joe Burrow's not a rookie, but you look at what they have in Cincinnati. You look what they freaking have with the Chargers. But Jimmy G is still efficient enough to win games. Yesterday, he played okay, but he almost lost the game. And for what? For who? Why throw that interception? Take the sack. Throw the ball out of bounds. Punt the ball. Your defense is playing good enough. That's why everyone's that moment, that Jekyll and Hyde moment.
Yeah, I'm with you, Lo. And Steiny and I, it's the Jimmy Garoppolo experience, right? The good, the bad, and the bad may come at the most inopportune time. But I just told Steiny last segment, I said, Steiny, they're on a roll, and I think this is a run. And the reason I said that, and he differs, is I'm considering the Ram game a playoff game, Lo. You've been inside the NFL locker room. So can we call this a run, even if, maybe technically the Ram wasn't a playoff game, but it was win or go home, basically. So to me, do you get where I'm coming from, where the Niners have gone on the road twice? It kind of shocked the world.
It was a playoff game. If they would have lost to the Rams, they were out. They you know what? They let Tennessee game get away with them from them, and they realized where they were at, and they put on their big boy panties and put on their big boy pads, and they said, it's up to us. They said, if it is to be, it's up to me. They said, we can't look for anyone to help us. It's us. They don't got Jesus coming. It's us, guys. It's our belief in one another. If we ain't got a savior, it's going to be us. The men that are playing football in that locker room. And that's what they've done. And this is the thing. Their defense, when you have Nicky Bosa and you have Fred Warner out, look at those guys, the way they came together. They don't care about us talking heads outside the media. They are saying, we got to do this. And I'm going to tell you right now, Green Bay was hoping that the Dallas Cowboys win. I'm telling you, they don't want to see the Niners because the Niners are built like, listen, Jimmy G didn't lose that Super Bowl. No one's just saying it. Guru, like you say, put the rat on the table. Kyle Shanahan lost that Super Bowl. He stopped running the football. and they would have beat the Kansas City Chiefs. Cal Shanahan lost the Super Bowl. Yes, Jimmy G didn't make that throw, but Cal Shanahan should have never took it out of his running game. They took it away from the running game. They had that game. And yesterday, situation, Cal's trusting Jimmy to take care of the ball. Cal's trusting Jimmy to make a play. Instead, Jimmy throws it to the opposite team. Can't do that. And prior to that, guys, this game shouldn't have been close. Let's take that play out. Think about 2 series before that, Steiny. Was it Debo or
Ayuk wide open?
They ran the 7 route. He ran the post corner. He acted like he was going in 15-yard dig in a corner route, and Jimmy G, no pressure, missed a wide open layup that was guaranteed field goal range. Right? At least a field goal. So this game didn't have to be close. The Dallas Cowboys, they were befuddled. They couldn't stay on sides. They self-inflicted wounds killed it. Penalties killed them. They are not a disciplined team. Green Bay is going to be a lot more disciplined, but the 49ers will make Green Bay abandon the run. That's what this is going to come down to. This week, it's going to come down to say, okay, which team is going to be forced to abandon the run? The Niners can't be forced to abandon the run. You got to make Green Bay be forced, because if Aaron Rodgers has got play action and that run game's working and everything's running, it's going to be tough for the Niners. The Niners got to make them have to beat them in the air, and that's when I think that this game, that the Niners have a chance to go into Lambeau Field, because the way that they match up, styles make fights, and they can play with them. I'm telling you, and here's the deal. Everyone said, oh, they can't. Yes, think about several weeks ago when they played Green Bay in San Fran and Aaron Rodgers make that play. This is a stylistic matchup that I like for San Francisco.
Lorenzo Neal joining us. He does so every Monday at 12:30. Let me ask you this, Lo, because Guru and I were chatting about this last week, and I had no idea what the answer is. But is there any other coach in the NFL that would have moved Deebo Samuel to running back like Shanahan did?
You know what? I don't know. I think now you're starting to see a lot more running back receivers come in the backfield and run the jet motion and do a lot of different things. I think that Bruce Arians, because I'm going to tell you, Tampa Bay, they want when it's on the line, they want to be physical too. They like to run the ball. I think Bruce Arians could have seen what he has in Deebo. But once you see what you have in Deebo, any coach, after you watch the way that he runs on a couple jet sweeps and then you see the way he puts his head down and run guys over, Deebo's a running back. That's why he can get the ball. And you guys watch it. They're running him in between the tackles as well. So, yes, I think that it would have took a coach to give him a couple jet sweeps, and then you can say, this guy can do more than just get to the outside. This guy is a game changer, a chain mover, and a game changer. Electrifying.
Lo, I'm shocked, and the reason I'm shocked is how it seems like you're dismissing Aaron Rodgers and the Packers. In this NFL, I don't have to tell you, it's the last person to me with the ball. And Dak proved what I've been trying to tell you guys. He was overrated yesterday. He had a chance to give them the lead with 2:40 left, all 3 timeouts. Are you telling me right now, Lo, you think the Niners outclass or personnel-wise, they're more talented than the Packers? Because I'm looking at yesterday's game, and I know each game is its own entity, but had that been Aaron Rodgers, I'd bet my right arm that he would take them down to score. Do you think the Niners are gelling that much to where you're that confident that they can go to Lambeau and knock off the Pack?
Here's the reason why. The San Francisco 49ers front four now, brother. You got to get Nicky Bosa back. Hopefully, Fred Warner be able to play, but they'll get Aaron Rodgers get him off his spot. And you got to realize when you can get him off his spot with consistency, and now he can't throw. He's not going to be Mahomes. That Mahomes, you see him throw the ball across his body, across the field. Aaron Rodgers, he's going to scramble out, and then he's going to look down the field. Don't know if he's going to make those type of – so if they can get him off his mark, I think that, yes, they can frustrate them. I think, yes, they can put a lot of heat on Aaron Rodgers. Now, I'm not sitting here saying that Dak is better. But here's what I tell you. Dak has a lot of talent on that team. But you watch them, they abandoned the run because the Niners put pressure on you. The Niners get up and make Aaron Rodgers one-dimensional. I give the Niners a better chance. Now, if Aaron's got the passing game and the play action, all that's going, no, I don't like that matchup. But I believe that the Niners are capable of making him just become one-dimensional. And, yes, the secondary has gotten a lot better, and I think the DJ Jones and Armstead and all those guys up front, they made Dak uncomfortable in the pocket. They made him look at things differently because he was getting happy feet. And they were beating that offense. Dallas has a pretty good offensive line. They beat them up. And let me tell you, if they do that to Aaron Rodgers and not let him be comfortable in the pocket, yes, and yes, I understand what you're saying. Aaron Rodgers, with time, he's deadly and he can hurt you. I totally agree with you, and I'm not saying that I don't even compare Dak to him. I get that. But I look at the Niners, and I look at the kind of team, how they're built. This is a style that they should fight, guys. This is a great matchup, and let me tell you, Green Bay didn't want to see them. I'm telling you, Green Bay saying, boys, let's get physical. They're saying, guys, we're going to have to run the ball. Watch Green Bay, how determined they are to try to run the ball. They hate this matchup. Don't think that they're looking forward to this. It's a lie. Listen to everything. Let me tell you, start reading it, watch the paper, and start listening to media out of there. They're going to say, this is the most physical team in the playoff. This, I guarantee you, you're going to hear it. This is the most physical, ball-run, dominant team in the NFC. This team is physical. They'll try to beat you up. They're ball control. You're going to start hearing Green Bay, what they're going to be saying. We understand what the Niners want to do. They want to limit Aaron Rodgers with the ball. They're going to play keep away. Our defense has to be able to stop the run. We got to stop the run to get the ball back to our offense. We can't let them have 17, 6, 7-minute drives. Watch what the media's come, because they understand who the Niners are.
Lo, what if the Packers are able to stop the run?
Then we got a problems. But here's now.
Can they?
I don't think they can. Here's the reason: if the defense, the Niners defense, can slow down Aaron Rodgers and say, okay, the numbers, guys, I'm just going to tell you, the Niners offense is built to score 21 points, 24 points at the it's built, in my opinion, the way that the philosophy and what it is, it's built to get you 20 to 24, and that's kind of that ceiling. And hope that you get a couple turnovers. That's how the Niners offense is built. It's methodical. It's that dink, dink, dunk. It's that 5 yards in a cloud of dust. It's every now and then take a shot. It's, okay, let's get a deep over route. Let's keep the running game going. Let's keep guys moving. Let's keep pounding, grinding it out. That's what the Niners offense is. So the thing, if that's the case, the reason why I'm talking about the offense, because the defense plays into that. The Niners defense understands what their offense can do. They understand. So the Niners defense plays with that bravado and saying, guys, our goal, if we can keep Aaron Rodgers under 24 or less, if we can keep them under 24, we're won. That's all they're saying. The Niners it's not about, oh, we got to stop. It's, look, if we want to do our job, it's, of course, keep them score less than the defense, like score less than the other team. But the biggest thing for the Niners defense, Steiny, their philosophy is, guys, let's keep teams to 21 or under. Let's not let them get over 20, 21, 22 points. That's what the Niners' philosophy is. So when you ask me, can they beat the Green Bay, even if it comes down to a passing game? Yes, if the defense can hold them under 24. That's the $1 million question. That's what's going to get this team, if they are, to the NFC Championship game. Can the defense? We're always talking about the offense, guys. We need to stop right now and talk about what is this defense going to be able to do. It's got to limit Aaron Rodgers, got to get off the field, and give the offense the opportunity to turn into that machine that's going to run the ball 30 times or more, 38 times, 40 times. And Steiny, we talked about it. You say, Lo, I don't know if this running game can. And that's why I told you, the way that they're built, they are going to get 30 or so runs. That's how they're built, because that's what they want to do. And the Niners know that is the only way that they have the best chance to win, is to run the ball. So it's a mindset. God, I wish y'all was playing in this game Sunday.
Lo, Steiny gets mad. He don't get mad at me, but we got a little thing we do. I'm like, Steiny, if I was sitting right next to you, how did you feel at this moment? How did you feel at this moment? Will you keep it real with me all day long? Lo, when Dallas had the ball with 2:40 left, be honest with us and the people. Did you think, you know what, this ain't looking good? Just walk us through what was going to your thought process and what was at stake. Because I was like, Dak's going to be the hero for the first time in his career, and it didn't happen.
when Jimmy threw that interception, I said, "Oh, Nelly," like Keith Byers. "Oh, Nelly." I did pucker a little bit that, and then when you saw them on that 4th and inches, and hell of a run by Debo to get them in that 4th and inches. By the way, it was that not pulling, carrying guys. The guy's amazing. But anyway, that's another moment right there. We wouldn't even had to sweat that if Jimmy would have just waited a half a second later. He knew it was a tackle over that you're going to bring Trent Williams over to the side, bring him over to a heavy side, so make it tackle over. So they went to the unbalance. Jimmy is the quarterback. He needs his job. First job is ball security, but also is to make sure everyone is set. That right there would have eliminated everything. Because this is what can't happen in Lambeau Field. Because you're right. Then you got the greatest quarterback, one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, Aaron Rodgers. And Tom Brady.
We saw how that worked out already. Yeah,
exactly. We saw that movie, and that's what you're saying. So yes, when I saw Dak with the time and the way that they were coming down, I said, man. I didn't think that they would get in the end zone, but I thought that they were going to have another shot. I did think that they would have a shot to throw the ball to the end zone. I wasn't happy with the defensive calls early on that at the end of that game because I thought they should have been playing more to the sideline and had 3 deep. But then you would have had those brackets for guys would have had to catch the ball in the middle of the field, and you converge on them to keep them in bounds, to keep the clock. They had 3 plays where they let them get out of bounds 3 times in a row and led up to there. And that one at the end of that game, though, Guru, that was on Dak Prescott because Dak Prescott should have slid a little bit earlier, Guru. But then he should have kept the ball in his hand and
he didn't know that he had to give it to the judge. He did not know that. That's bad, man.
And you're right, but that's coaching and that's the quarterback because the quarterback and you're coaching and you go through every Friday, every Saturday, you go through that, Steiny, you know it. Even in basketball, your coach says, okay, game situation. You practice different things. What shot? Who's taking the shot? Okay, what we're going to set up. In every sport, they weren't prepared for that moment to say, okay, we're going to do this. We're going to because now you got a shot. It's only a 30-yard shot to the end zone. It was a good call, and they had plenty of time. That was lack of execution by the coach and the players.
Lowe, you're the best, man. Thank you so much.
I was fired up today, Steiny. I was fired up today, baby.
So you got a 49er win next week on Saturday in Green Bay.
I do. This team, guys, just you go back and watch that Dallas game again, and just watch the guys up front. The offense understands what they have to do, and the defense is playing lights out, guys. I think you're going to see a low-scoring game in Lambeau Field, and watch. The Niners running game is going to be the difference in that defense, and we're not talking about give them more credit, guys. Give them more credit.
All right. Yeah. That's Lorenzo Neal. And don't forget, you can hear him football hour tonight, right, Lo? 6 to 7?
Absolutely, baby. Absolutely. Me and Shawnee. We're going to break it down, baby.
All right. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. Cheers.
All right. That's Lorenzo Neal.
Lowe's the best. Yeah.
Yeah, he's wound up for sure.
I don't think the Niners, it's a walk in the park, but we'll get to it later on this week. But damn.
This is like what I'm talking about. The 510, I just checked out the text line.
Right. We got over 100 on Twitch too, Steiny. That's big for us.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Wow, so they're all seeing you. Do you still have your Cowboys hat on?
Oh, I had my son said if I'm a real one, you got to wear it when it's not, trendy to wear something. So that's why I threw it on. I said, you know what, I get that, son.
The 510 says, people that understand football know Jimmy is the problem. He makes too many mistakes. For God's sake,
but you're
just went down to the Cowboys home field, and you're a wild card team. All right, you're 10-7. You're a wild card team. You're not the favorites. You weren't 14-3. You're a wild card team, and you went down to Dallas and won the game. And people are like, oh Jimmy, like give it a rest. I don't understand this at all. It's like even if you don't like Jimmy Garoppolo, so what? He's not going to be here next year.
Steiny, you're right, and it's like the Warriors winning by 12, but they're calling to say they should have won by 28. They still won. What are we missing? Yeah,
exactly. So I don't know.
Maybe it's his good looks, Steiny. Guys hating on him. I'm starting to think there's something there. Dude got the jawline, all that, like me and you. You know, people starting to hate.
Yeah. All right. 888-957-9570. I see Carlito and Joe on hold. You want to get in here and talk about yesterday's game. Are you surprised? Are you starting to believe in the 49ers? Do they have a run in them? And to me, a run would be official if they can beat the Green Bay Packers next week. So where are you on the San Francisco 49ers? Is the season already now a success after where we were at the halfway point? 888-957-9570. And we're now streaming live on Twitch and YouTube Live. Go to twitch.tv/957 The Game and youtube.com/957 The Game to subscribe for all the latest content. And remember, the Comcast Business Text line is always open at 888-957-9570.
It was a wild win on Wild Card Weekend.
Mitchell to the corner, and the 49ers taking the distance on the opening drive for the touchdown.
Look at that butt.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
For the 510, Guru wearing a Cowboys hat to represent. A real one wears a T-shirt or a jersey after a playoff loss. A hat you can take off at a restaurant or at church. What? Man, I you know what?
Give me the Francesco. What are you talking about?
Yeah. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? And, I can't see what your shirt says, but it looks blue. It looks Cowboy colors.
It's got Golden State Warriors.
Ooh, you got two losers on today.
Hey, I didn't like that. Did you see the Red Cross symbol on it? Dude, we'll talk tomorrow. Yeah. My gosh.
Yeah, the Warriors got beat by Minnesota. Draymond Green's hurt. We'll absolutely talk about the Warriors down the line. But right now we got to talk about the San Francisco 49ers who are headed to Green Bay to play the Packers, a team they played earlier in the season. They had it. They had it. They had a shot at it, but Aaron Rodgers.
You won't meet me halfway, huh? On the I'm trying to include that Ram game in the quote unquote run.
No. Sorry. I'm sorry.
I feel like you want to. I'm waiting, but I'll get you before 3. I'll convert you.
Absolutely not. No. Listen. They made the playoffs. They won a wild card game. It's not a run yet. It's not a run. I'm sorry.
See, I feel like you're the only one saying that, though.
It's not a run. It's back-to-back wins. All you did was win back-to-back games. You got to win
to keep your season alive.
So what? You got to win 3. Got to win 3.
Do or die. Yeah.
Exactly. Let's go to Joe's in Alameda. Hey, Joe, how's it going, man? What do you got for us, buddy?
Gentlemen, thanks for taking my call.
Yes,
real excited about the Niners. I think they're going to have a great chance in Green Bay. One point I wanted to address was the play calling. Let's dissect that play that Jimmy threw the interception on. It's 2nd and 11. You're on your side of the 50. You go to throw the ball. The reason I'm upset about that play call is you need to run the ball and continue that clock to tick, tick, tick. It's the reason Shanahan lost the Super Bowl in Atlanta, and it's the reason they lost again against Kansas City. If you run the ball there, you're going to tick the clock down. Even if you run it again on 3rd down, you're ticking down the clock, then you're playing field position. I don't understand, when is Shanahan going to learn his lesson? He has to be able to make good coaching calls in key situations. I understand it was a horrible interception by Jimmy, but it was a horrible play call in that time, in that situation, and that's what concerns me the most. Wow. If Shanahan isn't going to make the right call in the right situation, and that's all I really got to say.
I appreciate the call. I mean, you can't.
Interesting.
I mean, I'm looking at the ratio: 38 runs, 25 passes. So they did it again. They hit their target number.
But why pass there though, Steiny? That's what he's asking. Clock was
because you gotta keep the defense honest.
Yeah. You know what, man?
I mean, you just he thought it was 2nd and 11. Yeah, I mean, I guess in hindsight you should have run the ball, but. Then don't forget, you run the ball and you don't get the first down there. You're still giving it up with what, 8-ish minutes to go. Now they got to navigate the whole field, but Jimmy's just got to be smarter there, you would think. Let's go to Carlito. Carlito's in Alameda. What's going on, Carlito? How you doing, man?
Happy Monday, guys. Happy Monday. Number one, I want to say, people, let's get off of Tony Romo's back. The guy's a good guy. He's a good guy. He does a good job. As far as the Niners, I think they can win in Green Bay. Their defense has to harass Rodgers. And I'm with Steiny. I think we need to relax. I think if they win in Green Bay, then we got action. I'm with you, Steiny.
Appreciate the call.
That's amazing to me.
Here's the other thing. You know what?
What?
First of all, the Niners have the Rams number. That's 6 in a row against them. And you know what? And I don't use this word because I think I'm not a big fan of the word, but I heard it all morning about the Cowboys being frauds. So I'm not going to call them frauds because they were 12-5. You can't be a fraud if you're 12-5. But maybe that was a great matchup for the 49ers. So they basically had the two teams in the NFL.
Oh, see,
the Rams can't beat the 49ers.
But what would you have said had I called your number at halftime of that Ram game? The Rams were in total control. So I get what you're saying, but from a head spot in the mental psychological warfare for a half, the Niners didn't. That ran down the drain. They were down 17-0. So I'm just saying, you got to give the Niners credit for climbing back. It wasn't just we'll show up, kick off, and we're up 20-0. They had to come back from, do we replace the quarterback? And do I punt the ball? There were so many variables in that Ram game that Shanahan didn't change his course of action that now you got to give him kudos for. No. So my point to you, Steiny, is that Ram game was not as easy as I think you're, in hindsight, making it look out to be, because they were losing. They were losing.
Again, they beat the Rams 6 straight times now.
Gotcha. I got
Secondly, that. They went in to halftime with the field goal and then the ball. And as soon as that second half, as soon as they started driving in the second half, they knew they had the Rams where they wanted.
10 straight runs.
Absolutely. Like the 49ers know that they match up and are better than the Rams. And whether it's coaching, I don't know whether it's the fact that they're too physical. But look, 6 times in a row you beat the same team, you got something on them. It's not luck.
I'm not arguing that. I'll say this, because we hadn't talked about it much, but Lowe brought it up, Steiny. I mean, to stop Dallas, not on the last drive, the drive before the last drive, without Bosa and Fred Warner, I thought they were doomed. And Bosa had a head injury, and when I found out he wasn't coming back, I'm like, oh, Dallas is going to take advantage of this. And they didn't. So I got to give Ryans, who I've been hard on too all season long, Steiny, I got to give him some love because it's his unit. He's responsible for the defense, and never once did they waver. And I was like, oh, man, this is not good. And they held him, man. Tip of the cap.
Steve's in Napa, wants to talk about the Niners advancing to their game next week against the Packers. What's up, Steve?
You ready?
Sure.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for taking the call. There's no way this is Kyle Shanahan's issue. You got people wide open. It's Emmanuel Sanders. Yesterday he's got Brandon Ayuk wide open. He's got George Kittle in the flat. He underthrows him. He fumbles in the pocket. My son has made a living, an absolute fortune on one concept. Your worst offensive player can't touch the ball every play. So I go in there next weekend as a fan, and I think to myself, you got to pray for a miracle that he plays a clean game, because if he plays his typical game, they won't win. He'll throw a stupid throw. He'll miss somebody wide open. He'll fumble in the pocket. I mean, people forget all of this. They want to blame Kyle Shanahan because on a 2nd and 11 you're supposed to run. In the Super Bowl you're supposed to run because you've been running. You're supposed to play football. Okay, that means your quarterback throws on 2nd and 11. Okay, it doesn't mean you start doing stupid stuff that you haven't done all year because you're afraid. No, you let your quarterback, let him do his thing. If you can do it, you win. If you can't, you go home having lost a 20-point lead with 12 minutes to go in the game, or whatever that was. That one's
all right. It put him on the list of 49er fans who are pissed off because Jimmy wasn't good enough. Jimmy Garoppolo not good enough. He's not good enough. But he'll be playing Saturday.
Yeah, no doubt, Saturday night. But Steiny, let's put the rat on the table. I mean, the way he missed Ayuk
you could say that could have killed morale. It wasn't just a miss. To me, I thought it would have been a touchdown. But regardless, we saw that in the Tennessee game with Juszczyk. And, okay, when he's bad, he's bad. But the bad doesn't prevent you from winning the game. So that's why you just can't come in here if you're a Niner fan and be pissy because he missed a play. He won. Your team won the game. Like, that can't supersede the fact that the guy missed a wide open receiver. I'm blown away.
I mean, I can't stand the way people think every other quarterback in the league is perfect. Seriously, it's freaking annoying. I can't believe 49er fans are like this. Seriously. You just beat the Cowboys. You're a wild card team. You're the 6th seed. You went down to Dallas and you beat the Cowboys. In Dallas. Hey, not good enough. Not good enough. Not good enough. Jimmy, you know what? You deserve to get beat. You deserve to get beat. Seriously.
What a route by IU, Steiny. That was a route.
I can't believe this. I can't believe 49er fans are actually annoyed. You know why you're annoyed? Because Jimmy might do it. He might do it.
He's getting closer. He's
Jimmy Garoppolo might do it. 3-1 in the postseason.
Jimmy.
Eat your heart out. He's getting it done. Rich, Fremont. What's up, Rich? Fremont? How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. I'm going to tell you something, Steiny. Not all 49er fans are thinking like that. I'm going to tell you right now. At the end of the day, both quarterbacks made mistakes, okay? Dak Prescott threw an interception, too. And I'm going to tell you right now, there is no perfection in the NFL. You got some guys that play a little better than others on certain days, and sometimes even the best quarterbacks fall short. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm not mad at Garoppolo. He played a good game. He could have played better in the second half. But really, at the end of the day, the one thing that 49er fans are not realizing is you got to tip your hat to the coaching staff of San Francisco. They got into the head psychologically of the Dallas Cowboys. And you saw it. You saw the meltdown, with, the false starts. You saw the meltdown of Mike McCarthy's face on the sideline. And even towards the end of the game. I mean, come on, Mr. Prescott. You've been in the league how long? And you can't remember that the umpire has to spot the ball before you run the play. And the play calling was atrocious. I mean, Dallas lost that game because they couldn't keep their head in the game. Plain and simple. And as far as I'm concerned, Kyle Shanahan got in their head. And that's the reason why the Niners are going to advance. And this will be another year where Dallas Cowboys fans, they don't want to take what it is out on the field, and that is the fact that team that's out there is what their record actually says. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate the call.
And you know what? Go ahead.
One of the reasons they were 12-5 is because they were in the NFC East. I mean, I get that.
Okay, well that's 6 wins of that 12-5. I've never been one to play the division game, but I guess you could. I mean, the Patriots did it for umpteen years. Only difference was they beat everybody else they played when it was time to win the Super Bowl. But about that, Steiny, it wasn't just 14 penalties. You know what? Dallas was the most penalized team all season long. So nobody should be surprised that they got 14 penalties. That tells me you're not being coached. And I'll say this. I went to bed last night and read this article, and this is taking the show somewhere I don't want it to go, but I want your thoughts. We always get these coordinators and the momentum behind them, and Kellen Moore is like, oh, he's already got a job, basically, and he has 0 playoff wins, but Eric Bieniemy, black coach Steiny in Kansas City, has 6 playoff wins, and you hear nothing about his name being tied to a job. And before I laid myself in the bed, Steiny, I just thought to myself, like, and I don't even know what I'm telling you, but I'm like, it's just BS how some of these guys, their names and the brand and the momentum that goes behind their resume is just false compared to some like Bieniemy in Kansas City who's done nothing but win playoff game after playoff game, Steiny. It just sickens me. And I say that to say Kellen Moore, he should be no closer to a job than a guy first or second year coordinator, because yesterday was an embarrassment.
888-957-9570. It's your turn to get in and talk a little 49ers. They're going to Green Bay. Saturday night game. Goo, I already got asked to play golf on Saturday, and I said, nope, I got to pass.
That my heart quivered.
Yeah,
there you go.
Even if it was like a 9 o'clock round, I think it's such a big game.
RELAX.
Thank you.
Relax.
He's got to want revenge for what the Niners did to him a couple years ago. Embarrassed him, Steiny, at
Garoppolo should be the guy acting like Draymond Green, saying, "You better hope we don't win the Super Bowl." Garoppolo, but you better hope I don't win the Super Bowl.
But what do you do with the rat on the table, which is Trey? Like, let's say he won.
Kyle Shanahan will say this is exactly what we wanted. Garoppolo wins the Super Bowl.
And then you come around and go,
take us
and you go
year.
70-10 with a second-year quarterback and tell the winner, see you later, chicken dinner. Oh, my goodness.
Well, I mean, we'll see.
I guess those are good problems to have, yeah.
Let's go to Matt. Matt's in Washington, D.C. What's up, Matt? How you doing, man? What do you got?
What's up, my guys? Hey, man, y'all gonna have to bear with me a little bit, man. I got a lot on my chest, man. I appreciate Steiny and Guru, both of you guys, fighting for the 49ers because, I'm from Washington, D.C. I grew up here. I've been a 49ers fan for 30 years. And hearing the callers and just I don't understand what people are watching, what they're seeing. Like Jimmy G, this is the thing with Jimmy G. Jimmy G, of course, he's going to have a bad throw or two during the game. It may be a pick, it may be a bad throw like the one where Trayvon Diggs got beat and he missed it. And he's not Aaron Rodgers. He's going to miss a throw here or there. What people don't give him credit for is we're up 23-7 for a reason. We're doing play actions thrown on first down. We're doing different things. Jimmy G was the reason that we're up. And now when he makes one or two mistakes down the stretch, of course, he's not the best quarterback in the league, but he helps us win. You know what I mean? And so I don't understand how people don't see that. All they look at is the one or two bad throws during the course of the game, and they go completely crazy on them. I don't understand where that comes from. The Kyle Shanahan thing, during the course of the season, I listen to you guys a lot, and even when we're down, I'm like, Kyle Shanahan, he reminds me a lot, I don't want to say of Steve Kerr, but like I said, I'm from the East Coast. We don't have a lot of good coaches. I'm a Wizards fan. Watching a guy like Steve Kerr and Kyle Shanahan, like you guys actually run plays. You do things that correlate to the actual game. Kyle Shanahan's going to run an outside zone. He's going to offset that with a boot that's going to have guys open. We run plays. You watch so many coaches like Mike McCarthy and other guys who don't do anything to try to help their team or to do anything to set themselves apart as an offensive coordinator or as a play designer, and we have guys that do that. Do we have all the right pieces all the time? Maybe not. But guys like Steve Kerr, you guys run plays all day. The Warriors are one of the few teams in basketball that actually run plays. And and being in San Francisco, I don't see how fans can't see that Kyle Shanahan kind of does the same thing. Nobody does the things that he does offensively, and he brings a lot to the table, and people need to leave him alone.
Gotcha.
And like I said, that throw that Jimmy G made, that's not Kyle Shanahan's fault. They were coming down and throwing the ball on first downs. They were throwing the ball in inopportune times, and Jimmy G was delivering. So for him to throw the ball, it was a bad throw. That was it.
Yeah. It's a bad throw. They were up 2 scores when it happened. Better than being up 1 score when it happened.
No doubt. Well,
I mean, Guru, you and I talk. So you're just a monster Cowboy fan. We've talked about this a lot. And I don't really have a team. I'm just a fan of the game. But you say sometimes, Steiny, what do you root for? And this is what I root for. All right, this is the kind of thing I root for.
Right,
the 49ers draft Trey Lance, who has no experience, and Kyle Shanahan deems him the quarterback of the future. But he comes right out and says that Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be the quarterback this year. 1 year. It's Jimmy's team. And then we're probably going to hand it over to Trey Lance. And the amount of vitriol that 49er fans displayed, a lot of 49er fans, I shouldn't say all of them, because clearly the last caller's not like that. So all of a sudden, a lot of 49ers, Trey Lance, and the quarterback saying, Jimmy gives us the best chance. Jimmy gives us the best chance. Jimmy gives us the best chance. And so, now it's like, you're damn right I'm rooting for Garoppolo. I'm absolutely rooting for Garoppolo and the 49ers so that all these fans who just have been clamoring for Trey Lance maybe can take another look at Like, I don't care how Jimmy Garoppolo gets it done. And you know
it's
what?
Ugly.
I almost feel like I hope Trey Lance throws for 6,000 yards next year and they go 5-12. You know what I mean? Like, I don't really, but that's kind of sometimes what fans, where I'm at. Come on, I mean,
you're tired of the disrespect. Rodney Dangerfield. They don't appreciate.
Tired of people thinking that Trey Lance, who barely played in college, was actually going to quarterback this team from week 1 and get them to where they are now. Give me a break.
Well,
and the people that
your
thought
partner
that are wrong. They were wrong.
And I got my hands up. But, Steiny, I'll say this, and I got a theory. It reminds me of when Kaepernick took over and took the world by storm. He was the Ferrari with his style, with the way that he ran, the nice arm. And Jimmy is the exact opposite of that. And I'm just wondering, maybe stylistically, Steiny, do you think that's where the hate comes from? I'm not saying they're all Kaepernick stans, but they're looking around at the Russell Wilsons and the Kyler Murrays and the way Jimmy does it, traditional. Maybe, Steiny, that ain't their cup of tea. But they're coming from the top rope, and I don't like it because my team is not playing. I don't care if my quarterback played like Fred Flintstone. If they got the W and moved on, that's sufficient. That suffice. But I don't know what it is. And I'll tell you this. As successful as this season's been to me, if they somehow knock off the Packers, you're right. The only person that's paying the price is going to be the head coach trying to go out there with the rookie quarterback to get it done with, do I dare say, some people think Jimmy's mediocre or a bum type of quarterback. I can't wait. And if it doesn't happen, are they going to blame the coach, or are they going to be real enough to say your boy Trey wasn't ready?
I don't know. Let's let this year play out with Jimmy Garoppolo. Jay in Burlingame. What's going on, Jay? How you doing, man?
Good. Hey, I appreciate that last caller's comments as well. I just wanted to say that I think a lot of 49er fans, there's no denying that sometimes, Garoppolo overthrows the ball, but a lot of his interceptions, they come from basically he's given a play, and he's told to do that play. He doesn't have, at will to make audibles like Tom Brady does or anything like that. And, it's all about timing. He's got to throw that ball or else it's not going to get to where that receiver is supposed to be. A lot of his interceptions, besides the ones that are overthrown over the head, are by the defense reading the play. And, to give Garoppolo a lot of credit, a lot of that's just coming from Shanahan. And if he goes against Shanahan's play or what he's doing, he's going to get more grief if it works out worse than he did in the first place. So, he makes us nervous. I get it. I'm a 49er fan. But, we also got to remember the coach throws that play in there, and he doesn't have any leeway pretty much to ad-lib that play. He's told to throw it, and he's got timing. And so it's just, he gives us heartburn. I won't deny that. But, for what he's done this whole season, it's been each game has been a heartburn, but he's coming through. And, we got to give credit to Shanahan for a lot of the plays, but Garoppolo, he's holding in there, and he hasn't really, talked. He can't talk back to the coach, but he's
done everything
they've
asked. Yeah, he's done everything he's asked. He's done everything he's asked on the field and off the field. He's more of a professional than people thought.
That's right, baby.
You know what? And you can. Trey Lance may be able to sling it all over the field. He may be able to run really fast. But what are his leadership credentials? Because that's the most important thing for a quarterback.
Niner football brought to you by Tums, Steiny.
Hey, if you're looking for all the best Warrior content from 95.7 The Game, text Warriors to 20357. That's Warriors to 20357. Make sure to click the link, then hit subscribe in your Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast, powered by DuckDuckGo. 888-957-9570. It's time to give Jimmy Garoppolo the credit he deserves. 888-957-9570. Come on, let's line them up. All you Garoppolo haters, it's time for you to come clean and tip your cap to the man on 95.7 The Game.
To Jerry Jones, the Cowboys, and all the Cowboy fans out there. AJ Ananobi. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I don't understand why you picked today to do that, Spadone.
AJ Ananobi.
I notice he's not answering me either because he knows.
Miles Turner.
Well, he's hurt too. He's dealing with some pain that happened Saturday.
Well, I'll tell you what. And you won't
that
hear
was
me
cheating. Okay.
Yeah, they got hosed, man.
Oh my, Steiny, they got hosed.
It's like it felt like the officials in the Raider game waited till they got a first down, and every time they did, then they threw a flag.
Right.
Did it feel like
Steiny, Sunday when you get the NFL saying that crew, no more games for them. That's how bad they were, man. I feel bad for Spadone and Raider Nation, man. Damn.
I feel bad for Raider Nation. What about Spadone?
Derek Carr almost brought him back.
Almost.
Yeah.
Story of his career, almost.
They'll put that on the tombstone. Tony's in the Mission. What's up, Tony? How you doing, man?
What's good, my guys, man? What a game yesterday, man. I'm just so proud of the guys. They was able to pull it out. You know, losing Bosa second half was crucial, man, but the D-line stepped up. Losing Warner at the end was crucial, but, you know, we were able to come through. Even though we were playing the wrong defense, I was getting worried right there, man, that kept getting those quick passes out to the sideline. But, no, I just wanted to tell you, man, that I'm one of the guys that been wanting Trey Lance to make us dance, bro, since the beginning, since the Bears game. I've been saying Jimmy G is who he is. He throws the pick. You know, he'll give you just enough to win. And I'm not afraid to admit it, man. In the Rams game, I'm like 17-0. I'm like, put in Trey. He's going to give us our best chance to make a comeback. But Shanahan stayed firm. We got that momentum before the half, and the rest was history, man. And I just got to give Jimmy G his props, man. And yesterday I seen him moving in the pocket.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, he was. I mean, he was gorgeous out there. I mean, he was just terrific. See, I like that. I like that fan. Yeah, he wanted Trey Lance, but he's not rooting against Jimmy Garoppolo.
And there you go. And he's being real.
Even if
He's
you hate,
being real.
Even if you hate Jimmy Garoppolo, chill out. He's gone at the end of the year. Let him quarterback till the next loss, and then kick him to the curb.
Yeah. There's nothing worse than root for a team as hard as one does, like myself, and you have no infinity for the QB. But I'm still rooting for the star, Steiny. I'm dealing with that now. This dude's got a $100 million contract, making $42 million, 42 M's. And I knew he was a bum 3 years ago.
A bum.
BUM. 1-3 in the offs. What's Jimmy's record? Thank you. 3-1 in the offs. Look at you.
3-1.
Get her done. Well,
let's go to Coach. Coach is in Los Altos. What's up, Coach?
Gentlemen, I am having a brilliant victory Monday. The air's a little sweeter. The sky's a little bluer. You know what? The theme of this call, gentlemen, is gratitude. I am grateful that we beat our nemesis, our arch nemesis, the hated Dallas Cowboys. I'm a seasoned guy. That's code word for getting up there in years. I've been through every single year of this Cowboy 49er rivalry, and this was just sweet. So I'm grateful. I'm grateful for Stephen A. Smith this morning on First Take. If you haven't seen it, it's hysterical as he roasts the Cowboys, the Cowboy fans, everything about the Cowboys. Third, I am grateful for Jimmy Garoppolo. He's got us where we are. I love the guy. He's been a leader in the locker room. He hasn't been divisive. He hasn't pouted. He's coached and mentored the next generation, Trey Lance. So even if he beats Aaron Rodgers, even if he beats Tom Brady, even if he beats Mahomes, we thank him for it because, remember, the best ability is availability, and he hasn't been available. When he's available, he wins. But he's coached up our young future, and we should just be thankful. And lastly, I am grateful for having Trey Lance because I think he is the real deal. He's got the smarts, he's got the charisma, the leadership, the arm, the legs. He can lead in the locker room. He's just young. He's like 21 or 20. I mean, he's a kid. So I'm just grateful. And Victory Monday is a beautiful, beautiful thing. Gentlemen, have a wonderful day.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Earth would explode if every person looked at it like he did. The world would blow up.
And this is where people just miss the boat. They miss the boat. The 510. People are not Jimmy haters. You guys are just Jimmy Garoppolo fanboys. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. 510. You know what's a big component of being a good quarterback? Leadership. I think leadership's more important than a strong arm. How about that? I think toughness and grittiness is important.
I'm mad at you.
That may be more toughness may be more important than how fast you can run. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on.
Steiny, what did the guy say for getting older and this happening to me? He's seasoned. I'll tell you what. I'm seeing a lot of, and this will be my last Cowboy reference, I'm seeing a lot of, like, the last 6 weeks, Dak's doing these before the game videos. To hell with all that. Oh, look at this, how macho I am. I'm getting the guys fired up. And then you go out there and play like crap. Forget the video and dancing and John Travolta and go perform on the field. That's what we want. Not all this machismo and yelling, and then you go out there and lay an egg and not know you're supposed to give the ball to the damn ref. That's what I'm talking about, man. That's all. I want substance over style. That's what I preach to my kids. Don't be the style guy. That was your dad. And I messed up in life because I thought it was style. You want to be about substance.
Yeah. And that's where you got tricked early in the season into thinking Trey Lance because you were, Jimmy is substance. Jimmy has character.
Okay. Hey,
listen,
I'm giving Jimmy his props. He ain't perfect. Man. We know it.
Listen, you go into that locker room, they got Jimmy Garoppolo's back. What's
and
that
there
worth
you go,
to you?
Man. It's priceless.
Frank's in Texas. What's going on, Frank? How you doing, man? Welcome to the show.
I'm doing good, man. I'm like your caller here just a couple minutes ago, man. I'm a seasoned guy. I've been a long-time 49er fan. And, hey, I was at the game yesterday. And
nice.
You know, I've been a big Garoppolo fan. I love him because he wins. What you were just saying right now, Guru, on substance, you know, he's got it all, man. He's got the substance. He might not have the strongest arm or whatever, man, but the guy just wins. And coincidentally, he owns Aaron Rodgers. You know, and what, Stafford and the Rams. It's crazy, man. But I'll tell you what, I'll be real. The guys, when he threw that interception yesterday, you could feel the Cowboys Stadium deflate a little bit.
Interesting.
Are you guys there?
Yeah. Because there were a lot of 40. Thanks for the call. Yeah, I mean,
second and 19. Yeah. Or was he talking about the Dallas interception or Jimmy?
He's talking about Jimmy's interception.
Well, my question is, why would they be deflated if they were happy?
Well, I guess because he was talking about the 49er fans in Dallas.
Okay, gotcha.
I guess.
Gotcha. Oh, yeah, they were in there. Yeah, they were in that thing, Steiny. There was some red. Yeah.
And maybe here's the other thing that we can all learn. Football's a team game. It's not all about the quarterback. It's about how the pieces fit together. God, I really, I would not mind one iota if Jimmy Garoppolo wins it all. And then what do? I guess you get rid of him.
There's not even a movie or a comp. I asked you, Whitey and Willard, Steiny. This has never happened. Well he's got to shock the world. There's never been, hey, bye-bye, and it was successful to the departing party.
What about Peyton Manning? Didn't he win his last game, the Super Bowl? In Denver?
Well, help me out, Spadoni. Oh, in Denver, but he was banged up. Yeah, he was his arm and all that. Yeah, he was done. Physically, he had nothing.
Right, but he won a Super Bowl in the last game he played, so that's a pretty good story.
Right, but what I'm saying is he wasn't taking his services across the street. I'm talking about you saying bye-bye because we got a better option. That's what this would be. Incredible.
Larry's in San Francisco. What's going on, Larry? How you doing, man? What do you got for us?
Hey, fellas, I've been waiting all day, man, because I've been thinking about what I want to say. And I got to say this, dude. Man, all these electrifying players, Dak Prescott, Jalen Hurts, electrifying. You guys called them electrifying. Trendsetters, system changers, right? They're all sitting at home watching Jimmy G. So let me tell you something, man. You guys got to understand this. When Jimmy G plays, I expect to win. When anybody else plays, I pray for a win. You know, and when people go about this Trey Lance stuff, look at it now. Look how good that trade was. Because now you're getting a late first-round pick. Not a 5-7 first-round pick. I mean, not a 5-12 first-round pick. Like if Trey started, you're getting late, man. You're almost getting a second-round pick. You know, and if Jimmy wins at Green Bay, it's over, bro. It's over. Because I tell you right now, that defense, Bosa comes back, that defense will eat Tom Brady up. And don't let us play Stafford.
Oh,
because Stafford might end up in the hospital.
Yeah,
now I'm going to tell you this.
Give it to me.
But if we have to play Buffalo Bills in the Super Bowl, it's over, dude. Buffalo Bill will kill us, dude.
All right, appreciate the call. We're not at the Super Bowl yet. We're celebrating yesterday's victory over the Dallas
tentatively,
Cowboys.
Yes, it's so far.
San Francisco 49ers. They play 5:15 Saturday. Let's keep taking calls. How about let's go to Larry. Was that just Larry in San Francisco? Okay, let's go to Joel. Joel's in Berkeley. What's up, Joel? How you doing, man?
Uptown girl.
Doing well, fellas. Doing well. Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Oh, yeah.
First one today.
Yeah, man, we got that thing done. And Steiny, man, I was on so hard the other day. I think I was on hold for 2 hours waiting to tell you my visceral memory of 1981 because it's so hilarious. I grew up on military bases, and my brother also grew up on military bases. We're all over the world, so you kind of get to pick your team. And I didn't know anything about the Niners. I couldn't have pointed to San Francisco on the map. But in fourth grade, I played for the Niners because my coach, who was just some Air Force dude coaching a fourth grade team, he was a Niners fan, so we were the Niners, and we went undefeated, so I'm a Niners fan. So the next year, my brother is on this team, and his coach is a Cowboys fan, so they were the Cowboys, and by God, they went undefeated. So he's a lifelong Cowboys fan. And just like me, he couldn't have pointed at Dallas on the map. But in 1981, I was a sophomore and he was a freshman, and when the catch was made, he jumped up and took a swing at me in the living room.
Oh, jeez.
It was hilarious. Anyway, I'm just proud of the Niners, man. Once again, beating the Cowboys. Anyway, thanks, fellas.
Appreciate it,
Wow,
man.
yeah.
Appreciate it.
Took a swing at him, Steiny.
That
Could have decked him. Yeah.
510 says, I get it. You guys like average talent. If Dak and these other quarterbacks had the Niners talent around them, they would win too. Yeah, well, the Cowboys won 12 games this year. And it's not that I like average talent. Jimmy Garoppolo is better than average. Jimmy Garoppolo is better than average. Admit it. Admit it. There's just
He's better
no
than
doubt
Dak,
about it.
Steiny.
And
He's
how about
better than
this?
Dak.
You want to talk about how do you even put this? How do you even put Jimmy Garoppolo sprained his shoulder on Sunday? He's going to practice. He's going to practice this week, but he sprained it in the second quarter.
He got hit.
David Lombardi. It's his throwing shoulder. That's
Oh,
right. You
my
didn't even know
goodness.
about it. You didn't. He don't. You know why? It's because he doesn't walk around holding his shoulder. He just sucks it up and plays with a hurt shoulder. That's what Jimmy
Now
Garoppolo
we had
does.
finger gate. Now it's multiplied to shoulder. Like Lance and Lambeau. Steiny, he got popped too. Remember, he wasn't holding his head.
I don't think Trey Lance might not survive that hit. Tell you the truth.
Jimmy. Man, Steiny, he's just John Wayne.
Jimmy.
Well, I'll tell you, I'll play injured if I have to. That's my John Wayne.
Let's go to Matt.
That's
Let's go to Matt in San Rafael. Hey, Matt, what's going on? Bail us out, buddy.
Hey, guys. So, I was sitting there for 3 quarters yesterday up till that interception, literally, and I was one of the people calling for Trey early in the year after we hit that skid, and then especially after Tennessee. But I'll give the devil his due. He had a great first 3 quarters, but I'm not going to lie, that interception was like, oh, there's Jimmy and again. So I'm just waiting for him to put together a clean one. And the other thing is this is easy revisionist history for you guys sitting there right now. But the way the season was going those first few weeks, there was definite reason to question Jimmy. We can't act like this has been Jimmy all along. He's still the guy that's the reason we traded up to get Trey. So it's still going to be Trey's team next year. I'm just happy that the trade bait's going up, and we're all Jimmy fans until he's not in red and gold.
There you go.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and that's all I'm saying, too. That's all I'm saying. But
we were giving him hell, Steiny.
What?
We were giving Jimmy hell when they lost 4 in a row, and they were getting
he
embarrassed.
Didn't lose 4 in a row.
Well, he lost 3 in a row, but yeah,
Lance lost one of those games.
Yeah.
Well, so
you
that's
always point
a
that
big
out.
part of it. Exactly.
The
And now
team
let
had
me
lost
see.
4 in a
Jimmy
row.
Garoppolo 10-6 as a starter this year. Just more wins.
That resume just it
another
keeps looking better.
double-figure season of wins for Jimmy Garoppolo. That's all he does. No, listen. Obviously, Jimmy Garoppolo hasn't had a phenomenal year, and it's not like there weren't any bumps in the road. But all I was saying all year was if Kyle Shanahan, the guy that everybody thinks is a great coach, if he's saying Trey Lance does not give him the best chance to win, I got to go with Kyle Shanahan on that one because I have no idea. And it turns out Kyle Shanahan was right. He was right.
What about that graph they kept putting up yesterday, Steiny? Tell me how we can pick this apart. It showed Jimmy Garoppolo's stellar record, wins and losses, and then shot Shanahan without Jimmy. And it was ugly. But my question to you and the masses is, can some look back and say, oh, the only reason it's ugly without Jimmy is they had Mullins and Beathard?
Like if you were to interview and say, what's your best attribute? Hey, I'm interviewing Guru for the quarterback. It's not my arm. It's not my legs. What is it? I just win. Would you take that over a guy like Dak saying, oh, I can look pretty. It can look good, but at crunch time, I'm not going to get it done. I'll take the guy that wins.
Of course.
I don't care what it looks like.
Well, you take him today. That's for sure. Let's go to Lobo.
3-1 and offs. Yeah.
Lobo's in Fairfield. What's going on, Lobo? How you doing, man? What do you got, buddy?
I'm doing great. Thanks for taking my call, fellas. First of all, got to tip my cap to Guru for even doing this show today. I know that he's probably heartbroken. I'm putting myself in his shoes, and I would have called him to work if I were you. But first of all, I will give Jimmy G his credit. He deserves it, and I'm definitely down to ride with him for this whole playoff run. He earned that after the Rams game. But let's not act like Kyle Shanahan isn't the reason why we're winning these games and in these games. I don't know, man. I just feel like a lot of the fans are still bashing Kyle and questioning his play calls and everything. And the interception that Jimmy threw, he was trying to improvise. If he would have ran the play the right way or just threw it away, it would have been all good. But he tried to roll out to his right, and he threw the pick. That being said, we still won, and I'm not going to be here and nitpick it and all that stuff. But I will say, as a rational fan, let's just chill out on Trey. I'm talking to the Niner fans. Just chill out on him. Quit overhyping him. We don't know what he is yet. But that also goes to you, Steiny, because I hear you doing a lot of those tongue-in-cheek jokes like, oh, I don't think Trey would have survived that and all that kind of stuff. So let's just chill out. Let's enjoy this week, and let's go get the Packers. Have a good one, guys.
Hey, Lobo, real quick. You still there?
I think we lost him.
I was going to ask him how his fantasy team did in our league. Was
that a low blow, or do you already know?
Oh, yeah, he finished 9th, Steiny, as I'm looking at that right now. You guys know who finished first?
Let's go to Omar. Omar's in Berkeley.
I did, by the way.
Yeah, just answer the phone. What's up, Omar? How you doing, buddy?
Guys? How's it going?
Spadone.
Good. I remember calling in November or so, and I asked you guys, what if Jimmy went on a run and, somehow they end up in the Super Bowl and he wins it all? And I asked you, what would you do with him? If he were to win, let's say he were to win or lose, I think you still keep him. Here's why. His contract is only, $23 million or something like that, or the like? I don't know what exactly it is, but, compared to, other quarterbacks, that's a pretty good deal. And it's only for another year. You can let Trey sit, and, hell, if the middle of the season trade deadline goes by, maybe you can move him then. I don't know. That's just me. And also, one more thing I want to say about these stupid fans that are bagging on Jimmy G, those guys like Bonte Hill and that other, whatever his name is. All of a sudden now it's a Jimmy G meat market over there. All of a sudden they're just going crazy for this guy. I can't stand it anymore,
Yeah, I hear you. I haven't.
It's it is Joe. It's Butcher
I don't know.
Boy.
I'm not sure exactly what he's talking about there, Goo.
When you're down on Jimmy and Jimmy wins a game, and the guys this morning give him credit. That's called life and reacting to new information. There's nothing wrong with it. Steiny, I'm tired of these guys in the media and women trying to make a prediction, and then the whole world revolves around their prediction.
Well, then don't make one. Then don't make a prediction.
You have to share what you think is going to translate in the game.
Well, listen, no. That's not the way it works. That's not the way it works.
How does it work?
You got to pay the price at some point. You started out this season saying that Kyle Shanahan is a freaking genius. By week 6, you were saying, I'm out on Shanahan. He's lost his mojo. He's not a genius anymore. Well, guess what? Now he's back to being a genius. It's not because you react to new information. It's because you were wrong time and time and time again.
I started out right.
Kyle Shanahan wasn't a great coach week 1, terrible coach week 7, and now he's a great coach again. He's the same coach. coach. 888-957-9570 is the number. If you're looking for all the best 49er content from 95.7 The Game, text 49ers to 20357. That's 49ers to 20357. Make sure to click the link, then hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Powered by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified.
To Jerry Jones, the Cowboys, and all the Cowboy to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You hanging in there, Goo?
Yeah, I'm hanging in. I'm going to tell you this. I'm hanging in there, Steiny, and I mean this, man. 5 weeks ago, I knew that we didn't have the discipline, the coaching staff to go far. And yesterday, it just all showed itself, and the finality of it all helps me move on. And I hope we get a new coach, and I'll leave that there.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get a new coach. It doesn't sound that way. But we'll see. Let's go. You want to get back into some calls, Go?
Yeah, we're a show of the people.
That's right.
Hello?
Anthony's in Concord, and he wants to talk to Guru about Jimmy and Dak. What's up, man?
Yeah, guys. I appreciate you guys having me on. Guru, you said you'd rather have a guy who wins games as opposed to someone who's flashy, kind of like Dak, who looks like he can do the part but not win the games. But, I mean, you really wouldn't take Jimmy Garoppolo over Dak Prescott, right?
Well, it's kind of a loaded question because Dak is 1-3 in his career in the playoffs, and Jimmy is 3-1. So if you told me which quarterback would you want, I would want obviously the one that's 3-1, and that's Jimmy. I don't care what it looks like. So to answer your question, my friend, I would take Jimmy over Dak.
Wow.
But you know, Dak Prescott on the Niners would be better than Jimmy Garoppolo is on the Niners, right? I mean, can't you see that?
Now, that's interesting.
We have to give credit for the Niners winning.
I'll give you that. You won that. And you know what, Steiny? That's a great point. That's how much I think of Kyle, and you're a product of your environment. But that's not the case. But I would expect Dak to be the best version of himself had he got the tutelage of Kyle Shanahan. Interesting.
Let's go. Yeah, I was going to stop you there, but I didn't because I know this is a difficult day for you. But I got to believe you're going to take Prescott over Garoppolo.
Okay, tell me why, Steiny.
In a vacuum.
Tell me why. Oh, okay.
In a vacuum, just because.
I've been a Dak hater from day one, man. I was a Romo-sexual, and now the world knows that Romo had something upstairs that was special. Was he perfect? No. But he would have known damn sure that rule yesterday that the judge had to touch the ball before you give it to the center. And anyway, the game was over. But I'm telling you, man, Dak, Steiny, I've been hard on him, and now he's getting a $100 million contract with no results.
Well,
What? I'm just saying.
He's got
he's
time.
1-3. Oh,
yeah, he's got time.
I don't want the John Elway route. I don't want it to come at the end when you need a cane. I want it now. People in that stadium wanted it yesterday.
Well, better luck next year.
Well,
Ryan in San Jose. Ryan wants to talk a little bit about Jimmy Garoppolo. What's up, Ryan? How you doing, man?
Doing just fine. But, yeah, obviously the main narrative is why do so many 49er fans like myself resent Jimmy Garoppolo? And I'm going to answer that question as best as I can. 49er fans who know football know that Jimmy Garoppolo, he is a clear downgrade from Colin Kaepernick or Alex Smith. Let me tell you, those two quarterbacks never had the amount of offensive weaponry and as well as a great defense to help out their quarterback like Jimmy G has. Jimmy G is surrounded by nothing but Hall of Fame and Pro Bowl talent, especially on the offensive side of the ball. He has the best fullback, the best left tackle in the league, arguably the best receiver, one of the best tight ends in the league. I mean, Pro Bowlers everywhere. Colin Kaepernick and Alex Smith did not have that, especially at the wide receiver position. Jimmy G, if it wasn't for his, his good looks and obviously being a protege under Tom Brady, he most likely wouldn't even be on the team in the first place. This dude, Jimmy Garoppolo, when given the opportunity, he opens the door in the fourth quarter more so than anything for the opposition to either take the lead or to flat out win the game. as evidenced against the Tennessee Titans, and obviously yesterday.
Do we not? And do we give him any kudos for coming back against the Rams, or does he not get credit?
You have to understand. Okay, if you want to give him credit, fine. But on the flip side of that coin, I could also say he's the main reason why the 49ers were down 17 points in the first place.
Let me ask you a question.
He committed two.
So if they had
two turnovers in that game,
if they had Alex Smith at quarterback in his prime, do you think they go 15-2?
They would be way better than 10-7. I'm pretty sure you would agree with that.
Thanks for the call. I don't know that I'm going to agree with that, to tell you the truth. And you know what the other thing is?
That was the guy you were talking about, Steiny.
Exactly.
Wow.
Why would we compare him to Kaepernick or Alex Smith? These guys haven't been around here in 7 or 8 years. The only person we can compare him with is Trey Lance. He's just got to be better than Trey Lance, and clearly he is right now. And, again, the thing that just bothers me is, Jimmy, he'll have that one throw. Everybody's got that one throw. Most quarterbacks have that one throw. It feels like some 49er fans think that there's 25 quarterbacks in the league with 42 touchdown passes and 3 interceptions, and it's not like that. It's just not like that.
That's interesting. He gave, instead of giving Jimmy credit for coming back, he kind of put it in layman terms like you're just cleaning up your own mess. Like it ain't just all him, but damn, the brother was speaking like Jimmy can do no good. Dude, wow.
SF Drummer's in Houston. What's going on, SF Drummer?
Hey, what's up, guys? How y'all doing? I enjoy the show. I listen to y'all daily. And I just want to say, hey, Guru, it looks like your lab is still intact. That's pretty good, because I can't say the same for a lot of your Cowboys Nation. They just bust a hole through their TV.
Oh, I've been watching. I've been seeing.
I was happy. Yeah, but I'm happy. I'm happy about the game, how it came out yesterday. Like, I'm an 88 baby, so I'm happy to see the 49ers beat the Cowboys. I got faith in this weekend. I think everything's going to work out, even if we have to see Trey Lance play. I'm not worried about Jimmy. Like, he has his own thing with his thumb. Like, how is that going to hold up in 9-degree weather? I don't think it's going to hold up that good. Like, we probably would have seen Trey anyway. So if Trey's out there as a rookie, I expect him to light up the Packers too. Kyle can scheme it up, and Trey won't be missing those throws like Jimmy will. And the way Jimmy played in the fourth quarter is the reason why he's going to be getting punted out here, the first thing smoking, as soon as the season ends.
Unbelievable.
All right, y'all. Peace.
But, wow, Steiny, but there's some chicken on that bone that I'm like, ooh, this is a little good. Steiny, you didn't come in here today, and I'm going to give you credit, nor have you said, Goo, I would take Garoppolo over Justin Herbert. I would take Garoppolo over Brady. The hardest thing to do in the NFL is get a quarterback worth a damn. And Shanahan in his early tenure, Steiny, look what he had. Mullins. He had Beathard. And now I just don't think Garoppolo gets enough credit for winning. People want style points. They want Halle Berry, the Picasso. That ain't real life. Give this dude for being a tough SOB, and he's done that in L.A. He did it yesterday. Am I telling you he's Bart Starr? No. Or Burt Jones? No. But he just wins. And that's all that matters. That's why I'm pulling my hair out, Steiny. It won't come out, but you know.
I tell you what. These 49er fans who can't give Jimmy Garoppolo credit, all right, and who still, like the last caller, he wants him to be on the first thing smoking. See, and I'll be honest, and I shouldn't say this because some people may get mad. Those are the kind of fans where I hope Trey Lance stinks. I hope he stinks for his whole career.
Nothing personal on Trey. It's to the fans.
No. And I don't really hope he stinks, but all these people that think Trey Lance is going to win 7 Super Bowls in 4 years, it's it's just it's incredible. It is absolutely incredible. This team was 3-5. They ripped off 7 of their last 9 to get into the postseason.
Hey,
Garoppolo brings them back the last week of the year. They win.
And Alex Smith, he had Vernon Davis and Crabtree. To me, Steiny, he had some weaponry. Don't. I'm not saying it was Jerry Rice and T.O., but the Niner teams, Alex Smith had some, and Cap, he had some guys to throw the ball to.
Let's get some positivity in here. Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. Antonio's going to give credit where it's due. What's up, eh?
Yeah, Ambry Thomas, he put the lockdown on CeeDee Lamb, made him look like CeeDee Lamb chops. And yeah, hey, we won ugly, but we won. Shout out to Jimmy Garoppolo. He made enough plays to win. We can't always be, like the Buffalo Bills 49er childhood fan, Josh Allen scoring 7 touchdowns with no punts and no turnovers. You know what I'm saying? So we won, and I got to give Jimmy Garoppolo credit, man. And Whitney Houston said, crack is whack. Well, Dak is whack. Yeah, he is, man. Because,
nice. I'm going to give you a 4.
Like Steiny, he's a choke artist.
When did Whitney say that, Steiny? Crack is whack?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Choke artist.
I do
and
know.
I love Whitney.
So, come to think of it, you were wearing a Dak Prescott jersey on Friday, and now
I'll burn it right now. If you tell me you want it burned, I'll burn that.
I do want it burned. Go ahead. I dare you.
I'll
You're
burn
not going to burn it.
Oh, okay.
No, you're not.
Video coming soon. Yeah.
You don't have the guts.
I just didn't want the neighbor. The guts. I'll burn it. Yes, Steiny, I didn't want to be that dude, and I didn't know how I'd look at the job. Yeah.
Then you can't root for him anymore.
I root for the star. That's what's a part of my life is the star, not a player.
Well, so
do
they have stars on the jersey?
Yeah,
so you're gonna
on
burn
the sleeves.
So you're going to burn the star? Jeez.
With his name on it. But anyway, listen, about CeeDee Lamb. This is how you know you have dysfunction. And I don't want to sound like I'm taking anything away from the Niners, Steiny. There's not a football game that Kyle Shanahan lets go by that they don't try to get Debo involved. That is dysfunction that CD didn't get the ball. You know what I'm saying? That is a byproduct of Kellen Moore not knowing what he's doing, along with the quarterback that don't know how to read it. There's not a game that should go by to where 88 doesn't have 5 or 6 targets. But I'll save it, Steiny. It's just sad.
You don't
but
have
Niners,
to save it because there's no time to save it for. They're done.
Yeah, they're done. And I'll say this. I'm like you. I've never been this way. I'm watching this movie of what happens to Jimmy if somehow they go to Green Bay. Like, dude, what's going on? I'm just telling Marvin Gaye, what's going on? Like, I don't just think it's for sure he's out of here if he goes and wins at Lambeau. Just,
well, it sounds to me, from what I'm hearing today, is if the 49ers go into Lambeau Field and win, it will not be because of Jimmy Garoppolo. It'll be in spite of Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, wow. Okay,
Jimmy Garoppolo stinks.
Wow.
And even though he's 3-1 in the postseason, he apparently isn't good enough for a group of 49er fans that I guess would have rather gone 7-10 this year with a rookie quarterback.
Oh, that's whack. Now that's whack.
I don't know what else to believe at this point. I really don't.
I just don't believe there's individuals walking their earth calling themselves a fan, a diehard, and root for their team to lose because of a hate or, something about a player. That's whack.
I think it's crazy too, but it feels like there are people like that out there. Let's go to Bob. Bob's in San Francisco. What's going on, Bob? How you doing, man? Good to hear from you.
Hey, I love the show.
Thank you.
Okay, so a couple things. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. What if next year that Jimmy's not here and we don't make the playoffs? What are these guys going to say then? And then this guy who was talking about Kaepernick, Kaepernick was only good for 2 years. After that, he fell off a cliff. He was no good after that. Nobody else picked him up, aside from the collusion aspect of it. But and then another question for these guys. Look at Steve Young's career. He won 1 Super Bowl out of 4. Or actually, let's make that 5 championship games. He won 1 Super Bowl. Or was it maybe 4 championship games? He won 1 Super Bowl. So it's like, what would they say about Steve Young, right? Because, I mean, he lost those 2, then he lost to Green Bay, and he had 1 Super Bowl right in the middle of that. So all I'm saying is these guys are never satisfied, and I don't know what they're looking at. Because what I'm seeing is a good quarterback that's worthy of winning and worthy of, being propped up when you have to. That's what I think.
You know what else? You know what I see? I see a team that's got strengths outside the quarterback position. And I see a team that can run the football better than any other team in the NFL. So why would you pass it when you can run it? And that's what they do. They run it, and they keep Jimmy Garoppolo on a leash, and they run it 38 times, and they pass it 25 times, and now they're one of 8 teams remaining in the NFL playoffs, even though I guess this guy stinks, which he doesn't.
What if Hey, I love that, Steiny, but what if I told you when you say they, you need to say he? Because it's Kyle Shanahan's job. Behind closed doors, he could go home and tell the missus, hey, baby, I kept Jimmy from really costing us the game because I gave him this amount of pass attempts. And it's his ability to read the game. I'm talking about Kyle to know what to call, and sometimes him not being on the field, you could control so much. But, Steiny, that's the stuff that I'm talking about makes me, fall in love with Kyle over again in regard to that is a part of his job. We won't call it a hazard that I'm sure he doesn't like looking forward to, but he kept Jimmy from making minimal mistakes yesterday, and they leave Texas with a dub. That's all it's about.
Let's go to Carlos in Hayward. What's going on, Carlos in Hayward? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great today. You want to know why I'm doing great?
Why?
Fans from way back, from the 70s, gentlemen. I remember we couldn't buy a game. I lived through those Dallas Cowboys butt whoopings, right? And let's go back to Phil Walsh. When he changed things around, Joe Montana was 2-14. It's the system, guys. Jimmy works the system well under Shanahan, right? Granted, I get frustrated like everybody else when he throws a pick or misses a wide-open wide receiver. But darn, man, the way he does that draw play, drops that ball, feeds it in, timing, everything he was doing is perfect for what Shanahan has to do. And again, we go to the running game. When we played the Packers in the NFC Championship, we ran. Mostert had a field day. My friends who are Cowboy fans were telling me, all they did was run. It worked. If something works, you don't change it. So what's Mostert supposed to do? Stop running so he could give the ball back to Jimmy so he could throw a touchdown? Let's be real. 49er fans today are the biggest whiners I've ever seen in my life, and I'm very sad to say that I'm ashamed of a lot of 49er fans as an old-school 49er fan. I'm true and red and gold. I've lived through the good years. I lived through the bad years. We're on the good years again. Enjoy it, gentlemen. It doesn't last forever. And we still don't know about Trey.
That's right. That's right.
Be careful what you wish for. It's like, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
and I wanted Trey. I'm excited. But, Steiny, the question is, hey, Kyle, why did you go get Trey? And maybe you could say, and look me through Zoom, Steiny, and say he would answer that saying it was the best ability is availability. But when this is all said and done, Trey Lance wasn't just dropped down from the heavens. Kyle went out and got him for a reason. So that does pique my curiosity, Steiny, is Kyle sitting back like, damn, I didn't know Jimmy had this run in him? Like, there's got to be something.
He had a run like this already. They got to the Super Bowl with Garoppolo.
Yeah, 6 minutes away.
I'll tell you what this is telling me more and more.
Tell me.
It wasn't because of Jimmy's ability. It was because Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt. He got hurt every year. He got hurt his first full-time year with the Niners. Then he was healthy. Then he got hurt again. Now he's healthy. So you know what? Maybe they might, I don't think they're gonna, but they might bring Jimmy back next year. And guess what?
Yeah.
He may get hurt. And miss 13 games.
Yeah.
That's the reason they went and got Trey Lance, because Jimmy Garoppolo was injury prone. That's my.
Now he's dealing with another one. The shoulder sprain, you know?
Let's go to Nima. Nima's in Berkeley.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. Come on, man.
Nima.
All right, now, choke artist. Call back, Nima. I'll get you on there. Mr. B is in Lodi. What's up, Mr. B?
Matt Steinmetz and Guru, what an honor. Matt, me and my little kids used to watch you back in the day on the Warriors broadcast when they had Bobby Sora and Troy Murphy and those guys.
Yes,
and you were great. We always loved you. And then Guru, I used to hear you on another station as a caller. Your enthusiasm and personality is great. Such an honor. But anyway, I just wanted to point out the Jimmy G hate is kind of crazy because, just for an example, Joe Montana threw 3 interceptions in the catch game. And for some reason, whenever Jimmy G throws an interception, people go insane. And it's like all quarterbacks throw interceptions. Yeah, it's not a good thing, but why are you hating on Jimmy G? He's pretty good. He's pretty good. That's
Appreciate
all I
the
got,
call.
fellas.
Yeah, thanks for listening in Lodi. Love it.
Yeah.
And you know what? Here's what's going to happen, too. There's a good chance that if the 49ers lose, Jimmy won't have a good game.
Right.
Oh, well.
No touchdowns yesterday, Steiny. One pick, but he got it done. Well, he did have a touchdown. He threw one to Debo, right?
No, that was a run.
Nope. Yeah, it was a run.
And you know what? Maybe he won't play well against the Packers and they'll lose. Guess what? Then he's gone. And Trey Lance better be better. Trey Lance better be better than Jimmy Garoppolo. That's all I'm saying.
And Kyle's involved in that because you went and got him. It's like, for whatever reason, health is wealth. I get it. But Steiny, could you imagine 7-10? It's like, dude.
Well,
actually, your record with Jimmy Garoppolo, do you know what it was? Yeah, I knew what it was. I just thought we could be more dynamic, and more dynamic means that's my Kyle. But man, this is interesting all the way around, man.
Yeah, and I mean, look, if and you know what though, believe it or not, you may disagree with me, but let's say the Niners beat the Packers. And
oh my gosh!
And then next year, Trey Lance is the quarterback, and they go 7-10.
Oh hell!
No, not oh hell. Kyle Shanahan will be like, he'll say, "Hey, it was Trey Lance's first year. We'll be back. Yeah, we took a step back. Sometimes you got to take a step back I mean, Kyle Shanahan." I mean, yeah, I get it.
Okay.
Trey Lance better be better, but if he's not, nobody's getting fired.
Oh, well, forget fired. The questions, and Kyle can say whatever, Steiny, but the people are going to say, hold on, something doesn't add up. How could you not get to the plateau? Why did he lose his gig?
Because he was injury prone. We couldn't
Kyle, he
rely
didn't
on
get injured last year when he beat Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay. You do know that, right?
I can't believe that now you've done a 180.
It's more than this is just my question to you right now, Steiny, before break. Can Jimmy do anything to come back?
No.
And that means, so you don't even get them to the Super Bowl. You don't think
No, I
don't.
don't.
You think they're so, like, what if somebody went to Trey and said, hey, we're going to sit you one more year? He don't got enough equity to throw over the buffet spread and be like, you know who I am? He ain't KD. Like, you don't think they're afraid to tell him that if Jimmy were to take this team on a deep run, Steiny, which he's 2 games from doing?
Yeah, I don't think he's back. I just don't. And I'll tell you what.
So the money aspect.
Yeah, and if you know what, if they go to the Super Bowl or they,
oh my gosh,
they win it, then Kyle's going to have equity to have a bad year next year. If they go to the Super Bowl and they bring in Trey Lance, they can have a bad year. And but you know what? If they have a bad year, then I want to hear all the chirpers who were begging for Trey Lance. All right, 888-957-9570. One more segment to go. That's coming up next, and it's all sponsored by BioNTech and Pfizer.
Come rain or shine, high winds or mild breezes, blue skies or gray. It's a
Fan.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Wrapping up a 3-hour show here. We'll be here for another half hour. We'll turn it over to Ratto and Damon. 49ers, they're headed to Green Bay after a 23-17 win over the Cowboys. Still not good enough, though, for some 49er fans. They're still waiting for that 75-3 win. Where
in the 600-yard passing day.
Exactly right. Exactly right. So the San Francisco 49ers have earned themselves a game against the Green Bay Packers. The question now is, can they go up to Lambeau Field and win? Before we talk about that, though, let's talk a little bit about yesterday's game with full phone lines. Let's go to, let's go to Joseph in Vallejo. What's up, Joseph? How you doing?
Hello, Steiny. Hi, Guru. Thanks for having me.
Sure.
I just want to make mention of, we always talk Jimmy Garoppolo about this, but this is not all about Jimmy. Jimmy only had one monkey on his back. Kyle had two on his back. I have to hand it to him. Jimmy should have started the game. I said that before because he had the experience. He learned under Tom Brady, Belichick. They brought Trey in to give Jimmy some of that style. You know that Jimmy was rolling out. He looked like Trey, so he put some little funk in his game. I can't help it that he's so handsome. You know, that's why Tom Brady couldn't have him. He's only one handsome quarterback could be here. He's a handsome guy. We don't take his toughness, but Jimmy is tough, and it's not us. And Kyle do know something. I have to give it to him about the running game. He learned from his father. You can almost put anybody in that, but you only have durable backs that can go over 20, carry the ball over 20 times. He knew Mostert couldn't carry over 20 times. Debo, if you tried to give him 20 times, it wouldn't work. So he did learn that from his father. To keep that running game going, and Jimmy make sure that he get a little funk in his game, they could take it all the way. So don't put it all on Jimmy. It's a complete team. They got a great defense. They got a great offense. And with the coaching and the right moves, they could win the big one.
Appreciate it. They can win the big one, according to Go.
And a lot of people think that the Niners just as bad as Dallas defensively was with the penalties, Steiny. Mitchell didn't have 100. But I guess if you add Debo's 30-something in there with his 69, you got 100. But it was, they ran when they needed to. I thought it was just irony the way that that was a first down for Debo that they took back, Steiny. I don't know where you come out on that. But just the fact that they didn't put it in Jimmy's hand and they put it in the O-line's hand to basically run the ball, I just thought that's what Kyle does, man. So if they win or lose, Steiny, they're getting the ball in the playmaker's hands. And as a fan, as a player, that's all you can ask. And some coaches, the team with the star on the helmet yesterday, they don't know how to do that. There's a mental block on getting your star, your playmakers to rock.
Let's go to Jason. Jason's in Oakland. What's up, Jason? How you doing, man?
How you guys doing? I want to say this, and please hear me out. When they took the ball out of Jimmy's hands, he almost lost us the game by not even letting Trent Williams get set. Then he gets a wide open Ayuk. Wide open. Wasn't nobody even rushing him. He missed Ayuk. Then he turned the ball over in the red zone. I'm a Niners fan. I'm not against Jimmy. But if we would have lost that game, it would be a whole different sentiment today. They would have talked about all the glaring things that Jimmy G failed at. We won the game in spite of Jimmy. They actually gave him the ball to run an inch, and he's so hyped up and out of his mind, he don't even let Trent Williams set. So if we would have lost that game, it would be a whole different story today. Love the Niners, but Jimmy got to go.
Wow.
Appreciate the call. No kidding. That's the difference between winning and losing.
Yeah, but
what?
That was a big play, Steiny. That was a big play.
Yeah, and you know what? If Jimmy Garoppolo throws an interception and they end up losing the game, great. He's gone.
Yeah.
And you know what? All we'd be talking about is Jimmy. No, we wouldn't. It's
we're
over
still
for
kind of
Jimmy.
doing that.
There's nothing to talk about with Jimmy. He's gone. His next loss, he's out of here. He's gone with their next loss. So it's like, I'm not even going to talk about Jimmy when he loses because when he's won, we've already spent too much time talking about how he stinks. The minute Jimmy Garoppolo loses a game, he's gone, and then the conversation goes to Trey Lance. And guess what? Trey Lance better go 32-15 as a starter. He better be as good as Jimmy Garoppolo.
You're not going to believe
win as much as Jimmy Garoppolo. That's all I'm saying.
I'll say this to you, Steiny, and the people. You won't agree with this, Steiny, but just hearing that venom in the caller's heart, because he meant that. I feel like that's what Laker fans feel like for Westbrook, Steiny. Like, no matter what happens, the Lakers win in spite of Westbrook, and Westbrook has no portfolio like Jimmy's record. And I know it's different sports, but Steiny, it's like that's he said we won the game in spite of Jimmy, and I'm being honest with you, Steiny, like I always am. I kind of feel some of that, but not here recently, man. Now, that was a bad miss overthrow, but you had the lead going into the fourth quarter because he didn't wet to bed. But these fans, they are drawing a line.
Troy in San Jose. What's going on, Troy? How you doing, man? What do you got for us?
I'm doing good. I'm actually not doing too good hearing all these 49er fans the way they are. I mean, it makes me sick. It makes me sick to hear it. I'll tell you what. Joe Montana threw interceptions. Steve Young threw interceptions. Like the other caller said, Steve Young won 1 Super Bowl in 4 championship games, I think he said. I mean, I've been a fan since I came out of the womb. I'm 42 years old. And, I don't think these fans understand. We have no idea what Trey Lance is going to do. They say, oh, well, Trey Lance will come in. He wouldn't throw a ball like Jimmy did. How do we know? Exactly. We have no idea. And on top of that, Jimmy is hurt still. He still isn't 100%. So maybe that's why he threw that interception. He didn't throw 10 bad balls yesterday. He threw 2. I don't know. I don't think these fans are real fans. I just don't feel like they're real 49er fans.
Appreciate the call. Yeah, it's strange.
And this is in the midst of a run to the ball. Steiny, they're 2 games away from a Super Bowl appearance.
But this is the
you
other
would think
thing.
that would be enough. Right?
Well, this is the other thing that's just so frustrating, I think, with this segment of 49er fans. Again, Jimmy Garoppolo is gone. He's out the door at the end of the season. It's not like you're looking at Kirk Cousins and he's not going anywhere because you don't have a backup or a young player. You just brought up Dak Prescott. You can't stand him right now. Well, guess what? He's not going anywhere.
Right.
So
right.
why 49er fans are getting so incensed about Jimmy Garoppolo when he is out of here anyway is beyond me. It really is. James is in San Jose. What's up, James? How you doing, man?
Oh, how you guys doing? Love the show.
Thank you.
So I just want to say one thing, that I feel like a lot of Niner fans see different quarterbacks around the league, like Patrick Mahomes or like Lamar Jackson, Kyler Murray, that are able to scramble around the pocket, make plays with their feet, and then swing the ball around 50 yards across the field to a complete pass. And then they see Jimmy Garoppolo that doesn't have that ability to be scrambling. But what I'm trying to say is that Jimmy G gets the job done. It might not be pretty. It might not be how we want it to happen, like having like a 30-point lead. But he gets the job done, and we win with him. So I wouldn't be mad. Let me tell you guys this. I wouldn't be mad if he stays next season or if he leaves next season. So that's all I got to say.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah.
He's not going to be back next season. You know what
I get that.
You know what I think's
get
funny?
That.
I love fans who say, these fans that can't stand Jimmy, they go, this is what they say. Jimmy's just not. You look at Mahomes and Brady and Aaron Rodgers. No kidding. They're the best 3 quarterbacks in the league, and one of them's the greatest of all time.
Well, I'll say this because I was saying it last week. I got to keep it real, Steiny, in regard to the Niners chicken. Dude, they're going to have to give Debo a blank check and Bosa a blank check. So chicken is, it ain't, they can't just be, we'll bring Jimmy back and we got Trey. No, it's dollars make sense, right? It's business. I get it, but they got Debo and Bosa to worry about. Basically pay.
Let's go to Akil. Akil's in Dublin. Hey, Akil, how you doing?
What's up, guys? Hey, man, I just got on my lunch break, and one caller called and said that the team that Garoppolo has around him overall is much better than what Alex Smith and Kaepernick had. You guys already addressed the receivers and tight end, but there's a couple other things. First thing is the running backs. Kaepernick and Alex Smith had arguably the best running back in 49er history, and they had depth. Frank Gore, Kendall Hunter, LaMichael James for a little bit. The offensive line was beast, and their defense. Do people forget about the defense that Kaepernick and Alex Smith had? Bowman, Willis, Ahmad Brooks, Justin Smith, Alden Smith. I would argue the secondary under the Harbaugh time was better than the secondary we have now. I don't know. I think a lot of 49er fans have short memories and forget some of the good times that we had back in the early 2010s, and they throw it up on Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy G, he's not the best, but you know what? If you compare him side by side with Kaepernick, him and Kaepernick had the same concerns overall. Kaepernick stares down receivers all the time. When he got Anquan Bolden, he would just try to chuck it to Anquan Bolden half the time. So I honestly do not know where these comparisons, comparing this team to the team that Kaepernick and Alex Smith had, I don't know where it's coming from and why that's an argument. I think these Niner fans, they just got to get real and just understand take it one game at a time. We're doing well, and Jimmy G, we just got to have faith in the guy right now because now's not the time to start questioning who he is. It's playoff time, baby.
Appreciate it.
Baby.
Whitty's in Martinez. What's going on, Whitty? How you doing, man?
Hey, pretty good today. Yeah, there's some fans out there that hit it right, and some seem confused. And fact is, Prescott had a terrible game. He was throwing them off. I've never seen Jimmy have a game that bad. Prescott looked worried out there. We were all over him. But we're mostly a defensive team, and Jimmy's a lot better than Trent Dilfer was back in the Ravens' day.
Yeah. I don't even know. I'm not sure Jim McMahon was better than Jimmy Garoppolo.
It was a different era. He got it done, though, Steiny. He got it done.
So does Jimmy.
Well,
and if we're going to play that game, the Bears had the greatest defense of all time.
No doubt. But Jimmy didn't win the bowl, Steiny. And I wonder if Jimmy had won the bowl, and I know people, woulda, coulda, shoulda. I honestly mean this, Steiny. Would that have bought him the Joe Flacco treatment? Like he would have got 3 more years, and they wouldn't have drafted Trey Lance because they would have that euphoria of winning that ring or that chip. He would still be the guy with no reason to look over his shoulder.
Nope. They would still have Trey Lance if he won the Super Bowl. Because he would have gotten hurt the following year like he did. And that was a big part of going out and getting Trey Lance is because Jimmy couldn't stay healthy. Let's go to Raymond in Santa Clara. What's up, Raymond? How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Jimmy Garoppolo, he's a good quarterback. He's not elite, but he's good. And I've been listening all day to you guys' station, and all the Niner fans calling in. They're always talking about all his missed shots or missed throws to Brandon Ayuk and the interception. But what about the key third down drives that he did complete? The ones that just kept us going in the game and allowed us to score. Those were elite throws as well, too. The ones especially to Jennings, those were good throws that he made. So I just want to say that, Jimmy Garoppolo is a good quarterback. He just wins. Time for us, and I want to say we're spoiled, and we're a lot of the Niner faithful are kind of spoiled and just wants that best quarterback out there that throws 400, 500 yards like Mahomes. But Jimmy's not that guy, but he does win for us.
Good call. Steve's in Livermore. What's up, Steve?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing well, man. How are you?
Good. Hey, first time caller. Love you guys' show. I just shouldn't. I've been wanting to call in all year. I can't take any more of the Jimmy stuff. It's like I believe in Jimmy. I mean, I just say this. Yeah, was that pick horrible yesterday? Was the throw that he missed Ayuk bad? Yeah. But the bottom line is, do we even know what Trey Lance can give us? And I know the callers have said this, but it's like we don't have a clue. The guy didn't even play big-time football. The guy didn't even play his senior year. And we're putting all of our I'm saying to my buddies, I think Trey Lance is going to be a bust. I think we should have taken Mac Jones, and I think Trey's going to be a bust. And we're gonna get rid of Jimmy, and we're gonna see. We're gonna feel it next year. You want callers calling about quarterbacks? Wait till next year. That's what I believe.
Appreciate it.
Hey, see, Steiny, I'm over here like if I'm a 49er fan and Kyle's turned the corner or now you're believing in everything that he's doing, he saw something in Trey that prompted him to, mortgage the future. So isn't that enough? Why don't people keep saying, and it's true, we don't know what he's going to be, but Kyle does.
He didn't mortgage the future. He traded 2 first-round picks, and now, what are those picks? Number 20? Because they were 10-7? That's not mortgaging the future, I don't think. Especially because they went to the playoffs this year, and they're still playing. So I don't think he did mortgage the future. I think he gave up 2 first-round picks. Is that a fair amount? Yeah, but what's that pick this year? They're a playoff team, so it's not like they're giving up the 4th pick in the draft. Polo in Redwood City. What's going on, Polo? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. Hey, I don't know if y'all remember what I said last time. It seems like all these quarterbacks that are throwing bombs down the field, they're not doing it anymore, and it's getting harder for them to throw it short, too. And why are we still talking about Trey Lance and not talking about the 49ers as a team, period? Because everybody did a great job yesterday. Even when they was doing bad, they was doing good.
Yeah,
that's all I got for you guys.
Yeah, how about this?
Wow, I like
you know what's funny is, well, that's not a great comparison because Garoppolo has one time. You know, the 49, the Warriors are 30 and whatever they are. Steph Curry's having a bad year. They're still winning. That's what it's about. It's about the Warriors. It's not about Steph Curry. It's about the 49ers. It's not about Jimmy Garoppolo.
And that's what's blowing
playing.
your wig and blowing my wig, that Niner fans can't stand prosperity, and you're nitpicking a playoff win.
Exactly.
You know what the spread is, Steiny? If I asked you, what's the spread on this game?
4.
I know what I'm looking at. 5.5, Green Bay. Little disrespectful. Well, Jimmy's questionable. Yeah.
Let's go to Cruiser in San Jose. What's going on, Cruiser? How you doing, man?
Well, what's going on, fellas? What's going on? Hey, I'm listening to the show. I'm getting pretty upset because, look, love the Niners, can't stand the Cowboys. Goose, you're my guy, so I'll give you a pass. But look, it's like people are happy we won, but they still don't like Jimmy. Look, if you're a Niners fan and you're still going on about that, just save it, okay? Because we know what he is, we know what he isn't. Bottom line is, he's leading our team, and either you're with us or you're not. So just can it. We'll go all the way. Come next year, we'll see what happens. So just be happy for the win. I'm happy.
There you go.
Right? I'm happy. And
right.
One more note.
Yeah.
Goo, I appreciate you keeping it 100, okay? You're taking your lumps like a man. Unlike Romo, who's secretly, rooting for the team, he should not have been on that call. That should have been Aikman all the way. He earned that. He's a bigger part of that rivalry than Romo ever will be, and that was Aikman's game to call, and I'm disappointed on that. Otherwise, hey, love the win, and love you guys, man. Have a good one. Let's go Green Bay.
Yeah, appreciate it, man.
That's so funny. You come down my road for the little stuff that bothers me, Steiny, but the world was bothered by Troy. And Troy can't get mad at Romo. That was the networks. I don't know how they didn't get that game, but it bothered me. And Romo was keeping it real. Hey, Jim, Dak had an open receiver. Jim, Dak had a guy right here. Hey, Jim, there was a guy. I'm like, damn, Romo, I feel you, but man.
The notion that Troy Aikman would be less of a homer than Tony Romo on the call, too, is funny.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, yeah. Well,
I think
yeah. Dak stopped Romo's career, basically. They chose Dak over Romo. That didn't happen with Aikman, but I get what Spadoni's saying.
I don't like any of it, to be honest with you.
Playoff games did Romo win?
2.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Beat the beat the Eagles, Michael Vick and the Eagles.
All right. I believe it. I believe it. Hey, Spadone, how much we got here?
And beat Detroit Lions. They stole one from Stafford.
Got 1 minute left, guys, and Michael Irvin, the playmaker, at 4:15 with Damon Ratto. Can't wait for that one.
Yeah, that's going to be.
Stephen A. was hard on them. It was ugly, Steiny. Yeah,
I kind of saw it. It was kind of funny.
Yeah.
So, does Stephen A. have a team?
See, that's what I don't like. It's Pittsburgh and the Giants. How is this a bit, but yet your team stink?
I like it.
That's what I don't like.
It. No, he can do that.
I bet
he can do that.
Hey, I'm happy there's a game tonight. Stafford and the Cardinals.
Oh, I thought you meant the NBA. Full slate on Martin Luther King Day.
Who do we got? I'm watching Clippers right now. Clippers.
Like
I got a tight one, Chicago and Memphis right now. Memphis 113, Chicago 90.
What about Levine getting hurt against the Warriors, Steiny?
Yeah. What about Draymond Green?
Oh, I told y'all. Every time he's the Warrior. Now look. A disc. We'll get to it.
Every time a guy gets hurt, you say, what if it's more serious? All right, Michael Irvin, 4:15. Thanks for listening, everybody.
To Jerry Jones, the Cowboys, and all the Cowboy fans out there. Hell yeah! We've got 2 words for you. Night-night.
Prescott takes off running the football.
and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
The 49ers could not have started that game any better. They couldn't have asked to be better positioned throughout the game to control it. If you're looking for the formula that puts Kyle Shanahan into the win column, you saw it on full display on Sunday in Dallas. What a game, what a win, what a perfect guest we have to talk about it in a little more than an hour at 4:15 this afternoon. Ray and I are going to be joined by Michael Irvin, the Hall of Famer. I'm looking at Ray point at his ears, and that's never good. That means he can't hear something. Well, hear this. The 49ers got the job done. I mean, they really got the job done. That entire defensive line right now is wrecking games, wrecking football games. They destroyed the Rams with 5 sacks and pressures all day last week. They destroyed the Cowboys with 5 sacks and pressures all day yesterday. I mean, that was just a feast. And hopefully Nick Bosa can go and eat in Green Bay. It looks like Fred Warner is going to be expected to play in Green Bay. Bosa is still in concussion protocols, but to just put the Shanahan signature on this one, and it really was a signature game from him in so many different ways. We even have a couple of significant injuries in which to worry about going forward. But the main ingredient to this entire week of Sports Talk Radio is, will the 49ers be going forward? And the answer is yes, they are. They are off to Green Bay. We're going to see Wild Card Weekend come to an end tonight, but it is a destination sensation, Lambeau Field, for the 49ers next week. Welcome back to all of you. It's good to have you here on a Monday, and I've been told that Ray Ratto is now joining us via at-home technology. Hello, Ray.
Hello there. Looking forward to that 2-degree, 32% chance of snow weather.
Hey, makes for sexy football games, no doubt about it. That was a day where when the 49ers can draw it up in terms of a game plan, that's the game plan they draw up, Ray. That's the way Kyle Shanahan wants to win a game. You know, I hear a lot of hand-wringing over individual moments in the game. There's certainly a lot of hand-wringing about the Cowboys and some of the decisions they made late in the game. The decision that Kyle Shanahan made to punt late in that game when it looked like that they could control their own destiny with a very short first down. He's a conservative guy. He's a conservative coach. It's in his DNA to err on the side of caution, and when you got something that's working for you, defensively, you lean on it. The 49ers defense went to work in Dallas yesterday, Ray.
No, yeah, that was your standard 49er win. The running game worked. The defense worked. That's how they do things. And, whatever hand-wringing there is about the quarterback is irrelevant, because this is a team that wins not through the quarterback, but with one. Jimmy Garoppolo did not win that game in any way, shape, or form. Their running game won it the way Kyle Shanahan likes it, and their defense won it. And, to be fair, Dallas also vomited all over itself in the last 2 minutes.
They sure did. It wasn't just the last 2 minutes, Ray. I mean, obviously, when you have a terrible dessert at a restaurant, it's the thing you remember the most. And that ended poorly for Dallas, and we're going to be talking about it. Michael Irvin, I'm sure, is going to be talking about it with us at 4:15. Dallas's line of scrimmage discipline, though. I mean, throughout the entire game, Ray, if we were doing like Dallas radio this afternoon, I would have gone on and actually counted these things, not just made notes throughout the game. I got 6 dead ball fouls. Maybe there were 7, maybe there were 8. I'm not going to go back again. We're not doing Dallas postmortem radio, so I really don't care. 3 encroachments at the very least. Back-to-back false starts on the opening drive of the second half to create a you're about to punt situation. An illegal shift took a big CeeDee Lamb first down off the board in the third quarter. One of the only times CeeDee Lamb's name was used the entire afternoon. Ray, I mean, that was Dallas just showing what I mean, like every reason the Packers wanted to get rid of Mike McCarthy was on display in Dallas's loss.
I don't believe that McCarthy shone very brightly yesterday.
No.
What it told me all those penalties and their indiscipline throughout was that the players on the field knew they could not compete with the guy across the line of scrimmage from them. And they were trying to get like little jumps ahead of the count. They were trying to get by, cutting corners because they couldn't go man-to-man with them. And it showed. I mean, the 49ers are simply better across their own offensive line and across their own defensive line. And those are the penalties you get when you know that you're getting beat physically and you're getting beat speed-wise and you're not in the game. Those are the ones that, you could say that's indiscipline. No, that's a team that knows it's not as fast or as strong. And that's why they tried to cheat and cut corners and they couldn't do it.
And when you can't play man-to-man, you can't play Dallas Cowboys defense. I mean, that's why I think they were a little bit rattled yesterday. And I even used the word rattled on Twitter, and somebody tried to say, what a homer thing to say. I thought Dallas played very rattled the entire day. Dak Prescott was uncomfortable both physically and mentally. You saw Dallas's defensive line, like Ray just pointed out, just looking for any inch of daylight that they could jump into before plays even started, because there wasn't a lot of daylight allowed by a 49ers offensive line that just had a spectacular afternoon. Again, the defensive line, and it's easy to see what Bosa does. It's easy to see Eric Armstead. By the way, it's great that Eric Armstead isn't having nuanced games at this point in the season. But actual, that was a good game. You don't have to explain to me how effective he was because I don't understand football. Like an idiot who never watched the game could see that Eric Armstead had a good afternoon yesterday. Bosa, before he left, was having a good afternoon yesterday. But it goes across the board. Jordan Willis, DJ Jones, Kevin Givens, Charles Omenihu. Hi, who are you? It was a trade that this team pulled off in early November. No fanfare about it. I don't think we discussed it, but to announce it in any one particular show. He has 1.5 sacks yesterday. He was fantastic, and he made the Bosa absence a lot easier to digest in the afternoon.
And the way you can tell that is by looking at how what the Cowboys gained per pass attempt. It's 4.7. That means they were trying to get rid of the ball as quickly as possible because Prescott could not wait in the pocket long enough for those guys to get open deep. And that's largely because the defensive line did not give him time to sit and think about which of his really good receivers he wanted to throw to. He didn't have time for any of that. And it just showed throughout. I mean, the 49ers won the game across both lines of scrimmage, and that really is the essence of Kyle Shanahan football, which is we're going to be bigger than you in the two places where it matters most. And that's what happened.
Some performances, some delicious moments to savor, some post-game sound, some sound from in the 49ers locker room when that game wrapped up. We got it all for you today, but the thing we're looking forward to the most happens at 4:15 this afternoon. Michael Irvin will join Ray and I here on 95.7 The Game. Oh, my God. We're going to have quite a bit to talk about with Michael Irvin. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. While all this football was happening, and Ray, football's super wild card weekend, so super you can't even fit it into the weekend, it comes to an end tonight. We got Arizona at the LA Rams. The winner will be off to Tampa Bay. Obviously, the 49ers are going to be playing the Green Bay Packers. That game's going to be at 5:15 on Saturday. Not Sunday, Saturday, the 49ers are going to be playing. We got Bengals at the Titans on Saturday morning. And next Sunday, we're going to have the winner of tonight's game at Tampa Bay, Bills at the Chiefs in a rematch of the AFC title game from last year. And you don't usually get to say things like, boy, Bill Belichick just got skinned alive in that playoff game. But the Buffalo Bills and Josh Allen did that to him. We got some very interesting things to talk about from the entire world of the NFL playoffs, which, by the way, we are so addicted to. Oh, my God, did they capture America's imagination and attention? And you look at all the top 100 television shows throughout the last calendar year, 75% of them were NFL games. It's a beast. It is a monster. Ray, the Golden State Warriors were not a monster on this road trip, just 1-3, and Draymond's not going to play another game for the rest of the month. it's a good thing that they're coming back home this week for a 7-game homestand that starts tomorrow. They could use a little consistency and a few nights' sleeps in their own bed.
They could use more than that. Losing Green is awful for them because there are a number of things that he and he alone does that they cannot replicate anywhere else on the roster. And so there's going to be some serious adjusting made between now and the end of this homestand, because if you had to list the guys you could afford to lose in reverse order, it would be Curry and then it would be Green. More than Thompson, more than Iguodala, more than anybody. Draymond Green makes differences. And I used the word differences rather than a difference. And I don't know how they replicate all the things he does, or even a majority of the things he does. So this is going to be a scramble for them. And I think it's going to be a scramble that's going to take a while, because not only is it this homestand, we don't know when he's coming back. All we know is we have a rough idea of how many games he's going to miss now. And that could get extended out depending on the injury. So yeah, that was about as bad an injury as they could realistically absorb.
Some of the San Francisco 49ers' biggest, brightest stars had big, bright days. Some guys who are much less heralded also had big, bright days. We got an awful lot to talk about, and at 4:15 today, Michael Irvin. It's going to be a hoot. Can't wait to talk to him. Looks like we got a little breaking NFL news. It was announced that the Raiders were going to be interviewing some GM candidates, and that's odd because you normally don't interview candidates for positions that are already filled, so it was leaning towards... Is Mike Mayock about to get it? And apparently Mike Mayock has gotten it and is out as the general manager of the Las Vegas Raiders. The Raiders are out of the postseason, obviously, losing in Cincinnati over the weekend. So, man, we got an awful lot of stuff to get into today. It is a victory formation Monday for the 49ers. It is a brand new formation once again, obviously, for the Raiders going forward. We got a playoff game happening tonight. We got the Warriors back home. We got Michael Irvin at 4:15, and we are just underway. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game, and we're brought to you by Cal Hope.
With school back in session, there's plenty to worry about. Cal Hope can help with free COVID-19 emotional support. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Here on 95.7 The Game. Man, what an afternoon. That was a good day of 49ers football. If the team really, like the Niners have been two piles of things all year. Like a whole bunch of pile of good stuff and a whole bunch of pile of bad stuff, and then you just take a whole bunch of stuff off two piles, you throw it in the middle, and that's the performance that you're going to get on any given afternoon. Which pile will win out over the other? The pile of good stuff or the pile of bad stuff? The good stuff won yesterday. The good stuff won. The Cowboys undid their own whatever they were trying to do by throwing way too much of their bad stuff into the middle of the pile. And they are now in a group of two, Ray, that you do not want to be in. You just do not want to be in. Only the 2000 Rams and the 2021 Cowboys, the only teams in NFL history to score 500-plus points and not advance past the wild card weekend ever. Poorly coached, poorly poised throughout the afternoon. I mean, just the example alone, Ray, that I want to bring up. And we'll have to bring this up, I think, with Michael Irvin a little bit later on today in about an hour from now when he joins us. And by the way, if you're looking for the best...
he'll enjoy that.
Yeah. If you're looking for the best 49ers content, text 49ers to 20357. That's 49ers to 20357. You hit the subscribe button, and anything we do here goes right there on the 49ers without the other stuff thrown in. So, curated just for you, if you will. Text the word 49ers to 20357. The fake punt, which was, maybe one of the best moments of the entire afternoon for the Dallas Cowboys, Ray, you watch them execute that fake punt. And they totally flipped their lids, like over on the sideline. You could see Dallas not even be able to, handle the success. And what they did was try to get a little cute. Dallas wanted to make the 49ers burn a timeout, so they left the punting unit sort of out there to make everyone go, oh, wow, what's going on? What's going on? But what Dallas really did was confuse itself, and after the fake punt, they got to delay a game on themselves. I mean, that's just slapdash nonsense that professional football teams are supposed to avoid.
It's also the kind of slapdash nonsense, to use your term, that you use when you can't win conventionally. It's the thing that's how that whole game funneled down to me. They couldn't block the 49ers, and they couldn't avoid being blocked by the 49ers. So they had to gimmick the game up. And when you start gimmicking the game up, and you gimmick it up as early as they started to do that, and you have to keep gimmicking it up, you're going to go further and further into the high-risk, low-reward territory until you get to the last play of the game, which was very much a radical gamble because they had nothing left. They had nothing left to show that they had any confidence in. They should have known to give the ball to the official at the end. They should have known. Dak Prescott should have known to slide earlier to try to buy more time. There are a lot of things that they didn't do. Maybe because they're badly coached, or maybe because they don't learn anything. They just feel like we have talent, we can win. And all of a sudden, when you realize, oh, these guys are hitting us in the mouth on a fairly regular basis, we'd better go to the trick bag. You end up with things like that goofy fake punt and then leaving the punt team out there. Who are you fooling? The team that's beating your ass is not going to be fooled by that. The team whose ass you're beating will be fooled by that.
When I knew the Dallas Cowboys were a little rattled and feeling like more uncomfortable than they wanted to let on? Very early in the game. We're in the first quarter still, and they tried the reception, and they tried a hook and lateral like in the second series of the game, Ray. I mean, what was that? It was a little early to go deep into the bag of tricks, I thought, Mike McCarthy. You only do that if you're a little pressed, if you're a little panicked. Represented a little bit later on the fake punt that we were just talking about. So, yeah, it was a day where Dallas, I think, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth, the famous Mike Tyson line. They got punched in the mouth, and their plan kind of got a little rattled right in that moment. You saw that early trickery, which just did not work. The pass ends up going, the backwards lateral, I guess I should call it, ends up going out of bounds. And just, it was really weird to see that. I didn't think that the Dallas Cowboys down 10-0 were going to panic. And what was odd is, even though they've got the quarterback and they've got an awful lot of weapons in their offense, which they knew how to use all season long, when a running game goes away, it starts to hurt a football team. And the best the Dallas Cowboys looked, the only time where they had a sustained drive or felt like they were controlling what they wanted to do on their side of the ball, is in that third series, where they did start running the ball and not panicking. And that led to the touchdown. That was a beautiful fade pass. I mean, it really was. That was the best play of the afternoon, I think, offensively for probably either team outside of the Debo run to the end zone. So, I mean, it was a day where the Dallas Cowboys forgot that they were the home team, favored, and have a running game too. And the Niners were smart to take advantage of all of that.
Well, I mean, it's not like they had a choice. Those are the advantages the 49ers press. And one of the things that is truest about them is that they do what they do until you force them out of it. And the thing that the Cowboys failed to do was force them out of it. They ran 38 times. That's pretty much exactly what they want to do. And they held the Cowboys to 26 minutes of possession, which meant that when the Cowboys had the ball, there was this sort of sense like, I don't know how long we're going to have it. We'd better do something weird and goofy now. They just never achieved the kind of rhythm you saw against other teams. And the Cowboys are a team that from time to time could be really spotty offensively. And yesterday it just seemed like they had nothing. I mean, they looked like they did against Kansas City when they only ended up, I think, with one touchdown or 3 field. They scored 9, and they were never in the game. But the week before they crushed Atlanta. The week after they got into that shootout with the Raiders. I mean, I think they were not used to the idea that this was going to be a hard game to play. I think they really thought that, well, the 49ers, they don't have a very good secondary and their quarterback's not elite, we're going to be okay. And then all of a sudden they had tire tracks on their chests.
Yeah, I mean, so what do you think? Dallas came in a little too full of itself?
No, I think they believed that the 49ers were not as physical as they turned out to be. I just feel like, it looked like they did not expect to be physically shoved around the way they were. And that's why they lost their focus. That's why they got penalized as much as they did. They just seemed like they weren't as full of themselves as they were surprised at how physical the 49ers were.
Especially on that opening drive. I mean, I think that's where we're in an actual fight today started settling into that Dallas defense. That's when Randy Gregory began his afternoon-long sequence of encroachment penalties. It was a 7-play big boy drive that opened the scoring afternoon and put the 49ers up 7-0 right away. Then you get a huge defensive statement to start the day. I think they didn't go 3 and out, but there was a first down, and then it was an awful lot of 49ers getting it done at the line of scrimmage, punctuating with an early Bosa. What did he get? Half a sack, I think, early on that one. But you could just tell that Dak was going to be in for a longer day than he expected early on. And so all of a sudden, the 49ers are up 7-0. They're getting the ball back. And, Gold makes it 10-0. You got Juszczyk doing a great job fighting for yardage that Robbie Gold needed to get up 10, to get the 49ers up 10-0. The first bad thing that happened all afternoon for the 49ers was Jimmy completing that screen pass to Mitchell, and he was just eaten alive and buried. And then you got to delay a game to punctuate it on top of it. But Juszczyk makes a great play fighting for every inch he can, and just like that, it's 10-0 49ers. Now, a little bit later on, you'd see them having to settle. Well, they're settling for a field goal here, and now they're taking the field goal there. Do I like this? Do I not like that? You know, the old adage that field goals get you closer to losing playoff games than they do winning them. You know, I'm sure a few people had that running through their minds. There was a point early on where Kyle decided to take the field goal instead of going for it. I think that was the 13-0. It was the right decision. It was the right decision because at that point you could feel the way the game was flowing. And it was flowing in the 49ers' direction, and it was flowing well towards low-scoring game. Points are at a premium, and Shanahan made the right decision there. We like to talk about what we don't think he does right all the time. Shanahan made the right decision to kick that field goal, just like later on in the game, Shanahan, you know, it almost blew up in his face, but the decision to kick and punt late in the game, which led the Cowboys to their might have been, could have been, would again, but wasn't game-winning drive. Hey, imagine Kyle Shanahan calls a play on 4th and short midfield and gets stuffed, and now the Cowboys have a short field. That would have that couldn't have happened. So you had to kick right there. You had to punt right there.
No, it was very much, and I wouldn't call it conservative, but it's a playoff decision. Because earlier in the game, when you talked about when they went up 10-0, the 49ers, or they went up 13-0, I'm sorry. The 49ers had a 12-play drive that only went for 56 yards. They had a hard time moving. That was probably Dallas's defense at its best. And so Shanahan, I thought, just tried to keep it in the fairway and just say, it's 4th and 1, but I want points here. All right, I want to be 2 scores ahead as quickly as possible. And it worked out for him because they stayed 2 scores ahead until nearly the end of the game. Kyle Shanahan played very much the kind of game that was in fashion when his dad was in charge, wherever he coached. I mean, it's just, you get up by 2 scores. That's your job, especially in the postseason. And really, other than the one drive that Dallas had where they cut it to 6, they didn't look like they could get a lot of chunk plays. That was the one drive where they had chunk plays and several of them. And that was the difference, I thought, that the 49ers had only one drive where they got owned. And I think that's the difference in the game ultimately. It's that, the 49ers had the ball more. They made sure that they didn't do anything stupid with it. And they played a playoff game, an old-fashioned playoff game.
We are brought to you by BMW. Fairfield now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. 888-957-9570. Michael Irvin, the Hall of Famer, the playmaker, one of the greatest Dallas Cowboys of all time, and certainly one of the great guests we have each and every Monday, joins us in about 45 minutes from now at 4:15. Should be a great conversation with Michael Irvin. In the meantime, Casey went to the game. He's still in Dallas. He joins us here on 95.7 The Game. Hello, Casey. What do you got?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I was at the game yesterday, and if you think about how we're talking about Jimmy G today post-game, it sounds just like how Cowboys fans are talking about the Cowboys after a loss. Like, we have to look at this through a prism. The Cowboys are all in on all this money they've spent, and if you take a step back and look at the position the Niners in, I'm way more happy to be in the Niners camp than how the Cowboys are set up right now. So I think we just have to, take it for what it is. Are we moving on Trey Lance? Are we not? But take it for what it is and stop being so negative. Let's move on to Green Bay and get a win.
Yeah, I mean, here's the deal. We haven't been talking negatively about any quarterback all show yet. We're just not even, we're almost not even talking about the quarterback because that game was won just about everywhere else as well. But the truth is, and thanks for the call, Casey, the truth is that if you like the 49ers quarterbacking situation, that's good because they still got it. And if you don't like the 49ers quarterbacking situation, that's fine too because it's probably about to change. Let me tell you how this ends for Jimmy Garoppolo, Ray. I think I figured it out. And I don't know how this season ends. I don't know if it'll be cloaked in glory and Lombardi trophies. I don't know where his next move will be. I don't know when that next move is going to come. Jillian asked me, do you think they're going to go ahead and win in Green Bay? I said, honey, I'm all done predicting what the 49ers are going to do. Just when I think they're done, they look good. Just when I think they look good, they revert to their worst tendencies. So I'm not here to tell you what they're going to do. But I am here to tell you this when it comes to Jimmy Garoppolo. Like the ex-girlfriend that you didn't appreciate until she was gone, Garoppolo is going to be that photograph from high school that you pick up one day and you go, geez, it wasn't so bad. As a matter of fact, it was pretty good. Now, who knows what Trey Lance becomes? Maybe Trey Lance is your long-term forever love and you do end up marrying him instead. But Jimmy Garoppolo, I think, Ray, it's easy to predict that he will be remembered more fondly than he was appreciated in real time, which bordered on almost not at all for so much of his now wildly successful tenure.
And that's because 49er fans, by and large, hate the quarterback who's playing and love the quarterback who isn't. The only period in which that wasn't true was most of Montana and all of Young, because there were people in 1987 who were already screaming for Young to become the starter. That's the nature of 49er fandom. It's who's playing? Oh, I hate him. I mean, the 49ers have won 8 of their last 10. If that's cause for you to be complaining, not you, but the
royal you. Yes.
The royal you. If you're complaining about your quarterback when you've won 8 of 10 games and you've now won your first playoff game on the road, you're a jackass. Go sit somewhere else at the bar. You're not getting it. Do you want your team to win or not? If you want your team to win, well, 80% is a pretty good record. If you think it's all about the quarterback, then you're missing what this team has been about for 3 years. And, again, go sit at the end of the bar, the other end of the bar. You're not helping America. Just shut up. Drink silently, pay your tab, and slink out.
From the Comcast Business text line, 408 says, remember, Damon, you'd have rather not made the playoffs and play Lance than be 2 wins away from the Super Bowl. When I said that, there was a 4-game losing streak. When I said that, everything was going wrong and not right. When I said that, Jimmy Garoppolo was a sequence of still rookie mistakes and not a lot of razzle-dazzle, which, by the way, he still is. But he also gets the job done. And now that Kyle Shanahan is 8 quarters away from a Super Bowl, yeah, he was right. I was wrong. There you go. Did you want to hear that? I can tell you why this definitely works is because I said that about 9 weeks ago, but you still remember it. It rings true in your mind, which means, Ray, the show is working. It stays with people. That's good. It's good for us. But look, the 49ers continue to defy what is sexy about football, what people focus the most on about football. And there is a huge mixed message that the team delivered itself about this quarterback. Yes, Jimmy is the guy who can get you into the playoffs. But yes, Jimmy was also the guy that you went out of your way to mortgage a ton of future assets in order to replace. So a great San Francisco broadcaster once said, 2 things can be equally true. Jimmy is this team's very good quarterback. That's true. Jimmy is at the end of his rope no matter how this year ends and will be appreciated more when he's gone than when he was here, I think it's also true. So it's nuts. That's why this whole year's been crazy. I mean, the whole year, Ray, everyone's been stuck in the middle. How do you feel about your team? Well, it's a middling team having a middling season with a middling quarterback and a situation that's, we're stuck in the middle. Should we stick with this guy or should we go to the next guy? I don't know. He gives you a reason to believe. He gives you a reason to not believe each and every week. It's been maddening, but it's been entertaining as hell. And here they are going to Green Bay. And if you win there, you're in the NFC frickin' title game. Okay, sure. Why not?
It's the classic example of what happens when a team is not built around its quarterback. People get confused because they think that every team is built around its quarterback. And there are occasionally, and they might even be rare, situations where the quarterback is ancillary to the process, not the center of the process. This is one of those teams. And the only team that I can remember that sort of, quote, overcame or won without great dynamic quarterback play was that Baltimore Ravens team that had Ray Lewis and the best defense that ever lived.
Yeah, Dilfer.
I mean, yeah. And Dilfer is way worse than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, way worse. Yeah.
So basically, do you watch, the question is, do you watch football because you want to watch the quarterback do stuff, or do you watch football because you want to see if your favorite team is going to have more points at the end of the day than the other guy? The 49ers are now 11-7. Like I said, they've won 8 of their last 10. Why are you worried about Trey Lance? He's not going anywhere. He'll be around next year. And look, if they beat the Packers somehow, and even get to the conference final, there's no guarantee that Trey Lance is going to be the starter next year. That's just more projection. The thing you got to do about 2022 is worry about it when 2021 is over. 2021 isn't over yet. So Trey Lance is largely irrelevant. He may as well be Cooper Rush. Just look at it that way. You have your quarterback. Calm down.
Well, here's the thing. Cooper Rush wasn't flipped for, multiple picks. So there is a difference there. Just to say that, hey, this quarterbacking situation every quarterbacking situation is a huge dismissal of the reality of the facts on your part, Ray.
No, it's not, because I don't believe that 2022 has started yet, and you don't have to worry about it. 2021 ends when 2021 ends. And for the immediate moment, Jimmy Garoppolo is the only quarterback they have. And they're going to win, not despite him, but because he helps operate the offense that Kyle Shanahan wants run. It doesn't matter how many draft choices they gave up until next year.
Well, the question is then,
next year isn't here yet.
When will Trey Lance become that guy? And you're right. It's not going to happen in Green Bay. And if they win, it's not going to happen in the following game, which would be the NFC title game. And they probably are not going to go to Lance to start the Super Bowl if they reach that. So, yeah, it is.
That's the only point, because I don't know when he's going to be ready, and I don't know when he's going to play. The only thing I'm saying is that discussion is irrelevant right now, because the 49ers have won without a great quarterback.
Sure.
They've won with a quarterback who is functional for what the head coach has built. And it's no more complicated than that.
Ray, you know how people work, though, especially sports fans.
That's why we must look down on sports fans.
No.
We must mock them.
No. When do people want tomorrow? They want it today. That's a reality. Every walk of life, every generation, everyone living right now wants what they've got promised to them tomorrow, coming today, whether you can prove that promise is real or not. That's how it works. That's how dreams work. That's how getting better works.
Yeah, but the difference is today is pretty damn good if you're a 49er fan, if you want it to be.
It is.
So don't worry about the tomorrow and miss the today you're getting, because you're operating with free money at this point.
Oh.
Don't leave the table when you've got the hot hand.
And right now, Jimmy it's just got to be feeling great. I mean, what's amazing to me is that he, did express before this game just a little bit of, it's been a really weird year. But resentment hasn't crept into him or how he's presented himself, not once. And you would think he has the avenue to resent that draft pick just a little bit more now. Like, imagine if they had gotten Jimmy Jamar Chase, what that might have looked like. Anyway, now we're on to a totally different topic. The 49ers are on to Green Bay. That's a bigger topic. What they did yesterday in Dallas, boy, we'll be talking about that with the one and only Michael Irvin at 4:15. In the meantime, you've got to hear on 95.7 The Game. We're coming back and taking more of your calls until we say hello to Michael next hour. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
You've dreamed about it. Now it's time to start living the RV lifestyle. At the RV Super Sale, you'll get super pricing on travel trailers, fifth wheels, van conversions, and truck campers, as well as Class A and Class C motorhomes. The RV Super Sale takes place at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, January 22nd through the 30th. Don't miss this opportunity. The RV Super Sale, January 22nd through the 30th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton.
Hi, this is Damon Bruce, and I love my BMW of Fairfield. And if you own a BMW, you've got a brand new friend. BMW of Fairfield wants you to drop on by their dealership for any and all of your BMW needs, service, parts, upgrade, or drop off your current lease. Pre-order a brand new i4 or iX all-electric vehicle, a proud member of the Napa Solano community. If you got a BMW, you got new friends at BMW of Fairfield.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
Tired of searching for sports updates in different places? The Xfinity. Now back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
It is good to have you here, and boys, stick around tonight. There is a football hour coming up from 6 to 7. Sean Salisbury, Lorenzo Neal, and it's brought to you by Street Strider, the first 2-in-1 indoor-outdoor elliptical. Visit streetstrider.com. That is the football hour coming up at 6 o'clock tonight. Ray and I got full shows all this week, basically. We do have the Warriors back in town tomorrow night against the Pistons. They got a back-to-back on Thursday and Friday as well coming up, Ray. So we'll have much more on the NBA coming up tomorrow. Today being MLK Day, tons of matinees all around the league. Someone on the text line, the Comcast Business text line, asked me if we would be continuing what was a long ago tradition when this was just a little something known as the Damon Brew Show, before Ray, you came into my life, before Matt Kolsky was in our lives, before things changed on the broadcast. One of the things that I would do on every single MLK Day was replay the speech. The big speech. Most of the people only have ever heard the highlights. I have a dream. I used to replay that speech, Ray, and it was the closest I could ever bring the audience to getting into a time machine. To hear one of the great orators of all time, one of the great speakers ever, in his full breath is really something else. Just the language of the times, how different it was from the language of today, is totally a step inside of a time machine. Unfortunately, we can't do it anymore. I would have, of course, ended today's show by playing Dr. King's speech from the mall. But I can't. Because, Ray, it is now a protected by the King family trademark piece of sound. You'd think that would be grandfathered in to any and all sound, like it's in the public domain. It's not. So because of the King family's litigious tendencies, we get emails from corporate saying, sadly, if you had any plans on playing I Have a Dream speech by Martin Luther King today, you can't, because the King family could sue. It's like Michael Buffer's pre-show, I won't even say it. I won't even say it. It rhymes with Bumble, and he wants you to get ready to do it. I won't even say it because he's got lawyers listening, and they're ready to sue too. So it's unfortunate, but one of the things that I enjoyed doing the most on this show, we can't do anymore.
But everybody can listen to it at home. They can find it, and they can hear it, and they'll still get the same sort of feel.
It's jarring to hear it coming out of your radio, though. It really is. There is something special. Will always be special about radio and a person in a car. It's an intimate connection, and it really makes you listen and concentrate. And unfortunately, we cannot play it for you again. It's a real shame. It totally is. Hopefully times change and we can do that sometime in the future. But an awful lot more on the NBA coming up this week. Warriors are in town for a 7-game homestand, which, by the way, will be punctuated by a visit from the Brooklyn Nets. Kevin Durant gone 4 to 6 weeks with a sprained knee. We got Draymond Green out, won't even be reevaluated for another couple of weeks. So very interesting times for the Golden State Warriors. We'll have much more on that a little bit later on this week. In the meantime, Ray, we've got Michael Irvin joining us today at 4:15. A conversation we're really looking forward to. Callers ready to go. We're looking forward to these conversations, too. We got Ken in Arlington Heights, Illinois. Must be a Garoppolo guy. What's going on, Ken?
How'd you know? You basically stole my thunder, and your commentary and your analogy about Jimmy G was spot on. I really just wanted to say you talking about what's going to happen, what's not going to happen, and his demeanor through all of this with no resentment. That's the type of kid he is, and that's the way he's always been. And he's a professional. And I can't stand it when the announcers, like yesterday, I'm not sure if it was Romo or the other announcer, who had said that if Jimmy doesn't win this game today, despite the game they had last week, his career and his future with the 49ers is going to be up in the air. And I hear that a lot when he's playing. And I don't know where that comes from. I don't know think of any other quarterback in the league. When you take a look at, okay, there's Aaron Rodgers, there's Tom Brady's. Who else is there after that, after you get past the top three? And I think Jimmy is right in there as far as being a great quarterback, and I think he's done a great job for your team. And look at the situation we have in Chicago with Justin Fields and the debacle with Bears management. How'd you like to have that?
Oh,
I'd like to know where all this resentment comes from.
There's no doubt. Look, I you know what I think more than anything it is, Ken, is people demand, even though they have no expectations of any of it in their own life, they demand perfection from the position of quarterback, as if Joe Montana and Steve Young were infallible careers without incompletions, interceptions, and disappointment. You know, people only remember the good. And there is so much projection of the desire of what people want the quarterback to be for the 49ers. I mean, it's harder to be a 49er quarterback than it is to be a quarterback in other cities. Period, full stop, because you're in the shadow of greatness. It's like being a center fielder or a shortstop for the New York Yankees. Like, good luck following those expectations. You're going to love it.
I think you seized on it earlier, though. I think it's that people want tomorrow today. And Trey Lance is presumably the quarterback of tomorrow. But everybody said, "No, I don't have time for today. I need tomorrow now." And as a result, had you gotten what you wanted, you wouldn't have had this, because a quarterback with as little game experience at this level as Trey Lance has had, and as little game experience as he had at the college level, they weren't going to get 10 wins out of him. That was going to be a learning year. And instead, what you get to learn is, hey, you can win games now, and then you can worry about the future later. Again, I don't know when Trey Lance is going to be the starter, because it looks like it probably will be next year, but I wouldn't bet heavily on it anymore. If they get to the conference final, all of a sudden, that's a different dynamic again. And Kyle Shanahan has shown time and again that he's got to be convinced. And I think right now he's convinced more than ever that Jimmy Garoppolo is his right now guy. And he'll worry about what happens next in February, because he doesn't have to worry about February until February shows up. And that's one of the things that you can credit him for, is to not get impatient, is not to, deviate from a plan that hadn't shown it was going to fail. He said, this is what I want until I want something different. And he waited it out, and now he's got a team that's won 8 out of 10 and is going to a divisional final game.
Not bad. It's good work if you can absolutely find it. Ken, thank you very much for the call. 888-957-9570. This is Marco, San Rafael. Hello, Marco.
Hey, guys, I almost find myself on the other end of the Ray arguments half the time. But in this particular instance with Jimmy, I got to say I completely agree with him. If this was the beginning of the season, I was on the other side of the fence and couldn't stand Jimmy and wanted Trey in there, but he has really proven himself over the last 10 games, even with some of the tough games he's had. And, in looking at the game in totality yesterday, he was by and large the better quarterback, even with his mistakes, even with the overthrow of Ayuk, even with the interception. Prescott was horrible. He really was. And who would you rather have? And this guy is showing poise. He's relaxed on the field. He's laughing in between snaps. And, the guys respect him, and he's doing a great job, and I'm along for the ride now. So, Ray, I agree with you on this instance.
There you go.
Well, don't ever do that again. I could tell it made you uncomfortable.
Thank you, Marco. Jim in Berkeley. You're on 95.7 The Game. What do you got, Jim? Oh, Jimmy is gone. What are you going to do? From the 650.
If you say that in a different way, people are going to think something happened to the quarterback. Especially with the story about the sprained shoulder now.
Yeah, by the way, Jimmy's playing on. Why even put that out there? The sprained shoulder. I guess you have to for betting purposes. But yeah, a little bit of a sprained shoulder, a little bit of a cortisone shot. He's playing.
Yeah, well, I put it out there because Kyle Shanahan put it out there.
Right.
I didn't make that one up.
No, you didn't. You didn't. From the 650. Saying, Damon, you threw so much dirt on Jimmy's name throughout the season. You don't get to switch and sing his high praises. Flip-flops don't look good on you. This isn't flip-flopping. This is reacting to the game that we just saw. My opinion hasn't changed. Jimmy is the world's most handsome C-plus quarterback. I'm sorry, B-. It's probably fairer. Maybe he's even a B. He didn't see if Trent Williams was set after shifting yesterday and nearly screwed up a quarterback sneak that could have won the game. I mean, he is a flawed quarterback who makes the kind of mistakes that you do not want to see a quarterback make in year 8. I don't know what to tell you. There's an awful lot about Jimmy that's better than we give him credit for being. There's an awful lot about Jimmy's game that leaves plenty to be desired. He'll be more remembered fondly than he is appreciated in real time. There's no doubt in my mind. Everything I told you about Jimmy Garoppolo, whatever Monday we were talking about, it was the right thing on that day, at that time. And I even did say, an awful lot of the time, as bad as it is, it's still not the worst you've ever seen. There are a lot of teams in football that would like this level of a problem. He's okay. Jimmy's okay. I wouldn't even say he's a really good NFL quarterback. He's a regional manager in a really successful branch of that company.
Here's what I would correct you with. First of all, it's 4 o'clock.
All right. First of all, I don't need any correcting, but we can talk about it. Welcome
I'll
to
help
4
you with
o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified. Here's where I will correct you. He's better than just a regional manager. As you see the year play out, you see more and more quarterbacks who fail as things get tighter. He's managed not to fail. Is he pretty? Not really. Does he give you great fantasy points? Not ever. But given the offense he is asked to run, and given the things he does, he's better than a regional quarterback. Is he somebody you'd want to plan to have as your quarterback for the next 10 years? No. I mean, that would be the Justin Herbert type. But on this team, with this coach and this personnel, he's actually really quite good. He's going to be one of the last 8 survivors. And the fact that he's not the reason why the 49ers win may strike a lot of people as weird, but the whole goal is not to have the prettiest quarterback. The whole goal is to win.
Right. I mean, he's Alex Smith. He's
better than Alex Smith because he's done things that Alex Smith hasn't done. And Alex Smith was also on worse teams than Jimmy Garoppolo was. So I don't know if that's an apt comparison. He's better than Alex Smith.
I think Alex Smith in this situation is very similar to what Jimmy Garoppolo is. And if you put Jimmy in Alex Smith's situation, they're still drafting Mahomes.
If you put Aaron Rodgers in Alex Smith's situation, his career would have been a lot shorter. He could not have saved that team.
At the beginning of it, yeah. If you put Aaron Rodgers on Jim Harbaugh's teams the way that Alex Smith was, he's not going to Kaepernick when Aaron Rodgers is healthy to come back. You know what I mean? And they win 2 of those 4. They're going to and winning Super Bowls with more than a regional manager as their quarterback. That's why the move to Kaepernick was made, because Alex had topped out. Kaepernick represented a little bit more razzle-dazzle, and Harbaugh was willing to wade into the unknown razzle-dazzle in ways that Kyle is reluctant to say the least.
Well, and we see how that ended up. Harbaugh failed at the end, in part because while he loved the prospect of Kaepernick, he didn't exactly do much to help him become a more complete quarterback. And that I hold him responsible for, because he thought, this is a guy who can do everything. Well, that means you got to teach him everything. And I don't think that between the roster that they didn't keep up and the things they were asking him to do on any given Sunday, that he had much of a chance to succeed. So that's on Harbaugh, and that's why Harbaugh ended up out eventually, or it's one of the reasons at least. But we're talking about 2013. We're now 8 years in the past.
By the way, though, what is past might be prologue. Let me just let you know that today we do have some breaking NFL news. The Raiders have fired general manager Mike Mayock, so you would assume they're going to hire a general manager, and Rich Bisaccia's good story probably comes to an end right there. Colts assistant general manager Ed Dodds, apparently, Ray, I saw Ian Rappaport say that he is on the list of GM candidates that will interview for the job. I just want to let you know that he started his career with Al Davis as an intern in the 03 through 06 seasons, and he was with the Raiders when Jim Harbaugh was the quarterback coach. So there you go.
Well, here's the thing about that. I think the Dodds thing has a great deal of fire to it as well as smoke. Because when you fire your general manager that quickly, there's at least a decent chance that you've got a new guy already in mind. And Mark Davis has never shown any inclination of hiring outside the family, except for Mike Mayock. And so I wouldn't be surprised if Ed Dodds gets hired in the next couple of days. That said, I don't know if Davis is going to be a little gun-shy about hiring another very expensive cartoon character after the last very expensive cartoon character he had flamed out so spectacularly. It won't be for the same reason, but I don't know that he can back up $100 million over 10 years for John Gruden with somebody who's going to ask for $12 million and probably 15 years. I think Mark Davis might be a little gun-shy on that.
He might be, but I don't know if he's got the bigger, broader view to look beyond what might be his only idea on how to fix this. Underestimating.
Well, that's why
Mark.
you sort of hired Dodds to leave it to him and then get out of the way.
Maybe. Like I said, though, maybe Dodds is going to be like, hey, you got to go get me Jim Harbaugh. That's my guy. And then what is Mark Davis supposed to do? I mean, I don't know that that's going to happen, but very interesting. I'll tell you this. The Raiders do have a star. His name's Max Crosby, man. That guy's a hell of a player. Somebody on the text line, the Comcast business text line, asked, what do you guys think of that debacle and the referee clown show that took place in that Raiders game? Look, there was enough game after that inadvertent whistle to where you can't let that be the reason that it beat you. Having said all that, the inadvertent whistle came on a play that was a touchdown, and the Raiders lost by 7 points. So that does suck too. But it was a day where I didn't think it was a official or NFL conspiring against the Raiders level of afternoon. It was a better team won afternoon for the Raiders more than anything else. And they just asked Derek Carr to do too many things. How many times did he throw the ball? 78 times? I mean, it was a lot.
Well, the other thing that I would say, though, is, and I usually don't rag on officials, but after that play, it seemed like the entire officiating crew had a hard time figuring out even the most mundane stuff. That it almost felt to me like they had emotionally lost control of the game. And I don't believe that the better team lost. I think Cincinnati was the better team and showed it throughout. But that game sort of turned flavor-wise. That, all of a sudden, every time there was a flag, you're going, oh, how are they going to ruin this? And they spent more time having conversations and more time trying to explain what even the simplest stuff. It felt to me like they got thrown off their game more than the Raiders did with that call.
They rattled themselves, Ray.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like they went, oh, my God, we just screwed that up. We're going to catch hell for it later. And then they lost control of what they're supposed to be doing.
Before we get to Michael Irvin, who's joining us in just a little bit here on 95.7 The Game, what'd you think of the first opening super wildcard weekend of all time, Ray? I mean, a lot of the 7 the 7 seeds got blown out, basically. The Eagles were terrible. Tom Brady had a field day in that game. And, what'd you think? I mean, would you rather watch bad playoff football than less playoff football? You tell me.
I would rather have less because this is just my own personal feeling, that the standard for getting into the playoffs shouldn't be the last team who sucked the least. For me, if you can't win 10 games in a 17-game season, you shouldn't be in. And if that means that there are more playoff teams than other years, fine. I would rather watch a game in which you're not seeing Pittsburgh flail around the way they did, because that game had nothing to it. I mean, you looked at it at the end and you go, boy, Kansas City looked great. Nah, they were playing Pittsburgh. And I think
it's a good defense. I mean, it's a decent defense, but Pittsburgh can't do anything offensively.
Yeah, but you knew what you were going to get. Is if they had to score 2 touchdowns, they were done. For me, there were at least 3 games that I could have cheerfully skipped, and one of them was the Raider game. I mean, because you never got the sense, at least I didn't get the sense, that the Raiders were part of that. And really the only thing that they're clinging to now is the fact that somebody in Jerome Boger's crew doesn't know when to blow a whistle. For the most part, that was Cincinnati's game start to finish.
Did Boger Cruz get blacklisted by the NFL for the rest of the playoffs? I think I read that somewhere. I don't know if that was like a embittered real tweet or maybe it is real.
No, Schefter said they were probably going to get knocked out for the rest of the playoffs, which is fine. They didn't have a very good day, never mind the one call. And, you've still got 6 other crews to choose from for 4 games. So somebody was going to get knocked out, and I think their knockout system is don't blow the wild card game. And they didn't blow it, but they made it unsightly. So I haven't seen official confirmation from the league, but I'd be shocked if that crew went another time.
Man, we still have an awful lot more coming up, and it's the interview. We have one guest today, and it's the most perfect guest on the best timed afternoon booking of all time. Michael Irvin. He played for, the Dallas Cowboys. Yes, he played for the Dallas Cowboys. Was he good? Let me look that. Yes, he was good. How good was he? He was a Hall of Famer. What does he have to say about that 49ers-Cowboys playoff game yesterday in Dallas? Stick around, because the Hall of Famer, Michael Irvin, joins Ray and I here next on 95.7 The Game, and we are sponsored by Cal Hope.
With school back in session, there's plenty to worry about. Cal Hope can help with free COVID-19 emotional support. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.
Now back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
The game could not have started any better for the San Francisco 49ers. A 7-play big boy pushing guys around the line of scrimmage drive. You go up 7-0. Your defense then makes a statement on Dallas's opening drive. You get the ball back, field goal time, you're up 10-0, and that is the formula which we see Kyle Shanahan's team have success with an awful lot. You get a lead, you get a little conservative, sometimes even too conservative for the likings of some 49er fans, but you sit on it, you run that clock down to zeros, and at the end of the day, more often than not, that's a win for the 49ers. They dominated the line of scrimmage yesterday. The Cowboys were full of mistakes on their own yesterday. And to talk about it, I don't think I've ever looked more forward to saying hello to Michael Irvin on a Monday than a Monday where the 49ers knocked the Cowboys out of the playoffs on their own home field. Michael, welcome here. It's good to have you as always. Let's start with this. What's the moment in the game where you thought Cowboys are in an awful lot of trouble today? Did one moment stand out that made you think, uh-oh, this is not good?
You know what? The first drive, I saw the drive, and I was like, okay, we got they're taking the ball down the field, went down the field. Then when you go up 10-0, that really gave me some peace, actually, when you went up 10-0, because I'm saying, oh, okay, they're not getting in the end zone. That means they'll be lingering there. If you can get going, you can get in the end zone and make some plays. But it never happened, you know. So when I look at that game last night, there's no way, if you look around the board all week, all super wild card weekend, and it shall be tonight, every team that won, the stars of the team showed up and made plays. You have to have rule number one, the main thing being the main thing. That means your stars have to show up. And San Fran stars showed up, and Dallas stars did not. I'm talking the offensive stars. Dak, Zeke, Pollard.
Did CeeDee Lamb play yesterday? I'm not sure he did.
I don't even know if he played. Yeah, you know, CeeDee Lamb. And it's all about making the plays in those moments, and they didn't do it. And San Francisco guys, they did it. That was so telling when Debo said after the turnover, he said, just give me the ball. He said, just give me the ball. When they ran 21-yard touchdown, see, that means they were working. They were running towards that moment when Dallas looked like they were running away from it.
Was there a point, if 10-0 did not sour you on the experience, could it have been 13-0? I know it's just another field goal, but all of a sudden it's a 2-score game, and Dallas doesn't look like it's got anything together and like it's getting pushed on both sides of the ball.
No, I never soured on the experience until late in the game. Because when you guys went down and scored, I said, oh, my God, wait a minute. They're keeping them right here. They're staying right here. 23 points. The defense, for me, did their job. Only getting 17 out of offense, that's totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. You know what I mean? That's just all those $100 million guys you have on offense just did not show up and did not perform. But the defense kind of kept me hoping in there that the offense just come around and make a few drives, and then Bosa went out. You had a shot right there. But it never materialized. It just never materialized.
I thought there were two particular moments, Michael, that opened the door for the Cowboys. Jimmy throwing a terrible interception was one of them.
Right.
And then that roughing the punter penalty, I thought that entire game could have turned on that play alone, because I really did think in that second half.
You're talking about turn for Dallas.
Absolutely.
Right. No, I understand that. But what evidence did you see in the offense that said, okay, it really could turn? There was no consistency in that offense. Nothing consistent that made you believe, they really threaten here.
Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game. So let's get into the meat and potatoes of how that game ended with the quarterback sneak without any time to spike it. Or I know that Mike McCarthy and Dak were both saying, these referees were working against us today. Like, bite your tongue, man. That was a terrible play. It was a terrible decision that they were put into due to a sequence of bad decisions all afternoon. I mean, who stepped on their own cranks in the opening weekend more than the Dallas Cowboys? It felt like there was a self-inflicted gunshot wound every single time they did something right.
Right, and we talked about CD. He had one grab. CD had two more grabs in this, a 30-yarder, and all those came back for holding. It was just one penalty after another. And honestly, man, if I balled out and I lose this game 38-35, and I don't put those many points on the board, and I come out and say, man, I don't like the way this game's ref. Okay, I'll take that. But shut the hell up if you went into a third quarter with 7 points on the board talking about how somebody refed the game. Stop asking the ref, because that's what it sounds like. It sounds like you're saying to the ref, what are you doing? Help us win this game, as opposed to me doing what I got to do and say, what are you trying to stop us from winning this game? When you're not putting any points on the board, you can't say a word, and they shouldn't be saying a word offensively.
Do you think, Michael, there's a fallout now with Mike McCarthy? Is Kellen Moore, who is going to be interviewing for a lot of openings, does Jerry need to start thinking about it's more important to keep Kellen Moore around than it is Mike McCarthy?
Well, Mike McCarthy, you're hearing a lot of talk. It's not just Kellen Moore. It's also Dan Quinn. And Dan Quinn's supposed to be the hottest prospect out there. But let me tell you this, and I kind of joked, and I didn't joke. I'm serious about it when we talked about it on First Take this morning. If you got me a Kyle Shanahan, or a Sean Payton, or you got me a Bill Belichick, man, if it takes it, I'll help cut the check to pay them to get out of here. But don't you start talking about getting rid of people and bringing me people that don't know any more than this man knows. This man does have a ring under his belt. I don't know if Kellen Moore can be a head coach. All I know is I'm watching the offense that Kellen Moore ran. That was his offense. We can put it all on McCarthy if you want, but that was Kellen Moore's offense. And whatever mistakes Michael McCarthy's making right now on time clock management, I would imagine Kellen Moore is going to make a few mistakes as you try to groom him. I just don't know if that's the right call right here. Now, Dan Quinn, a guy with a little more experience, I think you got to be careful. And even with that, I love Dan Quinn right now. But remember now, they didn't let Dan Quinn go yesterday. I mean, he did a great job here in Dallas, but they didn't let him go last year for doing a hell of a great job in Atlanta. You see what I'm saying? They let him go because it wasn't working out. So, yeah, there may be. I know there's a lot of things going on. Jerry not addressing it the other day on the interview, saying, I'm not talking about that. Yeah, that leaves some speculations on what may happen.
A couple of questions. First, on the thing you just said. Jerry Jones is not normally one who sort of flies off the mouth and doesn't say things that he hasn't thought about. Is this designed to grease the skids, do you think? Or is it just to buy him time until he can figure out whether there's something out there better than McCarthy?
In this business, I think you're always looking for something better.
You know what I mean? If something's better is available and you can get to it, you know, you're always trying to upgrade. That's the meritocracy of this business. That's why no matter what I did every year, I said, man, I got to make sure the next dude trying to come and get me. That's just the reality. So I think Jerry has to weigh a lot of things because as much as I know how much Dak loves Mike McCarthy and I know how much he loves Kellen Moore and all of those things, you can't. Some of those late game decisions, some of those late game situations, you can't defend that stuff. You can't defend it. So yeah, they got to have a conversation about things.
Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game. So we spent so much of the year asking you about Jimmy Garoppolo. Is he? Isn't he? Trey Lance? Might he be? Could he be? Where do Cowboys fans stand on Dak now? Because that is a financial commitment that is extreme to a guy who I did not think he was anything close to special yesterday. And you can put that on the whole offense or whatever, but you know, if the 49ers got a quarterbacking problem, do the Dallas Cowboys have one?
Oh, I don't say the Dallas Cowboys have a problem because a lot of what we're talking about right here, we remember now, 49ers, you saying have a quarterback problem because they had the number 2 pick in the draft and they took a top quarterback, and now you're saying, well, okay, let's see, which one is the better? That's a hell of a good problem to have. A lot of people, quarterback problems don't come down like that. So you say, well, I don't know, Dak, if you're the guy, get on out of here. Well, who do you have? You see what I'm saying? So Dallas doesn't have a quarterback problem because they ain't got nothing anywhere near close to Dak to even think about making a talk about doing anything else. And you don't just throw back a Dak Prescott and say, I'm getting back in the race. That race is too ugly and too dirty.
Of the things that happened on Dallas's last drive, what is the one thing you find most inexcusable? What is the thing that pissed you off the most?
First of all, that pisses me off. This pisses me off. That we're focused so much on that last drive and that last play as if that was going to be axiomatic, self-evident, easy play, or easy touchdown. That wasn't going to be that. It wasn't going to be that. The issue is the whole game you played. You're having this offense, and you're taking that 7 points through the third quarter. That's the ridiculous part of the whole day and of the whole game. And that's why I said we come right out of that, and we're saying Kellen Moore is the hottest thing or one of the hottest prospects. I mean, that's your offense, man. That was your offense. Your guys didn't show up. Now, I believe Dallas, and I said this to you guys, Dallas lost that line of scrimmage on both sides of the football. And I think they certainly have to start now looking at that offensive line and start considering making some changes along that offensive line to try to get back to a suitable run game. That I do think has to happen.
Michael, we talked about what didn't go on for the Dallas Cowboys at any time in the game, and I thought one of the first kind of chinks in the armor that you saw throughout the day was that early hook and lateral that they tried to play off. Like, you are way too early in an important football game to be digging that deep in a bag of tricks. When a team does go deep into a playoff, into a playbook early on in a game, do you get a sense that means they're just a little worried about doing it the straight up man-to-man way? Because man-to-man football is what got Dallas where it was this year.
Yeah, but Dallas had issues handling the front four. You were able to drop 11 and crowd the back end and still get all of that pressure, 5 sacks on that Prescott with the guys up front. Of course, you blitzed a few times up in there. But when it's not what you do, and then you start doing all of that other stuff where you're doing all that trick stuff, then yes, I can take what you're saying. That's saying, man, you guys, we can't move this ball. We can't move you. We're not tough enough. We're not so. We got to go to the trick stuff. But I honestly, I still didn't think that the Cowboys were being demoralized, even running the ball or I didn't think they would be demoralized offensively, where you say, let's go to trick stuff. I just thought they didn't execute, and the stars didn't step up and make plays. Not like you're going to be wide open. I tell guys all the time, yes, you covered me. Deion Sanders, yes, you covered me. Rod Woodson, yes, you covered me. Yes, you did, but I made the damn play anyway. Hence the name, the playmaker. We needed people to step up and make plays, not just, oh, he was covered. So what? Make the play anyway.
A week ago, you didn't like this matchup for Dallas. What's your opinion of the matchup for Green Bay this coming week?
And I said that, I don't know, well, maybe it wasn't with you guys, but I told somebody else when they asked me the toughest competition for Green Bay. I said it was San Francisco because of the style of play. We can slow this ball down. We can slow it down, and we can get to Aaron Rodgers with our front four. So now we got 7. Even if we put 2 on Devontae Adams and ask the other 5 to keep a peeked eye on him, we can work with this. That's why I said it's going to that it's a tough match. Now you're gonna need everybody healthy, and I'm already heard about Fred's high ankle sprain, and he said he's going to go, but he still won't be who he's supposed to be. So if you can get everybody healthy enough on that field, boy, yeah, you got a chance. But it's going to be tough. I got Green Bay right now coming out of the NFC because it's going to be tough to go in Green Bay and beat them, but you can.
No doubt. Hey, it was tough to go into Dallas and win. The 49ers just did that. Not a lot of people thought that they were. Actually, a lot of people did kind of call the upset.
A lot
but
of people did, yeah.
Yeah, no, it was. I almost thought, fade the public, man. This means Dallas might put it on them something fierce. But no, the 49ers showed up, and you saw the best of Kyle Shanahan. You still saw some of the, that doesn't quite fit together very well, parts of the Kyle Shanahan game plan. Man, special teams is going to end up costing the 49ers at some point here. They got away with a little special teams murder yesterday, I thought. That fake punt. Look at Josh Norman had such a bad year. We even got punters targeting Josh Norman now.
That's so funny. I like that the special team murder too. I like that little comment right there. He getting away with that. But yeah, yeah. But let me tell you something, man. And I told you the thing that you have why this was a bad matchup for me. Dallas defense has lived off of turnovers, but Kyle Shanahan limits. He has the ability to limit Jimmy Garoppolo. After that interception, you saw that. Wait, that's it for you.
Yeah,
that's it for you.
Put the handcuffs right back on him.
That's it. Right. You know, Arizona, the Rams, those guys will give it to you a little bit more than he will. Certainly in Philadelphia. That's why I wanted one of those teams, and that's what Green Bay is going to have to worry about because Green Bay. When that run game coming downhill, Green Bay ain't gonna be able to stop it. Green Bay ain't gonna be able to stop it. You better hope that weather is bad, and that can help. That can help Green Bay, but they're not going to be able to stop that run game coming downhill. It'll go down to the same thing we're talking about. If Jimmy Garoppolo don't turn the ball over, you'll have a chance to beat him.
Is how much? I don't know if you've ever done the playing in 2-degree weather thing with a possibility of snow, but how does that
temperature right now?
That is the projected temperature at game time on Saturday.
Oh, golly moly, scully dolly, woo, woo, woo! Oh no! Oh man, I don't even like that, man.
Man, that's not football weather in your mind.
Oh man, no, man, that's God Almighty. Oh man, you know. You got to think about that. That's and I don't want it to mess with the game. I want to see the game. You know, I believe that's the advantage San Francisco if you can stand the cold. But the mental part of being in that cold, when you say, you know, there's a mental advantage Green Bay gets because they feel like, ooh, Green Bay, it's supposed to be this way it's supposed to be. You know what I mean? You don't feel that in San Francisco. Just that little mental thing right there. They have to make sure they can overcome it mentally. But, boy, I think it's an advantage if you're going to overcome what you really feel like to the game plan of San Francisco than it is to the game plan of Green Bay.
Michael, let's wrap up with the last game of this opening wildcard weekend, which is going to kick off in a little while from down in L.A. An awful lot of pressure on Matthew Stafford to win the first playoff game of his entire career. All eyes on Rams and Cardinals tonight. How do you think this one breaks out? Who's going to Tampa Bay?
I got the Rams in this game, but let me break this for you now. There's an opportunity and a possibility here because of what you talked about. 0-3 is 0-3. And we've seen some things here this season with Matthew Stafford. You know, Matthew Stafford, I believe, really still believes he's that young kid with that cannon arm. And sometimes he tries to throw those balls, those deep balls, like he's trying to get to Odell Beckham, and those balls are falling short. So if he does enough of that tonight and give Arizona some turnovers, he can walk out as a loser. But it would take Kyler Murray having a game kind of like what Josh Allen had the other day. You have to do it all. He has to get everybody involved, throwing the ball all around the place. And he almost has to rush for 100 yards by himself if they are to beat the Rams tonight.
So you didn't tell me how much fun playing in 2-degree weather was. How close did you ever come to playing in one of those?
I think I played in Green Bay, where the wind chill temperature got below zero, like a -5 or something like that. And when you asked the question, it was no answer to the question. The way you ask it, you ask how much fun was it to play in? There's no answer to that because there was no fun. It was no fun.
So there was an answer to the question, and it was no fun.
Right there. Right. Well, is no fun any fun? How much fun is fun? Listen, man, it's the worst thing in the world is all I know. I even hate right now today when people say that, this is football weather. No, it's not. That's why we don't start in December. We start in September to try to catch some real football weather. That's why we start up here before it gets to this. But now that we are here, let's deal with it. And if they can deal with it, I think it favors San Francisco more than it favors Green Bay, even though they're used to it.
Spoken like a man who went to Miami. Michael, thank you so very, very much.
It told Green Bay when they were trying to draft him, don't do that, Green Bay. I will drop this draft choice and go back to school, and you will lose that draft choice. I am not leaving Miami to come to Green Bay. Not just for the son, too. Back then, no, I am a brother going to Green Bay, but that ain't got nothing to do with that.
I tell you what, it was a cold night in Buffalo, but man, we gotta. You like sexy quarterback matchups? I gotta ask you about this one on the way out. Josh Allen versus Patrick Mahomes on Sunday night. That's a heavyweight title fight right there.
Yeah, that's going to be so great to watch that too, man. And remember now, it took everything for them to win early on this season. And Kansas City wasn't Kansas City. I think the Chiefs are back to who they are right now. Can't wait to watch that game and break that game down.
You're the man, Michael. Thank you so much for joining us. Always great to talk to you. And I'll tell you what, you are without a doubt the only most beloved Dallas Cowboy here in the Bay Area.
Yeah, man, this was a tough day. You got your day here, man. I didn't want it, and then when it happened and everybody started picking San Fran, I said, okay, maybe this will work. Maybe this will make the Cowboys, the man in every Cowboy, stand up and say, I am he. But they didn't stand up and say that, man. Congratulations, guys, on getting an opportunity to keep that thing going.
Thank you very much. Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game. Every single conversation. It's an A+ with that guy. There is no answer to your question, Ray. No fun. -5 degrees. I mean, let's be honest. There is not a lot of fun to be had -5 degrees. Like, even if you're skiing, that's a little too cold.
This would be, and I'll make this very quick, the 5th coldest game in Lambeau Field history, measured in recorded Lambeau Field history. If it ends up kicking off at 2, which is what they're predicting.
Balmy. Ugh. You're going to need a lot of brats to get through that one. What the 49ers have coming up is a huge opportunity. It will not be easy, obviously, but, man, they got an awful lot of football truth at their disposal right now, and we're going to come back talking about that. We're going to come back talking with you as well. Open lines the rest of the show. 888-957-9570. The 49ers have won a playoff game in Dallas, and they're off to Green Bay. If you like royalty, that's kind of how it sounds. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
It's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee. Tomorrow, we break down the 49er win over the Cowboys with the smartest man in football, Brian Baldinger.
help you protect others on the road. Not just a driver-centric cockpit, one with intuitive tech that actually gets you. So you can block out all the noise and focus on what matters. That's what you can get with the all-new 2022 Lexus NX. To discover more about this next-level crossover, visit Lexus.com/NX.
Oh, golly moly, golly dolly, woo, woo, woo. Oh, no. Oh, man, I don't even like that, man.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, was that open mic jazz? Was that Michael Irvin scatting? That was his answer to, hey, what do you think of playing in 2 degrees? Give that.
Golly moly, golly dolly, woo, woo, woo. Oh, no. Oh, man, I don't even like that, man. Man.
That is, Ray. That's jazz fusion right there from Michael Irvin, the Hall of Famer.
He almost completely avoided English words with that entire sentence.
Hard to do. But he's our guy. Just a fantastic afternoon with Michael. It always is. Whenever we talk to him on a Monday, it's an A+. The Monday after the 49ers beat the Cowboys in their own building in the playoffs, A++. Love the Michael Irvin interview from the 925 on the Comcast Business text line. Thank you very much. We do too. And somebody says, Ray, just smile once. Ray, here's the thing. If you were watching, he did smile during the Michael Irvin interview, during the skiddly diddly duddly do answer that you just got. You are watching us. I don't know why you would, but we are streaming live on Twitch and on YouTube. Twitch.tv/957 The Game, YouTube./957 The Game. Ray might smile. You've all been warned. Doesn't happen much.
No, that was the smile for the month. He missed it.
Oh, what a toothy grin you do indeed have, too, Ray. You should let it out.
So now he has to come back 2 Tuesdays from now to start the new month.
Man, I tell you, that was the Shanahan-iest of all wins when you really think about it. A little something from all the good things and all the bad things of this season were on full display. They got the lead. They dominated the game physically. They get conservative as soon as the time is right to do that. These are all Kyle Shanahan calling cards, as is victory with 30 or more carries yesterday, 38 carries, 169 rushing yards. But again, what you do with the rushing yards is almost irrelevant. It's the carries that is the magic. The carries, the time of possession. Kyle won that too, especially early on, keeping Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys out of rhythm all day, certainly all first half. The 49ers had the ball, Ray, for 34 minutes. Also making it a signature 49er game. Terrible special teams. Terrible. Robbie Gould was good. Robbie Gould hit his field goals, but that fake punt, the roughing the kicker on the punt, for goodness sakes, you had 2 special teams plays that could have undone 59 other minutes of work through a 60-minute football game. Those 2 plays alone, it was a miracle the 49ers survived them, Ray.
Yeah, but it didn't undo them. You know, I mean, in the end, with the 49ers, you have to just get used to white-knuckling these a little bit. Because this is who they are. They don't blow many teams out. Certainly not in this current inculcation of them. So you're not going to get a wire-to-wire
shoulder sprain for Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't even want to bother talking about that. He's playing. Nick Bosa is still in concussion protocols, Ray. The question of whether or not he plays. There was a lot of blue tenting going on, and if Nick Bosa doesn't play, that's officially bad news, because we know how good, how special, how much of a tone setter he is, how much the guys feed off the attention that he receives. But I'll tell you, that entire defensive line, not just one man, is wrecking games right now. So, you know, this is going to sound like I regret saying this before I even say it. I think the choice between Nick Bosa or Fred Warner missing this game, if it were up to you to choose, you might choose Bosa right now, because Fred Warner is irreplaceable to the role that he really plays in the Niners defense, where Nick Bosa is wildly important. But replaceable is something that he just was. And Kyle Shanahan talked about that after the game, how this team, in the face of more injury, got the job done.
I mean, to lose two of our best players, our captains, and be able to protect a lead like that too. I mean, when you're missing your middle linebacker and you're missing our best pass rusher, the guys stepping it up in their place, and I think you guys have been seeing guys do that these last couple months too, and just how much all guys who haven't been playing just have been fighting these last couple months to get back and to get healthy enough to play against the Rams, and then this week to play in the playoffs. Couldn't have done it without those guys.
I mean, look at where they're getting contributions from, Ray. Juwan Jennings. We didn't even talk about Juwan Jennings all damn year. I mean, it wasn't a topic. The guy had a career-high 6 catches just last week. He finished the regular season with only 24 of them. He had 3 catches for 29 yards yesterday, and I think every single one of them triggered a first down. He was not a huge piece of the game plan, but when called upon, man, he answered the bell. Juwan Jennings is a huge reason why the 49ers won that game yesterday. Look at that catch that Brandon Ayuk had. I'm talking early, massive first down out of Brandon Ayuk at the 12-minute mark of that second quarter. He made a great catch, had the spatial awareness there on the sideline to fight for a few more inches and reach for that first down. That turned into a drive that went ahead and got a field goal that made it 10-0.
Well, that's the thing about who they are. They are bigger than their components. And we didn't think this was a fact earlier in the year, but it's finally revealing itself. They're deeper when healthy than we thought they were. And I think they were deeper healthy than the Cowboys thought they were. Because we kept focusing on the guys who, are there every week, like Samuel, like Kittle, like Mitchell. They got other guys. And this is now as close as they have come to resembling the team of 2 years ago. Because they didn't always live on just a few guys. Kyle Shanahan's best gift is that he can hurt you with his third best receiver or his third best running back, for that matter. And they haven't been able to do that very much this year. And yesterday was sort of an example of that. He can still manage it sometimes.
From the Comcast Business text line. And to think that both of you said this season was over in the midseason. Oh, ye of little faith, the both of you. So we're not the faithful type. This is not what we do.
No, I shut up. How about that?
Yeah. Look, here's the deal.
When you're 3-5 and you look the way they look, you don't get the benefit of the doubt.
No.
And I realize that makes us prisoners of the moment, but since I have decided not to look into the future, I'm not, I didn't think they were very good. I mean, when they lost 5 out of 6 and got boat raced in Arizona, I didn't like their chances at all.
No. I mean, I actually think we documented in real time the true, right, and proper progression of the year. 49ers, we thought they'd be pretty good at the beginning of the year. Started 2-0, both wins on the road. So that was good. And then we thought, all right, well, they're not bad. And then they went on that losing streak, and we said, well, they're in the group of suck. In the group of teams that might suck. They're just good enough for you to believe, but nah. And then we upgraded them from the group of suck to decent. And then we upgraded them from decent to not bad. And then we have upgraded the Niners from not bad to pretty good. And I'll tell you, that's where they are right now, still, as they go to the divisional round. They're a pretty good football team. They're going to be, the underdog again, as most teams on the road in the divisional round find themselves to be. But they're not just, they're underdogs for the right reasons. They are supposed to lose this next game. They were supposed to lose in Dallas because they're good. And teams with home field advantage, by definition, are supposed to be better than good. They're supposed to be very good.
I think it's, as you look back, their 7 losses came to 5 playoff teams and the Seahawks twice. So degree of difficulty counts a little bit here. Yeah, they hammered the Bears, and they hammered the Jaguars, and they hammered Houston.
It almost doesn't
They
count.
hammered Atlanta. But of their 7 losses, 5 of them are what I would call quality losses, because they really got only run out of the building one time, and that was against Arizona. I mean, even against Indianapolis, they could have hung in there. They could have been a factor late. Arizona was the one game all year where they were clearly outmatched from the get. And I'm not trying to make it look like, oh my God, they're a great team now, but they did better than okay. The reason why people were excited about them yesterday is because they saw the totality of the season and said, these guys were better than we were giving them credit for. And by we, I mean everybody.
In 1 hour from right now, it's the football hour here on 95.7 The Game. Sean Salisbury, Lorenzo Neal from 6 to 7 o'clock. It's brought to you by the first 2-in-1 indoor-outdoor elliptical. Visit streetstrider.com. To the rest of you, welcome to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Ray, there's not an awful lot of your reasoning that I've decided to subscribe to, other than, we should probably get out of the prediction business. No one's great at the prediction business. We're better at recapping and trying to frame what we just saw than tell you what you might see coming up next. Every now and then we try. Sometimes we're right. Most of the time we're wrong. It seems like no one ever remembers when we're right about anything, but when we're wrong, my God, they keep a working list on a legal pad, and it's long now of all the things we've been wrong about, trying to predict what may or may not happen to the 49ers, the quarterback situation, yada, yada, yada. Well, I did have 2. I went out over my skis yesterday, Ray, to predict 2 things that I thought would turn out to be true in this game. And I got them both right. Before the game kicked off yesterday, I tweeted, no turnovers, make Dak's life hell, run it all damn day, and that's the 49ers' path to victory. This should be a fun, tight game. Well, I didn't get the no turnovers part right, but they did not lose the turnover battle. Each team had a turnover. So in a way, it was like no turnovers, in the aggregate anyways. Ran it all damn day? They certainly did, 38 times. That was the path to victory. Get in Dak's lap all day. They pressured Dak Prescott more this week than they pressured Matthew Stafford just last week. And that was a day that was defined by pressure. So was this one. So I kind of got that right. We know what the 49ers formula is to win, and it was in play all gosh darn yesterday. And then my super, and Ray, I qualified it as my worthless prediction, and I made this at halftime, is that the team that scores the next touchdown wins. I really thought it was a day of momentum. And I thought that after the Niners got that halftime lead, they would either allow Dallas right back into the game, maybe all the way back into winning the game with just one touchdown. Like Dallas was going to get on it and start rolling offensively a little bit, get a little belief, a little mojo, and now all of a sudden look good, feel good, play good. Or the 49ers were going to score the next touchdown and put this thing out of reach. And that's what happened. So I was right about that one too. I feel good about it. I felt good about those 2 things, and those turned out to be right. Now the text line says it's not that you were just wrong, fellas. It's that you were so disrespectful. What are you talking about? We're so disrespectful to what? So disrespectful in regards to Jimmy and the guys more than anything else. Hey, we're evaluating football teams. That's what we're evaluating. I don't think we were disrespectful. I thought we doubted an awful lot of the information that came back at us, as did the Niners, which is why they drafted the man's replacement while he was still here.
The only thing I disrespected was the people who said that Trey Lance is ready to go on game 1. And I still disrespect them. But as a general rule, I disrespect fans in general. And you're one of them, pal. Not you, the text guy.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Fans are fine.
You were wrong 9 weeks ago. Yeah, okay.
Fans are good. Right. I mean,
fans suck.
No. Look, fans are great.
Games are better in empty stadiums.
No, they're not. Fans provide atmosphere. You know what fans also provide, Ray? Our careers. Literally, the food that is on the table we eat off of is paid for by fans, and their dying addiction to sports, which is what we feed.
I'd have learned how to run guns. I'd have been okay.
You would have been a great gun runner. There's no doubt. Yeah. Send lawyers guns and
you got to
money.
be able to adjust. if you can't talk about the backup left guard, you got to be able to move Mausers.
When the 49ers are at their best, they are a collection of football truths. That's what they are. That's what they are. Run the ball. Dominate the clock. These are things that your grandfather told you about. This is the thing that the old guy who would come to the high school football practice, who would sit on the end of the bench, and everyone would be like, why is old man Carruthers here? All he does is talk about blocking and tackling. Well, that's in play too. Blocking and tackling. That's why the 49ers won that game. They made every single open field tackle. All of them. Not some of them. They made all of them. I don't think they whiffed on a tackle once yesterday. And in terms of blocking, did anyone else notice that Jimmy Garoppolo got sacked 0 times? That's pretty good. They certainly opened up plenty of running lanes for both Debo and Elijah Mitchell, who continues to be the rookie gift that keeps on giving. Man, he is a good football player.
That offensive line is the gift that keeps on giving because it does the two things that Kyle Shanahan requires. Keep the quarterback upright, open holes in the running game. I mean, I don't know if they're a great pass blocking unit because the 49ers don't like to just have their guys stand back in the pocket, wait 5 seconds, and see who's open 40 yards down the field. But it doesn't matter. The things that they do well. And that's been the whole point. I mean, this year has been all about two things. Can you run the football, and can you keep the other team from hurting you? And that's what they did. That's what they did, especially in Dallas. If we want to be honest about this, the final score flattered the Cowboys.
Oh yeah, it was closer on the scoreboard than it was in on-field competition. There's no doubt in my mind.
Now the question I have is, can they do this again against Green Bay? Because they were in that game too in week 3. They lost because Aaron Rodgers is Aaron Rodgers. And he was Aaron Rodgers really for 40 seconds. But the rest of it is, are they still as competitive with a team that got better defensively as the year went on? That to me is going to be a fascinating question, because if the 49ers can't run in Green Bay, that game is going to be cold and brief.
Well, and there's going to be, what the difference between Dak Prescott and Aaron Rodgers is the difference between a street musician and a guy selling out Chase Center. It's a massive step up in weight class. There will be no mistake of, did Aaron Rodgers just take off for a quarterback sneak when he shouldn't have because there's not enough time to spike the ball? I mean, there's going to be none of that next week. So you're not going to get anything going your way. And the Niners will still walk in to Green Bay with the kind of weakness that Aaron Rodgers lives to exploit, and that's weakness in your secondary. However, what makes the Niners special is that they are the rare team that has the answer to solve their weakness built into who they are. We talk about them being a collection of football truisms. There is nothing more true in football than this. Nothing allows you to cover up your secondary or your defensive shortcomings like a defensive line who can get to the quarterback with 4 pass rushers. Period. You heard Michael Irvin bring it up many times during his interview. He kept on coming back to, when you can get to the quarterback with 4. When you can get to the quarterback with 4, you are set up for success. You are certainly set up to cover up what your weakness is when you're putting pressure on a quarterback. And that's what the 49ers are doing right now. This defensive line is wrecking football games, wrecking them. They destroyed the Rams. 5 sacks, pressures all day. They destroyed the Cowboys. 5 sacks, pressure all day. If they are to win in Green Bay, Ray, 5 sacks, pressure all day. They're going to need that more than they need, I think, anything. So that's got to be a truism that gets packed up and travels. And again, we're talking like old man football sayings. Here's one of them. The strongest position you can take, field position. 49ers played that field position game all the way to the end yesterday. A chance to go for it and sit on the ball and squat on it to the end of the game, or punt and play defense. You saw what Kyle Shanahan did. He punted, he played defense. Field position will be paramount to win in Green Bay. You give Aaron a short field, that's a guaranteed 3, if not an almost certain 6. So look out.
And if you thought old school football was in evidence Sunday, wait till Saturday night. Because the one thing about playing a game in 2-degree weather and 15 mile an hour wind is it reduces the game to its rawest elements. There's not going to be a whole lot of clever in that game unless the weather changes. And when I say the weather, I mean the wind almost as much as the cold. Because that cold with a wind where you can't predict where the ball's going to go is definitely going to make this 1956.
Well, and I'm telling you, what's baked into all the Niner cakes are special teams failures. Today's not the wrong day to fire your special teams coach. It's not. By the way, I got to give someone on the Comcast Business text line a little credit here for something that I saw hours ago when the show started. I had not thought of this myself, but it's not a bad idea. Without doubt, the 49ers' biggest coaching blind spot is on special teams. If the Raiders are really moving on from Rich Bisaccia, hire that guy as your special teams coach. Do that. Do that.
Did you see?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No,
Did
you
you see what he did today?
Who? Rich Bisaccia? No, I did not see. What did he do?
He spent the day handwriting notes to each of his players. Not typing them out, not giving them to an intern. He sat down at a desk with a piece of paper and a pen, and he wrote out something for each of the guys he coached. That's old school, and that's stuff that I think players remember.
Yeah. I was about to say, are you spinning that as a negative or a positive? Because to me, that's a positive.
I think it's a guy who has shown, I'm for you guys. I'm for the guys I coach every day. And maybe that's not what CEO owners want out of their CEO coaches. But that's a guy who is going to be a great hire wherever he goes at whatever position he's got. Because they'll play for a guy like that.
Well, and, you just had a little taste and bite of the apple as a head coach. You're a special teams coach to begin with. You get to kind of go back to your own level, and it probably feels really good to... I mean, I'm sure Rich Bisaccia, if given the choice between being anybody's special teams coach or the Raiders head coach, would choose, I'm going to be the Raiders head coach. But I don't think that choice is going to be his. So,
no. And I think the fact that Mike Mayock is gone probably makes it that much more difficult, because Mark Davis, while apparently crazy, is not so crazy that he says, I'm hiring a new general manager, but he can't hire his own guy.
How about this? Someone's like, man, Jimmy Garoppolo, why do we just focus on his mistakes compared to the success at the same error? He makes the same errors that other quarterbacks makes. It reveals mass brainwashing. Well, look, there is a Pavlov's conditioning that has gone on with 49er fans and Garoppolo mistakes. But it's also not totally unfounded either. Like Jimmy Garoppolo yesterday, He's short. How about this? His worst throw of the day turned out to work in the 49ers' direction, almost. You could say that the worst throw of the day is when he overthrew his own receiver and gave the Niners or the Cowboys a gift interception. And that was terrible. It was terrible. Jimmy's short-arming that ball to Kittle, causing Kittle to catch it on the bounce and not cleanly, and then he gets stripped of the ball, and it looked like, oh, my God, Dallas just recovered the fumble deep in their own territory that they needed it. It's a rare instance where Jimmy's bad throws saved the day. Because if that pass is complete, that fumble is real. Oh, man. It's crazy. Jimmy Garoppolo officially is one of the hardest quarterbacks to cover, to root for, as a fan, to talk about, as a talk show. Well, I mean, he's great because he's constantly interesting. It's never devoid of topic when it comes to that guy. His strengths are clear. His weaknesses are even more clear. They're more readily available to you, and they scream from the mountaintops. More than his successes scream from the mountaintops. But Jimmy Garoppolo is pretty damn good at what he does for the team that he does it for. Here's the crazy thing, Ray. He's very well cast for Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers, and that's why I think it just drove people crazy that they would go out and try to cast someone else in that role. Because Jimmy does seem perfect for what Kyle wants to do. But then he says, no, wait, I need more perfect. So when Kyle says, I need more perfect, of course fans are going to follow Kyle's lead and say, well, we need more perfect too, please.
But I also think that Kyle Shanahan is not so doctrinaire that when the Garoppolo time has come and gone, and it will at some point because it always does, that doesn't preclude him from changing the way he views offense. This is the way he chooses to look at his offense now, based on the people he's brought in. He wants to be conservative because that's what makes the most sense for the guys who play for him. And there will be changes. You know, I mean, only morons play to a system rather than the people they've got. And if in 2 years or next year, Trey Lance is the starter, or they go out and get somebody completely different, the offense will necessarily change as a result. You know, this is what works now. And that's, I think, the point that I've been trying to make, is that Jimmy Garoppolo works for what Kyle Shanahan wants now. You know, he didn't draft Trey Lance because he wanted him to play game 1. He wanted him to play game 20, which is maybe the first game of next year, or maybe game 38, which would be the first game of 2023. We don't know when Kyle Shanahan wants to do this, but he has at least acknowledged that you got to be flexible. You can't be inflexible and survive. There are too many injuries to too many important players to be the guy who says, I can only play one way. And when Kyle Shanahan has to become a different coach, he will be.
Postman in Capitola on the Comcast Business text line says, or asks, I should say, were Garoppolo's second half throws a result of his shoulder sprain? Maybe they were.
Could have been.
Maybe they were. It's not the worst text we've read all day, Postman in Capitola. Thanks as always for listening. Here is Jimmy Garoppolo talking about his missed throws yesterday.
Yeah, the interception got away from me. Shot it high, but and then to BA, just another tough one. Those are the ones you just got hit. Those are the easy layup ones you just got to make.
And look, when Jimmy misses, he misses high all the time. Oh, God, he had a wide-open Brandon Ayuk, and he missed him. He missed him high. He had to jump too high for it. So, yeah, I mean, it's just it's Garoppolo. It's what you get. There's going to be a ton of, you can expect this to go wrong mixed in with and he'll probably also get an awful lot of this right. Luckily, they got enough of it right yesterday and had so many football truisms working for them that it got them into the victory column. Another thing that was absolutely working for the 49ers were the Dallas Cowboys stepping on their own schmeckies all afternoon. I mean, they were their worst enemies all afternoon. 14 penalties. I believe 6 of them, Ray, were pre-snap procedural penalties. You know, it's one thing to be making errors of trying too hard or playing too fast, and even though you don't want those in a postseason game either, at least you're saying, all right, well, you know, you made the mistake playing as hard as possible. You had the Dallas Cowboys screwing it up every single, like any time the Niners would botch a play, they were getting bailed out by an encroachment or a holding or, you know, face to the helmet, something. There was something. Yeah, that's right. There was even a face to Alex Mack. How often do you see, you know, a defensive lineman's hand up in the center's cage and it doesn't get called? Got called yesterday, and it was good that it did because it got the Niners out of a play that had a negative result.
But the 49ers created most of that by dominating those guys from the start, which is why they started to get sloppy, and they started to try to anticipate snap counts, and why they were hitting Alex Mack in the face. Most of those are usually frustration penalties, because earlier on, when you were trying to go at the right time, you were getting blocked. So they were trying to anticipate a way out of the jam that the 49ers put them in. And that's part of why you get 14 penalties. It's partly in discipline, but it's also trying to figure out a way to beat a team that is beating you. And by I mean beating you physically. Because that is the other takeaway from yesterday. With all due respect to Michael Irvin, the Cowboy defense got pushed around. I mean, there's no, you know, if they're as good as they showed against some teams, they wouldn't have given up 169 yards rushing.
Right. Well, I mean,
and they wouldn't have gotten 0 sacks on the quarterback. They did not play well across the front, and they weren't entirely dynamic in the secondary either. The 49ers just it was like watching a boa constrictor, you know, kill prey. They just wrapped themselves around the Cowboys and squeezed.
Stefon Diggs, or not Stefon Diggs, his brother, Diggs, Trevon Diggs, got blown up when he wasn't looking. I believe it was Juwan Jennings that put the sauce on him. It hit him real hard. Kind of blind, just blocked him into the ground. And I don't know if that rattled him for the rest of the game, but he did not have a great day. Micah Parsons. You know what we needed to keep, Ray, as an active stat? Blue tent visits. Because, you know, even if a guy returns to the field, once he comes out of the blue tent, he might not be the same. And I thought that Parsons was not exactly the same returning to the field from his blue tent visit than he was when he went into it. So I think that worked into the 49ers' hands. Let's face it, Jerry World has a design flaw that I think worked into the 49ers' hands yesterday. That stadium's orientation and its windows let blinding sunlight that either your quarterback is throwing into or your wide receiver is looking back into. And the Niners, I guess, got the benefit of the field because the glaring sunlight seemed to get in the way of the Cowboys' offensive operations and the way that they were heading more than the 49ers in the day. So, I mean, that was just a little gift from that day that the 49ers were able to take advantage of.
See, and you kicked the 49ers around for their stadium. At least they blind customers, not players.
Oh, well done. Well done. How about Deebo Samuel, after all, when it's all said and done? Apparently he didn't even run the right route. I mean, is he a running back? Is he a wide receiver? Can you call it a running route? I don't know. Here's what Kyle Shanahan had to say on that wildly fantastic touchdown run that Deebo put up yesterday.
It's not at all where we thought the play would go, where it's designed to go. But when you got a guy out there who's just running and is very tough, has got the skill set, and he sees the field very well. Usually he goes outside. He stopped, reversed the field, and if he gets a lane, he's running through everyone's arm tackles. And Deebo's been a stud all year, as everyone knows. And right before he went out there, he just mouthed something to me, which I kind of guessed it was give me the ball. And when I look at him talking that way, it's extremely motivating, and he makes it a lot easier to call plays.
Debo, what'd you tell Kyle?
When K1 got the interception, I looked at Kyle. I was like, hey, let's give me the ball. I got you. And so I just went out there, and the next play I scored.
A K1 Williams interception was a thing of beauty. Led right to the Debo touchdown, very next play. And you heard Michael Irvin talk about how, in a playoff game, stars need to shine. And you got to demand the ball. And there he is, demanding the ball. Get me the ball. I don't care how you do it. I don't care if you throw it to me, hand it to me, kick it to me. I don't even care. Get me the ball. And the 49ers end up winning, and that was a huge, huge moment because that was as predicted by yours truly on Twitter, next touchdown's going to win. That was the next touchdown, and the 49ers ended up winning the game. How that game ended is all they're talking about in Dallas, and like Michael Irvin said, focusing just on the end is missing the bigger picture of the afternoon where the Niners kicked the Dallas Cowboys' ass all day. But what you see last leaves a strong impression. And when hey, the Dallas Cowboys are basically a very good quarterback who can throw to talented wide receivers, and that's something that they can exploit right here. Like heaving one into the end zone probably makes 49er fans hold their breath more than any other fan base right now because that's how banged up that secondary has been. They didn't even get to heave it into the end zone because the ball was not spiked, handed to the official properly, and here we are now. First of all, here's Kyle Shanahan thinking that, as soon as Dak took off with that ball, he's thinking, we won.
I thought it was over because I saw it live, so I was very confident it was done. I was just nervous that sometimes when you're real confident, you think you see it right, sometimes it changes. So you're never fully sure until they let you know.
I mean, as soon as Dak took off, I thought, oh, so the game's over. And they had been throwing the kiss to the sideline. Then the Niners lined up to try to take that away. Here's Mike McCarthy saying that, hey, we thought we could do it. We were told we had enough time. Did he throw his analytics guy under the bus? Does he throw Kellen Moore under the bus here? Here is Mike McCarthy saying, we made the right call, even though we lost the game without running a final play.
Well, I mean, we call them thresholds and, the field position, what yard line you're at and what you're trying to get to, too, based on, the defense that they were playing. They were in a sideline defense, so they were protecting the sidelines. And so that was the best option to be able to get the ball. I mean, it's like anything else. Do you want to be running a Hail Mary play from the 50-yard line or you want to be running 5 verticals from the 25-yard line? So that's the decision. It's the right decision. It's just like anything. It's, the execution between us and the officiating spotting the ball obviously wasn't in tune. We shouldn't have had any problem getting the ball spotted there. Is that the call you're looking for?
I mean, the referees lost that game for you. How about this? If getting that referee to spot the ball is so important to you, why didn't you have Larry Fitzgerald out there? Because nobody knows how to get that ball spotted in play faster than Larry Fitzgerald. What you do is you hand the ball directly to the official. That's the key, because the official has to reset the ball. And the Cowboys didn't do that.
Yeah, apparently that is something that they work on during the week. And I guess players said that they work on that during the week. Somebody had a brain spasm. Dak Prescott had a brain spasm when he tried to get 3 extra yards instead of sliding maybe at the 30 and giving them a chance with some time to spike the ball with 1 or 2 seconds. I mean, that's what you talk about with clock management. It isn't knowing when to call the timeout. I mean, a dope can do that. It's all the other subtle things that you have to work on day in and day out until you not only know how to do it, you don't know how not to do it. And that was just, to me, a matter of there being nobody on the field in a position to say, or make sure you give the ball to the official. Make sure you give the ball to the official. Hammer it home. Because that rule has been in effect for only 227 years, or 127 years. They were doing that in 1894 when they started doing this nonsense. You always give the ball to the official. That's not a problem with a rule. That's a problem with people who don't know what the rule is, don't know the game situation, don't know the time situation. You don't need the extra 5 yards. Hit the deck at the 30. A 30-yard pass is just as easy to throw as a 25-yard pass. You need to worry about the clock. And nobody on the Dallas sideline did that. And when I listened to Mike McCarthy, it didn't sound to me like he was blaming the officials as much as he was blaming his guys for not knowing to get the ball to the officials.
There's an awful lot of word salad there from Mike McCarthy. A lot of humming. But look, Dak's got to know better, and McCarthy's right. What would you rather have? Would you rather have 5 verticals from the 25 or a Hail Mary from the 50? The whole point is you are throwing it into the end zone, though. So whatever gets you the shot at the end zone is what you'd rather have. They obviously did the opposite. Here is Dak Prescott talking about the last play of the day from his perspective.
Made the call knowing that we're going to get some yards and get down and we've got to clock it, knowing that situation, something we've practiced over and over again. Went, got some yards, went down. As I was getting behind Tyler, saw 4 seconds left. Thought it was time, obviously, to make sure everybody was set, and then honestly just got hit from behind. And then still there, when I gathered myself, saw 2 seconds and thought I could get the snap and get it down before time expired, and unsure exactly what happened other than that.
Hey, look, at the end of that game, quarterbacks not knowing if their other team is set, everyone else on their line of scrimmage is set, was a little bit of a theme because we saw Jimmy Garoppolo do the same thing with Trent Williams. By the way, of course, Kyle Shanahan would overcoach a quarterback sneak. What are you doing putting Trent Williams in motion for, bringing him to the other side of the line? That's just stupid. What are you doing? Anyway, what he's doing is coaching the team in the divisional round next week in Green Bay, so he knows more than I do. But, of course, Kyle would overcoach a QB keeper. But anyways, you got to make sure your players are set. That was a little bit of a theme in the fourth quarter. Dak was then asked about fans throwing stuff on the field. And by the way, this was no malice at the Palace. It's not like 100,000 Cowboy fans took whatever they could throw it on the field. I saw one water bottle. I saw 3 water bottles in the air, one more obvious because it gets deflected by a Cowboy who's got his helmet out there. But, I mean, if you threw a water bottle onto a field of play, you should never be allowed back in a stadium again in your entire life. It should be a lifetime ban, you douchebag. However, this is not the malice at the Palace. Here's Dak talking about fans throwing stuff on fields.
You're talking about a team, you're talking about men that come out each and every day of their lives and give everything to this sport, give everything to this game of football. Nobody wants to succeed more than we want to succeed. I understand fans and the word fan for fanatic, I get that. But to know everything that we put into this day in and day out, try our hardest. Nobody comes in the game wanting or expecting to lose, and for people to react that way when you're supposed to be a supporter and be with us through thick and thin, that's tough.
I think they were aiming at the referees.
Yeah, they were at the referees. Credit to them then.
That's what takes.
Yeah,
they weren't doing it.
Oh, credit to them.
Now, it's a funny walk-off line, obviously. You got the room to giggle. But, hey, if they're throwing stuff at the Dallas Cowboys, all these fans, how dare you? If they're throwing stuff at the officials, credit to them then. You want to talk about no accountability? Man, that's it right there. I really believe, Ray, today, if we sodium pentothal both Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott, they would tell you that the referees cost them that game.
I bet if you sodium pentothal them, they would admit that they screwed up the game. I think the easy lie is the one that the referees screwed them, because the referees didn't screw them. If you want them to tell the truth, they're going to have to admit that they screwed up that last play about 4 different ways, and that for the rest of the game, they were on their heels, that they were not the better team that day. Whatever they came into that game with in terms of record and stats and rosters and everything else, they did not play the better game. So to me, if you want to load them with sodium pentothal, that's what they would say, because you can't dance around the ways they screwed up the last minute, and you can't really dance around the way they got beaten up the rest of the time.
Was there any point in the day where you thought, even though the 49ers are outplaying this football team, here come the Cowboys, the Niners are going to end up losing? Because I only had that thought really go through my head it wasn't during the field goals get you closer to losing a playoff game than winning a playoff game, although when they kicked that to go up 13, I did think, all right, well, that it would have been a lot better if that field goal had been a touchdown. But all right. It's certainly, you're taking the points in a low-scoring game, so I get it. It was the roughing the punter. It was when they roughed that punter, Ray, giving the Cowboys that life in the third quarter that they then did nothing with. But that deep drive, which would have been great field position, 49ers getting the ball back around midfield there. I thought that there it is. That's special teams opening the door more than the special teams fake punt. When they roughed the kicker, I thought, oh boy, how could this be undone? Well, that right there could be a nice way to start.
I actually thought the only time that Dallas was in a position to win or to put themselves in a position to win was when the 49ers had to punt after Dallas had cut it to 6. And they got that false start on the 4th and 6th at their own 46 and then lengthened the field. And it turned out to be a good play for them too, because it meant that Wishnowski could just wail away and got off a long punt. It got him to the 10, I think. And I thought at that point the 49ers might be in some trouble, but then, the way that they vomited up that next possession, I thought they're not going to be able to do this. And even at that, even if everything else had gone right on that last play, they still have one play from the 24-yard line to win a game. And I didn't like their chances.
When 4th and 1 becomes 4th and 6 because of the whatever penalty it was there.
The false start.
The false start, right. Why would you almost accept that? If you're the why would you give the punter the space that he wants?
I don't know, because now that I'm thinking of it, there was the penalty right before that too, the delay of game.
Right, so that's what moved them back. So it went from 4th and 1.
There were 2 penalties on successive plays.
Right.
There was the delay of game by the 49ers took on the 4th and 1. And then the false start when they had the punt team out. So they actually moved the 49ers back 10 yards. And in a way, like I said, that gives Wishnowski the opportunity to just not worry about precision so much as just kicking it as far as he can. He kicked it well.
You not accept that dead ball foul? Can you, after the delay of game, can you not accept the false start?
Can you not decline it?
Yeah, can you just decline it?
I don't. I should know this, but I don't. But it's clear that, they went from Dallas' side of the field back to their own 40. So that meant that, he was kicking essentially with a field of 75 yards in front of him. Made his job much simpler.
In a weekend that didn't give you a hell of a lot of good football games, we got a really good football game in Dallas. That was good. That was fun. That was entertaining. Give me one of those next week in Green Bay, too. That was an awful lot of fun. It was good. It was the best game, clearly, of what we've seen so far. Now, maybe tonight will be the cherry on top of what was a otherwise ho-hum wild card, super wild card weekend. That's why I needed to know where to put the word super. Ray, did you watch any Nickelodeon? Did you get any slime in your life? No?
My wife watched one play, and then I banned her from the room.
Did you see the slime monster come up behind both teams and go, arr?
Yes, and I remembered that I wasn't 9 years old and changed it.
It's kind of impressive, though, with what they got, like just real-time graphics and augmented reality, right?
It
kind of cool.
Just looked to me like somebody threw a grasshopper against my television screen, and I resented it.
Here's the thing, though. Whatever it takes to get kids watching sports is what these leagues need to do. I mean, there's a generation coming up behind us that is not sitting down to watch a single 3.5 hour long football game, much less 6 of them.
I'll tell you what the real problem is. I mean, that is part of it, and I don't want to be dismissive of that. The real problem is that the NFL has priced the next generation out of a lot of things like that. And in the very near future, when they start moving away from networks entirely and making you do either pay-per-view or start charging you a lot more to experience the game than you're getting charged now through a cable bill, they're going to find it even harder. Because I think the real problem here is that the NFL is outkicking its coverage in terms of affordability. I mean, my son didn't watch any game, and he pays attention to football because he doesn't pay for cable. He just doesn't. I'm not going to bother, and he's not going to watch a football game on his phone. The NFL has to solve that issue, which is trying to make today's quarter and forgetting about tomorrow's dollar. Because I think that, more than anything else, it's what's chasing that next generation away. It is. Yeah, it's part of it is the games are 3 hours and 30 minutes. But the other problem is it's hard to afford, even at home. I mean, it's definitely not affordable, when you go to the game, unless it's 5 degrees outside like it was in Buffalo, and the tickets were going for $25. But for the most part, I just think the NFL is pricing everybody out of every venue.
Well, really good tickets for a party of 4, souvenirs, something to eat, parking all included, to just go to a game at Levi's Stadium is about $1,000.
Yeah.
that's a lot of money.
Wait a minute. You're forgetting the skin cancer you might get if you're sitting on the wrong side of the field.
Oh, well, there's that too. Wear a hat and sunscreen. 888-957-9570. We're back for one more segment, which will include the most amazing thing, and it truly is amazing. So stick around to hear how bad Cowboy playoff futility has really become. And just a little bit on the Warriors, much more on the Warriors with Ray and I tomorrow. We're even going to have a little Warriors live for you tomorrow as they begin a 7-game homestand just at the right time. Someone asked on the Comcast Business text line, I can't remember a less relevant MLK Day in the NBA. What happened? Maybe it's because the Warriors aren't scheduled to play today, but an awful lot of the matinee basketball that happened out of sight, out of mind. Yeah, it did not resonate the way it has or has been pushed forward in other years. That's for sure. I'll agree with you on that.
I mean, so they had Brooklyn playing, they had Milwaukee playing. These are just the afternoon games. They had the obligatory games in New York and Boston. They scheduled the way they normally schedule. I just think that maybe the teams that people wanted to see are not as appealing right now. I mean, in Brooklyn's case, there's no Durant. The Lakers are playing tonight. I think there were games that the networks would assume were watchable, but Milwaukee is struggling right now. I mean, I think they're 5th in their conference, which means that, maybe Giannis isn't resonating the way he used to. I just think it was a series of games that didn't resonate with people the way that programmers thought it would.
We got one more segment. It's right around the corner. The most amazing thing will dazzle you. So stay with us here on 95.7 The Game, and stay with us for the football hour, which is coming up at the top of the hour with Sean Salisbury and Lorenzo Neal. We're brought to you by Safeway. They've partnered with trusted top-quality growers for hand-picked fruits and vegetables harvested at the peak of flavor from farm to you. Visit Safeway Produce Department today and see how they're perfecting the art of fresh.
Hi, this is George with New Life Property Investments, and I buy houses in cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, call me at 925-490-2000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 3 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and any location in the San Francisco Bay.
Rich and I would suggest that if you don't have the Odyssey app downloaded and can't just rewind and go back and listen to that Michael Irvin interview, find it in one of the places where it's available, on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app itself. It was a great conversation today with Michael Irvin. He was Michael Irvin. He was fantastic. The Football Hour is coming up next with Sean Salisbury and Lorenzo Neal. Brought to you by Livermore Casino, located on 1st Street in Livermore, offering Vegas-style blackjack, 3-card poker, baccarat, Texas Hold'em, the Tri-Valley's place to play in downtown Livermore. Play responsibly. Ray, we haven't talked Warriors all day today. It's been a big victory formation Monday after a Niners upset win in Dallas. 1-3 road trip. It weren't pretty. Before I ask you what you thought of it, here is Steve Kerr's thumbnail sketch of the road trip.
1-3 is disappointing, obviously, for a team of our caliber, but we understand what's going on right now. You know, we're in a tough spot, just like every team faces every year. So it's okay. We'll bounce back, and it'll be really nice to get home. And I think we got our next 7 at home, and hopefully, get guys back, and we'll move on.
Steph is trending towards playing tomorrow night. Draymond Green won't be evaluated for 2 weeks, so it's a little bit of a shutdown for him. Ray, are the Warriors at the precipice of not good? Or do you think the 7-game homestand will be what ails them, or cures their ailing, whatever I'm trying to say?
They're not good. I mean, that's far too pessimistic a view. But I think they're going to struggle without Green, because I think he brings things onto the floor every night that can't be replicated in his absence. And it's because he does so many things well that some of those are going to have to be dealt with in a different way. So this will be an interesting test of Steve Kerr's ability to be creative with a team that, frankly, as much as they've had injuries, you don't get used to missing him. I mean, when the last time they missed him for an extended period of time, they weren't good. And I wouldn't anticipate them being tremendously good this time either. But I also thought getting blown out in Milwaukee and then the next night blowing Chicago out by twice as much wasn't going to happen either. So I don't know about them.
Yeah,
they baffled me.
An impressive win in Chicago. I'll say this. It was, though, a cloudy road trip. Here's your silver lining. Jonathan Kuminga. Let's get that guy more minutes. He is coming. That's really happening. He looks good. So, I told you I had a very interesting, most amazing thing. This is how we will wrap up today's broadcast. Hit it, studio.
Oh my God, it's going to be amazing.
Actually, I'm not even mad. That's amazing.
Oh my God, that is amazing. Oh my God, this is going to be...
Don't say it, I swear to God.
Now, it's time for the most amazing thing.
It's amazing. So amazing.
Well, I certainly agree, Ray, with our colleague Mark Willard, who said, you're blaming the refs for that. That's just lame. That's inexcusable, and I will agree with that, man. Blaming the refs for not spotting the ball fast enough as the reason why you lost a game is pathetic when you trailed the entire game. Like, bruh, you had 0 lead. It's not like anything was taken from you, stolen from you. You weren't in control of a minute of game clock on that scoreboard. So what are you even talking about? The Dallas Cowboys are losers. Ray, they're losers. They're playoff losers indeed over the last 25 years. Here is your grand count of victories and playoff success. Are you ready?
I'm at the edge of my chair.
I can feel it. I can see it too. 5 playoff wins in the last 25 years for Trent Dilfer. 5 playoff wins in the last 25 years for Jake Delhomme. If you wanted to come up with 2 bad quarterbacks who had success in the postseason, you can start the list with both of them. Mark Sanchez in the last quarter century, 4 playoff victories. Brad Johnson, he was at least okay. He had 4 playoff victories. Colin Kaepernick, in the last 25 years, 4 playoff victories. The Dallas Cowboys, 3. 25 years, 3 playoff wins. No wonder why Bose is saying, what are you talking, America's team? What are you talking about? Dilfer, Delhomme, Kaepernick, Sanchez, Brad Johnson in the last 25 years, all more playoff victories than the Dallas Cowboys. Ray, I know that you are just a mild-mannered observer. What do you think of that?
I think they've really disrespected the memory of Dave Campo.
Go back and watch that first Hard Knocks, by the way. You can see the team tuning out on Dave Campo's second segment, episode 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's the coach who has had the most run in those 25 years is Jason Garrett.
Yeah.
And nobody else other than
Jason
Bill
Garrett
Parcells got as many as 4 years. Jerry Jones is the guy who is the architect of this nightmare. And the fact that he said he's not going to fire Mike McCarthy is an indication to me that he might at least acknowledge that part of this is on him.
Oh, he won't be acknowledging any of that. Look at this stadium.
He won't, but
look at this
the
stadium.
fact that he hasn't fired McCarthy is that acknowledgement, even if he doesn't say it is.
Look at this stadium with a low-hanging scoreboard that the punter can scrape with a field orientated east and west so you have sun in your eyes. Bad idea. Even Bill Cowher took a little shot at Jerry's World at halftime of that game. Don't accuse Tony Romo of being a homer. You know where he played. Come on. Stop it. Hey, thanks so much for listening today. It was an awful lot of fun. Thanks to Michael Irvin for stopping on by. The football hour is officially next here on 95.7 The Game. Ray and I will be back with 2.5 hours of our own and an hour of Warriors Live ahead of tomorrow's game against the Detroit Pistons. Thanks so much for tuning in today, and please do remember that sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Thermador now features smart kitchen appliances enabled with a Home Connect feature. Smart kitchen appliances for a fully connected experience. You can see all of the Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Happy New Year, Santa Clara County. The COVID-19 variants are still spreading within our communities. Parents and guardians, let's do our part in keeping our loved ones safe. Vaccines are available for children ages 5 to 11 years old. They are smaller doses and specially formulated to be safe for our most precious community members. Talk to your primary care provider for any questions you may have and schedule an appointment on sccfreevax.org. Together, we can slow the spread and prevent serious illness.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
It's a new year, and for businesses, that means a new start. Whatever the year ahead holds, now Comcast Business is making it easy to get going with the Ready, Set, Save sale. Get started with fast and reliable internet and voice for $64.99 a month, and save with a 2-year price guarantee. Switching is easy with flexible installation times. And you'll also get backing from an expert team 24/7, so you can focus on planning the year ahead. Plus, for even more value, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card with qualifying internet. Get a great deal for your business with the Ready, Set, Save sale today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 35 megabits per second internet and one voice mobility customers only. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Prepaid card offer ends 2/28/22. Call or go online for details.
Hi, this is Damon Bruce, and I love my BMW of Fairfield. And if you own a BMW, you've got a brand new friend. BMW of Fairfield wants you to drop on by their dealership for any and all of your BMW needs, service, parts, upgrade,